Welcome to ANOMACON 2025. I am Jim Harold. Unless you think I've engineered a coup, not to worry. Ryan Sprague is the man of the hour, the person who is founded and the creator behind ANOMACON. He was just nice enough to ask me to be the MC today, and I'm so pleased to do it. And why wouldn't I be? This is the third year of ANOMACON, and it keeps going from strength to strength and growing and growing. Our speakers this year, doctors, scientists, academics, podcast and TV hosts. It's really a place to come together and have conversations about everything from UFOs to ghosts, cryptids to conspiracies, really everything anomalous. And we've got some special anomalous themed music videos, and they'll be throughout the event from different bands. It is gonna be awesome. And also awesome are the speakers we have. My goodness, Michael Ian Black with Sean Donnelly and Dan St. Germain from the Burbs Bros podcast. Mitch Horowitz, one of my favorites. He's an occultist and author. He is one of the best. Peter Robbins, a friend and famed UFO researcher. Also someone doing some of the most amazing research out there right now, Dr. Beatriz Villarroel. Hope I got that name right, but she is awesome, and you're really going to be excited to hear what she's got going on. Plus, Richard Dolan and many more. You're going to love this. I can't wait. So why wait? Let's get right to it. ANOMACON 2025. Here we go.
What's up? Welcome, everyone, to ANOMACON 2025. I am your creator, curator, host of ANOMACON. Let me know if I'm blurry in the chat. I know we're having some tech issues with the actual stream itself. If I'm blurry, I need to know. But yeah, welcome to a blurry ANOMACON. We will try to get this all fixed and working for you guys as we go on today. But welcome. Welcome to ANOMACON 2025, a free virtual conference covering all things anomalous with you guys today. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, as Jim Harold mentioned to you guys as well. But yeah, for anyone who may not be familiar with who I am, what this channel is, I am the host of the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, a podcast all about UFOs. I'm also a television host, a best-selling author. You can see one of my books behind me here on the screen, Somewhere in the Skies, A Human Approach to the UFO Phenomenon, which is currently being taught in 2 universities in the United States. But yeah, everyone's saying it's a little blurry. I will try to figure that out for you guys. I might be streaming to too many places. Let me see if that helps. The bandwidth might be a little off, but I will definitely check that out with you guys. Tech is fine, a bit of buffering. Okay, yeah, a bit blurry. Sound quality is very clear. Thank you, Tyler. Cool. It wouldn't be a live event without problems, right, guys? But I'm just happy that you're all here. I see a lot of fans of a certain YouTuber who have come over to join us tonight. You will be hearing from them. I know who you are, and they know who you are as well. But welcome to all of our new viewers tonight. Let me see what else I have for you guys here. ANOMACON is a free virtual conference that brings together speakers from all around the world to present their research and insights on all things anomalous, from UFOs in the paranormal to the cryptozoological and supernatural. The world continues to prove it is a mysterious place. ANOMACON attempts to get to the heart of those mysteries, one discussion at a time. And you will definitely be a part of that discussion with us tonight, guys, in the live chat. Hello to all our regulars, all the new people. We will have our speakers bouncing in and out to answer your questions as their presentations are going on today as well. We have so much. We have the virtual presentations. We have music that we're going to be playing, all on the topic of the anomalous. So be on the lookout for that. We got some awesome bands that have let us play their music today. Hopefully, we won't get copyright strikes. Fingers crossed. It's happened in the past. But we're so honored and thankful to those bands for letting us do that as well. What else do I have for you guys here? We're just talking shop, and I promise we'll get right into the talks for you here. Let me see. Speaking of the live chat, super chat and super stickers will be open for the entire event, as you saw in the opening there, and we will put it up here for you guys as well. Do I have it here? I don't have the image with me, but this is a free conference for you to watch, but it's not free to create by any stretch of the imagination. So today, all super chats, all super stickers, all PayPal donations, and all Buy Me a Coffee donations, 50% of that will be split amongst all of our speakers today. The other 50% will go to Doctors Without Borders, an incredible organization. So I'm just going to read a little bit here. MSF, or Doctors Without Borders, is an international humanitarian medical organization founded that provides emergency healthcare to people affected by conflict, epidemics, natural disasters, and exclusion from healthcare worldwide. Independent, neutral, and impartial, Doctors Without Borders operates in more than 70 countries, offering life-saving assistance in crisis zones regardless of race, religion, or political affiliation. Its teams of doctors, nurses, and volunteers respond rapidly to emergencies, from war-torn regions to areas struck by disease outbreaks. They are also known for speaking out about crisis in witnesses, advocating for the rights and dignity of patients, often overlooked by governments or the global community. You can learn more about Doctors Without Borders at msf.org. Again, that's msf.org. And yes, 50% of your donations today will go to that organization. Other 50% goes to our incredible speakers. So thank you. I see these super chats already. Thank you so much. Good morning, UFO. There were a few others already as well. DJ, thank you so much. Metal Hendrix, appreciate all of you. Like I said, guys, the super chat and super stickers will be open all day. And then you can scan the QR codes for PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee on the screen, or there are direct links in the show notes to our PayPal and our Buy Me a Coffee as well. Cindy Lee, thank you so much for the super chat. Truly do appreciate that as well. All right, let's keep going, guys. How am I looking? Is it still really blurry? Let me go down to my incredible moderator. It's blurry. Oh, bummer. Okay. I will try to figure that out in just a little bit for you guys. I promise. Let me see. Oh, yes, all your super chat and super stickers will be highlighted. So we will put those on screen as well. If you're watching on Twitter or Twitch, come on over to YouTube and take part in our live chat. We have a very lively chat here. So we would love to have you guys over here. Aliens interfering with the signal, they say. I love it. I love it. Let me see here. Our website, anomacon.com. Be sure to go over to anomacon.com. You can watch the whole conference there. You can also learn about each of our speakers and what they will be talking about tonight. But I will go through the bios of each of our speakers as we go on here. Let's try this. I'm going to remove, sorry, Instagram. Bye. We're going to get rid of the Instagram here, and let's get rid of LinkedIn. Sorry, LinkedIn. Love you, but I already have a job. We'll talk to you on the flip side. Okay. Let's see if that helps at all, guys. I got rid of a couple places. Maybe refresh your screen. I will do the same as we move forward here as well. Okay. All right. What else do I have for you guys here? Oh, special thanks to our incredible sponsors for Anomacon today. Let me get this on screen for you here. Anomacon is proudly sponsored today by Spectre Vision Radio, Small Town Monsters, based on a true story podcast, Beyond the Fray Publishing, Pursuing X, Jim Harold's Campfire, Strange Skies, Estimate of the Situation, UFO, UAP, WTF podcast, and last but certainly not least, Casper Site. What is Casper Site? I have a feeling That's not the last time we're going to hear about Casper Site tonight. But a huge, huge thank you to our incredible sponsors for ANOMACON. They have truly made this thing happen today for us. All right. What else do I have for you guys here? We'll be linking to each of our sponsors throughout as well tonight, guys, in the live chat. So you'll be able to visit all of our sponsors. We'll scroll their websites as well throughout the event. So you can visit all of them at their respective websites that we will have on screen. And they are in the show notes as well. Be sure to support all of these incredible, incredible sponsors of ANOMACON today. All right. I think that's almost it. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to do our speakers in batches. So you're going to see 2 speakers, couple ads in between them, but it's the easiest, most efficient way for us to do things here. So we'll go through the first 2 lineup of speakers for the event today. You will see both of their presentations, and then I'll check in with you guys as we move forward. So what we'll do now is we are going to move to the speakers of our first presentation today. I'm forgetting everything. Special hello and shout out to our incredible master of ceremonies today, Jim Harold. He'll be guiding us through today, guys. He'll check in with you guys halfway through the event as well. And also, we have merch available. If you want to remember ANOMACON in style, you can head over to the website, anomacon.com. You'll find a tab up there for our merch, so you can celebrate in style, baby, ANOMACON. But let's get to our first speakers for today, guys. We have joining us my lovely ladies from Haunted Heart and Soul, the television show that I'm on with these 3 wonderful, wonderful individuals. So first up, we have Kim Moser, who has been professionally in the paranormal field since 2017 with a background in media, spanning podcast, television, production management, hosting, writing, and directing. She brings storytelling to the supernatural. Seen on TV shows like Haunted Heart and Soul, which is coming soon, A Maritime Haunting, Paranormal Contact, and on YouTube's Paranormal Discovery, Kim is recognized as both an investigator and researcher. She has spoken at the Halifax Paranormal Symposium, also serving as MC, and this year leads a public ghost hunt, blending her investigative expertise with a passion for connecting audiences to the unknown. You can learn more at kimmoser.info. Next up, we have Amy Murphy, who is a multi-passionate entrepreneur, TV host, and storyteller who has spent nearly 3 decades building businesses, raising a family, and inspiring others through her health, wellness, and beauty. As the founder of everythingamy.ca, she she shares her journey openly, from her role as a wife and a mom of 3 to her work in the beauty industry, to her presence on film and television. Alongside her entrepreneurial life, Amy has a lifelong connection to the spiritual realm. With a background in mediumship and an openness to the mysteries of the unseen, she brings a unique perspective to paranormal storytelling. She explores hauntings, folklore, and the maritime superstitions of the sea, while also grounding her work on her Christian faith, shining light on stories that live in the shadows. Blending her love for people, her entrepreneurial spirit, and her faith, Amy creates space for meaningful conversations about life, legacy, and what lies beyond the veil. You can learn more at everythingamy.ca. And last but certainly not least, we have Chelsea Lascelle. With a career dedicated to the paranormal for the past 5 years, Chelsea Lascelle works professionally as an investigator and a sensitive. Drawing from her background in social work, she's committed to helping the souls of those who have passed on. She also uses her creative flair as a camera operator in film production, capturing her paranormal experiences from a unique perspective. On Instagram, she is known as Lacey Decay, a platform where she shares her love for spooky storytelling through photography and documented adventures. Her work is a unique blend of empathy, creativity, and a lifelong fascination with the other side. And then coming up right after them, guys, we have the boys over at Small Town Monsters, Alexander Petakov and Aaron Deese. They'll be talking about the observer to adventurer joining the search. Aaron Deese is a San Antonio, Texas-based author and researcher. He works with Small Town Monsters Film Company as a writer, producer, and director, and he has published 2 books examining the Dogman phenomenon, with a yet unannounced third title on the way. He appears in numerous STM productions, including The Dogman Triangle, Werewolves in the Lone Star State, Lost Contact, UFOs After Wartime, UFOs Revisited, and many others. While he's not chasing werewolves, he enjoys sea shanties, books, video games, and screaming into the endless void. Aaron lives with his wife, son, and too many cats near the Alamo. And Alexander Petakov is a documentary filmmaker and adventurer who has traveled across North America and the world in search of Sasquatch, various cryptids, and other mysteries. He is a Small Town Monsters crew member and has created documentaries and docuseries about these mystery topics, most notably of which is Bigfoot Beyond the Trail, which has amassed over 20 million collective views on YouTube. So there you go, guys. There are our first speakers of the event. So let's not waste any more time. Again, I know we're having some blurry technical issues. I will try to work through that as our presentations play today. But I hope it's still, I hope you still get something out of it and it's not too blurry. If anything, you can listen to our incredible speakers as we try to figure that out. But let's go. Let's start with our first two. First up, like I mentioned, we have Amy, Chelsea, and Kim talking about Phantoms of the Sea. And then next after that is Alexander and Aaron. So let me give this a try. And here we go. Our first presentations of ANOMACON 2025.
ANOMACON 2025 is sponsored by Based on a True Story, the podcast that compares your favorite Hollywood movies and TV shows with history. My name is Dan Lefebvre. I am the host of Based on a True Story. So let me take a couple moments just to introduce you to my podcast. Do you remember the History Channel's narrative series called Project Blue Book? Well, I had a chat with the creator and showrunner of that series to learn all about the true story behind their show. Or more recently, I had a chat with Emmy winner Mark B. Perry about the historical accuracy of that classic film, Titanic, the 1953 version, not the 1997 version, although I've covered the true story behind that one too. Or there was the time I talked with Vincent van Gogh's Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer about the movie called At Eternity's Gate, which has Willem Dafoe as Van Gogh telling the story of the world's most famous artist. Did it get it right? Or if you're a fan of World War II movies, I've talked to experts, historians, and historical consultants on movies like Dunkirk, Midway, Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers, The Bridge on the River Kwai, and on and on.
So you can see, say, British soldiers, look at this map. It gives you a true situation. Your troops are entirely surrounded. Stop fighting. Put down your arms. And what he turned it into, for the purposes of right at the top of the film, was this, which you can see. I mean, it filmically, it's great because it cuts out the need for a lot of clunky dialogue about where are we? We're, here, and why are we here?
So if you've ever watched a movie and then wondered how much of that really happened, I'd invite you to hop on over to basedonatruestorypodcast.com to find any of these episodes that I've talked about available for free right now, or simply search to find the true story behind whatever your favorite movie or TV show is. Once again, that's basedonatruestorypodcast.com.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We are delighted to be together for our very first ANOMACON.
Woo, go ANOMACON!
I'm Kim Moser. I'm a paranormal investigator and researcher. I would also classify myself as being a sensitive, not quite a full-fledged medium.
And I'm Chelsea LaSalle. I'm also a paranormal investigator, and I would classify myself as a medium in a sort. I don't like that. I don't like how I said that.
I have a sorting hat of my mediumship abilities.
I am Chelsea LaSalle, also a paranormal investigator, and that's right. And that's Dead Bell.
Who also needs its own credit on anything we do.
And I am a practicing medium.
My name is Amy Murphy, and I too am a paranormal investigator. I'm a TV personality and actress, and I would classify myself as a medium. And with a little bit of channeling abilities, I guess you'd say.
Yes.
So I think maybe how we're going to start all of this is talk about our time together investigating, and also what we, I guess, would classify as being our mediumship journey. It really seems to strengthen the mediumship, the evidence we get when we're investigating together. And Chelsea and I have been doing this for a while together on our own. Amy and I have been doing this together for, I don't know, like 3-4 years, Amy?
On the TV. We've been doing it for quite a while.
Yeah, so Amy and I first met through a television series called Haunted, which is available on Eastlink here in Canada. And we investigated together, but not in the close proximity that we are now. Chelsea and I have been able to investigate together on her and her partner's YouTube, which is called Paranormal Discovery. And we've seen some pretty crazy places together. But now the three of us combined, the fireworks have gone off per se. So I noticed that I had what I would classify as being more of like a sensitive type of mediumship, especially when it comes to dreams. When my grandmother passed away, that was the light bulb moment for me. I had a dream about her coming to me saying that she was going at literally the exact time that she passed. So, I mean, that's really how I got into the paranormal. I've had very strange dreams, very vivid dreams about other people who have passed away, sometimes people's loved ones. Ever since, it's just not something that comes through super strong or at will. I've also taken some mediumship courses through a medium around here. Her name is Laura Warren, and she's really helped me sort of like hone what I currently have and to trust myself a little bit more. Chelsea, I know you've kind of had a bit of a discovery like that too. And then Amy, I'll let you go on how yours has evolved to this point.
300 on YouTube.
So my mediumship kind of started when I was just a young one. When I was 3 or 4, I was able to actually talk to my grandfather
Twitter,
who had passed when I was
Facebook.
only 1. So I really didn't
I'll
know
get rid
him
of
very
Facebook.
well. I kind of tuned it out throughout my whole teenage years, thought that it wasn't normal. So I completely tuned it out. And then once I started dating my partner and we started doing this together, I really tuned into it and realized that I have these abilities. I also did a little bit of mentoring from another medium back in Ontario, because I'm originally from Ontario. So I did a little bit of that just to kind of confirm that it's not just in my head, because when you're a medium, like, it's hard to, I guess, listen to yourself and really think that the messages you're getting aren't just made up in your own head. So I was able to get a little bit of validation, but I find I am my strongest when I am with these two. Like, it is unbelievable. I don't doubt myself. When the three of us are together, it is otherworldly. It's beautiful. It's crazy.
I started my mediumship abilities when I was, well, I feel like I've always had sensitive abilities when I was little, but because I would always kind of shake the bed when I was little and things would happen. And it was just a thing that my parents always knew. It was just a really weird thing. We thought I had anxiety growing up, but it turns out now later in life, we feel I was channeling when I was younger, not knowing what it was. And then when I was older, I had an experience with one of my girlfriends, and her grandfather came to me. I never met him in my life. And her grandmother and her cousin all came to me when we were sitting down for lunch one day. I never knew any one of them from a hole in the wall, and I was describing them to a T, what they had to say to her, and it blew me away. And when I called my mom to tell her what happened, she wasn't even surprised. She was like, "Oh yeah, I have things like that happened to me, and your aunt and your grandmother was a forerunner and all these things." So this kind of stuff is in my family, and I didn't even know. But it wasn't until I started working on the TV shows that I started really uncovering, because I kind of, you know how you kind of push it away because you don't know if it's normal, if it's real, if it's made up. You don't really know what's happening to you. And then when you get into an environment where people like yourselves who have these same abilities and you get together and you're doing the same kind of work, it just goes, whoo, it just goes like wildfire, and it all opens up, and then it starts to make sense. So it wasn't until we started really working on the show that I really started digging in and uncovering it. And I feel like that's been my best experiences and my best learning is just being with you guys, because you make me feel really safe, that I can be me and feel what I'm feeling, and I'm not judged by you. You help me to understand and learn and grow and explore. So that's been my best, I say, training grounds, has been just being with you guys.
You're making my eyes water. No, it's so true. It's so true. And I think that we have this appreciation and care for one another too. And I've noticed even in the more recent investigations that we've done, which we have footage of that we're going to share with you guys on Chelsea and Lemar's channel called Paranormal Discovery. Amy and I have actually done our Reiki level 2 attunement together. And I've really kind of been able to pick up on more energy and feeling energy. And in our very last investigation that we did together, I could literally feel a spiritual energy traveling through Chelsea's body down to her ankle. And I was like, something's happening for Chelsea right now. And she's like,
how did you know?
And I could literally feel the vibrations coming through her leg because I was holding onto her ankle. And then on my other hand, I was holding Amy's hand. And then I was like, oh, something's happening for Amy right now. And she's like, yep, it sure is.
Guys, so we are hopping into a mirror scrying session where Kim's going to be mediating Chels and Amy. So we're going to see who we can communicate with and see if we can come in contact with what is going on with this closet, whatever that could be. We're gonna try and figure it out. So, yeah.
Something's already going on for Chelsea. How did you know? Your leg. My eyes are like I have cataracts. Whoa.
So it's really interesting to see how, we've all had a little bit of our own growths, but again, together, it's like we are this conductor. It's really quite wild. What I do want to mention to Chelsea is because not only are we just talking about our mediumship abilities and our own journey together, but we are here in Nova Scotia, Canada, which is completely surrounded by the ocean. Both Amy and I are from Nova Scotia. Chelsea is not, but she's from Ontario, and we thought it would be really interesting to touch on maybe why we feel Nova Scotia in particular is so haunted. I have always been in love with the landscape of Nova Scotia and felt like this little cheerleader for tourism here in Nova Scotia. And I'd really like this opportunity to continue to do that, but also from a paranormal perspective. So Chelsea, maybe you can tell our audience here a little bit about Ontario, what you know about the paranormal in Ontario, and also how you feel that Nova Scotia is more heightened and maybe why.
So I lived in Ontario for 25 years. And to be honest, the folklore and the superstitions that we had back in Ontario are nothing like what they are here. It's not talked about as much. It's not what it's like here. I don't know how to explain it, but it's when you come to Nova Scotia, you feel it. You feel it in the air. You feel it in your bones. You just feel it everywhere. And I think it has a huge thing to do with the ocean. Right? You are surrounded by the ocean, which obviously we don't have back in Ontario. And it's just everywhere. And I feel like that plays a ginormous part in it. And it's just the connection that Nova Scotia has with the ocean, all of the stories behind it, it just brings it all together. So I've had the privilege with my partner LeMay on our YouTube channel to kind of travel all over North America and visit a lot of different locations, haunted. And I find that the haunted locations here in Nova Scotia that we've recently investigated on a new show called Haunted Heart and Soul have really just made me feel even more connected to Nova Scotia.
I just have to say too, because I don't know that she's going to do some shameless self-promotion right now, and you can't see it, but she actually loves Nova Scotia haunted houses so much that she has a leg tattoo that is a combination of 3 of her favorite old / abandoned / haunted houses.
I do.
Can we get a close up on that?
Hello, give me
What? Close up.
close up moment.
That's amazing.
It's how much I love it here.
Oh,
And I
dear.
love it here so much because of the folklore, the superstitions, the history, the amount that people are willing to talk about the ghost stories here. And it's not shamed. It's not put to shame. It's a part of our history. And it is so welcomed here, which in my personal experience, I didn't have that back in Ontario. We are surrounded by the ocean, which to me is life and death. So much life and death happens.
Yes, the ocean is so powerful. There's
Dead Bell.
Dead Bell. He was agreeing with me that the ocean is very powerful. It just has so much energy. And also, I would say too, because a lot of lost souls are out to sea, whether it be lost or drowned or anything like that. So much is out there, and we are surrounded by it.
And the Titanic also, right? So again, just another huge example of the amount of death and life that has happened out on the ocean. And I feel a lot of the folklore is surrounded around that. And our rugged coastlines, the forests are magical here. The fairies in the forest, the fog, the mist, the moss that comes out. It's just so magical. You feel energy everywhere you go. You look at all of the old houses. We have the widow walks. We have like just so much beauty and history, and it's just, I don't know. I love it so much here, and I don't know. I just love it here.
You are an honorary Nova Scotian.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
I do think there's also something to be said about our culture and the people that we have here in Nova Scotia too. So we have a really, really rich Indigenous history. You know, a lot of probably our relatives come from Celtic roots. With all those people coming here, they came with their own superstitions and traditions. And we also have a lot of history / folklore to attribute to a very well-known author named Helen Creighton. She wrote a book called Blue Nose Ghosts. So what she would do as a historian, she would record both sound. In very early times, she would go out to some of the really crazy islands we have that are on our rugged coast, some of the lighthouse keepers. She would listen to them and record their seafaring songs. She would also just, handwrite some of the superstitious things that some of these people on the islands and small communities would say. So we're fortunate that we're aware of so many of these little tidbits of superstition here. And like Chelsea, you were saying with the widow's walks, we also have some really interesting architecture in a very old and haunted town called Lunenburg, and it's called the Lunenburg Bump, and it's also their kind of version of a widow's walk. So a widow's walk, if you're not familiar with what that is where traditionally a seafaring wife would be at home waiting for her husband or her son. Usually it was predominantly men who did that type of job, whether they were fishermen or just, working on a boat, whether it was in the trades or whatever. And as you both mentioned, the sea is a very powerful force, and they would go up to the Widow's Walks or the Lunenburg Bumps, and they would look out onto the water and hope and pray that they would come back alive and safe. So a lot of times there's some superstition around captains. Sometimes they would also tattoo things on themselves. They would tattoo pigs on top of their feet because pigs, swine, anything of that nature, if they were being carried on a boat, they would float to the top. And so sailors thought, since a lot of them didn't know how to swim, that if they had a pig or something tattooed on their foot, that they would also float.
That's a fun one.
It is. It really is. But I mean,
get some pigs on our feet.
The traditions here run pretty deep.
I know a couple.
Let's hear them.
Okay. So have you heard of the superstition about the bananas?
No.
Okay, so sailors were forbidden to bring bananas on their boats. It would bring bad luck. Did you know that?
No.
Okay, so you might not want to bring a banana out next time you go out on your boat.
Noted.
Yeah, so where it comes from is where it probably came from just the fact that in the high winds, the high seas, the bananas would get destroyed. But their superstition was that it just was like bad energy, and they might get a shipwreck because just it coincided, like the shipwrecks coincided with having bananas on the boats. So then the sailors started forbidding bringing bananas on the boats.
I had no clue about that one.
It's a good one, eh?
Have you guys ever heard of the devil's footprints?
No.
You have?
I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't know exactly.
So it kind of ties back into our indigenous roots here in Nova Scotia called the Mi'kmaq. There is a spot in like Beaverbank area that is said to know that the devil walked the path with a bag of gold, and he would walk across, and you can actually go to that spot and see big hoof prints in the ground.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Are we going to have to go?
Yes.
Okay. Next episode. We'll be there.
What else is interesting is I have recently investigated on another show called Paranormal Contact, and we investigate an island that has a lighthouse on it that also has the Devil's Staircase. It is a natural occurrence that's happened. It definitely looks like in the rock, though. The top of the rock is shaped different in this one sort of staircase that starts at the top of the island and works its way down to the very bottom of the ocean. And as you get closer to the bottom of the ocean, you really start to see the stairs form. So again, we're tying in to this lighthouse culture, this superstition, this whole, ocean seafaring situation with the devil.
I know one more superstition.
Let's hear it.
Okay. Did you hear about the whistling? People are forbidden to whistle on a boat.
No.
Because if you whistle on a boat, you summon the bad spirits, and you summon the storm to come.
Whoa.
So they were only if they wanted the tides to turn and the wind to change were they allowed to whistle on the boats.
Wow. I mean, it's kind of similar to the superstition of not whistling at night in the forest.
What's that one?
So it just says that, again, it's kind of indigenous, but it says that if you're out in the forest and you are whistling, you are known to kind of draw out the darker entities.
Oh.
And they kind of are able to find you with your whistle, so you don't want to whistle at night in a forest.
Or do we want to whistle?
I've done it many times.
It's like, or do we?
And it stirs up stuff.
I can't whistle.
Chelsea and I have both, not together, had the opportunity to investigate. It's called the Boscawen Inn, which is no longer an inn. It is in Lunenburg. And it was originally a house that was built as a wedding gift. And that is the very first place I ever saw a full shadow person stand like 6 feet away from me. It was a lit staircase, so the lights were on, even though it was night, the lights were on. And I saw this blacker than black silhouette form in front of me. And I thought at first it looked like a silhouette of maybe a teenage boy. But again, I'm not like seeing any long hair or anything, so it could very well have been the woman who the house was gifted to, and her name was Edna. Edna was gifted the house by her father when she got married, but unfortunately her husband had gambled everything away. So the house was no longer hers when she passed away, and she passed away in New England somewhere. So I feel because of her close connection and this gift of this house that she became very possessive over the house. Now there are a few more wedding gift houses in Nova Scotia, and they are all reportedly exceptionally haunted. Do you guys have any thoughts on maybe why that would be?
I think maybe because it was given Thank you, Dead Bell. I think maybe because it was given as a gift. Maybe it has something to do with the energy being passed on to someone else, that the energy is going to stick around the house a little bit more. I don't really know.
And maybe there's big emotions of, that was a gift from someone they loved, and they probably had memories there, and so there's a lot of energy there, and so when they pass on, maybe they're still there because they still are attached to that strong energy and emotion that was once there.
Yeah. I mean, come to think of it, I've kept a lot of little gifts that, my grandmother has given me over the years, and, I cherish that. So that would be maybe, a last memory that they have of that person giving them a gift, and it gives it that extra love and meaningful to it.
We recently just did an investigation for Paranormal Discovery, and this house was built with the remains of the debris that were found in the Halifax explosion. And so that house had a lot of energy, a lot of power in it. That was an interesting investigation that we just had.
Do we want to show a clip right here, right now?
Do you guys want to see a clip? Are you waiting for some clips? Because here we go. Let's roll it.
You look like one of her daughters. You remind her. We see you. We hear you. Do any of these names mean anything to you? Francis. Is that you? Does Winifred mean anything to you? Does Dorothy mean anything to you? What about Charlie? Thompson? Maybe her name's Francis? Yeah.
I think that went off when that name was mentioned before. Get this. I haven't even finished reading through this, so there's a few Thompsons that came up here in the history of the explosion. So Sergeant William Thompson died in the Halifax explosion, December 6, 1917. Another person named James J. Thompson is also listed as a fatality. And a woman named Frances Lillian Thompson was the last known survivor of the event, having lived to 106 years old. So that's super significant.
That's why she was so sad, because she saw everyone.
Yeah, I'm shivering right now.
Oh my gosh.
106 years old.
This lady in particular, I very clearly saw her. I saw her as being very old. She had deeper cheekbones because of how old she was. That she was showing me her age, that she was very, very old. And I started feeling a lot of emotions through her. And Chelsea and Kim were beside me, and they were connecting with me and, helping through the process. And Chelsea was really connecting with some emotions as well. Mm-hmm. And with the help of Dead Bell, with the help of the Spirit Talker, we were getting names coming through. And when Kim would say the names, you can see my demeanor dramatically change. Like Chelsea had said, it was like you heard your name for the first time when the names were coming through that were relevant to the spirit I was connecting with. And yeah, maybe Chelsea wants to kind of say what exactly that was we were connecting with.
First off, I want to touch on the emotion and how strong it was. Mm-hmm. The second that I sat down and held your hand, I also started to cry. And it wasn't, again, my emotion, but I could just feel so much of the energy from this woman coming through. It shook us. So Frances Thompson the woman that Amy was connecting with and channeling is actually the last known survivor of the Halifax explosion. She just died recently, about 3 years ago, and she was in her late 90s, but she was the last known survivor of the Halifax explosion. Like, to me, that's mind-blowing. Like, out of all the names that could have came out, like Frances Thompson, right after each other. It was beautiful. It was intense. It had so much behind it.
And we figured that she was there because she must have had some kind of connection to, she came with maybe the debris of the house from the Halifax explosion, because the location of the house we were in was not even connected to her. So she had to have come through. Well, we kind of did think, we did kind of uncover that there was a portal there. There was a portal in the closet. Let's just talk
Right now, I just
about that.
my heart is racing right now, and I feel like there's something coming on, and I don't know what it is, but my heart is currently racing. So maybe you're bringing her about just even talking about her.
You okay?
Yeah.
Ooh-wee. Okay, feel that. Kimmy's feeling it.
Yep.
So we think she might have, like, there's a portal there, and then maybe there is something with the debris, because why would she come there? Why there? Why us? But that house was built with debris from the Halifax explosion, and she was the last known survivor, so she would have ties to that. It just was it was really interesting, to say the least. We were not expecting that at all. No. At all.
I also feel like maybe she did come through to us because we went there with a very pure intention to get, like, people's stories out, right? We wanted to talk about the history of the place, and to me, the best way I described, like, spirits coming to us is, imagine a house with all of the lights off. Every single light is off except for one light in the bedroom, and you're outside of the street and you can just see that one light. To me, when there are people who are investigating, especially spiritual people like ourselves, that light is so incredibly bright that spirits will then see no other light except for that, and they're drawn to it. So I think that also helps her come forward, is seeing all of our light together and knowing that it's safe. It's welcome for her.
And when we're together, our light,
She bright. Yeah. Just a quick little touch in case you guys don't know what the Halifax explosion is. It's a massive explosion that happened in 1917. Thank you. So just a little quick touch. If you guys don't know what the Halifax explosion is, because even me, I did not know about it in school until moving here. So it happened in 1917 in Halifax, and it was 2 ships that had collided, and one of them had a massive amount of, like, dynamite and explosions on them, or explosives on them, and it exploded, and it took out all of the north end of Halifax, completely wiped everything out. A lot of lives were lost. It was a huge, huge, huge tragedy here in Halifax. And it really steeps into the folklore and the ghost stories and the history that we have here in Nova Scotia.
And speaking of investigations that we've done together as well, we've done the Connaught Ruland house for Paranormal Discovery. And although that house was not a wedding gift house, it still has some notable history in the town of Lunenburg. It also does not have a widow's walk or a Lunenburg bump. But what I don't know if you guys know, the Connaught Ruland house second owner was a mariner merchant and privateer.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, so, I mean, we don't even know if we were tapping into anybody from his family, but we absolutely had some really interesting stuff happen there.
So much happened there.
And another thing that's quite interesting about that house in particular is there's another superstitious side to it. I'm not sure if any of our viewers have ever seen the shoe in the wall situation, but it's quite prevalent here in Nova Scotia, especially in older homes, and it is intended to keep evil spirits and or the devil away. That house had one.
And that house also had another superstition that we had here.
Say it.
So here in Nova Scotia, another big superstition is having like a crooked chimney. And again, that is so that the devil can't swoop into the house. So another superstition.
Yes, and that house had that.
Mm-hmm. So it had both. Mm-hmm. And was that before or after you fell through the floor?
I was like either pushed or floated or fell through that floor. That was wild.
I would have gone in between the hosts.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it follows the chimney all the way down. Which also, did you notice that the chimney is crooked? Like
Yeah.
it slanted up?
They did that on purpose back in the day.
Why?
So,
To keep out bad entities.
bad energy.
Yeah.
Some people back in that time called it devil work, demons, to keep the devil away.
So I'm trying to figure out if they were trying to give me a message or if they're trying to hurt me to keep me from giving more messages because I'm wide open right now.
Yeah.
I genuinely think it's because you are a mother and these kids probably sensed that from you.
Because I felt like I was not here for that moment when I walked over. I didn't feel like I was here. And it was like when I caught myself literally here on the floor, I was this far down. My whole body was dangling. And I was like this. And I just kind of like came to and I was like, like it was so weird. I felt like.
I've seen her like in the zone, we'll call it, when she's like full on channeling and stuff. And it doesn't look like she's there. And I didn't see everything happen, the play-by-play, but I did sort of see her out of the corner of my eye. And it looked like she was not with us.
Oh, man. Amy, you feeling okay?
I feel physically fine. I might feel it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I literally caught myself. If I hadn't have caught myself, I would have been down and between the walls right now. I feel like there's definitely someone wants to share something with us.
That was something, you guys. That was crazy.
So another superstition, and I've seen a couple houses here have it. I haven't seen too many, but have you guys ever heard of the witch's window?
I have not.
Okay, so this is super cool. A couple houses have had windows that are placed in a very specific way. Their window is kind of on an angle. That way, when the windows are open, a witch can't fly into it.
Oh, snap.
They really did think of everything back in the day.
They did?
Yes.
Wow.
Thanks for the full-on goosebumps now. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just going to say this out loud because if it happens, cool. If it doesn't, I can cut this out because this is not live. If there is somebody with us right now, I would ask if you could please make that bell go off one more time behind Amy. It wasn't the bell, but that was a creak, and we're the only ones home.
There's no one here in the floor. Full creek.
Please step forward. You guys picking up on anything?
I'm feeling a little warm. Like I'm feeling a little tingly.
Are you feeling tingly on
yes,
your right arm?
my right arm. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I was scratching my arm like this because
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my arm.
I am feeling tingly.
Okay, that's interesting.
Where's the bell?
Dead bell.
Dead bell. Wakey, wakey.
Oh, okay, this is interesting.
Well, I hope that you guys really enjoyed our presentation about superstitions and mariner superstitions and folklore and the combination of our mediumship abilities and how they all heighten when we investigate together.
It's been a joy talking to you guys and sharing our stories together. And it's been a joy spending more time with these lovely ladies.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
And Dead Bell says goodbye.
The reports remain consistent. We have credible sightings now in the United States, Canada, England, Hungary, Finland, Sweden, Guam, and Japan. Not to mention unconfirmed reports elsewhere. No sound, extreme maneuverability, high rate of climb, hypersonic velocity, no apparent means of propulsion, no heat signatures of any kind, highly advanced evasive maneuvers when intercepted, and shaped like discs. Flying saucers.
Welcome to ANOMACON 2025. My name is Aaron Deese.
My name is Alexander Petakov, and we are going to do an awesome presentation for you guys today, kind of talking a little bit about our experiences from being enthusiasts to full-time investigators, I guess, if we want to call it that, Aaron,
Yeah,
right?
if we could use that term, I guess. Some people do. I don't call myself an investigator, but some people do. Sometimes.
Sure, researcher, investigator, a lot of those terms, but
enthusiast.
That's we're going to talk about the whole metamorphosis, I guess, that we've done from really being just the everyday person, just a fan of these topics, and then turning that into what we do, which is at STM, we do, I do films and tons of videos. Aaron has worked on films, written books for STM as well. So there's a lot. We'll kind of break it down, but
yeah,
please,
we'll
Aaron,
go through.
Take it away.
Go through some stuff. So we've titled this presentation From Observer to Adventurer, Joining the Search for the Strange. And what this is not going to be is Alex and I patronizing to you guys for 45 minutes, telling you this is what we did and this is the way to do it and these are the right answers. And that's not what this is.
We'll try at least.
Yeah, we'll try not to do
Just
that.
kidding.
This is also not a how-to, like how to investigate. We'll probably touch on some of that stuff, but really we just thought it would be fun to kind of share some stories with you guys, talk about some of the locations we visited, maybe share some tips that might be useful if you're interested in starting a podcast, a blog, a YouTube channel like the one you're watching this on. It's easier than you think. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on. So again, my name is Aaron. I'm a writer and producer over at Small Town Monsters. I run our podcast network as well as our social media. And if you're not familiar with Small Town Monsters, we make documentaries about monsters, many of which are directed, produced, and shot by my good friend, Mr. Alex Petakov here.
Yeah, so Aaron mentioned a little bit about what he does. So I am a filmmaker and producer as well. I do a variety of STM documentaries, web series, docu-series, I guess we'll call them. You can find a lot of those on YouTube or on some of the streaming platforms. We're in a lot of places now, but I've done series like Bigfoot Beyond the Trail, Dark Coast, Hunt for the Alaskan Bigfoot, Strange Places, the Appalachian Bigfoot Files. I think that's it. Well, On the Trail of Champ as well. So I've done a variety over the years, and it's been really cool. And we're always evolving at STM. We've always got different things we're into. Like Aaron mentioned, he does a lot of the podcasts. He does all of our live streams on YouTube. He's writing books. We're doing film adaptation of the books. So there's a lot going on. So hopefully, if that's hopefully it's not too confusing for people. Rather,
it's on the website.
Because I've experienced some people will be like, "Oh, what is STM?" and I try to explain it, and they're just like, "That seems more confusing." But
that sounds insane to me. How do you do that?
Yeah. Well, we pull it off somehow. So yeah, we'll get into that, I guess, a little bit. But yeah, again, hopefully we don't sound too preachy throughout this talk. We're just we kind of thought about sharing our experiences of what it's been overall.
A little behind the scenes. I find people enjoy the behind the scenes stuff. If you've ever watched an STM documentary, or even if you haven't, and you just like documentaries, hopefully some of this will be interesting to you. But yeah, when I first got into this stuff, I was probably 13, 14 years old, and I saw the Mothman Prophecies with a couple friends of mine. Classic. And I was like, this is such a cool movie. I should read the book, thinking the book was like a work of fiction, just the story of the movie, but written down. It wasn't that. Find out it's listed under nonfiction. And I'm reading this book at 14 years old, and I'm like, if even one of these stories is true, as the witness describes it, then everything we think about reality, everything we think we understand about reality is now subject to question. Completely changed the way I saw the world. What got you started, Alex? I'm curious.
Yeah, so I mean, I remember as a kid, my dad told me the story of the Yeti in the Himalayas and something about the allure of the mystique of this thing, mysterious creature still being out there. And being a kid of the 90s, we had a lot of this sort of media focused around this strange stuff. You had X-Files, of course, and then as I got into middle school and high school, you had stuff like Monster Quest, Animal X, eventually finding Bigfoot. But at the time, this was kind of the early stages of the internet as well, where blogs were really huge. So I was reading regularly a lot of the cryptozoology blogs like Lauren Coleman, Crypto Mundo, reading a lot of the books, watching a lot of the old school documentaries. And, it was just something I was very interested in, the idea, not just Bigfoot, but cryptozoology in general and mysterious things. And, as life goes on, you have phases, you kind of go in and out of it. And then it was really after finding Bigfoot and after I got out of college, 2015, where I was like, hey, I was really big into filmmaking too and the outdoors. So I kind of decided, let me combine a love of the outdoors, filmmaking, and cryptozoology kind of trifecta. And that I started doing documentaries on my own just about the Loch Ness Monster and other sort of Sasquatch and cryptid related topics. And that's kind of how things started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is what I'm curious about. And in all the time I've known you, I've never asked you this question. What was the first case you investigated or really heavily researched?
Oh man, so that's funny. It was actually the Loch Ness Monster. I did a short documentary, and this led into me actually meeting Seth, because I'll get into that in a minute. But I went to Loch Ness. It was after I got out of school. I was over in Europe for a while. My family is originally from Southeast Europe, the Balkan area, former Yugoslavia, and I was spending a lot of time over there. Kind of took like the summer off basically after I got out of school and into the fall. And I took a trip to Scotland. Of course, had to go to Loch Ness. It's a place that I loved since I was a kid. And I just sort of filmed a little documentary. And then later, I think that following spring, I decided to edit together a little documentary that's like 12, 13 minutes long. It's terrible. Don't watch it. It's from over 10 years ago. I can't watch it at this point, you know. But that was just a short film. And I did a lot of research into Nessie. And I actually came out more skeptical of Loch Ness Monster than I did previously. I thought, doing ecological research on the lake, I thought, man, this place doesn't seem like it has enough food sources. It's been searched very thoroughly. So that's something that kind of surprised me, I guess, like you said, what was something you started really heavily researching? And I did a lot of research into the lake, and I just kind of actually grew more skeptical of the Nessie story, believe it or not. And eventually, I put that film out on YouTube, and somehow Seth ends up emailing me, and he has this kind of fledgling company at the time that it was basically just him, called Small Town Monsters, and he was doing these documentaries. And he's like, "Hey, we're doing this Minerva Monster Day event. We'd like to show one of your films at this event." And I was like, "Oh my God, that somebody actually wants to watch this thing." So that was really cool, and that's kind of what opened up my world into STM. So I don't know if we want to get into that right away, Aaron, if you want to talk about how you got involved in STM.
Yeah, I can.
Or if you had that plan for later, I don't know. I don't want to.
Nah, there's not really a plan here. I just thought we'd hang out for a little while and
Yeah.
try to be mildly entertaining was my plan. But it was not really similar to you. Somewhat similar to you, I guess. No, not similar at all. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was probably 2019, 2020. And I was just looking for something to do. I was going through a rough phase in life. And I just needed something. And I was like, well, I've always been into this paranormal stuff, thinking back to the Mothman, I was like, I wonder if there are any good Mothman documentaries out there right now. And I find The Mothman of Point Pleasant, directed by a guy named Seth Breedlove. And I'm like, this is such a great movie. You can go watch it right now on YouTube if you haven't seen it. Don't watch it now. Do it after ANOMACON. And I thought it was fantastic. And I was like, I want to see what else this guy has directed. This was incredible. So I go searching and I watch some of the On the Trail of Bigfoot stuff, some stuff that you were in, and I was like, these people seem really cool. I really like their approach. I'm going to see what they're doing on social media. Does this company have a social media presence? Turns out it does. So I followed STM and kind of just kept an eye on things for a while and worked up the courage to comment on some things. I think you and I met in a clubhouse room.
Yeah, I remember talking to you before. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. When you were still doing, Hey Strangeness and other stuff. So
yeah, ended up starting a podcast called Hey Strangeness, which is not doing anything right now. And long story short, got the opportunity to write a book with STM, and then jump up another 3 years, and this is my full-time job. But what's cool about this, and the reason I worked this into the notes, the reason I wanted to share it, is I think a lot of people come to this world interested in creating something or joining the conversation or making a contribution, and they think that they need like cred, or existing clout, or they need to be semi-famous already, which I don't think either of us consider ourselves famous. We just make movies, You don't need to do that. Literally anybody can join the conversation here, and we'll circle back to that later. But
yeah, no, I definitely agree. Again, like in my case at the time, I guess Seth just liked this video about the Loch Ness Monster. And, after I put that film out, I was also doing some Bigfoot related stuff. So I ended up showing a short Bigfoot film at this Minerva Monster Day event. And that eventually led to down the road, Seth had asked me to do a series for STM. And that was what turned into On the Trail of Champ back in 2017 into 2018. But I do just want to back up and ask you if there was like a first case or investigation that you had done similar to how I had done kind of the Loch Ness thing, or what was your first big case, disregarding what we were just talking about STM wise.
Yeah, no, I kind of ran ahead there.
No, you're good. I wanted to make sure that yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun one. I like this one because it gives me a chance to tell a story. But there's a local legend here in San Antonio. I'm in San Antonio, Texas, called the Dancing Devil of El Camaroncito. And El Camaroncito translates to the Little Shrimp, which was a nightclub that used to be on the west side of town. It was apparently pretty popular. And the story goes that in 1975, on Halloween night, people are gathered at this nightclub. Everybody's in costume. They're dancing, having a great time, when this mysterious stranger comes in wearing a white suit. And West Side San Antonio is a pretty close-knit community. Most people that have been in the neighborhood for a generation or more, and there's a lot of them, know pretty much everybody else. And the area where this nightclub is located is right in the heart of West Side San Antonio. The reason I know that much is because my wife grew up 2 blocks from where this took place. So that's one of the reasons I'm so vested in this one. But the stranger comes in, he dances around the room, he dances with different people. They're like, wow, what a great dancer you are, mysterious stranger. And then somebody looks down at his feet. And there are a couple variations to the story here. In one, he has goat hooves. In another, he has chicken feet. And in another version, he has one of each. So it depends on who you ask, what block they're from, as to what version you get. But everybody freaks out. They're like, oh my goodness, I guess it was too realistic to be a costume because, again, this is Halloween. A mob is formed. They chase him into the back room of the establishment, and he escapes through a window. Nobody ever sees him again. And this is another place where the story varies. Sometimes he escaped through a window. Sometimes he just vanished into thin air. But in both versions, he left behind this lingering smell of like sulfur. Like volcanic ash, which is super interesting. Now, this is a super great story. I like it because I have family members, you know, through my wife who grew up hearing it, oh, my cousin was there, my uncle was there. But what's really, really cool, what the reason I'm so latched onto it is there's another story from Ireland going back to, I believe, the 1500s. And I didn't double check my notes, but there was this group called the Hellfire Club, who there were a lot of rumors that circulated about them, but they were believed by many people to be like Satan worshipers, pagans, whatever term, you know, those are not the same thing, but in some conversations, people will interchange them. They were thought of as not being good people by the powers of the day. There's a story that one night a mysterious stranger shows up at this club and they're playing cards and they're drinking and maybe worshiping the devil. I don't know. But halfway through the card game, someone looks down, looks at this guy's feet, and what does he have? Goat hooves. They freak out. They're like, what is going on here? It's a monster. Disappears, leaves behind the smell of sulfur. So whether or not either of these stories are true, I love the fact that this motif pops up in 1500s Ireland and in San Antonio, Texas in 1975. What that means, how it got there, whether there's actually a dancing stinky devil running around the world that just pops up every 500 years, I don't know.
Just trying to get in the club, man. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. He just wants to play cards and dance. Let the guy hang.
But the sulfur thing is, I think, a motif, right? I mean, that's often described in, especially in some of these, I don't want to say colonial, but, you know, more kind of Christian-centric stories of, you know, somebody smelling like sulfur. That's a sign of the devil, right? What is sulfur associated with fire, with, you know, volcanoes, you know, ash, that kind of thing. So that has a sort of devilish connotation. So that is interesting.
Right? Like there's multiple things that kind of overlap into this similar idea of if you go to this place where people are doing bad things, you know, the devil will get you. And this story is used locally as like a cautionary tale. My wife grew up hearing it as like don't go out past your curfew, don't sneak out, listen to your mother. You know, the common version you'll find online is that a young woman's mother told her not to go dancing and she did anyway. But it's interesting because once you get in the neighborhood and talk to people, it's like, oh, there's actually, this story is actually present here before the internet chatter, before the people like you and I came along and started writing books and making movies about this stuff, you know. And the reason I'm so stuck with it is because it's so close to home for me, literally. You know, I can go talk to people who are like, yeah, I heard it in 1976. I heard it in 1977. So it's a fun one. It's a fun one. Today, the location has been renovated and it is the 420th store location for the La Michoacana Meat Market, which is based in Houston. Little history there for you. And the reason I put this in here is there's another point to that. there's a very good chance that wherever you are in the world, there's something nearby that you can look into, whether it's a ghost, a monster, a UFO sighting, a mysterious disappearance. Buried treasure doesn't get a lot of attention these days.
Yeah.
North America has a lot of buried treasure legends.
You don't have to travel to Oak Island. You can go somewhere
You don't.
probably closer to you. Yeah.
Jesse James is supposed to have a buried treasure somewhere in either Oklahoma or Texas. I forget which. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fun one.
No, that's a good point. There's definitely, I think a lot of times people think, oh, I need to travel to Loch Ness to search for a lake monster. Well, chances are there's probably a local lake monster legend around you somewhere. Or, even Bigfoot. That's something we've experienced where in the past people thought it was typically just the Pacific Northwest. But of course, pretty much now it's anywhere where there's mountainous areas, at least in the US or Canada, like the Appalachian Mountains, the Rocky Mountains, the swamps down south. So, you can check out resources that'll show local sightings, Bigfoot Mapping Project, BFRO, yada yada. The rest. So yeah, like you said, it can apply to a lot of different stories and stuff that might be close to you.
Here's a fun anecdote. I had just watched On the Trail of Champ a few years ago, and I was like, I wonder if there are any sea monster legends in Texas. And I was living in Austin at the time. Turns out Austin has a Nessie-like sea monster called Old Hippie that was seen in the 60s by people who were hanging out at a clothing optional park that still exists to this day called Hippie Hollow. Soon found out that the only sightings of Old Hippie came from Hippie Hollow in the 1960s. So place that in whatever context you think is appropriate as far as the validity. But yeah, like you go looking and you'd be surprised what's around you. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think that applies to, in my case with this Loch Ness documentary I did that was, got me introduced to STM. Basically, I'd always been more interested in Loch Ness, even though it was across the ocean from me. Whereas I grew up a few hours from Lake Champlain, which has Champ, the lake monster, one of the more, well-known ones in North America. It kind of takes a backseat to Nessie, but I hadn't done a lot of research into that. And that led perfectly into when I did On the Trail of Champ for Small Town Monsters. I learned a lot about that lake that I didn't know. And, I actually thought, well, hey, there's more of a chance that something like Champ might exist compared to Nessie. So that's something, again, it was definitely a local kind of, or semi-local tie-in for me.
Yeah. I've been super skeptical. Nobody's asking me, but I'm just going to say it. I've always been super skeptical about Nessie. And then I interviewed Ken Gerhardt about it. And for a group that I don't work, that's no longer exists, before STM. And if anybody can get you thinking Nessie might be real, it's Ken Gerhardt. He didn't try to convince me. I just asked him some questions and then he answered them. And I was like, dang. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Ken's great. Yeah. I haven't talked to him about that, but maybe I'll have to bring that up at some point.
He did write a book on it. But anyway, here's another one I'm curious about. What was, and maybe we could name a couple of these, but what was a location you got to visit that you were just super stoked on? Like, that place, one of those places. And what's the story?
Man, there's been a lot. I mean, and I don't want to exaggerate right now or, boost myself up, but, through just like the last 5 years or so, when we started doing more YouTube centric stuff, like Beyond the Trail, I've traveled to so many places in North America and just in pursuit of the kind of Bigfoot mystery. But I think in the early days when we were just getting started, the place that really was like, wow, was Bluff Creek in Northern California, and I'd been to that region once before, but I never went to the film site. So back in 2021, this was like sequentially the third ever Beyond the Trail we had ever filmed. And, we went out, met up with a bunch of people out there in the Bluff Creek area, the Bluff Creek Project that rediscovered the Patterson-Gimlin film site. And just, it was so cool because, this is a place you've been reading about forever. It's well known. Obviously, the term Bigfoot was spawned out of that area. You have the Patterson-Gimlin film, all the history that's gone on there. So it kind of felt like a place that you kind of had to visit if you're into this stuff. And just what surprised me was the stunning beauty and how remote it still was to this day. Very hard to get to. A lot of driving on these forest roads. And it just, it was just very full circle kind of feeling. And that was a big one for me. And that ended up being, one of my favorite shoots up until that point was Bluff Creek in 2021. And we spent like a week out there, maybe like 5-6 days, but we got some kind of strange stuff that happened. Still one of the weirdest whoop kind of things I've heard out there. We had this incident with a dog that was frightened and people hearing stuff. And just the area was so awesome remote. So I'd say that's a big one for sure. And I can get into more on that. But I would say that was probably the first really one that was like, whoa, this is so cool. And the fact that, we got to go out there. And at the time, I got to say, we didn't really know. Beyond the Trail was super new format. We were like, our YouTube channel was very small at the time. We didn't really know what we were doing. We were just kind of like, we're just going to go film episodic series about looking for Bigfoot and just going out in the woods and adventuring. It's not like we were these super professionals or anything. I was bringing my prior backwoods experience to, any kind of investigation, but this was similar to stuff that I've already done in terms of, just go out and investigate in an area, just kind of hang out for a while, explore. But it kind of just came together organically and ended up working really well and was just an incredible journey. So I would say Bluff Creek is the place that really first stuck out to me.
That's a big one. That's a pretty big one.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. It is hard too, because if you make it a point to travel to some of these places, naturally you're going to be going to the ones, if you can, you're going to be going to the ones that are your big ones. Like mine were Point Pleasant, West Virginia, Area 51, or as close as you can get to Area 51, Roswell. So when I visited all of those places, they were fantastic. They were super surreal experiences. Like, especially Point Pleasant. I was thinking about this as you were talking about Bluff Creek. Like, I had seen the movie, The Mothman Prophecies, which was partially filmed there. I'd seen Seth's documentary, of course, Mothman of Point Pleasant, and there were specific buildings I recognized, just from being so immersed in it. But then you get there and you're standing in the middle of the street. I went at 2:00 in the morning. So I stood in the direct middle of the street, nobody around. And I was like, this is amazing. Like, it's a weird feeling. It's really hard to describe.
It kind of just clicked. Yeah, no, I understand the feeling. I've had that happen in other places I visited as well. But I think there's something to be said about those locations like that, whether it's Bluff Creek or Point Pleasant or you name it. One that's, I think, there's a lot of mythologizing behind it. And again, there's so many books that have been written about, specifically Bluff Creek, specifically Point Pleasant. Like you said, there's been so many documentaries. So I think you kind of have this, and I think it's something that happens prior to any kind of trip or travel you go on. You have this preconceived notion of what a place looks like in your mind, because you've never been there, right? Your mind is, you're piecing and stitching together pieces from this documentary that I saw and this book that I read, where you're making up your own image in your mind. And then you see what it looks like, and it either is completely different than what you expected, or it's somewhat similar, but then you recognize a feature like that, and it kind of just, I don't know, it kind of changes your perception, which is really cool.
Yeah. Well, I personally, I won't speak for you, but had that happen recently when we were in Vermont. We visited the Bennington Triangle and went to a few cool places in that area, but we stayed in the Bennington Triangle. And I had done all this reading, on, if you're not familiar with the Bennington Triangle, it's a place, the term was coined by Joseph Citro. It's a place where 5 people went missing 5 years in a row back in the 1950s, UFO sightings, Bigfoot, the works. But I'd done all this reading, listened to podcasts, read articles, and then you get there and you look at it and you're like, there's no way to really sum this up. Like, these strange places where these weird things have happened, I don't know if it's possible to describe them in writing, in a back and forth conversation like this. I almost feel like you have to stand there. And again, that sounds so patronizing and gatekeeping, and it's not meant to be, but it's such, if you're interested in this stuff, it's a very enriching experience. And I would hope that when people have the opportunity, they avail themselves of it, because it's so exciting.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree. I mean, again, we don't want to sound like gatekeepers. I mean, anyone can go and visit some of these locations. We're not dealing with like private property or something like that. Obviously, a lot of these places are in national forests. Bennington Triangle, a lot of that area is the Green Mountain National Forest. Anyone can go visit that if you have the ability to do that. Place like Bluff Creek, also it's in the National Forest. Point Pleasant, you've got tons of places you can visit. Museum, the museum there with the Mothman, the statue. There's so much you can see. So, and I know a lot of people get into like paranormal road tripping and legend tripping, as they call it. They go from like these little towns to towns, and I think that in some ways embodies kind of the essence of small town monsters, because we've covered so much of these little communities. Bennington Triangle, sure, it's a larger area, but it's made up of these kind of small communities. So I don't know where I'm going with this tangent, but it kind of, again, I'm just trying to stress that like anyone can really do this. And I think we'll get more into that later, but we've just had the good luck of being able to go to so many of them. And that's why I guess hopefully you guys are enjoying what we're having to tell you here.
Yeah, we can't see the chat because this is pre-recorded, but you know, hopefully people haven't logged on.
Everyone's booing us in the chat, and it's like, it's okay.
it's me in there right now. These guys are awful. This is boring. No, if you don't like this, come back after it's over for the next presentation. It will definitely be different and probably much better. But no. No, there's another place we went, which you can actually see in the Dogman Triangle, Werewolves in the Lone Star State, was Plum Creek, which is another one here in Texas. And again, the reason this went in my notes is because it's weird the way these things link up with you. My grandmother, before she passed away, was staying in a home in Lockhart, Texas. The Plum Creek Monster, which I'll explain what that is in a moment, also was in Plum Creek, Texas. So we visited this place during the filming for the Dogman Triangle, and I had been driving in and out of this neighborhood for years, not realizing that this werewolf sighting was right around the corner because, yes, it's a werewolf thing. Back in the 80s, there were a few witnesses who reported seeing upright canine-like creatures out in the Texas Hill Country in the Lockhart area near near a creek known as Plum Creek. And there are different ideas about what they may have been, just like there always are when it comes to these Dogman sightings. This is former Comanche land, so maybe it's a Native American curse. I'm not a proponent of that idea. That's just something people have said. Maybe it's some kind of an animal. Maybe it's a very large coyote. Who knows? But one of the witnesses who was interviewed for the newspapers was a guy named James Witter. And he did this initial interview back in the 80s and kind of was like, I don't want to do anything else with this. Leave me alone. You know, Heather Mosier, shout out to her over at STM, was able to track him down. He invited us out to his property and we interviewed him, one of these original witnesses. And he described chasing a pair of these things on horseback at a full tilt with a lasso. He was going to rope it. This guy was when I say cowboy, I mean that in the most literal sense. He spent his whole life working on ranches and dealing with cattle and horses, and literal sense. Like, I don't think Texas fits a lot of the cliches that come to mind when you think Texas, but James Witter is a cowboy, like 100%. So he tells this story about actually chasing one of these things to lasso it. And before he could get close enough, it jumped over a fence that was too high for his horse to jump over and escaped off into the woods. So if you're interested in the Plum Creek Monster, go look that up. That's a particularly exciting example. That's the word, example.
Yeah, and it's a cool connection again to an area that you were previously familiar with that then ends up being, you know, something you guys go to investigate for, you know, the specific production that you guys were working on, and that's always fun. I mean, that's always cool being able to just showcase those stories, and that's the thing too. I think, you know, contacting the original one of the primary witnesses. You know, I was just doing a project recently where I've talked to primary witnesses of the same incident, like almost 8 years apart, and it's interesting because you have to draw back to that. And I think that's part of the cool thing that we do at Small Town Monsters is we really try to talk to those people. I think in a lot of ways these documentaries serve as a way to preserve the record on some of these stories, because unfortunately there are certain cases that people are like, hey, you guys should do a film on the Hopkinsville Goblins or whatever. That's one, for example, we get a lot. Mm-hmm. It's like, unfortunately, a lot of the people involved are no longer with us. So we always try to reach out to the primary witnesses and people who have things going on or had things going on. So yeah, that's kind of part of the approach too. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that stuff's important because, like, I'll mention another one of Seth's productions, the Flatwoods Monster. He was able to interview some of the original witnesses. Right. And there are details in that movie that the original witnesses will explain that contradict the popular TikTok version or the popular internet version. Same basic narrative, same basic story, but the whole thing about, the dog died. That didn't happen. Right. There's little things. So when you're able to talk to these people and hear it from them firsthand, you get the chance to preserve that. And eventually, unfortunately, like you mentioned, people pass away. Life is short. Time is inexorable. So when you can do that, I think it's really valuable. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Here's a question for you, though, and this will probably appeal to anyone who's ever seen anything that you've ever filmed. How do me specifically, no one else, not really, how do I start researching Bigfoot? Well, I think it's pretty simple for the most part. It's not, new formula or anything like that. I think you just need to go into it, and I'll kind of break it down as I go along. But I think you just got to go into it with an open mind, but not open enough that your mind's going to fall out and you're just going to be susceptible to all kinds of craziness out there.
Yeah.
If you're just getting started now, I would say in 2025, it's probably a little bit of an uphill battle, because what I like to say, and this may sound a little bit cynical, is that the Bigfoot topic it's so inundated with so much garbage now because of the internet. You know, you've got, like we talked about, you brought up that example with the Flatwoods Monster. You have like the TikTok and like the brain rot version of a lot of these stories that it's just put together quickly or by AI and just thrown out there. Whereas the reality, you kind of have to dig for it. I think that's what you really have to do is actually investigate, actually dig into a case, try to find the primary sources, find some of these books or old like manuscripts, things that talk about some of these sightings, especially if you can't access some of these witnesses. But like, for example, just, you know, you're researching a particular Bigfoot story in your area. See if you can't find out the person's contact info. I mean, I brought up an example a little bit ago about these primary witnesses I was talking to. I had managed to track down, and I think that's just the way to go about it, is to find out, you know, how can I get a hold of these people? And if it's not too much of a bother, of course. But I think nowadays, one advantage maybe is that people are a little more open to talk about this than maybe they were 20 years ago. But in general, I think getting into Bigfoot research, I think you should know the basics. Do your research on some of the older literature out there. Check out the stuff by, you know, the Grover Krantzes, the John Greens, the Jeff Meldrums, the kind of the more, I don't want to say antiquated, but I want to say the older stuff, because there's been Bigfoot research that's been going on for 50, 60 years at this point, since the 1950s, really. If we're talking about that, you know, people actually, maybe not a lot of people, I think there's a lot more people getting into it now on an enthusiast level. But I think one of the things that's important to remember is almost any idea you have about Bigfoot or theory you might come up with, and this is something I've been told by, you know, old school researchers and people that have been around the block, anything you think of that, oh my God, has anyone ever thought of this or done this? In the Bigfoot world, the chances are someone's probably already done it like 30 years ago.
Yeah, somebody thought of it. Yeah,
that's something I've learned quite a bit, kind of not the hard way. And there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's cool, but there is a lot out there again nowadays. And then that's like more on the, you know, kind of armchair researcher side of things. If you're just, you know, studying the topic, even if you're, you know, completely skeptical, just as like a sociological study of the topic of Bigfoot research, totally fine as well. But I think when it comes to actually getting out there and looking, this is an area that I think I would caution people a little bit. So obviously, you know, if you find a local sighting in your area and like, hey, I want to go out and investigate that area. You know, there was a sighting that happened here 30 years ago. I mean, chances are you go out there, you're probably not going to find any physical evidence or anything from that particular incident if it's an old one. But, you know, just start maybe drawing patterns. Look at, okay, is there a pattern of sightings in this one particular area? How many years apart do they have? What time of year? Are all these sightings being reported in October or September? What does that tell you versus January, right? Depending on what seasons you might have in your neck of the woods. You know, some places like down south of Florida, they have good weather, you know, warm enough weather, whereas up where I'm here in New Hampshire, we get 3 feet of snow for multiple months out of the year. So it's a very different environment 6 months later from, you know, having 3 feet of snow on the ground. So getting out there and actually exploring the wilderness areas, like if you want to go to a place like Bluff Creek or some of these areas in national forests, I think this is an area of importance that I am going to sound a little preachy here, and I have no problem with that. But I think, you know, don't underestimate the wilderness. A lot of people do go missing, and you know, I know there's a lot of media about that, but I'm talking just like people go missing, get hurt, injured. There's a lot of rescues. Just even up here in New Hampshire, the White Mountains, there's almost every weekend there's some kind of rescue of a hiker just following a trail, you know, getting injured and not being prepared for the elements. So being prepared is essential, especially you go to a remote place like Bluff Creek, you're kind of on your own. Last summer when we were out there, we had a whole big group of people, and 5 separate tires on cars were taken out by the rough roads and leading to Bluff Creek to the Patterson Gimbal Field. Like 5 separate tires on vehicles were destroyed and had to be changed. How rough some of the roads get back there. So I think just that, like, if you are, so I have a bit of a background in like backpacking and hiking, did some wilderness training as well. You don't need to do that, but I think it's important to know the basics. Like if you're really getting out there and exploring any kind of remote area, even if it's just your local, you know, mountain range or state park or whatever, just it doesn't hurt being prepared. You know, have some basic necessities. For example, if you're going out hiking, you know, have some sort of obviously hydration, something to eat, have, you know, something you can put over yourself if you get inclement weather, cell phones now. A lot of places you might not have service in some of these more remote areas. So I know that some of these iPhones now have like an SOS satellite feature, but if you're really hardcore about going into deep wilderness areas, chances are you probably already have some experience. So this is probably like a moot point. But if you're just an enthusiast, hey, I'm going to go to Bluff Creek, it doesn't hurt having something like a personal indicator beacon, PIB, or like a satellite GPS communicator, like a Garmin. So I have a Garmin InReach. I think that's a little bit more for like advanced, a lot of people that maybe do more intense hiking and that sort of stuff. And again, not trying to say you can't get into this. When I started hiking and backpacking, I didn't really know what I was doing, and you just kind of learn over the years. But you don't want to be one that learns in the wrong way because of some kind of an injury or an accident, or God forbid something worse that happens. Because there's a lot of horror stories out there of people in the wilderness. I think safety is paramount in general when you're getting out into some of these areas. Mm-hmm. Again, it can be a swamp in your area. Know the threats that you might face in the area in terms of wildlife. I mean, most wildlife I would say is not, I don't want to say too dangerous, but know the wildlife. What happens if I get into an area and I get bit by a cottonmouth? That can be very serious. That can ruin your year. I mean, yeah. Or if you're in an area, Northern California, Alaska, whatever, you've got bear and moose and mountain lions and some of these critters you might encounter. Chances are very rare you will. If you see a moose from a distance, that's really cool. But I think, again, safety is a really important aspect to just going out. And a lot of times, you go out these, going alone is one thing too, I should say. Probably in some of these super remote areas, I would advise, and I've done this, but I have some experience. Now, a lot of these trips end up being group trips. You go with friends and family. That's awesome. You got somebody to watch your back. You got people to help out if something, God forbid, does happen. But chances are, you go for a week in a national forest somewhere, you drive into a location, you car camp, you're in a remote place with some friends and family. And from there, you can kind of do whatever you want in terms of research. If you want, or research or investigating, if you just want to hang out, a lot of times people consider some Bigfooting as just like camping with a purpose. I think that can be accurate.
Yeah, you just go to the place. Like you don't have to bring a thermal imager and a drone and all
right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, just have fun with it. Try to explore the area. Like if you're, hey, we're going to camp in this spot for 4 days. I want to go explore the lake that's a quarter mile away. Let's do a hike there. Let's map the area out. Let's study the area before you go there. If you know where you're going to go, like on Google Earth or Google Maps, just check it out. See what the topography looks like. Get a feel for the area. I mean, chances are you go out there, you're probably not going to have anything strange happen. Don't let the Bigfoot in the brain or confirmation bias kind of take hold of you. Stay skeptical and have a good time. But if you actually want to start like a rigorous kind of investigative or research process, then there's like kind of more citizen science path you want to look at. Like, oh, okay, I got this patch of woods. I want to put up camera traps or long-term audio recorders. How am I going to do that? That's where you get more into the intense stuff where you want to start maybe taking notes, daily observations, when you're leaving equipment out there. I mean, once we go down that path, I think it's a little more than like the weekend warrior type stuff. Mm-hmm. But again, I think what I'm trying to say here is I think just if you have the bases covered in terms of safety and all the precautions, you can have a good time. And I'm really big on that. And that's why I try to stress it because, again, I do hear a lot of these stories. I mean, we had just an incident end of last year in the Gifford Pinchot National Forest in the Pacific Northwest in Washington. There were two guys who unfortunately lost their lives out in the wilderness because they hit rough weather, time of year where you get a lot of snow in the mountains. They weren't prepared. They were supposedly out doing some bigfooting stuff. And one thing I really stress, and this is something from my hiking and backpacking days and hiking these mountains in the dead of winter and realizing, the weather conditions just take a turn for the worst. Don't push it. If you say, hey, we got to bail out of here, do it. The mountains will be there another day. You might not be. Yeah. So don't push your luck. Oh, my car can make it through this one little ditch here. We're not going to get stuck. We're 10 miles on a Forest Service road. If it's not worth the risk, I would say don't do it. Just think about it, think smart. And again, just be aware. And also, unfortunately, be aware that, not everyone out there in the wilderness that you're sharing that space with has the same intentions as you. You can meet some fantastic people. I've met amazing folks, just happen to pull into the same Forest Service campsite. We share a meal together, have fun, talk about, maybe they have some cool stories. But unfortunately, there are people who maybe don't have that same mindset. Don't leave like thousands of dollars of equipment just laying in your car, because unfortunately, especially, and this is something I've heard in a lot of these national forest sites, it's for a long time. It's not like it's more recently, but people breaking into vehicles to try to steal stuff. So don't leave your thermal imager laying on the seat as you go to do an overnight hike somewhere and you got your car in the parking lot, so just be smart about it. It's like doing any kind of activity, any kind of normal, enjoying the wilderness. Just be smart about it. And once you kind of get all those bases covered, I think you can really have fun with it and approach the topic however you'd like.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to start. And I think that's important too, because there's ideas that like you have to do it this way. You have to go to this place. You have to go out at this time of the day. You have to have this kind of equipment, and you don't.
No,
you straight up don't. Like Patterson and Gimlin had a handheld crank camera, for goodness sake, and we're still talking about them 50 odd years later. So
here's something that recently I got to talk about, and recently I got to meet Les Stroud, who is such a huge influence to me. Survivor Man, that influenced a huge amount of my
I've watched that show for years.
Yeah, if somebody could survive in the wilderness, it's him. But we were talking about the commonalities of some of the best Bigfoot sightings, my personal favorite Bigfoot sightings. Most of the people that had those sightings and experiences were not out there looking for Bigfoot. They just coincidentally, they were on their job, or they were out hiking, they were doing something. So maybe there is something to the play the dumb camper kind of thing and see if that something happens. But yeah, so I think there's not like you said, we don't have to go out there with all the latest greatest equipment. Like, sure, that stuff's great and it's cool if you have access to that kind of stuff. But there's been plenty of great reports and incidents that have happened, people that are just kind of out there minding their own business and just having something happen. Yeah. And again, I'm not going to say you go out there and guarantee you're going to have activity every time. Definitely not.
Follow these 3 easy steps for a guaranteed Bigfoot sighting. Only $9.90. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, you get interested in this stuff and you think, oh, it'd be so cool to have a sighting. It'd be so cool to see it. But like, it seems like 9 times out of 10, the people that have these encounters, whether it's a ghost, a UFO, Dogman, Sasquatch, they're not expecting it. They're not looking for it.
Yeah, they weren't looking for it.
Business. Yeah.
And a lot of times it negatively impacts their life. Obviously, if you're going out in the woods with the intention of looking for Bigfoot and you have something interesting happen, chances are, it's not going to be as maybe traumatic as somebody who that's not even on their radar.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you've got a leg up just in case you do have something happen. But always roll audio. That's another thing. I just got to add this quick. Audio, I know it's tough and it can be hard to sometimes always run video on a phone or a GoPro or a camera. It takes up a lot of storage space. Get a good audio recorder, a Zoom H1N1, some of the Olympus ones. There's like these little recorders you can get for less than $100. You can just run that audio the moment you get to camp and run it all night long, switch out the battery. That way, if you do have something weird or some noise that you hear, it's not just a story. Oh, we actually got it on audio, because always run audio. That's something that much more... I would say professional and better researchers than myself have stressed in the past, and I wholeheartedly agree.
Heard that one numerous times. Yeah.
Now that's kind of on the line of physical, getting out there, having fun, research, doing it safely and smartly. But that's one side of the element. We talked about kind of the armchair stuff at first, but on that note, I'd like to ask you, Aaron, about what does it take to write a book? You have done, this is not something I've experienced with, I'm more of just like, hey, send me out in the woods, I'm going to do this. What about writing books about these topics? Because that's a different type of research than getting out, like physically searching for hair samples or whatever. Writing a book is different. Why don't you walk me through kind of some of what that looks like, or that you could share?
Well, for the 2 people who are interested in this, maybe there's somebody out there, but, and this is whether you're writing a book or a podcast outline or a narration script or an article, whatever it is, idea, outline, draft, destroy, revise, repeat. Like it's a continual process of coming up with ideas, putting them on paper, tweaking them, changing them. You get new information. It changes the idea. The biggest thing, the best piece of advice anybody can give you is just start writing. Just go for it. Writers write. That's the way it is. This is a fun anecdote from Nick Redfern that came to me through Ken Gerhard. But ditch diggers dig ditches. Writers write. You just got to go for it. And getting past that initial block of like, this is so much work, I'm never going to get it done, I'm not smart enough to do this, all the imposter syndrome stuff, ignore all of that. If you write 500 words a day, 1,000 words a week, whatever your creative output capability is, eventually that thing gonna get written. You don't have to know how it ends when it starts. You don't have to write it in order, and you can change your ideas about what it looks like at any point. It's your book. So the biggest thing is like, just go for it. And then people ask, well, how do I get published? There are a million ways to get published these days. You can self-publish. There are tons of indie publishers that are interested in this kind of stuff, such as Small Town Monsters Publishing. There are a lot of ways to get your work out there, but the biggest thing is like, just to go for it, and don't let any naysayers or negativity you might encounter along the way stop you. I was on one of the online discussion groups one day, and someone asked, like, hey, I'm interested in cryptozoology. How do I start looking into this just as an enthusiast? And the top comment was from someone who was like, well, the first thing you should do is get a degree in zoology. And I was like, no, because no one has time to do that. That's great if you can, and that's awesome.
If you want to do that, that's totally cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, but you don't have to. You can
99% of people aren't going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Who has the time or money? Like what, the whole beauty of this, and what I really love about it, is that anybody is welcome. There's a seat at the table for everybody. We can all bring our ideas and our own take and our own perspective, because there's no paranormal regulatory commission. There's no master's degree in Sasquatch research. That's kind of a great thing, I think. Maybe one day there will be. Maybe one day we'll have enough data that we can do that. But it takes all of us right now who are just enthusiasts contributing to that pile to push us to that point. And you can do it too. Look straight at the camera for this. You too. That was kind of the point for me of this whole presentation. I thought it'd be fun to share some stories and some creepy encounters, and just kind of make the point that, like, hey, we're all on the same team. Yeah,
I think that's a great idea, because I think a lot of times people, I've experienced this over the years. I guess people kind of put you on a pedestal because, you're with Small Town Monsters, or you do this, like, oh, you're with them. Like there's jealousy that comes with that, but there's also like people put you on a pedestal, and I'm like, well, I'm not really doing anything different than I was when we had, barely any subscribers on YouTube, and we were just like, let's just go film ourselves. Like there's nothing really fun. I mean, obviously you evolve over time, but there's nothing fundamentally different. Like we're ultimately two regular guys that just, we have fun. We have, been blessed to be put in a position where we can kind of pursue these passions and really, I think go the next level into some of the research and the investigations, whether it's again for literary reasons or for putting a film together, because there is a lot of work that goes behind putting some of this stuff together. There's grueling hours in research, and we totally weren't like complaining right beforehand about like just the overload of stuff going on.
No, definitely not. We were in the green room talking about how much fun we have every day. All the time.
And I'm not complaining in the sense that it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing, because we, like, there's only finite amount of time you have, right? But there's so many things. If you can narrow down a spot that you really want to look at, research, investigate, whether it's a physical location or a topic, then like go for it. I mean, ultimately you could either be your biggest fan or your biggest enemy when it comes to just getting it done. Like you said, just if you have an idea to write something, just do it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, worst that happens is you never finish it. But hey, you
never finish. Like
you made
somebody says, "Hey, no, I don't want to publish it." Like, okay, keep going then. Go somewhere else. Find something that works. I don't know. I think there's a lot worse. I think it's worse to not go for something you're really interested in if you have the ability to do it, because later on you're probably going to regret it. Say, man, that's something I missed out on. I don't know if I get a chance to do that again. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of way I like to approach it, and the way I view it. So that's kind of my wisdom, I guess, if you want to call it that.
I do.
My rambling wisdom thoughts.
I think that's an apt summary. And I think that brings us about to the end of our time, Alex. So do stick around for the rest of ANOMACON, because it's great. And Small Town Monsters, of course, we're very humbled and proud to be sponsors of ANOMACON this year. So thank you to Ryan Sprague for having us, for inviting us to be on here. It's been a privilege for me. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And check us out if you guys want to see more about what we've talked about. Just go to smalltownmonsters.com. That's probably got more information about everything. You can find Aaron's books on there, links to the videos, but we're all over the place, streaming apps. But if you want to check out a lot of the episodic stuff, go over to YouTube, Small Town Monsters. Just Google Small Town Monsters, and you will find most likely the first results are like the YouTube and the website. So that's the best way to find out about a lot of the stuff we were talking about. Maybe if this is the first time you ever heard of us, maybe that'll give you a better idea. And then you're like, hey, maybe I can do that. And then, maybe down the road you end up contributing something to STM. So
then you'll think back to this conversation and go, oh my God, I can do that. So there you go. There's your homework. Not really. Well, anyway, folks, once again, my name is Aaron Deese. This, of course, is my very good friend, Alex Petakov. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and enjoy the rest of ANOMACON.
All right, there we go, guys. It wouldn't be a live stream without some hot mic issues, so apologies for that in the beginning if you heard me swearing and what the hell's going on? What is happening? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I reached out to StreamYard, the live stream platform that we use, and all they told me was the blurriness that we were seeing at the beginning of the ANOMACON live stream. It had something to do with something called Casper site. I don't know what that is. If anyone in the live chat knows what a Casper site is, or who that is, or what that is, I don't know. So that was the reason that our bandwidth was all messed up. They said there was some sort of disruption coming in Casper site. I don't know. Let me know in the chat if you know what the heck they're talking about. But it seems like everything is back on track here with you guys. And we're going to dive right into our next speakers. But before we do that, I want to give a special shout out to all of our super stickers. DJ, we have Metal Hendrix. We have Good Morning UFO with Amy. Thank you so much, Amy. Subscribe to her YouTube channel, guys, if you get a chance. Cindelay with a donation. Brain Sync. We have Toasted Doughboy. Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer Scalise. We have Android Paranormal. Watching on replay, Android says, thank you. This will live in perpetuity here on this channel forever, guys. Just so you know, if you happen to duck out or you got to come back another time, we will be here. This will remain on this channel. Bonnie Blue, thank you so much for the super chat as well. We had a PayPal donation coming in from, let me double check here, Anne Marie. So thank you so much, Anne Marie. And once again, guys, all of your donations at ANOMACON today get split. 50% goes to our speakers, and they split that amongst themselves. And then the other 50% today is going to Doctors Without Borders, a wonderful organization that desperately needs all of our help right now. So again, super chat, super stickers, PayPal, buy me a coffee, all open all day for you guys as well. But let's get to our next speakers. But right before we do that, one more request from you. I forgot to do this at the top. Very important. Share this. Share it. Share ANOMACON. Share the link to what you're watching right now across all your social media. Use the hashtag ANOMACON or ANOMACON 2025 across all of your social media, whether it's Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, Facebook. Share it with someone you know. Share it with someone you don't know. Tag celebrities, tag musicians, tag athletes. I don't care. Tag your favorite UFO paranormal researcher on Twitter. Let's make ANOMACON truly go viral. But I will say this. This is the biggest crowd we've ever had at the beginning of ANOMACON. So thank you. Thank you, guys. It is truly the help of you and so many others who have made this possible, and I can't thank you enough. Let's get to our next speakers that we have coming up for you here. We've got the one and only Mitch Horowitz. Mitch is a PEN Award-winning historian, author, and media figure whose work explores occultism, mysticism, and America's spiritual undercurrents. A former vice president at Penguin Random House, he edited Tarcher Penguin, an imprint devoted to metaphysics, and has been a writer in residence at the New York Public Library for many years. His byline appears in the New York Times, the Washington Post, Time, Politico, and the Wall Street Journal. On screen, he hosts Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction with Chrissy Newton on Discovery HBO Max. He also acts in films such as My Animal and has produced a documentary about the Kabbalion. His books, including Occult America, Daydream Believer, Practical Magic, and many others, have been translated into dozens of languages, reflecting his influence across academia, journalism, and spiritual subcultures alike. And then coming up right after that, guys, is a very close friend of mine and colleague. That is the one and only Christopher Soucy. Christopher Soucy is the owner of the Savannah Paranormal Museum, which they just opened recently. I'm so excited. He opened the Savannah Paranormal Museum with his wife, Megan. I should mention this. I will be curating, my partner and I will be curating the UFO exhibit for the Savannah Paranormal Museum. So you're definitely going to want to check that out, guys. If you're in Savannah or in Georgia or anywhere in that area, go to the Paranormal Museum. You're going to get a little sneak peek at it in just a few minutes. Chris Soucy has been investigating the paranormal for over 40 years. He is a playwright, screenwriter, novelist, and filmmaker living in the southeastern United States. So there you go, guys. Those are our next speakers. Stick with us. Watch these. They are so insightful. I cannot wait to hear from Mitch Horowitz and Chris Soucy. I'm going to pull this up for you now. Hopefully, this Casper site thing will not happen again, but I will promise to keep a lookout for that. All right. Here we go. Mitch Horowitz, Chris Soucy, let's go.
Welcome to Beyond the Fray Publishing, where we take you beyond the ordinary to the extraordinary. We are a traditional publishing house that represents dozens of prestigious authors, researchers, content creators, and influencers, all of whom share one passion: exploring the unknown. From the mysteries of the paranormal, the legends of cryptids, the enigma of unidentified aerial phenomena, to gripping true crime stories and ancient mysteries. Our vast catalogue of non-fiction books dives deep into subjects that captivate the imagination. Our esteemed authors are not only storytellers, but researchers and experts in their fields, providing readers with fascinating insights and compelling investigations. With a dedicated community of readers, our books inspire, inform, and take you on journeys through the unexplained that will challenge what you know and expand what you believe. At Beyond the Fray, we believe that every mystery deserves to be explored. So whether you're fascinated by the paranormal, intrigued by ancient civilizations, or drawn to the mysteries of the universe, we have the book that will take you on that journey. Beyond the Fray Publishing. Our books take you beyond.
Glad to be able to join y'all by Zoom and speak briefly with you on the subject of parapsychology, which is the academic science of studying extraphysicality, very often associated with studying ESP, clairvoyance, telepathy, reincarnation, after-death survival, any kind of subject that suggests that the human experience is not limited strictly to flesh and bone and motor skill. We have a sort of materialist or strict physicalist philosophy in Western culture that holds that the mind, whatever that may be, is an epiphenomena of the brain, almost like bubbles in a carbonated glass of water. And when the mind disappears, or at the time of physical death, the bubbles disappear, and that's that. But parapsychology, over close to a century running now, has provided us with detailed, repeated, and really impeccable scientific data that demonstrates some anomalous capacity to send and receive information in a lab setting that goes beyond the traditional 5 senses. we are able, in a way that is demonstrably real as the words I'm speaking to you right now, although theoretically unclear, able to receive and transfer information in what appears to be a mind-to-mind capacity. In other words, the sending and receiving of information in a manner that not only supersedes the traditional five senses that we know, taste, touch, sight, hearing, and so on, but that also is able to function within this field of information, this field of exchange, in a way that bends common observation of time, space, mass. And I think we live at an exciting time, and I don't say that lightly, and I wouldn't have said that 5 years ago. I think we live in an exciting time because we as a human community are receiving validation of what I've just described from people and sources within the scientific culture that haven't gone looking for it. And I often say that evidence unsought is evidence most convincing. Some of you may have read in the news in December of 2024 that Google engineers felt that they had accomplished a breakthrough with a quantum computing prototype that they're developing, which has not yet been released to the public, called Willow. And the engineers reported that Willow was given a math problem to solve that was so complicated that it was estimated to require 10 septillion years to solve. That's a 10 followed by 25 zeros. It's an inconceivably large number. It's a number that is larger than the known and projected existence of the universe. So such a math problem is impossible to solve according to our standard conceptions of time. Willow came up with a correct answer in under less than 5 minutes, or so the engineers reported. And in the statement that Google issued, the engineers made the point, almost in this gloriously quotidian way, not trying to unlock secrets of the universe, not trying to make any big mystical or metaphysical points. The engineers made the point that because this answer arrived in a way that superseded the known existence of time itself, as measured by the existence of our universe, it provided evidence for what is sometimes called a multiverse, or different dimensions of reality. And the thinking went, I'm extrapolating a little here, but I think I'm being perfectly faithful to what their statement indicated. The thinking went that Willow might have plucked the answer, so to speak, from another intersection of time or another dimension of reality. Since there isn't enough time in creation for Willow to have arrived at the answer, but the answer came and the impossible occurred, the answer may have been plucked where it exists along some other timeline of reality. This is also what is sometimes called string theory. It's sometimes called many worlds theory. The term that the Google engineers used was multiverse. And when I read things like that, it's very exciting to me because these are not people working in parapsychology per se. These are not people working to provide a mystical or a metaphysical view of life. They're just trying to create the world's fastest computer, but in so doing, they find that reality as we know it is bending. And this is the kind of work that's been going on in parapsychology for pretty close to a century. And it is work that has been performed, including by some of the people that Sally has worked with herself, and she has worked with some of the true greats in this field. She has worked with people in this field who I view as the parapsychological equivalent of Albert Einstein. And some of the people with whom Sally has worked over the years have produced evidence for ESP or clairvoyance or telepathy that is as airtight, certain, and replicable and bulletproof as anything to come out of the Google computational labs. And they're reaching similar conclusions, which is that we as a human species are unbound by time and space in the way that we've been traditionally raised to see such things. Parapsychology has also resulted in tremendous pushback. If you go on Wikipedia tonight, for example, and you look into any of the statements that I've made, you will come away thinking that you want your money back, for this class, that Horowitz is just making things up. This is complete nonsense. There is an apparatus of professional skepticism that has very successfully spiked this information, created confusion in the public mind, and on Wikipedia in particular, which at the moment still remains the central reference source worldwide. Most of the articles on parapsychology, and most of the articles on the subjects that I have been referencing are spiked by activist critics who feel profound anathema towards what I am describing. I'm not sure I fully understand why, and as much as I, like any of us, I suppose, try to consider myself a student of human nature, I don't fully understand the reason for the rejection of this material. But I'm getting closer, I think, to appreciating the reasons why career or professional skeptics, activist skeptics, react with such violent displeasure at the airing of this material, and indeed in media, in reference sources, sometimes within academia itself, will provide a degree of pushback that really confuses the public as to the verity and the replicability of this data. I think they are unable to receive what I'm describing. They're unable to receive this data. It's not that they weigh it, they consider it, and they think, no, it's wrong, which would be fair. It's that almost on an organic level, they demonstrate incapacity to even see or hear this material. And I think that's a malady that's common to human nature. We define ourselves in certain ways that are so uncompromising, are so certain that if someone comes along and presents us with conflicting data or a conflicting point of view, we don't take it in. It's not that we weigh it, consider it, and reject it or accept it. We literally don't take it in. And I think that's part of what is happening, what has happened over the past several generations of parapsychology. I'll give you a very immediate example. I just described to you the Google engineer's statement about Willow's abilities. I encourage you to put the search terms yourself into a Google window or any search engine. Put Google's statement on Willow, W-I-L-L-O-W. Read the statement yourself. See if I've misrepresented it. I trust you'll see that I've represented it very accurately. And yet people have recently pushed back and said, Horowitz is exaggerating this whole thing. It's nonsense. He's misrepresenting it. That's not at all what the engineers said. And they sincerely believe this. They sincerely believe this, even though the statement that the engineers made is as plain as I think I've just paraphrased to you. And yet you can find statements online that will assert with total confidence and apparent sincerity that I've misrepresented it. Why? I used to be very perplexed about this, and I've come to believe quite recently that it just represents a malady in human nature where we as individuals and as a human community are incapable of taking in information that conflicts with our basic definition of ourselves. And our definition of ourselves in the Western world is that time is linear, it moves in one direction. There's no such thing as precognition. You know, the idea of objects, including cognitive awareness, moving backwards in time, it's theoretically impossible, it's practically impossible. That ESP, extrasensory perception, telepathy, etc., these things all violate the common laws of physics, and they violate classical laws of physics. They violate laws of physics that were reached by the great Isaac Newton and by the great Albert Einstein, none of whom closed the books on the matter, both of whom were very engaged with some of the metaphysical questions that I've been raising. Now, conventional physics, standard Newtonian physics, does dictate limitations of the sort that Western culture has more or less structured itself on. But the quantum age, quantum mechanics, the age of quantum computing that I've been referencing, which isn't even really upon us just yet, doesn't prohibit any of these things. In fact, the permeability of time-space and the ability of the psyche to move among different intersections of time and to receive information in the same way that Willow received its information about the impossible math problem that it was given, we certainly have evidence that we too, as human beings, are able to receive information in a way that violates laws of standard physics, classical physics, but not of quantum mechanics, in which objects are in what might be called a state of superposition. In other words, everything everywhere exists all at once until a measurement is taken. And only when that measurement is taken does something concretize and become real, actual, local, measurable. It's, again, as real as the words I'm speaking. And yet it violates the principles on which Western civilization has established itself. Rather than saying that the old principles aren't wrong, but they're incomplete, as Einstein said, as certainly Isaac Newton would have said, rather than saying that, there's a kind of kill the messenger mentality, which is why it's very hard for this information to reach the public. And yet, I'm hopeful today in a way that I certainly was not even just a few years ago, because I think we are on the brink of such extraordinary public interaction with some of these models that it's impossible at a certain point to functionally deny them. Tolstoy made the observation that man at a certain point, to rescue himself from absurdity, had to acknowledge that the earth moves around the sun rather than the other way around. We're reaching that same kind of point where, to rescue ourselves from absurdity, we're going to have to deal with the reality of this data, of this material. I haven't been terribly specific about any of this in terms of individual experiments, just because our time today is so limited, but there is one thing I want to say before I wrap up. My intellectual hero is a scientist, and that is a man named J.B. Rhine. J.B., along with his wife, Louisa Rhine, really effectively started the field of parapsychology as an academic science here in the United States. And J.B. accomplished something that was just extraordinary. Through simple card tests, which he began starting in the late 1920s up through the early 1930s, these were conducted at his parapsychology lab at Duke University, which still exists as an off-campus independent lab, but still affiliated with Duke, or at least cooperative with Duke. JB's card experiments demonstrated that certain individuals were able, through use of a deck called Zener cards, which is a very simple 5-suit deck of cards, were able to make so-called guess hits on this 5-suit deck of cards, which should have resulted in a 1 out of 5 chance, 20% chance of getting it right. And that certain individuals, instead of scoring 1 out of 5 over thousands and thousands of trials, would consistently score higher, 25%, 26, 27, 28%, sometimes higher. So the deviation was not extraordinary. It wasn't like Zeus throwing lightning bolts at Earth, but it was enough over what eventually grew into a case file of a million trials. It was enough to demonstrate that certain individuals had a capacity for, again, gleaning information in ways that were anomalous, in ways that exceeded laws of chance and manners of receipt through our regular five senses. It was JB that really ignited my passion for this field. Very few remarkable things happen to me. We all have our stories of weird coincidences and remarkable dreams, and I certainly have those things, but not in any unusual way, no more than I would say any of you listening to this. So I'm not one who grew up with the idea of doting on fantastic experiences. I don't see Bigfoot. I don't get abducted. Nothing happens to me that's really worth writing home about. But what I learned from JB's simple card tests is that if the entire field of parapsychology had stopped, say in 1935, had stopped with those tests, and for whatever reason, nothing else was ever done, no repetition was ever attempted, we would have sufficient information to demonstrate that the human experience and the human psyche goes beyond just flesh and bone, standard cognition and motor skill, and that we are something more than that carbonated water whose bubbles disappear when the mind disappears. And the field, of course, did continue, and findings continued and amassed, hit upon data that was, in its way, even more extraordinary than the data that JB laid the foundation for the field to discover. The field has grown. The field has not flourished in the traditional way because the pushback from ideological or career skeptics has been severe, and it has limited funding, even though these experiments are very inexpensive. And yet, truth has a way of reasserting itself. Truth has a way of following a long arc of labor to finally find its way to the public mind. And I do believe, again, I wouldn't have said this 5 years ago, but I do believe that truth is coming out and finding exposure to our generation. So it's an exciting time for this field. There are scientists in this present generation, including Dean Radin and Daryl Bem, who do experiments on precognition using computer imagery. Put simply, both Dean and Daryl have determined and have produced widely replicated data showing that if you're in front of a computer screen, for example, and you are presented with images that might be emotionally jarring, maybe violent images or maybe erotic images, generating some sort of a bodily response that's intrinsic to almost everybody. Seconds before such images are presented on screen, the body seems to demonstrate some sort of physical precognition, like a release of adrenaline, opening of sweat glands, raising of blood pressure. These are what might be called the fight or flight mechanism, that these bodily effects are actually trackable moments prior to the exposure of whatever the triggering image is. So technologically, the field has advanced in many ways, of which that's only a small example. But I would say probably the greatest change that the field has experienced is a closer and closer convergence of conversation between people who really know what they're doing in quantum mechanics and people who are researching parapsychology, because questions of string theory or the multiverse or many worlds, I think, provide a scent trail for where the field is going theoretically. And so in that sense, there have been very significant advances. J.B. Rhine, I think, to the frustration of those of us who love him as a scientist, as an intellect, as a historical figure, he never did much to theorize why any of this was happening, to theorize the mechanics of a conveyance mechanism. He didn't feel that that was his job. He felt that as a scientist, as a clinician, as a statistician, his job was to provide the data. And then others would come along and theorize the conveyance. I think that that's happening. I mean, I believe JB could have done more, much as I love the man, could have done more to theorize a conveyance mechanism. But now I think we're on the brink of that, those theories coming into maturity, coming into their own. And that's through, I think, from at least my perspective, I would say that's through the establishment of quantum mechanics over the past 90 years, which have done so much and are now doing so much in terms of these quantum computing models to expose us to a different understanding of our human and technological capacities. Some of my friends think that I am too attached to results coming out of the laboratory, that there are better examples of parapsychology in the field, so to speak. People, and these things can be proven through timestamps and other things. People may have a precognitive dream or glean information that's just impossible according to any known mechanism, and that passion needs to be involved. People need to have skin in the game, and that the results in the laboratory are too muted or too quiet. So there's a scholar of religion, a friend of mine, a mentor to me, Jeffrey Kripal, and Jeff feels that I am too attached to the lab model. And as he jokes, I need to spend less time in the German lab and more time in the Irish woods, and that there's more remarkable stuff to be found out in the field. And I'm not so sure I fully see it that way, because I think some of the experiments that like in precognition, for example, which I barely touched on, but experiments conducted by Darrell Bem at Cornell University, where he's a psychologist. Darrell did experiments into what is called retrocausality, a concept that is widely known and acknowledged within the quantum mechanics field. But his great innovation was he found a backwards causation effect in cognition. And specifically, he found, and this is going to blow your mind because it's simple and it's absolutely true. And as students, you'll all appreciate this. He found, in short, that if you study for an exam that you've already taken in the future, listen to me very carefully, if you study for an exam that you've already taken in the future, there is a backwards causative effect, a reaching backwards in time, so to speak, that facilitates a higher score, a score by a few percentage points higher. Now, of course, this is greeted with howls of outrage. How can that possibly be? That's ridiculous. Reality doesn't work that way. Well, it very inconveniently for the skeptics does in fact work that way, because Darrell's experiments were validated in a meta-analysis consisting of 90 different experiments at 33 different labs in 14 different nations. That's better evidence than we have for whatever pharmaceuticals you might take tonight or that I take tonight. The numbers are bulletproof. But the acceptance, to speak to Sally's question, is lagging. And it's lagging, I think, because common observation is unbelievably persuasive and convincing, and we need it. We need common observation. If I agree that I'm going to give a talk at 5:45 p.m., I need to show up, or I'm inconveniencing everybody, and I'm creating problems for everybody. Linearity and a almost commonsensical ipso facto thinking is necessary for us five sensory beings to get through life. We'd be lost without it. It's a necessary illusion, but it's not ultimate reality. It's so conflicting with our experience of reality that it's very, very difficult to accept. So that psychological acceptance is a barrier that the field has always faced. And the question of methodology, do we dedicate resources to the lab? Do we dedicate resources to the field? That's a question. It need not be a question, because you can thread two needles at once. It doesn't have to be either or. But sadly, because the pushback has been so culturally successful, resources are scarce. Even though these experiments are very inexpensive, resources are scarce. So the question of where to apply those resources is a difficult one. And it's very hard for people to wrap their minds around, and understandably so, because it requires not thinking in terms of the arrow of time, which is what we're told exists in classical physics, but realizing that time seems to be multiple arrows, a spherical spiral of arrows, all happening at once. There was an episode of Better Call Saul, the miniseries, where the character of Walter White made a guest appearance, and the character of Saul said to him, if you could go back and do any of it over again, what would you do differently? And Walter's character got very upset and said to him, listen to me, don't talk to me about time travel. It's a practical and theoretical impossibility. If you want to talk to me about regrets, talk to me about regrets, but not time travel. Well, the writers, who I'm sure are very well informed, they're wrong. They're wrong. It's not a theoretical impossibility. In fact, it's a theoretical necessity. We already know that certain particles actually and effectively reverse charges and move backwards in time within the framework of particle physics. Whether this actually exists within the framework of cognition is, I think, that something that Darrell Bem provided a pioneering affirmative yes to, an affirmative yes that's been confirmed in a meta-analysis that took place a decade after his initial experiments. It's very hard to wrap our minds around this, but that's what real questions are. They're not supposed to be easy. I mean, obviously, I could make flowery statements about humanity needing to know the nature of reality, it being basic to the human situation to want to know what's around the next corner. And of course, all of that is true. I do believe that as we human beings come to understand ourselves as more than just creatures of flesh and bone, motor cognition, and people who go through life maybe like little rubber duckies adrift on a disruptive sea, I think this material gives the individual a sense of greater tools, greater options, greater possibilities in life. You're more than what you've been raised to believe that you are, which doesn't mean there aren't very severe countervailing forces. We live under multiple laws and forces. Let's say everything I've described is true. It doesn't mean that it's all ever operative in this way that turn you into Neo from the Matrix. Natural laws are conditioned by other natural laws. We all know gravity, whatever that may be. It seems to be mass attracted to itself. We all know gravity is a natural law, but gravity is, as I was just alluding, affected by mass. It's ever operative, but you're going to experience it differently here on Earth than you would on Jupiter. Weather fronts are natural laws. Earthquakes are natural laws. They produce seismic effects, but they're counteracted, they're countervailed by other natural laws. So I'm not saying that the existential dilemma of human beings is going to be solved tomorrow, but it does help the individual to understand that he or she is not just in pieces and at the mercy of whatever environmental factor happens to come along, but there are other factors, there are greater possibilities. Retrocausality alone, as I've been describing it, teaches that to us. The past is not this fixed thing that we can only have regrets about. Well, with apologies to Walter White, in fact, there does appear to be a cognitive retrocausal effect, and we're just at the very beginning of understanding this. We're like on our knees, peeking through a keyhole, just seeing so much. And to experiment with these possibilities, I think, broadens our definition of what it means to be human. And so many people today are depressed, they're anxious, we feel a sense of exhaustion, and I think we feel some of these things collectively because this aspect of our human nature has not been understood, and it's time. I think we've been perched on this breakthrough for close to a century, and it's time to cross this threshold reasonably, maturely, intelligently, in an evidence-based way. But what I described, to the best of my capacity, is real, and it says something about the expanded possibilities of human nature. I have a book called Daydream Believer, and in Daydream Believer is a chapter called The Parapsychology Revolution. I have another book called Modern Occultism, which is a history of the occult from late antiquity to today. In that book is a chapter called Science of the Supernatural, which is probably a little more complete than what's in Daydream Believer. I provide lots of reference sources in those books, as I do in all of my articles. Test my references. Put my feet to the fire. Hold me to the test. If you think I'm wrong about something, reach out to me. My website is mitchhorowitz.com. It hooks up to my email. It's my real email, not one of these fake email accounts that nobody checks. And if I get something wrong or if I've exaggerated, put my feet to the fire. I really want you to hold me to it, because I provide this material with a full complement of reference sources, because I want people to determine for themselves whether I'm stating all this with plainness and truthfulness, without exaggeration. Shame on me if I am exaggerating, and hold me to it. A pleasure. I really appreciate it. Okay, good night, everyone.
Hi, I'm Richard Dolan, and I've been working with Pursuing X Marketing Agency for about 5 years now. They're the real deal.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere in the desert, a lonely trailer stands, and the wizard of the air sits there with the microphone in his hand. Strange lights in the distance, and mystery on the lips. Destination unknown, we're going live without a script. don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. Just don't waste our time when you're on the line. CIA, maybe you worked Area 51. We never knew who would call in, all we knew was it before. Somewhere in the desert, there's still a voice calling through the night. And when the clock strikes 12, you can almost hear west of the Rockies, you're on the line. And who knows what crazy things we'll hear today. It don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. It don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. Just don't waste our time when you're on the line. 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 Bye, Art. We miss you.
Hi, my name is Chris Susi. I am co-owner of the Savannah Paranormal Museum. My wife and I opened this museum kind of to offer up an opportunity for people to come into an environment where we have curated items from all around the world that have purportedly supernatural properties. One of the first things that comes to people's minds when you tell them that you have a paranormal museum is how? How do you end up making a paranormal museum? What exactly is the process of making a paranormal museum? Well, the story is quite simple. I've spent my entire life looking for ghosts. Since I was 6 years old, I've been investigating and looking and finding all of these ghost stories all around the world. And one of the things that happens when you have these kinds of experiences is people think that you are inherently an expert. I am not an expert. I am an enthusiast. I have a lot of information. But the truth of the matter is, for everything that I know, there is that much more I don't know. But that doesn't stop people from coming to me and giving me haunted objects. They will find these things in their lives and think that this is too much for me, this is too scary for me, I don't want it anymore, and they will bring it to me. I had a friend living in North Carolina, and he basically said, oh, you know what? I have something strange going on in my life, something strange that's happening in my house, and I need it taken care of. Now, does he tell me this? No. He simply calls me up and says, hey, what's your address? So I give it to him. I'm thinking maybe he's getting married. Maybe I'm getting a wedding invite. No. About a week later, I receive in the mail a saw. And this saw is just an old kind of beat up, it looks like a knife kind of saw. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, what the? So I give him a call. And I say, hey, what's going on with this saw? Why did you send me the saw? And he says, oh yeah, I found that in the barn on my property, and when I brought it into the house, all kinds of weird stuff started happening. Started seeing shadow figures, hearing weird noises, things moving around. So I figured the saw is haunted, so I sent it to you. So now I have a haunted object. What am I supposed to do with it? Now, A lot of people don't realize that you can't just destroy a haunted object. That is not the way to handle a haunted object. People are like, well, burn it or throw it out. No, those do not address the haunting and sometimes can cause some blowback. The idea behind a haunted object is that a spirit has gone into the object. The object became a vessel. The way our bodies are vessels for our spirits. And when we die, when our body is broken, the spirit escapes. That's the same with a haunted object. If you destroy it, the spirit escapes. The best way to handle a haunted object is probably to bury it, to give it a proper burial, to give it a ritualistic burial, because we do rituals to enforce and reinforce the idea that this is the end. This is where you are no longer a part of the society, where you can no longer interact with everyone. Well, over time, people would drop off dolls, and people would drop off ashtrays and other little bric-a-brac, this strange box they found covered in wax. And they'd say, these objects, they give me the heebie-jeebies, they scare me. Now, my wife has a simple rule, and that is, no haunted stuff in the house. So I kept it all in the shed. And I had the most haunted shed on the block. Now, I live in Savannah, Georgia, and Savannah, Georgia is steeped in haunted tradition. It is an absolute hotbed for haunted activity. There is a very vibrant haunted tourism trade here in Savannah. And it seemed like the perfect place to put together a haunted museum. An opportunity for people to come in and experience these haunted objects without having to take them home by accident. Finding out that they had inherited some terrible trinket with someone's spirit attached to it. The objects in the museum are here primarily so you can test your resolve, so that you can examine what other people believe to be haunted, whether you believe it or not. It gives you an opportunity to explore. There are so many objects out there that people just have ill feelings about. Not every object has a story that explains what is happening. We do have quite a few objects, though, that came to us with rich stories. And those are the objects that we truly put front and center. Because we believe very strongly that the story is a part of the haunting. That knowing the story behind these items helps give them some kind of weight while you're experiencing them. And that, too, comes to this incredible weight where people are like, is that a true story? Is it a true story? It's very hard to tell. But we do have a lot of evidence that supports the story. People come in here blind and have the same experience with these items, and they have these incredible sensations that are repeated over and over again, and that all seems to be supporting the stories. I think that the ghost stories that we tell are about opening our minds. When we hear a ghost story or when we're involved in that investigation, learning the history of some place, what we're really doing is opening our mind to the possibility that the spirits are trying to communicate, that there are spirits all around us. And it is in that moment that we're most likely to experience the paranormal or the supernatural. It is in that moment that we're really vulnerable, truly vulnerable. And so there comes the rub. Sit in the dark, listen to your ghost stories, open your mind. And when your mind is open, who knows what will come wandering through. We divided up the museum into different areas. We have an area that is dedicated to just paranormal history, just how humans have always interacted with the paranormal, whether it be through stories or through art, through persecution or fraud, rituals from around the world. We think that the paranormal history area kind of primes your mind, gets you in the thinking about how people from the beginning of time have thought about the paranormal, have thought about all of these spooky and strange occurrences, how they actually thought about life and death, and how important it is to examine those things, and how fear and dread are natural reactions to death. And so those stories became fearful and frightening. But by coming into an area where you have haunted objects, you're given an opportunity to face those fears, to wrestle with them, and to come away with a story of your own. a story where you've survived, a story that you can retell, and a story that opens other people's minds because you have that ability. Another room we dedicated entirely to Savannah ghost stories. Savannah is so rich with ghost stories that we were able to make a wall full of locations, and then we took red string and drew them to the maps. It's like a big murder map of ghost houses and ghost buildings. Because Savannah is so rich with ghost stories that we're able to illustrate, look how haunted Savannah is. And we only did the publicly accessible places, no private residences, none of the places that are off limits, just the places that you could walk up to, walk inside even, and experience some kind of haunting on your own terms. And then we have, of course, a cryptid room. Cryptids are fascinating because those are a perfect marriage of ghost story and science story and just you wouldn't believe it stories. Bigfoot, Mothman, Chupacabra. We decided to make sort of representations of each of them in as close to an approximation of the size that they would be if you were to encounter them, so that you could be in a room full of cryptids. And the cryptid room has the head of the Altamahaha, which is a Loch Ness monster-like creature here in Georgia. And again, it is about the fact that we tell these stories. The stories are sped from person to person. Someone saw something out in the woods and they tried to identify it, and they tried to find the story behind it, and it became legend. Legendary. And I think that's probably the most important thing. When you're building something like a museum, what you really want is for people to examine what makes legends, what makes lore, what sticks to us, what haunts us. Ever since I was a child, I've been afraid of pretty much everything. And I found that the only way that I could navigate my fear was to test it, to put myself in those situations, to find myself standing next to or inside of haunted areas. I find that knowing the story helps me navigate all of these fears, because I think that's where ghosts really belong. They belong in stories. And we've collected a wide range of stories to tell you. And as humans, I think that's the essential nature of being human. To witness something and then convey it to someone who did not see it. As wonderful as it is to gather together with other people who've had the same experience, it is also amazing to stand before people who have no idea what's happening and tell them what you know. Share your experience, your insight, what you've learned. And hopefully when people come through the museum, they will have some inkling of this wider world. And they'll be given the opportunity to say, oh yeah, I actually had a weird experience at this museum down in Savannah, Georgia. I once went to this place and there was a room dedicated to this woman who apparently died and went into a doll. And they had a spirit box running. And they gave me a little spirit chat thing that had words coming out of it. And it was like I was having a conversation with a ghost. And then those people who hear that story, they log it away in their brains. That there is a whole world of people dedicated to those ideas. That we can pursue the supernatural, maybe even catch it. That we can learn more about the world we live in by going further and further away from the solid brick and mortar and into the ethereal. I think there's great value, great reward in facing things that we don't understand. And here's something that I think is very important too. We don't have to understand. We do not have to understand. I think somewhere in our society, somewhere we learn this weird obsession and compulsion where understanding was the pinnacle of experience. We don't have to understand. We can be left to wonder. We can be left in awe. We can witness things that are beyond our scope, and we can appreciate what that means. We can tell other people that we do not know and see the beauty in that. People are always asking me why this is this way and why that is that way, and the truth of the matter is, right at the base, I don't know. And no one does. But we have ideas. We have theories. We've observed enough to where we can make these kind of very solid guesses as to why things happen, as to what's going on. But no matter how close we get, no matter how much knowledge we have, no matter how much we think we understand, there is this one gorge that we have to get over, and I don't think we can, not while we're alive. And it's okay. It's okay to not understand. It's okay to be left with questions. So if you ever get the opportunity to come face to face with some haunted object and listen to some scary ghost story or go into that crickety old house, I say do it. I say expand your horizons, open your mind. Because that's what the museum really is. That's how we curated these items. They come to us with stories and sensations, vibes. And when we present them to other people, we offer them the chance to experience something more, something greater, something of the mysterious. I think that everyone deserves an opportunity to be full of awe.
Man, that was powerful. Chris Susi, such a storyteller. Mitch Horowitz, obviously famed occultist. Awesome. Really expanded my mind with those. Our first two presentations as well with Small Town Monsters and my ladies in Nova Scotia. How's everyone doing? How is ANOMACON going for you? I am learning so much. This has been amazing, amazing. We currently have 515 of you watching across all platforms, which is amazing. But I want to get it to 600 by the next talks. So I put it in the chat. I want you guys to share this. Your friends, your family, someone you think might like ANOMACON, send them the link right now. Just text it to them. Do what you got to do. Go over to Twitter. Use the hashtag ANOMACON. Tweet out the link. Tag your favorite celebrity, musician, athlete. I don't care. Just do it. Let's make this thing truly go viral. I'm just so touched that so many people are watching this. So thank you guys. Thank you for joining our incredible moderator, Suzanne, and I for this. She will be joining us at the halfway point. I want to get her thoughts on everything that's going on so far. But I also want to send a shout out to Lucy. Thank you so much for the Buy Me a Coffee donation, and to Dan S on PayPal. All of your donations tonight, guys, 50% goes to be split amongst our speakers. The other 50% goes to Doctors Without Borders, the incredible organization. So super chat, super stickers are open for that all day, all night. PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, links in the show notes. QR codes will be up here throughout. We got links for everything. We are link heavy tonight. Hold on, I'm getting some weird feedback here. It's going blurry. Do you guys do you see that on your end? It says our broadcast is
Casper Site has successfully taken over your broadcast. Subscribe to Casper Site on YouTube and we will return the broadcast to you. Casper Site thanks you for your cooperation.
What was that? Suzanne, did you do that? No? Okay. That I guess that's what Casper site is. I guess subscribe to Casper site, guys. Sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, I think we even had a link for it. How did that get there? What? That is insane. Okay, we're back. I guess we'll move on to our next two speakers for you guys, and these are going to be interesting. That is for darn sure. We have coming up next, Sean the Sandman Barnes. I love it. Sean is the award-winning host and creator of Parareality, a long-running show exploring ghosts, cryptids, UFOs, secret experiments, and the occult. A former U.S. government contractor with top-secret clearance, he blends real-world insight with fearless curiosity. A certified ghost hunter, Sandman has investigated some of the world's most notorious haunted sites. Since its 2002 debut, Parareality has gained a global following and major honors, including the 2013 Paranormal Awards and 2024 Podcast Excellence Awards. Now part of the Evergreen Podcast Network, the show is praised for its immersive storytelling, deep research, and gripping takes on the unexplained. So that's coming up first. Sean Barnes, Sandman of Parareality himself. And then coming up right after that is Jack Dreher. This is going to be really interesting, guys. Jack is going to be talking about cryptid as cultural texts, monster theory, and I should also go back and say Sean will be talking about the ethics of conspiracy theories when belief crosses into harm. But back to Jack for just a moment here. Jack is a licensed clinical counselor specializing in DBT and trauma therapy, with a focus on military, law enforcement, first responders, and their families. A devout Catholic, he takes seriously the supernatural, paranormal, spiritual, occult, and Fortean phenomena. Jack offers a safe, non-judgmental space for clients with extraordinary experiences. Jack helps individuals process and integrate these events in healthy ways while providing compassionate support in crisis and high-stress situations. Beyond clinical practice, he is a frequent lecturer on trauma, mental health, and the paranormal, bridging psychology and extraordinary human experiences at conferences, professional events, and educational forums. Those are our next two speakers, guys. Get ready for that. Again, hashtag ANOMACON. Share it right now with anyone you know. Tag these two speakers if you follow them. If you don't, we'll be having links for you guys as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these next two up for you. Bear with me 1 second here. All right. We've got Sandman and Jack coming up for you right now. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Barnes, also known as Sandman, and I'm the host of the multi-award-winning Parareality podcast. Since 2004, I've explored a wide range of paranormal and alternative topics, from hauntings and cryptids to conspiracy theories and extraterrestrial phenomena. My experience includes being a former U.S. government contractor with top secret clearance and decades of on-site investigations at places like Waverly Hills Sanatorium and the Jerome Grand Hotel. In addition to being an investigator of the unexplained, I also consider myself to be a conspiracy theorist. But I'm committed to being an ethical one. I believe that radio, podcast, TV, and YouTube hosts who discuss conspiracy theories have a responsibility to their audiences. We must not promote violence or illegal activities, and if any of us do, then we need to be held accountable for our words. Now, as far as the podcast goes, Parareality was named Best Ghost Hunting Radio Show in the 2013 Paranormal Awards, and just recently earned top honors in the 2024 Podcast Excellence Awards, including Best Paranormal Podcast, Best Host, and Best Co-Host. But today, we shift from discussing the paranormal to examining a different kind of belief: conspiracy theories. My goal is to apply the same ethical lens we use in paranormal investigations to this arena. We'll explore how conspiracy theories, when not grounded in responsibility, can morph from speculative narratives into catalysts for real damage. In our session today, we'll explore the psychological roots of conspiracy thinking, our needs for clarity, control, and connection. We'll analyze pivotal case studies from the 9/11 terrorist attacks and Pearl Harbor theories to Pizzagate, Sandy Hook denial, and the January 6th insurrection to see how disbelief can escalate into harassment or violence. And finally, we'll discuss how accountability can and must intervene through legal systems, platform moderation, and informed education. By the end of this presentation, I hope you'll be equipped to discern when conspiratorial content crosses the line into harm and feel empowered to hold speakers and platforms accountable. With that, let's dive into the psychology, ethics, and real-world consequences of conspiracy theories. To effectively tackle the challenge of conspiracy theories, it's crucial to define what they are. So, a conspiracy theory is a narrative that suggests a small, covert group of people are secretly working together to manipulate events for their own benefit. It's crucial to understand these theories because they often have traits that make them resistant to evidence and scrutiny. For example, they're often what's called unfalsifiable, meaning any evidence that contradicts the theory is simply dismissed as part of the conspiracy itself. Believers also tend to have a deep distrust of experts, which further entrenches their beliefs. It's important to distinguish between legitimate, confirmed conspiracies and unfounded theories. History is full of examples of actual conspiracies, like the Watergate scandal. That's where high-level government officials colluded to break into the Democratic National Committee headquarters. That was a real conspiracy, but it was proven with evidence. Conspiracy theories, on the other hand, lack that evidentiary support, and they often rely on speculation, innuendo, and a distrust of established facts. This distinction is vital for understanding the different implications of each. The appeal of conspiracy theories is deeply rooted in human psychology. They often serve as a way for people to find a sense of certainty in a world that can feel incredibly complicated and chaotic. When things don't make sense, a conspiracy theory can provide a simple, although sometimes false, explanation. This is known as an epistemic need. On an existential level, these theories can provide a false sense of control and safety. When people feel powerless, believing they understand the secret workings of the world can make them feel more in control. It's a way of turning fear and anxiety into a narrative where they have special knowledge. And finally, there's a powerful social component to this. Believing in a conspiracy theory can create a strong sense of group identity and belonging with other believers, reinforcing the idea that they're part of a special enlightened group. However, this can be a double-edged sword because it can also foster feelings of disempowerment among those who subscribe to them, because oftentimes there's no real payout. The moral and social costs of conspiracy theories are extensive. At their core, these narratives breed malicious accusations and can lead to unjust blame cycles. This can result in severe reputational damage for the individuals who are wrongly implicated. And beyond individual harm, they corrode trust in our institutions such as the government, media, and science, and we're seeing that go on right now. When a significant portion of the population believes that institutions are corrupt or are acting maliciously, it becomes impossible to have a healthy public discourse or to solve collective problems. It's a foundational issue that undermines the very fabric of society. When beliefs escalate, they can cross a critical ethical line from speech to harm and sometimes even violence. While the right to free speech is a cornerstone of a democratic society, it's not absolute. This is where the concept of balancing free speech against the potential for incitement becomes critical. This places a huge responsibility on both individuals and the platforms that host their discussions. Online platforms have a significant role in moderating content that could lead to real-world harm. Additionally, every speaker must recognize the weight of their own words and understand their rhetoric can have serious real-world consequences. To understand the impact of conspiracy theories, it's helpful to look at how they've infected our understanding of history. Major historical events like the attacks on Pearl Harbor and the 9/11 terrorist attacks have become fertile ground for conspiracy theories. These theories often suggest that key governmental figures weren't just aware of the attacks, but also may have orchestrated them for their own gain. This is more than just historical revisionism. It's a profound undermining of public trust and a distortion of our shared understanding of these defining moments in history. The most prevalent conspiracy theory about the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941 is the advanced knowledge theory. The core of this belief is that then President Franklin D. Roosevelt and other high-ranking U.S. officials had prior knowledge of the Japanese plan to attack Pearl Harbor, but they deliberately allowed it to happen. According to these theories, the motive was to shock the American public out of the isolationist stance that they had at the time and to rally support for entering World War II. So a few key components often cited in this theory are things like intelligence failure. It's claimed that the United States had broken the Japanese diplomatic codes, also known as the magic intercepts, and they should have known about the attack. Another is the back door to war theory. This theory goes that President Roosevelt intentionally provoked Japan by imposing an oil embargo and freezing Japanese assets, forcing them into a corner and making an attack on the U.S. Strategic inevitability. And finally, there's the carrier's absence. A lot of conspiracy theorists point out the fact that all 3 U.S. Pacific Fleet aircraft carriers were not in Pearl Harbor. They were somewhere else on that day, and that's suggesting that they were intentionally ordered away in order to protect them. The conspiracy theories surrounding the September 11, 2001 attacks are wide-ranging, and they often overlap. The most prominent theory is that the attacks were an inside job orchestrated by people within the U.S. government rather than solely by Al-Qaeda. Some of the key components of this theory include the controlled demolition theory. This is probably the most well-known conspiracy theory for 911. People who believe in this conspiracy claim that the collapse of the Twin Towers and the World Trade Center building number 7 were caused by pre-planted explosives and not by the impact of the planes and the subsequent fires. They say that jet fuel fires are not hot enough to melt steel, and that the collapse looked like a controlled demolition. As far as the Pentagon attack goes, there are multiple theories about the Pentagon attack. Some claim that a missile and not American Airlines Flight 77 hit the building. Other people claim that the U.S. military was ordered to stand down and not intercept the hijacked planes, allowing them to do their damage. And finally, there's the conspiracy theory that people had advanced knowledge. That's similar to the Pearl Harbor theory about high-level government officials had, knowledge of the attacks, and they deliberately ignored intelligence warnings to justify military action in Afghanistan and Iraq, and to consolidate power and, get oil and money and make people rich. Both sets of the conspiracy theories share a common thread, though, and that is a fundamental distrust of the government and a belief that powerful individuals will sacrifice the lives of their own citizens to achieve political or financial goals. The dangers of conspiracy theories aren't just confined to historical events, and we all know that. Let's take, for example, the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. That's a powerful and recent example of how baseless rumors can escalate from online chatter to real-world violence. Now, the theory, which involved unfounded allegations of child sex trafficking, led a man to show up at Comic Ping Pong, a Washington, D.C. pizzeria, and he had an assault rifle with him. So this man was Edgar Madison Welch. He was a 28-year-old from North Carolina. He described himself as a father who, and I quote, just wanted to do some good. And he was convinced by the Pizzagate hoax that a child sex trafficking ring was operating in the basement of Comic Ping Pong Pizza in Washington, D.C. He claimed that he wanted to self-investigate and rescue the children that he believed were being held there. So he entered the pizzeria armed with an AR-15 assault rifle and a revolver. He fired the rifle multiple times inside the restaurant, and he hit a wall, a computer, and a locked door as he searched around for this supposed basement, this non-existent basement. And the incident, luckily, wasn't a prolonged standoff. It only lasted about 20 minutes. Welch entered the restaurant, fired a few rounds off, spent about 20 minutes searching for evidence of this conspiracy, of this supposed basement, and finding none, he peacefully, thank goodness, peacefully surrendered to police. And he told the officers that he had, and I quote this directly, found no evidence that underage children were being harbored in the restaurant, and he was arrested without incident. Now, this case powerfully illustrates that the real-world consequences of misinformation can be severe, even lethal. The attack highlights how a deeply held yet completely false belief can lead an individual to violent action, reinforcing the need for both accountability and responsible public discourse. Next, we take a look at the case of Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook Elementary School shootings. This illustrates the profound and devastating real-world impact of misinformation. For years, Alex Jones used his media platform, InfoWars, to promote the false conspiracy theory that the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre was a hoax. He repeatedly claimed that the shooting, which killed 20 children and 6 adults, was synthetic and staged by crisis actors as a false flag operation to promote gun control. As a matter of fact, he accused the grieving families of being crisis actors. And these accused families of the victims endured a decade of suffering as a result of these lies. They were subjected to relentless threats, harassment, and stalking by Jones's followers. Some were even forced to move, and they experienced severe emotional trauma because of this, including complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So Jones was found liable for defamation in multiple lawsuits by these families. And in one trial in Texas, he was ordered to pay nearly $50 million to the parents of one victim. And then a separate jury in Connecticut ordered him to pay $965 million to the families of 8 victims and 1 FBI agent. This brings his total judgment to over $1 billion. So will the defendants ever see their money? Well, it's uncertain how much, if any, of the money the families will ultimately receive, because Jones and his company, Free Speech Systems, have filed for bankruptcy protection. No surprise there. While a judge ordered the liquidation of Jones's personal assets to pay the families, the company's bankruptcy case was dismissed, leaving its future uncertain. The families continue to pursue legal avenues to collect the money to this day. And finally, we're going to close our look at conspiracy theories with the January 6th insurrection. This serves as a dire warning of how deeply embedded conspiracy theories can catalyze civil unrest. President Donald Trump's stolen election claims and his speech on January 6, 2021 have been widely cited by federal prosecutors and judges as a direct incitement for the actions of the crowd on that day. Leading up to January 6, Trump repeatedly and falsely claimed that the 2020 presidential election was rigged or stolen. Now, this is a narrative that was known as Stop the Steal. This campaign culminated in a rally on January 6, where he gave a speech to his supporters. And key points from his address that are frequently cited as incitement include the fight like hell statement. Trump told the crowd, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. That phrase and similar rhetoric was interpreted by many of his supporters as a literal call to action. He also said, show strength. As a matter of fact, he said, you have to show strength and you have to be strong. And finally came his promise to march with them. He went on to say, we're going to walk down to the Capitol and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and our congressmen and women. I'll be there with you. While Trump never joined the march, his statement encouraged the crowd to proceed to the Capitol. And many of those charged with their roles in the insurrection have stated that they were acting on Trump's orders. They believed he was telling them to do what they did. A 2024 analysis by Citizens for Ethics and Responsibility in Washington found that at least 210 defendants cited Trump's rhetoric and instructions as the reason for their actions. The Department of Justice's investigation into the January 6th attack is one of the largest in its history. As of early 2025, over 1,500 people have been arrested on federal charges, with over 1,270 convicted through either guilty pleas or jury verdicts. The sentences handed down have varied widely depending on the charges and the individual's actions. Those who only entered the capital illegally and did not engage in violence were most often charged with things like misdemeanors and given sentences that could include stuff like probation, community service, or just a few months of incarceration. People who assaulted police officers, damaged property, or were involved in planning the attack faced more severe felony charges. And the longest of these sentences were reserved for leaders of extremist groups convicted of seditious conspiracy, which is a serious felony. For example, Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, he got a 22-year prison sentence. And Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes got an 18-year prison sentence. Now you fast forward to January 20th, 2025, the start of his new term, President Donald Trump granted clemency to nearly everybody convicted of or awaiting trial for offenses related to the January 6th attack. Most people received full pardons, while the sentences for 14 members of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers were commuted to time served, which just basically meant that they did what they did and they were immediately released. And finally, the January 6th insurrection serves as a dire warning for how a deeply embedded conspiracy theory can catalyze civil unrest. The substantiated claims of a stolen election galvanized people into violent action against our democratic institutions. The legal repercussions faced by participants reinforce the need for robust accountability mechanisms to protect our democracy and public order. Accountability for spreading conspiracy theories is becoming a major focus, both legally and ethically. Defamation lawsuits, like those brought against Alex Jones, are a growing tool for holding people and entities responsible for the harm caused by this misinformation. Also, online platforms are at the center of this debate as they grapple with the extent to which they should moderate content to curb harmful rhetoric. The increasing legal actions against people who these purveyors of conspiracy theories signal a significant societal shift towards greater accountability. The rise of defamation lawsuits is a prime example of this shift. Historically, proving defamation has been challenging, especially for public figures. However, cases like those against Alex Jones demonstrate a growing willingness of the courts to hold individuals accountable for spreading demonstrably false, harmful information. The financial penalties levied against Jones were substantial, sending a clear message that there can be severe consequences for propagating dangerous lies. And beyond defamation, other legal tools are being explored, like in some legal cases, professionals are examining if conspiracy theories could fall under different legal frameworks, like product liability for things like harmful wellness products promoted through conspiracy theories, or even incitement to violence, depending on the nature of the content and its real-world consequences. Ethically, the debate centers on the moral responsibility of individuals and organizations. Is there a moral obligation to prevent the spread of harmful lies, even if it's protected under freedom of speech? Now, this is a question that challenges the traditional notion that the best cure for bad speech is more speech, and it prompts a reevaluation of the limits of free speech expression when it causes direct tangible harm. Online platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and X are at the heart of this debate. These platforms have become the primary conduits for the rapid dissemination of conspiracy theories, often amplified by their algorithms. They're grappling with a significant dilemma. How do they balance free speech principles with the need to prevent the spread of harmful misinformation? Now, initially, many platforms took a hands-off approach, claiming they were neutral conduits for information. But this stance has become increasingly untenable as the real-world harm of misinformation, including violence, health crises, and attacks on democratic institutions, has become impossible to ignore. In response to this, many platforms have adopted more aggressive moderation policies, including fact-checking, content labeling, and in some cases outright removal of content or banning users who repeatedly violate their policies. This has led to a heated debate. Critics of platform moderation argue that it amounts to censorship and a violation of free speech. But on the other hand, proponents argue that platforms have a moral and social responsibility to prevent their services from being used to cause harm. The legal framework around this is also evolving, with ongoing discussions about whether platforms should be held legally liable for the content they host, potentially weakening protections like Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And that currently shields these platforms from liability for third-party content. The increasing legal and ethical focus on accountability for misinformation is a symptom of a broader societal shift. There's a growing public awareness of the damage caused by conspiracy theories, from public health issues like vaccine hesitancy to the erosion of trust in democratic institutions. This shift is driven by the realization that misinformation isn't just a harmless oddity, but more of a tangible threat. As a result, society is beginning to demand that the creators and the purveyors of this content, as well as the platforms that host it, face real consequences. This trend signals a move toward more responsible digital ecosystems where friendly expression and free expression is balanced with a shared commitment to truth and public safety. Tackling the spread of conspiracy theories is a complex challenge, and it requires a holistic approach way beyond just legal and ethical accountability. It demands a proactive strategy that empowers individuals and fosters a healthier information environment. One of the most powerful long-term solutions is to integrate critical thinking and media literacy into our school curricula. Today's students are digital natives, but they aren't necessarily skilled at navigating the deluge of information they encounter on a day-to-day basis. So by teaching them to critically evaluate sources, identify logical fallacies, and recognize manipulative tactics, we can build a society more resilient to misinformation. This isn't just about telling people what to think, but it's about teaching them how to think, how to scrutinize a headline, how to verify a claim, and how to understand the difference between a reputable news source and a biased opinion blog. The goal is to create a generation of savvy information consumers who are less susceptible to emotionally charged and unsubstantiated claims. While we need to be cautious not to infringe on free speech, there's a growing consensus that we need more clear legal messages to address content that crosses the line from harmful ideas into direct incitement of violence. This is a delicate balance, and any legal framework would need to be meticulously crafted to avoid censorship. However, as the January 6th Capitol riot and other violent events have shown, words can have deadly consequences. Therefore, legal systems must evolve to more effectively address content that directly mobilizes violence, whether it's through the dissemination of conspiracy theories or other forms of hate speech. This isn't about suppressing dissent, but it's about ensuring public safety and preventing the use of misinformation as a tool for violence. And ultimately, this challenge can't be solved by just one single entity. It requires a cooperative effort involving educators, media organizations, and online platforms. Educators are essential for building the foundational skills of critical thinking. The media has a vital role in upholding journalistic integrity, providing reliable information, and clearly distinguishing between news and opinion. They also have a responsibility to avoid amplifying or sensationalizing conspiracy theories, which can inadvertently lend them creditability. Online platforms, as the primary conduits for information these days, must continue to grapple with their role in content moderation. This includes not only removing harmful content, but also redesigning algorithms that can inadvertently promote sensational and divisive material. Only by working together can these different sectors create an ecosystem where misinformation is not only less likely to take root, but also actively challenged and countered with facts and reason. The fight against conspiracy theories isn't just about deplatforming bad actors. It's about building a healthier, more informed society from the ground up. So while conspiracy theories may offer alluring and simple narratives, the risk is that they can incite real harm. It's common for people to hold beliefs in at least one conspiracy theory, but it's our shared responsibility to be accountable for the information that we spread. Individuals, online platforms, and our educational institutions, we must all work together, as well as our news outlets. We've got to all work together to navigate these challenges and ensure a more truthful and secure societal narrative. When unverified beliefs lead to violence or criminal acts, those who promote them must be held accountable for their actions. We owe it to our fellow citizens to be ethical, moral, and most importantly, responsible for what we say and what we do. This includes having compassion and being willing to have open conversations with those who hold different beliefs than us. Actively listening to others is how we grow and how we learn, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. So in closing, let's take a minute to reflect on what we've explored today. We started by examining why conspiracy theories resonate, from psychological needs like certainty and control to social bonds within echo chambers. We saw how even seemingly fringe ideas like Pizzagate or the 911 inside job theories can spiral into real-world harm, from things like harassment to violence and democratic erosion. Through examples like the Sandy Hook defamation cases, the January 6th prosecutions, and platform moderation, we saw that both society and legal systems can enforce consequences when speech crosses the line into dangerous territory. We identified effective strategies, critical thinking, education, media literacy, inclusive dialogue, and thoughtful moderation, not just suppression, that offer stronger defenses against misinformation. As someone who identifies as a conspiracy theorist and hosts a public podcast, I owe a debt of integrity to my listeners, and we must speak responsibly, not inciting violence or illegal behavior. And if harm is caused, we must be ready to be held accountable for our words. Accountability isn't optional. It's essential. So what can you do? Well, each of us, whether you're an educator, a journalist, a digital citizen, as they're called, or a content creator, each of us plays a role in this ecosystem. Think critically. Don't take claims at face value. Check sources. Verify facts. Multiple sources. Use them. Don't just watch a YouTube video that coincides with what your belief is. That's not fact checking, and that's not doing research. Challenge thoughtfully. Engage skeptically, not aggressively, with conspiratorial claims. Support accountability. Demand transparency from platforms and creators, and advocate for actionable consequences when speech propagates harm. So, looking ahead, our mission isn't merely informational, it's ethical. Combating harmful misinformation is a collective effort. By blending intellectual rigor with moral responsibility, we can foster a healthier public sphere, one where truth and accountability prevail over conspiracy and chaos. Thank you for watching this lecture. I hope that this empowered you to discern and challenge when speculative narratives cross into harm. So let's continue this conversation beyond this room. Let's uphold the truth, and let's safeguard integrity in the stories that we tell and we share. So I would love to hear from you. My contact information is on this slide, email address and such. If you are able to scan the QR code, that will get you all of my contact information and social media outlets. It's been a pleasure to talk to you about this topic that I'm very, very passionate about, and I want to thank Ryan Sprague and all the staff of ANOMACON for having me. If you want to learn more about me, go to parareality.com. Parareality Podcast is available on the first and third Fridays of every month on all podcast outlets. Thank you all, and have a good afternoon.
Radio.
Hello everyone, thank you for attending my talk here at ANOMACON. My name is Jack Justin Dreher, and I'm going to be speaking today on cryptids as cultural texts, or basically understanding and interpreting cryptids through the lens of something called monster theory. So when I was thinking about creating this presentation, I thought about exploring multiple different kinds of cryptids and really hitting some of the big ones like Bigfoot, Mothman, and maybe some that most people know but some people don't, like the Jersey Devil or the Chupacabra. But I finally settled on talking about a cryptid that is near and dear to my heart because he lives not too far away from me, and that's the Loveland Frogman. So today we're really going to talk about monster theory and the Loveland Frogman, understanding the city of Loveland, Ohio through the Frogman. So what are we going to cover? First and foremost, this talk is not about debunking cryptids and cryptid stories. Actually, what you're going to find is I think that cryptid stories are extremely important. And the idea of cryptids is extremely important as a way of using cryptids to investigate our own thoughts, feelings, emotions, physical sensations, behaviors, our unconscious worries, anxieties, fears, but also our hopes and dreams. Now, I have to tell you right at the beginning that I'm only going to be giving you the most basic understanding of monster theory. There are 7 different theses to monster theory, and each one of them I could create an 1.5 or 2-hour presentation on. Then I could probably give you an entire day, an 8-hour presentation on understanding the Loveland Frogman. So I can't go into nearly in depth as I would love to in a presentation like this since we only have 45 to 50 minutes. But what I am going to do is give you that basic understanding of both monster theory, a brief introduction to a cryptid that I love called the Loveland Frogman, and a framework to apply what you learn here today to investigate the cryptids that interest you the most. So a little bit more about me. My name, once again, is Jack Justin Dreher, and I'm a licensed professional clinical counselor with a mental health service provider designation in both Ohio and Tennessee. I'm a 2020 graduate of Vanderbilt University with a master's in human development counseling, specifically with a clinical counseling focus. I'm also a 1998 graduate of Kenyon College with degrees in honors English, classics and anthropology minors, and a humanities concentration. I've completed tons of different types of trainings on dialectical behavior therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, motivational interviewing for people, all of these different things in the counseling realm. But what we're really going to talk about today is how to apply concepts from psychodynamic and psychoanalytic therapy and apply it to cryptids, to monsters, and what that might tell us about our own unconscious thoughts, fears, emotions, etc. Now, I've talked about my professional background and interest, my academic background and interest, but more importantly today, we're going to talk about my personal interests. And ever since I was a little kid, I have been absolutely fascinated by everything strange, spooky, eerie, weird, paranormal, and supernatural, especially if it had anything to do with mythology, folklore, fairy tales, and urban legends. I could never get enough of it as a kid. And even today, all these years later, I still can't get enough of it. If you want to tell me a weird, creepy legend about your hometown, I am 100% all ears. As I've gotten older, though, I've actually started expanding my area of interest to include everything that would be called normally Fortean or anomalous phenomena and research surrounding it. Basically, as a child of the 70s and early 80s, I blame Scooby-Doo. As much as I love my career as a therapist, I can't think of anything better than riding around in a van with your friends, investigating strange things and solving mysteries. I'm sure most of you have not heard of the Loveland Frogman. I hope that at least a few of you have. So let me kind of give you a very brief overview about the Loveland Frogman cryptid legend. So some people say that going all the way back to the indigenous people of Southern Ohio, specifically the Miami, or I've also heard it pronounced the Miami people of Southern Ohio, and a legend that they had about the Sheanna hook, which was a half man, half reptile or frog-like creature that lived near what is now known as the Little Miami River and protected the river, protected the inhabitants, protected the wildlife and the vegetation from anyone that would come and disturb it or destroy it. Now, that part of the entire legend starts off really and becomes well known in 2012 in a book that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. Now, we also have other aspects of this story. We have Robert Honeycutt, a businessman driving home late one night along what else than the Little Miami River. And while driving home in May of 1955, he sees these shadowy figures on the side of the road. 3 or 4 of them, they're only 3 to 4 feet tall as well. They're dressed in robes, and he describes them as performing some sort of innate and yet strange ritual. And as he actually drove right by and begins to look at them, one of them lifts a stick up in the middle of the group, and lightning sparks shoot out of it. Now, we also have another story that gets incorporated into the Loveland Frogman mythology, and that's of Ray Shockey and Mark Matthews, 2 policemen who in March of 1972 see the creature. Ray Shockey's driving along next to the Little Miami River once again, late at night around 1 a.m., and he's on duty, and he sees this figure jump in front of his patrol car. And when he comes slamming to a stop, his lights are on it, the creature stands up, and he said that it was about 3 to 4 feet tall with green, leathery, reptile-like skin and a kind of a short tail, and it walks by itself like a man over to the guardrail, goes over the guardrail, and then hops down the embankment to the river. 2 weeks later, after he reports that in a police report and the local newspaper picks it up, Mark Matthews, another policeman and colleague of Ray Shockey, sees the creature on the side of the road while driving late one night. He says he pulls over, pulls out a service revolver and fires 4 to 5 shots at the creature, knows that he hits it, but that it disappears once again into the Little Miami River. Then we don't have any sightings for a while. But in 2016, Sam Jacobs, a young teen from the Loveland area, and his girlfriend are out playing Pokemon Go, and they see the creature actually in the water and snap a picture of it, which blows up on social media and becomes viral. So once again, not tons and tons of details in any of these stories, just a very brief overview talking about scenarios, situations that might or might not be related to the Loveland Frogman and the legend that we currently have. So what is monster theory? So monster theory is a sort of subset of critical theory developed by Jeffrey Jerome Cohen, who is currently the Dean of Humanities at Arizona State University. And in 1996, he published a book and an essay called Monster Theory, Reading Culture. And the essay itself is called Monster Culture, 7 Theses. And it's basically a way of looking at culture via the monsters that it creates. Now, I have a picture of the book here on the side. You can easily get it through your local library, order it off of Amazon. But if you're just wanting the essay in and of itself, if you just Google Monster Culture, 7 Theses, Jeffrey Jerome Cohen, and PDF, it'll easily pop up. It gets used in a lot of colleges and universities around the country with multiple areas where you can download it for free. But Jeffrey Jerome Cohen develops this concept of monsters as a modus legendi, or a way of reading or method of reading a culture specifically by the monsters that they produce. Now, moving forward, we're actually going to use the term monsters interchangeably with cryptids. And so what is the first thesis that Cohen talks about? That the monster's body is a cultural body. And so what do we mean by this? Cryptids are born as an embodiment of a certain and specific time, feeling, and place. They represent the cultural moment, or like the spirit or zeitgeist, if you will, of a certain cultural and historical time period. The cryptid's body is never just a body. It's literally a text that's been stitched together, that's woven all of our individual and collective fears, desires, and anxieties of our individual selves and culture into one creature. And so for me, this is really fascinating because I love psychology, obviously, since I'm a therapist, and the cryptid actually acts as a way of showing our innermost psychological constructs, what are normally unobservable human behaviors and processes that are made real in the external world through our stories. So the cryptid acts as a psychological projection where an individual attributes their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, emotions, physical sensations, and even behaviors onto something else, often unconsciously. It also acts as a psychological displacement or defense mechanism where a person can redirect their emotions or impulses from one person or object onto another that fundamentally feels less threatening or easier to express our feelings about. So imagine if something in your city or town or culture scares you. Maybe it's a person, maybe it's a group of people, maybe it's the way a certain group of people act or think or behave or whatever. And yet you feel scared to actually express those feelings. Not just because of maybe retribution from that group of people, but how you might be viewed by other people for holding these thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Then we can displace those uncomfortable feelings that we have about someone onto something else that it's safer to have those feelings about and express those feelings towards. Thesis 2, the monster always escapes. We see the aftermath of what cryptids do. And I'm thinking right off the bat about Mothman and the Silver Bridge collapse. We see the effects of the Mothman on the town, on the community, on even the infrastructure of the community. But Mothman himself, he turns immaterial and vanishes, only to reappear at other times and other places in West Virginia and Ohio. All cryptids act this way, and so we must actually think about the intricate matrix of relations between the social, the cultural, the historical confluences that come together to generate them. Each time the cryptid reappears, it is slightly different. So think about the legend that we've already talked about. We have this cryptid monster who protects the indigenous people, the landscape, and the waterway. Then we have these group of people or monsters that act very strangely doing this ritual in the 1950s. We have this monstrous cryptid, this object for all of our fears and disgust in the 1970s. And then we actually have something that appears in some ways kind of cute and funny in 2016. So basically, we can't just look at a cryptid in one particular way. We can't just look at a cryptid through the lens of the time period where it appears last, but we must take into account every single time it has appeared and what did the cryptid represent during those periods and what is it representing now. Thesis 3. The monster is the harbinger of category crisis. So, cryptids escape easy categorization within the traditional knowledge and human experience that we have. And so what is actually a category crisis? I want to take you all the way back to like your junior high and high school biology classes when you learned about taxonomy and Carl Linnaeus and this idea that every single plant, every single animal in the entire world could be categorized by two names. And in those two names, you would actually understand all of the different ways that that animal, that plant was categorized, going from the domain, the absolute highest, to kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. And that final two names, those binomial nomenclature, summed up everything that you would ever need to know about that plant or animal. But cryptids don't work like that. Cryptids have inherently incoherent bodies that resist easy attempts to include them in any systematic structure. So, our Loveland frogman, is it a frog? Is it some other form of reptile or lizard? Is it a man? Is it like an overgrown iguana? That was one story that's been passed around through many generations. You know, what actually is it? Mothman, is it a moth? Could it be an insect, a bird, an alien? And why is it man-like in any given situation? Bigfoot is a prime example of this as well. Is he an overgrown ape? Is he an unevolved human? What exactly is Bigfoot? There's no way to place any of these cryptids into an easily categorized structure. And so cryptids often appear at times of crisis to illuminate that extreme or binary thinking within our culture, the thinking that wants to put every single aspect of our lives into an easily defined box. But cryptids refuse to be in those boxes. They force us to actually think out of the box. Thesis 4. The monster dwells at the gates of difference. The cryptid is difference made flesh, come to dwell among us. And in philosophical terms, we often define this as something called a dialectical other. So what is that? A dialectical other is when we understand ourselves only through the experience of something that is not ourselves, another person. And so as a cryptid, cryptids are the embodiment of what we consider to be outside or beyond the normal. They're literally paranormal. The cryptid is distant and distinct from us, yet still originates somehow from within us because they reflect those unconscious fears. Often we construct the other through differences like culture, politics, race, economics, sex, and gender. But cryptids fundamentally show us that even those divisions that we often so deeply hold on to, they're often arbitrary. They're not essential. And because the cryptid shows us that our identities aren't essential but arbitrary and relational, it actually threatens to force us to look at our own individuality within our culture and explore both. Thesis 5. The monster polices the borders of the possible. Cryptids stand as warnings against exploration of certain domains. They prevent mobility, often intellectual, geographic, and sexual, limiting the spaces through which an individual can move. Their grotesque bodies disgust us and warn us that certain actions and behaviors and explorations may come with consequences that somehow fundamentally make us question what it means to be human. The cryptids actually police those border areas, forcing us to, in some way, shape, or form, identify what is the status quo within our culture and ask us, are we willing to go through those borders into what is possible and yet threaten to destabilize our culture, to become something that might not be able to even fit into the culture anymore? Thesis 6, fear of the monster is really a kind of desire. The cryptid is continually linked to forbidden practices in order to normalize and enforce those social norms. However, in some ways, this makes the cryptid more attractive as it can evoke escapist fantasies and breaking free from those constraints of the society or culture in which we can feel trapped. It's through the co-optation of the cryptid into a desirable symbol, often done through humor, that kind of help us deal with the worst parts of ourselves that we don't want to really acknowledge. This is often called the abjected fragment in psychological terms. So an abjected fragment is when we acknowledge that there's part of ourself that repels us, disgusts us. And rather than address it, acknowledge it, work through it, we just want to sort of take it out of ourselves and throw it onto something else and put all of those feelings of disgust that we have about ourselves onto this other object. In a Jungian term, this would be like projecting your shadow onto something else. Well, when it comes to desire, all of us fundamentally, deeply on a deeply unconscious level, want to incorporate the worst parts of ourselves to work through them, because that's where we can reclaim the most of our fundamental human energy, and then we can channel it into something greater, something better. And then finally, Thesis 7, the monster stands at the threshold of becoming. I absolutely love this picture because this is the picture that was taken in 2016 by Sam Jacobs as he was playing Pokemon Go with his girlfriend. And look at this picture of the Loveland frog. This is the picture that went viral everywhere on social media. So what does it mean to have the monster at the threshold of our becoming? Basically, monsters, just like cryptids, are our children. We imagine them at the boundaries of our world in our past and present, but they always return in the future even to help us understand what our thoughts, feel, or fears and emotions are, what we accept about ourselves and what we reject about ourselves. So cryptids force us to question how we perceive the world, how we often misunderstand or misrepresent the world to ourselves and to others, as well as our place in it. They force us to reevaluate our personal, cultural, and societal assumptions about our identity and assumptions about what makes up other people and other animals and plants and the environment and what makes them different than us. They fundamentally make us ask who we are and why we created them. So what does all of this theory have to do with Loveland and the Frogman? So like I said at the beginning, this is the briefest of overviews of monster theory, the Loveland Frogman, and the city of Loveland as well. But what I'm hoping that you can take away from this talk is, oh, you might have an interest in reading the essay on monster theory, thinking about the cryptids that are around you, thinking about the things that interest you through this lens. And why I'm going to, or how I'm going to do that and show you how to do that is by actually exploring Loveland, which is where the Frogman lives, and talking about how you might want to apply those different 7 theses to explore your specific area the same way I'm exploring Loveland, which is socially, culturally, historically, geographically, and demographically. So many of the occurrences of the Frogman coincide with significant social or cultural shifts taking place in the United States, in Ohio, and even the area of Loveland specifically. Loveland has a total area of only about 5 miles, 0.07 of it being water. It's located within 3 different counties, so there is that political geography taking place here of different zones and areas of schools and social services, etc. It's divided by the Little Miami River, which we've mentioned multiple times previously. And it's actually considered part of the Cincinnati metropolitan area. So looking at the map here, this little tiny red dot in the corner, that's actually where the neighborhood of Loveland is, the city of Loveland, right on the outskirts of Cincinnati. So let's look at it from a large historical context. The area of Loveland originally was predominantly inhabited by the Miami or Miami people, but also including the Shawnee people, which were the indigenous people of the area. Now, they began to be forced out as settlers moved into the area, and this really happened at a couple specific times in history. In 1795, the Treaty of Greenville, Ohio, effectively acquired 2/3 of the future state of Ohio from the indigenous peoples that occupied it, and this ended what was known as the Northwest Indian War. In 1818, The Treaty of St. Mary ceded the final pieces of Ohio to the United States government. The area was settled in 1795 during that Treaty of Greenville by a man by the name of Colonel Thomas Paxton. In 1814, his son-in-law William Ramsey purchased 189 acres, which eventually became Loveland. In May of 1876, this area was actually incorporated as a village and named after James Loveland, who operated the general store and post office. In July of 1961, Loveland actually becomes a chartered city in its own right after a huge population surge in the 1950s. So we've talked a little bit about the Native American indigenous peoples that occupied this area originally. But the first sightings, other than the story of the Sheanna really don't begin to take place until the 1950s. So what was going on in the 1950s that might create anxiety, worry, fear, especially around, groups of people doing weird rituals in the middle of the night in some abandoned country road? So we have to kind of look at what were the things going on then. The first thing was the rise of the suburb. This was after World War II. The United States was experiencing economic prosperity. Housing was becoming more affordable. Car ownership was more affordable. There was an emergence of a strong middle class with a very intense focus on family values. However, this is also the time of the early stages of the civil rights movement and challenges to racial segregation. There was a strong pressure on traditional gender roles within the family structure, and conformity and anti-communism were the main threads going on in society at the time. So think about how a man driving home late at night along a dark country road next to a river, seeing 3 or 4 shadowy figures off to the side, might reflect some of these fears. You're leaving the big city, going into the small rural areas and country, into a little tiny town. You're already afraid about who is your neighbor, who's moving into my neighborhood. What do they think? What are they doing in secret? In the 1960s, no sighting at that time, but some aspects of the original story are still sort of taking shape in the collective unconscious of the time, being talked about. We have the rise of the civil rights movement. We have the Vietnam War and protests, the beginnings of the counterculture movement, the feminist movement, the American Indian movement. We have the political assassinations that take place of the Kennedys and Martin Luther King, and technological advances like advances in radio and television, making it easier to get those signals in your own home. In the 1970s, we have an even more diverse and progressive era than any of the eras before. This is the beginning of the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement. We have civil rights advancements. We have burgeoning environmental awareness. The first Earth Day was actually in the 1970s. There is drastic changes taking place to family structure as divorce becomes more common, as the breakup of the nuclear family, etc. And we also have a lot more political disillusionment with government and authority. I've always found it fascinating that the two characters who are actual real people who engage with the Frogman are both law enforcement in the 1970s. And we are going to skip ahead because of time to history in the 2010s. Think about all of the drastic changes that take place between the 1970s and 2010. Smartphones hadn't even been invented. The internet hadn't even really been thought up, except for maybe a few researchers and scientists who were just beginning to work on it. All of that in the 1970s. But by 2010, 90% of adults are regularly online. 81% of adults own a smartphone. 72% see social media and use it as their primary news source, explaining how a picture taken by two teenagers can become viral overnight in literally national news. Cannabis legalization occurs in Ohio, same-sex marriages are legalized, and there's a massive shift from the concept of gender roles to gender stereotypes. When I think about exploring and applying monster theory to Loveland, you see how I've done it historically, geographically, culturally, with all the different things going on. But a really interesting thing to look at, I have found, anytime I research cryptid sightings, is how is the population changing of that particular area at this specific time of the sighting. So going back to census records from the 1940s in Loveland, you can see that originally it's a very small town, 1,904 people. In the 50s, 2,000, but in the 60s and 70s, when we get that first major sighting, you're seeing massive increases in population growth, 133% and 42% over the original sighting in the 1950s. So I think that that's really important because as the population surges, you can see that people are moving from the city into more rural areas, more residential and bedroom neighborhood kind of areas. As the population surges, people from the country move into the city moves into the suburbs, and also we have the changes in the demographics of the ethnic majorities, minorities, differences in people, their religious backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, etc. So all of these things come into conflict and sort of heighten fear and anxiety and worry, especially about the other. In the 80s and 90s, there was continued growth, but you also see, and I find this interesting as well, in the 2016, there wasn't specific large growth population-wise, but I think it's important to acknowledge that what you might consider your community, because of being able to connect with more and more people via social media, that the population growth in and of itself might not be significant, but your ability to impact a larger population becomes much more significant. And because of all this, we actually end up having a major resurgence of interest in the Loveland frog. In 2014, there was an original production of a bluegrass musical called Hot Damn, It's the Loveland Frog. It got great reviews when it was originally published in 2014. And in 2024, they did a reimagining of it in some ways, a restaging of it that was sold out. I was very lucky to be able to attend. It was an absolute great show. Further resurgence of interest in 2023, Anthony Cousins writes and directs an amazing horror movie called Frogman. It's a found footage film. If any of you are interested in horror films and specifically the found footage genre, I would say that this is one of the absolute best representations of that genre, and specifically a horror film centered on a specific cryptid at a specific place and time. I'm not going to give anything away, but even though it was shot in 2023, it was actually not historically placed at that time. Fun fact, there's actually a Frogman 2 currently in development as a found footage movie, once again being written and directed by Anthony Cousins. It even goes so far now as festivals, conventions popping up around the Frogman. Some of you may have seen during your paranormal travels or bookstore travels, etc., the map in black or a map called Hidden Ohio. Both of those were designed by a gentleman by the name of Jeff Craig. And in what would have been now 2022, Jeff founded the Frogman Festival. I think it was 2022, 2023, which will now be going into its fourth year, I believe, this year in 2026. It's an absolutely amazing festival where you can hear nonstop lectures from morning until evening on all things frogman and paranormal. You can actually meet authors who have written books on frogmen. You can hear people arguing and debating and debunking various aspects of the frogman legend and mythos, all of it. Absolutely wonderful festival experience. I highly recommend. And so, what kind of questions is Frogman asking about Loveland and how it's changing? So, we had this idea of the Miami indigenous people and the Sheanna legend. And actually, from what I have been able to determine, specifically through talking to other writers and researchers, there was a gentleman by the name of James Renner who wrote a really cool book called It Came Out of Ohio that was published in 2020 or 2012. And yet, there are some questions about whether that legend was real or whether it was made up earlier in the early internet area and sort of just became part of the legend that really didn't get questioned as much. Still makes for a great story, can be an interesting way of thinking about how we might be retconning cryptids and legends later in time, retconning them to change their origin stories based on what? How we, our thoughts, fears, emotions are changing in the present. We have Robert Honeycutt driving in May of 1955. How has that story changed through the years? When we talk, or after we actually have the Ray Shockey and Mark Matthews experience in 1972, certain aspects of the Robert Honeycutt story fundamentally changed at that time. At that point in 1972, it wasn't just necessarily people that were on the side of the road, it was frogs in the robes with the wand that was magical. And then we have Sam Jacobs once again playing Pokemon Go in 2016, that picture that I showed you specifically a few slides ago, changing it from something scary to something that in the picture seems rather innocuous, maybe comical or humorous even. And then we can even look at how the story continues to change, as in 2023, when the city of Loveland actually made the Loveland Frogman its official town mascot. So I know that this has been an extremely brief overview of monster theory. It's been an extremely brief overview of the Loveland Frogman. And it's been an even briefer overview of the history of Loveland and how you can look at it historically, demographically, geographically, culturally. But what I've hoped that this has done is given you an idea, a framework, a lens that you might want to explore and think about when you think about the monsters or cryptid stories in your area. So what monster and cryptid stories are most prevalent where you live? How might those stories, myths and legends, how might they reflect the geography, history, and culture of your area? How might your interest in them specifically reflect your own thoughts, feelings, emotions, your own fears, worries, anxieties, or your hopes, dreams, and desires? So as I wrap up my talk, I would like to say thank you to Ryan Sprague for inviting me to speak at ANOMACON this year. I also want to thank my friend Courtney Block. Many of you might have heard her lecture last year. She's known as the Liminal Librarian, for her feedback on my talk and for her help with some aspects of research. I'd also like to thank the other ANOMACON speakers and all of the artists who let me use their work in this presentation. I've met many of them at the Frogman Festival, which takes place in March in Loveland every year, and I want to extend my deepest thanks to each of them for letting me use their artwork here in the presentation. And I would also like to thank all of you for taking the time to watch my talk in this conference as a whole. And finally, I would like to say that if any of you would like to share any of your experiences or your thoughts and ideas about cryptids and cryptid research, please feel free to reach out to me. You can email me at jackdreher@paranormalresearchgroup.com or jackdreher@paranormalcounselinggroup.com. One of my hopes as I move into the future in both my counseling career and in my speaking career, talking about the intersection of mental health and the paranormal, is to actually develop a group of researchers who dig into these things in depth and can look at them from a multidisciplinary angle. And then I also want to develop a group of licensed professional clinical counselors and social workers and psychiatrists and psychologists who take people's encounters with these entities or experiences, etc., seriously. A lot of people have very amazing positive experiences in the paranormal realm or researching cryptids, haunted houses, etc. Other people have very negative experiences. And so I'm hoping to develop a network of counselors who have experience in working with people who have had paranormal experiences, taking those experiences seriously and providing the absolute highest care of counseling services to them. So if you've had any of those experiences that you want to share, please feel free to drop me an email. And once again, thank you for attending my talk. Take care, and I hope you enjoy the rest of ANOMACON.
All right. There we go, guys. A huge thank you to Jack and to Sandman for their talks. Those are absolutely fascinating. I want to say a hello to a few of our speakers who are in the live chat with you guys right now. We have Paul Kimball is in the chat. Ty Roberts of Total Disclosure is in the chat as well. Cristina Gomez has joined us in the chat. So you can go ahead and interact with them, guys. Their talks will be coming up in the very near future, and I cannot thank them enough for their time, talents, and dedication to ANOMACON 2025. So thank you, guys. I also want to give a thank you to Neil Bradley for the super sticker, Jose as well, Wolfman Robbie. Wolfman also became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that. Solar as well, and also DJ. And we also had a PayPal donation from Nicholas. So thank you so much, guys, for your donations to ANOMACON 2025. 50% of our donations will be going to compensate our incredible speakers, split amongst them. And the other 50% will be going to Doctors Without Borders, an amazing charity we're raising money for today as well. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I'm going to plead with you guys. Share the show. Share this right now, right here on YouTube. You can put it in your YouTube posts. Go over to Twitter and post it and tag anyone you could possibly think of. Let's blow this up. We're at 516 people watching right now. Incredible. Strange Sky says, what an amazing range of guests. I would have to agree. I am so thankful and fortunate for these incredible people. Yeah, so post on your social media, tag us, tag anyone you could think of who might find this interesting. And yeah, let's blow this baby up. ANOMACON is on all cylinders, and it does not stop anytime soon. So let's get to our next two speakers, guys. Ooh, this is going to be a really interesting one. We have joining us for the very first time from the History channels. The proof is out there. We have Dr. Sheanna Steingass. Dr. Sheanna is a marine biologist who has appeared as a guest or co-host on a wide variety of podcasts and the History channel. She's also been on History's Most Extreme, where she is the marine biology expert. She specializes in ocean ecology and the biology and behavior of marine mammals. She is also known for providing biological, ecological, and evolutionary context in regards to pop culture topics such as sea monsters and ocean mysteries. Guys, this is right up our alley. I am so excited to hear from Sheanna. And then right after Sheanna, we have the one, the only, the legendary UFO researcher and my mentor, Peter Robbins. He's going to be talking about the UN's efforts to establish a permanent UFO agency. a reflection by Peter, who was a part of this historic event. So a little about Peter. Peter Robbins has spent over 40 years in UFO studies as a researcher, investigator, writer, lecturer, activist, and author. He has spoken widely in the U.S. and abroad at universities, scientific institutions, and government venues. His professional work includes serving as research assistant on the UN Secretary General's report for the establishment of a UN UFO department. He was the editorial assistant for Parliament's 1980 House of Lords UFO debate called the Blue Memorandum. And he was also the founder and editor-in-chief of UFOcity.com from 98 to 2004. Peter Robbins has also contributed to the Sci-Fi Channel's UFO Invasion at Rendlesham and coordinated its Alien Abduction Phenomenon Symposium for Steven Spielberg's Taken miniseries. He has frequently appeared as a guest and consultant on documentaries and television as well. So there you go, guys. There are our next two speakers. Let's not waste any more time. I'm going to get them up there. Go tweet this, blue sky it, Facebook it. I don't care. Get it out there. Let's hear from Dr. Sheanna and Peter Robbins. Let me pull these videos up for you. And we continue things at ANOMACON 2025. Which one is this? I'm just making sure. Bear with me, guys. I got my list here. We've got 1, 2, 3. Okay. Here we go.
Is it UFO or UAP? The government's confusing me. The experts make it complicated. Lack of answers has me jaded. UFO, I don't know. UAP, yeah, I guess so. Searching for answers, where to begin. Round and round in circles again. Thunderstruck by mass confusion. Is it fact or fiction? Convolution. UFO, UAP, which is right idiomatically. Just my luck now, I'm stuck, scratch my head and say, yeah, what the fuck? UFO or UAP, it's all so confusing to me. Beyond frustrated, damn my luck. Pondering insane thoughts, what the fuck?
Hello and welcome to ANOMACON 2025. My name is Steingass and I am a marine scientist and lover of folklore as well. And today I'm going to talk to you about maritime mysteries, both haunted and haunting. I myself have spent a fair amount of time on the world's oceans, primarily the Pacific, and have a lore of the mysteries that lie beneath those bodies of water. Sea travel today is no less dramatic than it was 200 years ago, but it is indeed much safer, and that's thanks to the explorers and locals that navigated these waters without the advantage of modern technology. So when Ryan asked me to present today, I instantly thought it would be perfect to talk about ghost ships and the sea and ghostly shipwrecks. I personally was imagining finding a lot of stories of ghostly pirates delivering bad omens or stories about ghost sightings at sea. And instead, what my research found was a lot more haunting than those visions, so to say. My talk today is about true mysteries, the kind of mysteries that can collectively haunt societies for hundreds of years. They're the kind of mysteries that can only happen in the true wilderness with uncharted maps and no witness except for the ocean itself. The stories that we're going to talk about today are truly stranger than fiction, and they have persisted for not just weeks or months, but in some cases over 150 years without any answers. We're going to focus on the Arctic today. It is one of the most desolate and unpredictable places on our planet. It is a place of both incredible life and incredible darkness. Winters there are long and sunless. Temperatures can drop below -50 degrees Fahrenheit, and Arctic winds can rage at over 150 miles per hour. Even today, with all of our technology, it's an incredibly challenging place to be. But back in the 16th and 17th centuries, It was a nearly impassable barrier that captured the imagination and obsession of European explorers. For hundreds of years, European explorers set out to solve an impossible problem: how to trade goods from the Asian continent without having to undertake the perilous routes around the Cape of Good Hope. So literally thousands of ships, including today, have sunk navigating around the southern tip of the African continent en route from Asia to the Atlantic Ocean. In fact, the Cape was originally named the Cape of Storms in 1488, but later King John II of Portugal decided it needed a bit of a PR upgrade, and it was renamed the Cape of Good Hope. Despite all this optimism, the route is known for its violent storms, and if something were found across the Atlantic and west through the Arctic, ships could save hundreds or thousands of miles on their journey to buy and trade goods, and this conceptual passage became known as the Northwest Passage. And so governments became obsessed with it, and they funded mass expeditions of navigators, sea captains, scientists, and military officers to explore the unexplored. And so many famous expeditions, including the Cook expedition, sailed into frozen waters to both delineate maps and find new resources for their governments. Early ocean explorers to the North American continent experienced a completely blank map. Now imagine that. As each individual expedition proceeded and then failed, the map did gain a little bit more detail over the centuries. However, this passage itself remained elusive. Due to these collective efforts, more and more coastline became mapped over time, but by the mid-1800s, nobody had yet succeeded in finding a thoroughfare through the Arctic. And this is where the Franklin expedition comes into the limelight. In 1845, it would become one of maritime history's most enduring mysteries and has some incredible and unexpected ties to U.S. history as well. The ships were well provisioned. The Erebus and the Terror were specially equipped with central heating via a stove. Their bows were reinforced with steel to cut through the sea ice, and each boat had a steam engine and a screw propeller. Provisions for 3 years were very impressive and included 8,000 large soldered tins of meat and fat, over 32,000 pounds of salted beef and pork, 36,000 pounds of biscuits, 3,600 gallons of spirits, and 4,900 gallons of ale. My personal favorite was the 9,400 pounds of chocolate, the 10 live oxen included for meat, and 200 gallons of quote-unquote wine for the sick. And so here we are along the north coast of North America. Franklin set off and traveled by Greenland and into the interior of Newfoundland in 1845. He overwintered at Beechy Island, shown in the circle here, and made some short progress in the summer of 1846. And then he became beset in the sea ice off of King William Island in September of 1846 for a year and a half. So let's think about that. From September 1846 until April of 1848, these men sat in the frigid Arctic with no way to contact the outside world. They became overtaken by pneumonia and tuberculosis and plagued by a terrible disease that we know today as scurvy. Scurvy is truly an awful disease. Luckily, we don't experience it much today, but it is brought on by a deficiency of vitamin C. And as you can imagine, in the Arctic, where there are no fresh fruits or vegetables, that is very hard to come by. Now, while native Alaskans and folks in the Arctic have ways of nutritionally making sense of this, European crews didn't really understand many alternatives. So this expedition brought along lemon juice, and it's believed that that lemon juice actually fermented, and the result was scurvy. So crew members became incredibly weak and delirious, and they began to develop sores and bruises on their skin. And perhaps most disturbingly, those heavily impacted by scurvy start to have bleeding gums and tooth loss over time. So not only was this crew marooned in a really terrible environment, they were incredibly weak. And Franklin himself passed away in June 1847 for unknown reasons. And while we believe that Franklin was buried on King William Island, no records exist and his body has never been found. His crew remained there for another grueling year until the 105 remaining crew members out of the original 129 decided that they would try and trek towards what is now known as the Canadian mainland for rescue. So on Good Friday in April of 1888, they took off and quickly discovered that they were not well equipped for overland travel. They really didn't have the appropriate materials despite being well equipped for sea. They had to manufacture their own sleds. They didn't have eye protection for the glare off of the sea ice in the water. And they really didn't have shelters or layers or anything for survival. It was a really tough journey. And that's when the first ghostly tales come to us from the Inuit people who inhabited the area around King William Island. So although the island itself wasn't uninhabited, there weren't any villages nearby where the shipwreck was marooned. However, there were encounters as transient hunters came across the crew. And years later, when questioned by rescue missions, the Netsiluk Inuit described eerie encounters with emaciated, pale-faced men dragging sleds across the ice, their faces blackened by frostbite. It was these testimonies by local Inuit that actually helped discover the fate of the expedition. And at this point, across the world, people became obsessed. More than 40 rescue expeditions were launched in search of Franklin. One piece of evidence surfaced in 1858, a note that was found just south of Victory Point on the northwest coast of King William Island. And you can see the note here. It describes crew's plans to walk to the Back River on what is now known as the Canadian continent. Other expeditions made contact with local Inuit people who described their encounters with the crew, and they became convinced of the veracity of these stories when they were presented by small relics of the expedition. Meanwhile, across the world in England, and actually in the US as well, one of my favorite historical eras was brewing, and that was the spiritualist movement. Spiritualism dominated higher society and popular culture from about this time period until the 1920s. Many fields of scientific inquiry were in their infancy, including medicine, navigation, communication, and meteorology, or weather prediction. This made the world a much more deadly, but also more mysterious place to live in. And the real risks of mortality also drove interest in traversing the gap between the living and the dead. And so with that, I can introduce a very unique explorer named William Parker Snow. Snow was not only a well-traveled explorer, but he had a bit of a reputation. He was often getting caught up in unfortunate mishaps and seemed to be incredibly hard to work with. And I expect that probably describes a lot of early explorers, but Snow is unique in that he was also part of the spiritualist movement, and he became incredibly obsessed with the Franklin expedition itself. In January of 1850, while working as a reporter in New York City, Snow had a vivid dream or vision where he saw the missing Franklin expedition locked in the icy waters of the high Arctic. He was so moved by this vision, he wrote Lady Franklin and actually convinced her, based on a psychic dream, to sponsor him on a rescue mission on the vessel the Prince Albert shown here. It was ultimately unsuccessful, who would have known, but it was one of at least a dozen famous incidents of psychic visions of the Lost Franklin expedition. This is one of his actual paintings, and I think that perhaps the biggest failing of Snow was the vagueness of his vision. If you think about it, being locked in sea ice somewhere in the Arctic is almost a continental level problem. And that being said, we aren't done with Mr. Snow quite yet, but we're going to move on a little bit. There were many recovery voyages that were launched to try and rescue the Franklin expedition, one of which was the HMS Investigator. The Investigator was commanded by Robert McClure and traveled via the Bering Strait on the west side on an attempt to search for the Franklin expedition from the Pacific. Now, they didn't make it particularly far and actually ended up on the west coast of Canada, trapped in the sea ice for 3 years. Now, the crew eventually abandoned the ship and were rescued, but the most interesting thing about the Investigator is that it continued to drift in the sea ice for 160 years. The Investigator is a true case of a ghost ship because of its ability to navigate the ocean without a crew. Now, eventually it seemed to disappear, but believe it or not, in 2010, the Investigator was actually found. Parks Canada found the Investigator at the shallow water of Mercy Bay, and it was nearly intact. So, believe it or not, this ship drifted for probably decades and ended up very close to where it started. The HMS Resolute was another rescue expedition sent off to find Franklin and his men. Now, you may not be surprised to learn that the HMS Resolute was trapped in sea ice and abandoned in 1854. But the truly remarkable thing about the Resolute is that it drifted over 1,200 miles unmanned until it was discovered by an American whaler 2 years later. And the Resolute itself has a pretty amazing history after its rediscovery. Here you can see an image of the HMS Resolute and its men abandoning it off the sea ice there. And this looks very similar to what we expect happened with the Franklin expedition itself. But taking a step back from Franklin and his rescue missions, there was actually a mysterious vessel that navigated the Northwest Passage itself as a ghost ship. And this occurred via the HMS Octavius, which was said to be discovered west of Greenland in 1775. Now, the Octavius was an interesting story because it was docked in London and took on a cargo destined for China. Now, the sailing ship left port with a full crew, including the skipper and his wife and son. They arrived safely in China and unloaded their cargo and headed back to sea once it was loaded with goods for Britain. Now, the captain decided the weather seemed unusually mild, I suppose, and thought that he would sail home via the undiscovered Northwest Passage, a voyage that had not been successfully undertaken by anybody at this point. And this was the last that anyone heard of her crew or her cargo for quite a while, and it was declared lost. Now, in October of 1775, a whaling ship was working in the frigid waters off of Greenland when it discovered a sailing ship. And it went over to investigate and started to note that the sails were tattered, the boat wasn't maintained, and something seemed horribly wrong. So they actually tried to climb aboard. And when they did, they discovered some pretty horrific sights. Now, the whaling crew climbed aboard and they found the very disturbing sight of the entire 28-man crew frozen to death in their quarters. They said they found the ship's captain still at his desk, as shown in this illustration here, frozen with his pen in his hand, with an unfinished logbook entry. They also found the captain's wife and son frozen to death, and based on the last entry and where the ship was found, it was discovered that the Octavius actually transversed the Northwest Passage on its own as a ghost ship. And as you can imagine, this spurred a lot of legends about the Octavius and has made it one of the most popular and well-known ghost ships in the Arctic. Now, we're going to step out of time a little bit and move ahead to 1931, because I think this is a great example of how the Arctic, even though technology advanced, is still in a lot of ways an impassable place. So the SS Beishamo left Sweden for Alaska in search of furs, and it unsurprisingly became trapped in pack ice. This crew was a little bit more fortunate in that they were able to abandon the ship and travel about a half of a mile to the village of Barrow, Alaska, to take shelter for a couple of days. When they came back, the ship had actually broken free and was now in a different location. Well, at this point, the Hudson Bay Company sent aircraft to retrieve about 22 members of the crew, and 15 stayed behind to watch the ship, because you have to remember there's a lot of money and economic interest in this vessel. So they constructed a wooden shelter some distance away to keep an eye on it, and in November, there was a massive blizzard. After a few days, the blizzard abated, and the Beishamo was gone. So the captain concluded that she must have broken up and sunk in the storm. However, a few days later, a seal hunter reported that they had seen the Beishamo about 45 miles away from the original position. The 15 men proceeded to track the ship down, and deciding that it was unlikely to survive the winter, returned home after retrieving the most valuable furs from the hold. The Beishamo was then abandoned. And the interesting thing about this ship is that it remained in the Arctic and became known as the ghost ship of the Arctic. It was reportedly sighted adrift for 38 years, all the way into 1969. And until that point, it was also known as the Ship of the Dead, and a local legend said that when the northern lights shimmered green, you could see the Beishamo dancing along the Arctic with its masts and riggings flowing in the wind. It was taken as a bad omen to see the Beishamo, and after about 1969, it disappeared forever. Now today, the Northwest Passage exists in a way it didn't in the 1800s. Large amounts of sea ice have melted almost permanently, making the Arctic much more passable. Developing science and technology has also allowed agencies like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to map the seafloor with unprecedented detail, preventing future disasters like we've talked about, but also making the Arctic more available for commerce. Now, let's go back to our favorite sea captain, William Parker Snow. While relics from the Franklin expedition have been recovered, including the mummified and frozen remains of several men of the expedition, I didn't include those photos because they are quite disturbing, but if you want to learn more about the Franklin expedition, I would recommend doing so because it's truly fascinating. That being said, this is where our U.S. history comes into play a little bit here, and that's thanks to Captain Snow. So, in April of 1865, the New York Herald ran the following article. Captain Parker Snow, the distinguished commander of the Arctic and Antarctic exploring expeditions, presented to General Dix with a view of their being interred in the coffin of the President Abraham Lincoln, some interesting relics of Sir John Franklin's ill-fated expedition. They consisted of a tattered leaf of a prayer book, on which the first word legible was the word martyr, and a piece of fringe and some portions of uniform. These suggestive relics, which are soon to be buried out of sight, were found in a boat lying under the head of a human skeleton. So that is to say that John Parker Snow was so convinced that Abraham Lincoln should have relics from the Franklin expedition buried with him that he took some items that were found underneath a skeleton and successfully advocated to bury them in the coffin with Lincoln, and they are still there today. Now, you might be wondering whatever happened to the fate of those two vessels, and I am happy to report that, believe it or not, in 2014, the HMS Erebus was actually found with sonar by a Parks Canada expedition off the coast of King William Island. So let's think about this. These explorations were so famous that they had over 40 rescue missions sent to them in the 1800s. Despite the development of commerce and trade in the Pacific and Arctic through the next century, they remained undiscovered. And it wasn't until 2014 that we had the proper technology to find and not even recover, but just study these vessels. It actually took a couple extra years before the HMS Terror was found, and it was found by the Arctic Research Foundation in September after being lost for over 160 years. And one of the most sought after seafaring mysteries in the world sat in the ocean for 160 years. So if this is the case, imagine what mysteries still remain beneath the oceans that we haven't even begun to look for. And there is one more very important relic of the Franklin expedition that has become a key part of U.S. history. And this is a desk that we all might recognize. Now, this symbol of our national history is actually under refurbishment, quote unquote, as of 2025. I'm not sure what that means. So that being said, I wanted to read from you the inscription on the desk itself. It says the HMS Resolute, forming part of the expedition sent in search of Sir John Franklin, was abandoned on 15th of May, 1854. She was discovered and extricated in September of 1855 by Captain Buddington of the United States whaler George Henry. The HMS Resolute was purchased, refurbished, and fitted out and sent to England as a gift to Her Majesty the Queen Victoria by the President and people of the United States as a token of goodwill and friendship. This table, or desk, made from her timbers when she was broken up and presented by Great Britain and Ireland to the President of the United States as a memorial of the loving kindness which dictates the offer of the HMS Resolute, the ship that was originally gifted. Now, this is all well and good, but if it weren't at least a little bit spooky, I wouldn't have included it. And the amazing thing about the Resolute desk, this piece of American and British and exploration history, has been really a center point for American diplomacy, international policy, in advancing science and technology for decades. Well, it's actually a haunted desk, and it's known as the desk that whispers. And so it's said that some US presidents have felt sudden drafts in the room, or even heard whispering in the grain of the wood itself. Staff have sworn in the quiet hours a chill runs through the room, and papers flutter, though no window is open. And if you press your ear to the wood, you might just hear the murmured voices of the lost expeditions of the Arctic. Now, I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I want to say thank you so much to Ryan Sprague and everyone involved in ANOMACON, including our MC, Jim Harold, for allowing me to present to you today. I had a lot of fun with this talk, and I hope that you both learned some things and got some good chills. If you want to hear more about what I do, you are welcome to find me on LinkedIn. I'm not a huge social media user, but you can find me on Instagram and Threads as @Marine Cowgirl. And in addition, if you want to see me investigate sea monsters and ocean mysteries and delve into the science of those types of things, you can find me on History Channel's The Proof is Out There. And with that, I hope you really enjoy the rest of this wonderful event.
ANOMACON 2025 is sponsored by my podcast, Jim Harold's Campfire, and I thought I would share a little with you because it is that time of the year. It's spooky season, and I'm sure that many of you who are watching this love to hear from authors and experts, and that's great, but you also like to hear from regular folks. Maybe regular folks who have seen a ghost. Maybe they've seen a UFO. Maybe they've seen a cryptid creature. Well, we've been doing this podcast for the last 16 years, and that's exactly what you get. We don't gin it up. We don't exaggerate the stories or have people add anything to it. We don't have to. The real stories are amazing enough. It's Jim Harold's Campfire, and you can find it for free on your favorite podcast platform, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. 90 minutes every week of real stories from real people. I hope you'll check out Jim Harold's Campfire.
I can't explain this feeling, the darkness in my mind. I feel it taking over. It's got me from behind. I can't keep my composure. So many times I've tried. A shadow creeping closer. Oh yeah. It's just me, myself, and I. You can run, but you can't hide from the beast that sleeps inside you. I feel it come alive. Even though I try to hide it, they see through my disguise. A different form of madness is clearly in my eyes. I can't stop this transformation, it's already underway. There's no one that can save me. Oh yeah. It's just me, myself, and I. You can run, but you can't hide from the beast that sleeps inside you. I feel it come alive. No more, no more, no more, no, no, just take me home.
welcome back to ANOMACON 2025. And this one is a special one for me personally, guys. I am here with my mentor, and you know him, you know his work. You may have seen him at other conferences or read his books. And I just can't believe we're finally getting him as a speaker here at ANOMACON. And you can see on your screen what we will be talking about today. But with further ado, I want to introduce, again, one of my personal heroes, my mentor, Peter Robbins. Welcome to ANOMACON, Peter.
Thanks, Ryan. I wish you could actually welcome me to Edinburgh.
I know. Not, hey, we will make it happen.
You know, one of my favorite cities in the world.
Yes, well, we would be happy to have you here. But Peter, for those of our audience here at ANOMACON today who might not be familiar with your work, I don't know how that's possible, but we do have new people getting interested in these topics every day. Do you want to kind of give us the rundown on who Peter Robbins is, if you don't mind?
Well, I'm a writer whose work has been focused on truly anomalous UFO phenomena and its implications for humanity for a bunch of years. I host a weekly radio show on KUNX digital broadcasting here in the States. It's called Meanwhile Here on Earth, and it's old school, long form, 2-hour in-depth interview conversations or panel discussions. Otherwise, helping to organize conferences, consult, work on documentaries, and I will say that in real time right now, I believe in 2 days, on the 19th of September, the next episode of Ancient Aliens will air, and it will be about abductions. It's called the Abduction Files. I haven't seen it, but I was part of it, and my intuition is that it's quality programming. 8 o'clock, History Channel, on the 19th, Ancient Aliens.
Oh, fantastic. I'll definitely be checking that one out. That's for sure. Awesome, Peter. Well, I kind of want to let you take the wheel from here. I'm kind of going to be the eyes and the ears for the audience here as we navigate through your wonderful slideshow that you put together for us for this talk. So you just let me know when you want me to switch to new slides, and I will let you take it from here. This is a fascinating discussion and presentation you've set up for us. So yeah, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Cool.
First slide. In 1978, as you can see from the headline in the New York Times article here, the United Nations called for debate on UFOs. It was a radical suggestion at the time, not popular with representatives, but it was something that the higher-ups wanted to do. I was all of 2.5 years or so into, I won't say my interest in UFOs, but my complete obsession with the subject, which became an interest once the obsession was tamed. And my very first mentor, and you can move to the next image now, was a remarkable man on the right there, Coleman von Kavetsky. Coleman and I met about a year, less than a year into my interest in the subject. I really had known no one who was involved in the work. Coleman lived in Queens, but he was Hungarian national, and during World War II had been a staff officer in the Hungarian Royal Army, involved in photo analysis and photo education. He emigrated to the States after serving an extraordinary piece of karma for 7 years after the end of World War II, because he spoke German, Hungarian, Austrian, English. The Allies, particularly America, used him to repatriate and connect up Jews who had survived the Holocaust and reunite them with their families. And he was invited to become an American citizen in 1952, emigrated a few months before the famous Washington, D.C. overflights. And because of his photo interest and being a military scientist, he became involved in the subject. And when I knew him, he was already in his 70s, considered a national hero by the Hungarian American community, and very welcoming to me in giving me an opportunity to start from the ground up. Anyway, 2 years or so into our friendship, he told me that this event was going to happen. And he had a friendly acquaintanceship with the Secretary General of the UN, Kurt Waldheim. Awkwardly, several years later, that we learned he was an SS officer during the war, but we won't let things like that get in our way at the moment. And he invited myself and my first contemporary colleague in the work, Antonio Huneeus, a walking encyclopedia of the subject of UFOs, and in 3 languages, to edit a long document paper that he was presenting. And so that is how we became involved in this project. On the left is Sir Eric Gehry, Prime Minister of the small Caribbean nation of Grenada, whose initiative it was to have this series of meetings. Next pictures. This is the cover of the probably 70 or 80 page document that Coleman generated for the UN. I think it was very much ahead of its time and pointing to issues that we weren't considering, we the West, so to say, at the time. For example, the possibility that a truly anomalous UFO incursion over the Soviet Union or America might be misinterpreted as unidentified enemy planes and launch an attack that could result in a terrible conflagration. Next, please. So as we come closer to the time of the event, the paper is printed, and I find myself thanked on the first page there, just below Professor Hermann Obrecht, the father of rocketry in Germany. On the right is a sample page showing what at the time was, and is still considered, one of the most authentic, legitimate UFO photos, in this case, of a cloud, of a UFO generating cloud cover, and a series of 3 photos seeing that whole process happen. Next. Okay, so we finally get to this day. And it turns out it's a series of events, the first in October, second in November. November was the big one. And I had planned around this event, one way or another, I was going to be there. I had an invitation, and the day before, I believe it would have been November 26th, a huge blizzard hit New York City. I mean, it shut down everything. For better or worse, a good number of the delegates used it as an excuse not to show up, even if they lived in the area. This was not a subject that they wanted to have to take seriously. I'm sure many of them really loved their nice cushy jobs and didn't want to go home and say we need to take flying saucers and aliens seriously. Again, 1978, a very different time. I woke up that morning, my home in a little loft in Chinatown in New York City, made my way to the UN, where I met up with my parents. My mom at the time worked for Nikon and took the day off, came into the city. Well, she lived in the city at the time. My dad too, he's self-employed, curious about the subject, and we met up at the UN. Next image. Here we see some of the particulars of what this special political committee of the General Assembly was all about. Establishment of an agency or a department of the UN for undertaking, coordinating, and disseminating the results of research into unidentified flying objects and related phenomena. That simple. A permanent study committee where countries could exchange data. Nothing more formal than that. Next, please. These are 2 of the original telexes discussing the event. I was very fortunate in that I was able to get a great deal of original printouts from that day, as well as official United Nations photographs because of my connection with Coleman. Next. Well, Here you see a remarkable photograph. Sitting at the representative spot for the island nation of Grenada is Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Bear in mind, I'm a novice still at this. I knew very few people involved. It was still 3 years before I was going to attend my very first UFO conference. And here I am in the Gallery of the United Nations listening to Dr. J. Allen Hynek, Dr. Jacques Vallée, Stanton T. Friedman, Gordon Cooper, the astronaut and very pro UFO reality, was in Texas at the time, and his flight was canceled. So his account was read into the record. To the left, you see the gentleman at the far left. That is Wellington Friday, the executive assistant, I forget his exact title, to Sir Eric, who is seated next to him with the sunglasses. Next. Okay, I wanted to show these simply to add to the authentication. This was glued to the back of the photograph, and in each case, all of the relevant information, this being the United Nations and not some UFO group, were very professional in laying out every particular. Next. And once again, Dr. Jacques Vallée, and now we see Dr. Hynek in the upper left. It's worth noting at this time that in New York City, if you were a smoker, the laws were you had to smoke indoors and as much as possible. And there's Dr. Hynek puffing away on his pipe. Next, please. Okay, again, the back of the photo. The United Nations General Assembly Hall, as you might imagine, is a very impressive structure. The Secretariat, the lower building, that when you see pictures of the UN, the tall office building and the rather modern building with the curved top, is where the events sprang from. Next, please. Okay, I had heard of Stanton T. Friedman. I had read a paper or two by him at that point, but I had never heard him speak. And each presenter was as composed and as focused as you can imagine. Again, the great Gordon Cooper to the right, whose statement was read into the record. I should say here also, at this point, I'm there with my folks and kind of front row balcony with an unblocked view of all of the delegates. And the expressions on every one of their faces uniformly was of a poker player at a high stakes game. Everybody, psychological term is flat affect. My deduction from that was none of these men, and it was all men, representatives, as I remember at the time, were happy to be there. In fact, some of them almost seemed to look like they felt trapped in the room. I could only imagine some of the things going through their minds because, again, this was, to say, to put it mildly, not a popular subject for them to take up. Next, please. That is Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Coyne, C-O-Y-N-E. Lieutenant Colonel Coyne was involved, I believe, earlier that year in an extraordinary UFO event. He was piloting a helicopter over Ohio when a very large, fully articulated UFO, I'm trying to remember whether it was more football-shaped or ovoid, came in over his craft. He threw it into a dive, and the helicopter started to climb. And as much as he tried to reverse what was going on mechanically, that helicopter rose 1,800 feet toward that UFO before the force was released. His testimony was very compelling. Next, please. And once again, we see Colonel Coyne's background here and a bit on the Grenada proposal. Next. Here it is. This is the craft that was pulling him and his crew up. A very well documented case and one worth studying. I don't think it's ever been the subject of a book, but it was certainly the subject of a great deal of coverage at the time. At this point, I was not prepared for where this discussion, this event was going to go. We took a break, we came back, and we'll go to our next image now. Okay, once again, we have the full picture of Lieutenant Colonel Coyne here. And I would say it's worth noting, in the first row there, on the right is the representative from Greece, on the left from Guatemala. Both of them fairly self-contained, a Greek representative showing perhaps a little emotion. Next, please. This is where things got quite emotional. For the life of me, I don't remember whether it was Dr. Vallée, Dr. Hynek, or Stan Friedman who introduced the reality that 6 weeks before, off the coast of Australia, a young private pilot, Frederick Valentich, you see on the left a photograph of Frederick Valentich Sr., his father, also a pilot, holding a photo of his son, Frederick Jr. The plane was observed to go off radar after a terrible scraping sound and after Valentich repeatedly trying to respond to the air traffic controller by saying, after trying to describe what he was encountering, it's not a plane, it's a, and then his voice trailing off. At a certain point, a tragic point, the aircraft simply disappeared from radar and was never seen again. Again, this is only 6 weeks after the fact, and the representative to the United Nations from Australia was there. And whoever the speaker was describing this event at that point turned around and pointed to him and said words to the effect of, you know, Mr. Representative, one of your citizens has either been kidnapped or murdered, and whoever did this is in violation of international law. How is your... The man just glared at him. There's nothing to say, no place to go, no precedent for such an outburst in the United Nations or any other governing body. It was a surprisingly tense moment, and it didn't resolve. It just went on from there. Next image, Ryan. Again, I cite these two photos as simply representative of the general attitude of all of the representatives in the room. And again, because of the weather, there were a good number of empty seats that afternoon. Next. This is a photo of myself and my mom and dad during a break. We are down in the rotunda of the Secretariat. That was my one and only suit. And you can tell it's the 70s because of my dad's sideburns, my glasses. My mom, a dedicated smoker, puffing away there in the rotunda of the UN, as a rather curious, it turned out, official UN photographer came up to us. We were obviously the only kind of family group standing around in there. And he wanted to know who we were and what we were doing there. And we had a nice chat. And he took that photograph, a wonderful statue of, I believe it's Zeus in the back there, ancient Greece. And I'll parenthetically say, if you visit New York or you live in New York, and probably most New Yorkers that are listening have never visited the UN. For me, it was a very important destination on class field trips growing up, and occasionally on my own, going through security and heading up to the General Assembly gallery area, putting on your headphones and selecting one of a dozen languages to listen to what was being dealt with. Next. So the event happens. it ends. The coverage is dismissive, let's say. And here you can see it. Delegates bemoan the long speeches. Waldheim says a review is needed, and whatever his background, he was right there. And the motion actually did pass somehow. Next. However, not only did it die in committee, but when Sir Eric came back to New York to finish validating and take care of certain bureaucratic matters, his government was overthrown. The Reagan administration sent in troops to Little Grenada, their rationale being that there were Americans at a medical school there, and they wanted to make sure that they were all right. And so Americans went in. We liberated them, in quotes, not that there was any threat to their lives. And what we then saw was a series of articles in the major media discussing how while Sir Eric was gone, his private quarters in the Prime Minister's residence were raided, and literature on demonology and devil worship and things were found there. And he was highly discredited. I don't know whether he was able to take up permanent residence as a political refugee, so to say, but it did not end well. And for me, you have to observe yourself and know your own leanings and realize that you may be just predisposed to certain ways of thinking. But logic suggested to me nothing less than some kind of aspect of punishment. You bring this up and you want it to be taken seriously, you better watch your back. And in this case, a particularly small country with no standing military, their leader out of the country at the time, and they're just knocked over, and this nonsensical explanation is given. Next image. How does this picture fit into what we've just been saying? Well, the backstory here is quite a wonderful one. This image, these two images, are of a young man who grew up in New Hampshire and was completely taken, like a lot of us contemporaries at the time, by the folk movement of the 1960s. His name was Lee Spiegel, and he decided he was going to become a professional folk singer. With his parents' love and support, he moved down to Queens, New York, found an apartment, started to haunt the West Village, got gigs, and started to make a name for himself as a folk singer. Next image. However, in 1975, he was with 5 friends, and they encountered what we're seeing right here, a extraordinarily memorable triangular craft that shone a blue light right into where they were. This months before the far better known blue light incident involving a logger in Arizona named Travis Walton. The two of them later became very good friends and connected on this. But perhaps not surprisingly, Lee's career, the thing that he wanted more than anything, completely fell away. And he became obsessed with the subject of UFOs, started to learn everything he could about it. Next image. Then he did something, there's a Yiddish word, it's called chutzpah. It's guts, outrageous willingness to take a chance. Lee did something remarkable. He's maybe in his mid-20s, and he learns that the prime minister of this little country in the Caribbean takes UFOs seriously. So what does he do? He writes him a long letter telling him that he takes them seriously too, and that as a world leader, he should really consider bringing this issue to the United Nations. In other words, to start with, this initiative was not the idea of Sir Eric Gary or any other world leader. It was the idea of a nice Jewish boy from New Hampshire who wanted to be a folk singer, who had a UFO experience, and who then decided that nothing was going to hold him back from making a mark in the work. Well, Sir Eric wrote him back and responded, where would I even start? It's all being done by letter. And Lee writes back, I will find the greatest experts in the world. You supply the budget, bring me into the picture so that I can function officially, and we'll bring it to the UN. Next picture. There's Lee at about the time and his official Grenada advisor stature. I laugh because I love this guy. We lost him about 2 years ago. He was such a good friend, a brilliant sense of humor, and one of the great optimists in the work. You may know Lee's name because he established himself as probably the most credible and respected UFO-centric journalist in the world in his years with the Huffington Post, and then as an independent investigator. Next image. Here's a photo. Again, on the left, we see Gordon Cooper. Next to him, Jacques Vallée. Not sure who that next person is. Then Dr. Hynek. In the corner, Sir Eric. At the head of the table, Secretary General Waldheim. And you'll see just over from Waldheim, a dark head of hair kind of going down into a beard. That's Lee Spiegel. Next. On the left, you will also see these small color pictures. Stanton Friedman, Lee, Wellington Friday, Sir Eric, Hynek, and no, it's Lee and then Hynek and then Coyne. On the photo on the right, and I didn't realize for 10 years that these pictures were taken in color until Lee and I met 10 years later. And began our friendship with a surprise, which was him telling me this story that he was the one, and which I was able to certainly verify not long after. At the time, Lee was the youngest radio talk show host in America, with a syndicated show on NBC radio coming out of New York City. And I was a guest on a show, and that was the beginning of our friendship. The thing about the photo on the right that I find so engaging is that we have the executive assistant to this particular world leader leaning in and talking with Lee Spiegel. Next image. Certain people in your lives, you lose them, but you never lose them. They are always with you. We had so many laughs together over the years and a lot of serious contemplation as well. Next. A picture of the two of us with Paul Davids, Renaissance man, filmmaker, painter, writer, animator, extraordinary guy. The reason I wanted to end this talk on this particular note is for all of you that are in the work or interested in it and getting more interested at a time in our world where the ridicule factor is not something that will destroy a career, that every year more and more people care less and less what other people think about this subject, and that some of you may kind of move into this work more or less professionally, like I did, like Ryan did, and like other people did. You're writing your own destiny here. And this is one of the finest examples of an individual changing history because of a strong belief and not even considering why am I even trying? How could this happen, with me writing to a world leader? Well, it happened. And the fact that the motion was allowed to die in committee is no less of a reflection It's okay to lose, but it's not okay to want to make something happen and then back out because you're afraid of failing. I know Ryan knows as a trained actor. I know, working in the theater for many years in New York, that your chances of getting a job when you go for an audition are minimal and sometimes absurd. But you go anyway, and you do your best work, and you look your sharpest, and you are your most upbeat. I think back to Coleman von Kavetsky, who, in telling me the story of his life, told me that some years after he had emigrated to America and was making a good living as a consultant to some of the most respected camera and film companies in the world, AGFA, Nikon, of course, Hasselblad, Kodak, that he was approached by two CIA officers who were very unhappy that he had given the next Secretary of Defense, U Thant, information that the Americans found embarrassing, namely that U Thant had said in 1967 that next to the war in Vietnam, the most important issue facing the UN was UFOs, and that if he didn't find a way to recant or withdraw or make U Thant realize that the information he gave him was inaccurate, that they would break him, that he would never have any other income except for Social Security and the little books that he printed, to sell at UFO conferences. And there he is in his study in Queens, New York, telling me this story, and gave me a big smile. And he said, they told me this, and I told them they could go F themselves. And he said, and you know what? They were absolutely right, with a big laugh. I never made any other income except my books, and at the same time, my Social Security. A personal account. I hope you find it of interest.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Peter. If I may, could I ask you a question to kind of bring us up to date with everything that's going on? And we can include this or take it out if you please. But we just had our third congressional UFO UAP hearing in history that took place recently. I'd love to get your thoughts on that in relation to this sort of being one of the first times a committee or initiative was brought forward at the UN, but now these things are happening on the floor in Washington, D.C. So do you see any similarities between what Lee put together back then that you attended and what is going on now in the discussion within the U.S. government in UFOs?
That's a great question, Ron. Yes and no. Yes, in the obvious aspect that there was a public hearing, a series of these meetings that I was fortunate enough to attend, where it's fair to say leading names at the time, still leading names, dead or alive, were out there speaking to world leaders and getting in their faces to a degree relative to the Lieutenant Colonel Coyne's event and the Frederick Valentich disappearance. What we're now seeing, I guess you could say, is the progeny of that event, but we're in such a different frame of reference. Back then, flying saucers and little green men, you must be crazy. Now, you could be Avi Loeb, and know that in no way are you going to damage your reputation or your job standing at Harvard. You can be any of these extraordinarily courageous, interesting, and really fascinating figures that are coming forward in these hearings as whistleblowers or informants of sorts. But we are seeing, and I think it's certainly an advance, we are seeing our elected officials in the House of Representatives not just take an active interest in this subject, but realize its importance. And in some cases, I'm sure the implications for humanity. I would like to add that in our increasingly fractured and divisive political reality that we are in right now in the United States of America, whichever side you fall on, this subject is one of the very few, next to the slow destruction of the environment of our home planet, that should be transcendently above politics. And in fact, we are seeing signs of that. Ideological opposites within the House. And I guess two of the best examples are former senator from Florida, now currently Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and one of my senators from New York State, Kirsten Gillibrand. Ideological opposites in that one is, as emblematic of a conservative as possible, and the other a progressive liberal, who work together on this subject. And although I've never seen anything personal regarding their relationship, I cannot help but think that working on this matter and creating legislation regarding it brought them together in a way where they recognized, number one, each other's innate intelligence and humanity, and whether or not they became friends or friendly. I guess the bottom line here is that people of absolute ideological opposites can find common ground here. In what we're facing is a true mystery. And it's one of the very few issues, aside from, again, environmental concerns and global warming, that has a chance of bringing human beings of opposite political viewpoints together. And we need that more now than at any time, I think, since I've been alive.
Absolutely. It's right there in the name, the United Nations. I think you're right, Peter. This can truly bring people together more than it could ever tear them apart. That's for sure. Awesome. Well, two last questions for you. Is there anywhere that we can find out more of what you're up to, or if people want to reach out to you? And any final words for our audience here at Anomacon?
I find myself at this point in what I'll laughingly call my career as something of an underachiever. My website has been down for several years now, and I just haven't gotten it back up. People can contact me directly at my email address. That's my first initial and last name, PROBBINSNY @yahoo.com, or on my Facebook page. And amazing as it is, there are more than one Peter Robbins in the world on Facebook. I have a friend I refer to as the other Peter Robbins. He's out west, but I'm the Peter Robbins outside of Ithaca, New York. And otherwise, I post whatever I'm doing on the Facebook page. We'll have that website up and running sometime before aliens contact us. And also keep you posted on developments in what I'm doing and working on.
Amazing. Peter, the United Nations UFO Committee Initiative, A Personal Reminiscence with Peter Robbins. This was fantastic. I found it so rewarding. So thank you so much for joining us at Anomacon.
I'm so glad to have been a part of it.
All right, guys, there he is. There he was, my mentor, Peter Robbins, schooling us on the UN UFO initiative. That was so cool to look back on that with him. I could just see it, I could see it in his face, reliving those moments. So rest in peace, Lee Spiegel, obviously. Rest in peace, Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum is brought up in the chat as well. That was awesome. That was awesome. Again, thank you to Sheanna, Steingass, and Peter Robbins for those two talks. And I also want to we got some more super chats. You guys are incredible that I want to go through here. Cristina Gomez with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Cristina. Not only a speaker, but also a supporter. Killer for Cash. Thank you so much. They say, thank you for the experience. Thank you. we appreciate you being here and for the support. Moon at Noon, thank you so much. Thank you. And of course, Marco Bisogno, thank you so much. Awesome, Ryan and Suzanne. We appreciate that, my friend. We also had a PayPal come in from, I want to get this right, excuse me, a Buy Me a Coffee from an anonymous donor. So thank you, Anonymous. We truly do appreciate that. So what we're going to do now, guys, is kind of a mid show. We're a little bit more than halfway done with the ANOMACON, but we're going to check in with you guys, with Suzanne, our moderator. She's going to come in, and she's always taking notes as a good moderator. And I know she's got a lot to talk to you guys about. We're going to keep it to like 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes at the most, and then move on to our next talks. But before we do that, I haven't done this yet. Please like and subscribe to the channel. I haven't even mentioned that at all. If you can like this video, I'd certainly appreciate that. Subscribe to this channel if you like this, what you're seeing now. We have so much more on the channel you could check out after this. Hundreds and hundreds of podcast episodes, witness accounts of UFOs, documentaries, you name it. It's all on this channel. So be sure to subscribe to that as well. So yeah, I think what we'll do here is bring... Hold on. Are you guys hearing that? Or is it just in my headphones? Oh, it's that weird... See that? It's that weird, noise again. I can't figure out what it... Oh, God. All right, guys. Casper Sight again.
We fear that you may have not followed our previous instructions. Subscribe to Casper Sight on YouTube, and we will return the broadcast to you. This is your second warning, or we will take over again. Casper Sight thanks you for your cooperation.
Guys, just subscribe to Casper Sight, please. I can't have them hijacking ANOMACON. I know Casper Sight's popular and awesome, but come on. I don't know how he even has the power to do that, but subscribe to Casper Sight right here on YouTube. Please, for the love of God, type it in, subscribe. Yeah, that's all I can say on that. But let's check in with Suzanne. So behave in the chat, guys. I'm going to bring her in, and we're going to get some thoughts from her. I'm going to unmute her. Oh, I can't unmute her mic. She'll have to do it. Here we go. Suzanne, our moderator. There she is. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Let her know in the chat, guys. How are you doing? ANOMACON 2025. Wow. I'm speechless. We had some tech issues at the beginning, Casper Sight.
Yeah.
But other than that,
if we didn't.
Exactly. A freaking 10-hour live stream, something's gonna happen.
Right,
But I had a
right.
hot mic at the beginning, people hearing me swearing about the resolution. I've coughed a few times on mic. I apologize, guys. We're trying. But
Doing our
okay.
best over here on a Saturday.
Exactly. And thank you for joining us on your Saturday, guys. But Suzanne, what do you think of ANOMACON so far? Hit me.
They are so good. And let me start by complimenting this chat. Especially when things start to sound political, this group is really, really good for the most part at sorting through that initial thought and listening to what's underneath it. Nothing here today is intended to be political. And so everyone think through why that speaker might be addressing it. And it's either about critical thought, or it's about ethical behavior, or it's about helping humanity as a whole in times of crisis. So anyway, I want to thank the chat. They did well. I know not everybody was happy, but all in all, really well.
Absolutely. If there's one topic or subtopics that we all sort of have in common, it's UFOs, the paranormal. It brings
Right.
people together. And I will say, one of our upcoming speakers, Paul Kimball, he's the controversial one, the rebel rouser of the group. He is going to be pointing out a very glaring and obvious issue in the UFO field. So I want people to, what you just said, heed those words, keep it in mind that while some of the stuff talked about at ANOMACON might be considered political, these are problems that we need to face, that we can try to correct course correct and make better, to make these topics more inclusive and less close-minded. This should be some of the most open-minded topics out there. So yeah, we will have a speaker bringing up some pretty dangerous and big issues in the UFO field specifically. But before we get to the next two speakers at ANOMACON 2025, what's hitting you? What have you?
Oh my
what have
gosh,
you?
I've
so
loved
far?
them so much this time. I love them every year, but particularly good. Like, first of all, starting with Kim Mosier, Amy Murphy, and Chelsea Linnell. But what a tight, wonderful little group. And you can see how with those ladies together, they're creating some magic. You know, together they are stronger, and together they're getting it done. And what about the dead bell going off the whole time?
Oh, that freaked me out. That dead, I have worked with that dead bell a lot, and we have had some unbelievable things happen with it, as
Yeah.
Paul Kimball can attest. But yes, those are my ladies in Nova Scotia. I missed them. I was feeling like second homesick seeing them
I
give the talk,
bet.
but I loved
It
it.
won't be long before you're back over there. He'll be back
Exactly.
filming soon, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Well,
else? What
then,
else?
Aaron Deese and Alec, I can't say it right. Petakov, did I get that right?
Alexander.
He's so nice. They're good guys. I loved hearing their origin story with each other. You
Yep.
know, all it takes is a really good podcaster and a really good listener. And that's how they started. And that's how you and I started. And it just makes a lot of sense to me. And all the more reason to listen to some of these really good guys, because they are attracting good listeners with good information.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That
Anything
and the little
else?
comment to take care in remote areas, having just done a big road trip into all kinds of remote areas. I thought some practical advice on that topic was well received.
Yeah, you were in some pretty desolate, dangerous areas. And I'm glad they did that. I learned a lot.
I
Yeah.
did too. And then, of course, Mitch Horowitz was next. He is an amazing thinker. He's an amazing thinker and writer, and everybody give him a follow over on Twitter. I think for as bright and capable and almost erudite as he is, I think he's very relatable. So there's a lot to be learned from that particular fellow.
Absolutely. And this just came in, another super sticker from Jose. Thank you so much, my friend. And I think we had one other one. Yeah, Lasso. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes,
We truly appreciate
sweet.
that.
Yeah.
Awesome. What
Okay,
else you got?
about Mr. Susie and the saw that came in the house, and then
The haunted
saw started appearing. Note to self: no haunted saws in house.
No, don't do it. Don't
Not
do it.
interested. And Frogman, I hate to even confess this about myself, but when Jack Dreher was talking about Frogman, I'd never heard this.
Yeah,
I've not heard
Frogman's a
this
thing.
story.
Yep.
And I put a link into the movie so you all could read about the movie and then go watch it if you want to. I think it was on Prime, and that's on my to-do list.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and what about Shay Steinglass? Oh my gosh,
Oh.
the Terror, the ship, the Terror.
Yes.
I loved that. And she was in the chat. Everybody got to talk to her a little bit, as is Miss Cristina Gomez. So sweet of them and others to be in there chatting with you. So to the chat, take your opportunity to talk to these people. They're not readily accessible on a daily basis, but they're certainly here today. So ask them your questions. Tell them you thank them.
Enough. Yeah. That's
Yeah, so
awesome.
sweet.
Yeah.
So sweet. And then Peter, I mean, just the kindest human, And I liked what he had to say as well about setting the politics aside, even in a political environment, and working through the problem. And of course, we got to see great photos of Jacques Vallée and J. Allen Hynek. And we even got to see Paul Kimball's uncle, Stan Friedman, for a minute in those old photographs. And that was fun. Paul is in the chat too. So
yes,
say hello
for those
to him.
who don't know, he is the nephew of nuclear physicist Stanton T. Friedman, the preeminent UFO researcher. So you got him in the chat, guys. The overtly political Paul Kimball, as he's called.
Here's what he says. He says, my talk's overtly political.
Oh,
all right,
boy.
chat, you've been warned. Everybody brace and think through it.
It's about to get spicy, y'all, at ANOMACON 2025. But again, guys, be civil.
Be
This
civil.
is a topic Paul is passionate about, something that needs to be discussed. So yeah, it's gonna
And I
be
know
great.
the chat has seen a couple of people exit stage left, and we absolutely hate doing that. And it's a fine line between allowing free thought and free speech and hateful conduct. So don't put us there.
Yep. Free speech sometimes comes with consequence. That's
It
for
does.
sure.
That's right.
Awesome. Well, before we get to the next two, I want to give a special shout out to two very special people that have become dear friends in my heart. I want to say hello to Elijah Daniel and to Vanessa Michaels. I recently was on their podcast debriefing with Elijah. It hasn't aired yet, but it will in the very near future. But Elijah and Vanessa are just two of the nicest, most curious minds I've ever met. And we talked all about UFOs and ANOMACON. So if they happen to be watching this right now, hi guys, special shout out to you. I cannot wait for people to hear the conversation that we had, but they were so supportive of
Good.
ANOMACON. And they're very busy people out there in Los Angeles. So for them to take the time to talk to me, it meant a lot to me. So yes, thank you guys if you happen to be watching this as well. Awesome. I think that's all I got. Should we move to our next speakers?
Let's keep rolling. It just gets better.
It just gets better and better, guys. We are inching towards our headliners of ANOMACON and whatnot. I mean, there's no headliners. Everyone is like on the equal level. This is
Yeah.
just kind of how I put this thing
Great
together. But we're going to check in with our master of ceremonies, Jim Harold, legendary podcast host Jim Harold. He's going to give you guys a little message, the midway point here, and then we're going to move right into our next two speakers, which are Suzanne. We're going to be starting with Nomar Slevik, who's going to be talking about humanoid encounters. Excuse me. So Nomar Slevik is an independent creator, writer, researcher, and investigator into numerous aspects of the paranormal. He delights in sharing stories through different mediums such as boots. Wow, Ryan. Such as books, documentaries, and podcasts. I'm so sorry, Nomar.
We're running on pistachios and coffee, people. That's what's happening.
We really are. Yeah, I am hopped up on caffeine. You're getting caffeinated, Ryan. Nomar. Nomar has been fascinated by all things paranormal since childhood, beginning with a UFO encounter at 4 years old. Oh my God!
Can't wait for this.
His life's passion has been to research, investigate, write, and share otherworldly events from everyday people in a manner that underscores the very human element in profoundly strange encounters. This is so cool, Suzanne. He's going to be showing clips from mini documentaries he's put together. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. And then, of course,
here's
our
beloved
man,
fellow.
controversial man of the hour, Paul Kimball. I'm just kidding. I love this guy. Paul is an award-winning film and television producer, writer, and director. His work for television includes the paranormal-themed series Haunted and Ghost Cases, as well as the documentaries Stanton T. Friedman is Real and Best Evidence Top 10 UFO Sightings, which, Suzanne, is probably one of the top 10 UFO documentaries of all time. It's by far one every UFO curious mind needs to watch.
Yeah.
So I cannot recommend both of the documentaries, but in particular, top 10 UFO sightings.
And let's throw in what a historian Paul is. And so a
Oh
lot of
my
what
God.
you're hearing today comes
Absolutely.
from knowledgeable historical perspective.
It does. Yep. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of history very soon. Paul graduated in 1989 from Acadia University with an honors degree in history and political science, where he wrote his thesis on the origins of the Second World War in Europe. And in 1992, he graduated from Dalhousie University with a law degree, where he did extensive research into international war crimes, law, and wrote his major paper on the Nuremberg trials. Involved in politics for decades, he ran for office in 2017 as a progressive conservative in his home province of Nova Scotia, a place I know very well at this point. All right. So there's our next two speakers. Let's get to it, guys. Once again, like, subscribe, share the show. Let's move on with ANOMACON. Suzanne, I will check in with you towards the end. And yeah, let's get going. Sound good?
Sounds great. Back to the chat from me.
back to the chat for both of us. Yeah. All right, here we go with our next speakers, guys. Enjoy.
Well, I'm sure you'll agree with me that ANOMACON 2025, well, it's been a home run so far, and we're just getting started. Next up, we've got Cristina Gomez, that awesome UFO reporter and researcher. She has a mega following on YouTube, does a great job. Alex LeMay will be joining us, Paul Kimball, and Zelia Edgar. Just such a great lineup and so much more to come. Enjoy. Let's get to it.
Hi there, my name's Callum. I'm the lead developer and currently the only developer behind Strange Skies. So what is Strange Skies? It's a new platform for documenting UAP sightings. You can report something quickly in the moment or upload full details with photos, video, and everything you noticed. Every case is stored, mapped, and easy to explore. Now I know what you're probably thinking. Another UAP tracking app. Fair point. So what makes Strange Skies different? The answer's simple. Strange Skies isn't just about collecting reports, it's about helping you understand them. Every sighting is cross-checked against airports, satellites, weather, and astronomy data, with AI-supported analysis to highlight what could be explained and what might be truly anomalous. The aim is to bring together credible reports, structured evidence, and community input all in one place. The beta web app launches in late September, with iOS and Android following in October. If you'd like early access, you can sign up right now at strangeskies.app.
Welcome to ANOMACON 2025, and this is my presentation of humanoid encounters. My name is Nomar Slevik, and I am a writer, researcher, and lover of all things paranormal. And what I've got for you today are 5 mini documentaries on humanoid encounters in the state of Maine. This first one is about a dog and something it saw. It was a clear night, a little over 60 degrees on July 15th, 2009. A woman was talking with her stepfather on the phone while she was outside. With a waning crescent moon overhead, the yard was darkened. The only light was cast by the kitchen window, creating a faded square patch on the lawn. Chance, their German shepherd, had followed her out. After a moment, something in the darkness caught the dog's attention. A low growl rumbled in the dog's throat. The woman glanced down at her companion, then out at whatever had drawn Chance's focus. In an instant, fear gripped her. She later recalled, quote, "Staring straight back at me was an alien. He was kneeling beside a tree. I looked it up and down," end quote. Chance kept growling, and the voice on the phone faded into the background as she stood frozen in her backyard, locked onto the squatting figure before her. She described it as having, quote, "big black eyes you always hear about. No nose, just holes where it should be. No lips, and just holes where the ears should be. On each hand, a thumb and 3 long fingers. I couldn't see his feet, but he was skinny. So skinny I could see his bones through his skin, like he was malnourished," end quote. The being remained crouched, its focus locked onto her. She remembered thinking, "Why are you staring at me? And why aren't you bothered by the dog growling at you?" Quote, "It was a moment that seemed like forever," end quote. The dog's growl deepened while the alien kept its gaze on the woman. Quote, "Chance was growling in a way I had never heard before, a growl that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Finally, she got louder and started to bark," end quote. The being's attention shifted to the dog. It rose slowly, and the woman was scared. She hadn't realized just how tall it was. Quote, "I was in shock. It was 6 feet at least, maybe 7. A second later, the dog took chase, and the being ran off. Quote, "Chance barked. I screamed for her to stop. I'm not sure if I was screaming because I was scared she would catch it, or if I was scared she would get hurt, end quote. But then something unbelievable happened. Quote, as it ran, it started to literally disappear, starting at its head. As I watched it disappear, I was shocked to only be able to see legs running without a visible body. Once it completely disappeared, Chance stopped running but kept barking, end quote. The sight of the vanishing alien terrified her. She ran to get her boyfriend and told him everything that happened. He could see how shaken she was, and he believed her. Together, they went outside to look for evidence. Quote, we looked for footprints in the dirt. Nothing. There was nothing, end quote. They brought Chance inside, and despite spending the rest of the evening with her boyfriend and the dog, the fear stayed with her. Quote, I then tried to deny it to myself. I didn't just see that, end quote. But she had, and the sighting continues to haunt her. Quote, I've pushed it out of my mind for years, and now, at night, I can't lay in bed without thinking about it. The way he stared at me shook me to the core. I just kept wondering, why? Why was he there? Why was he staring at me? I wish with all my heart I had never seen that, end quote. Whew, I love that story. I really do. The phenomenon in this next one is very creepy to me. In the summer of 2016, Sam, a pseudonym, moved to 15 acres of land in central Maine that a friend purchased. The plan was to spend the summer and fall turning the property into a cannabis farm. She had converted an old bus into a cozy mini home, and 5 others had joined the venture to help get the business up and running. For a time, she enjoyed herself and the work they were doing. One evening, after a long day of work, everyone had gathered at the community house, which was a double-wide trailer, to play board games and watch movies. Around 9 p.m., Sam decided to call it a night and headed out. Quote, I was tired from work, so I said goodnight and began walking to my bus. It was very dark. The moon was not up yet. I was barefoot with no flashlight, but it wasn't a far walk, and I knew I could navigate with my feet, end quote. A moment later, the sound of snapping twigs had broken the silence. At first, she thought it might be an animal rustling in the cannabis garden. But the sound was too close, too deliberate. It didn't seem like an animal at all. It sounded like footsteps. Human footsteps. Quote, my stomach formed a knot when I realized that the steps had sounded distinctly bipedal. My eyes had been looking at my feet, but they shot upwards when I heard the noise, end quote. Standing before her was the strangest looking person that she had ever seen. Quote, I don't remember seeing its legs, probably because my eyes shot up so fast and I was so stunned. It stood maybe 7 feet tall. When my eyes shot up, I was facing its chest and I had to raise my eyes higher to see its face, end quote. When their gazes met, the witness gasped and struggled to take a breath. Fear had seized her, and she was unable to do anything but stare. She later described the creature as, quote, whitish, not glowing, but its skin looked exactly like pale skin under moonlight. The form was humanoid, but very tall and skinny. It had no clothing. I saw a bare chest, slender arms, and the shape of a head. I don't remember ears, end quote. As she studied its face, as much as she could in her frightened state, she couldn't tell if it had any features at all. Quote, I think maybe it did have facial features, but they were so subtle or sunken in that I couldn't make them out, end quote. She couldn't bear to look at the creature any longer. It stood perfectly still as she gasped for air, the fear locking her in place, silencing any attempt to scream. Finally, her body forced a deep inhale. When she looked back at the strange figure, it hadn't moved. It stood still like a slender, abominable statue, silently watching her. After what seemed like forever, her fear finally loosened, and she ran back to the community house. She burst through the door, telling everyone what she had seen. She was visibly shaken, but they offered plausible explanations, perhaps a thief in the marijuana field. And she supposed that was possible. And maybe she scared herself into believing the intruder was something otherworldly. But dismissing it outright felt like gaslighting herself. She knew she had experienced something strange and wrestled with the logic of it. She later reflected, quote, "I consider myself a skeptic, and I think it's possible that my mind was playing tricks on me. But then again, I had never been afraid of the dark or anything like that. This was probably the strangest experience of my entire life, and to be honest, it haunts me." Though years have passed since that awful summer night, the memory remains vivid. Sam never saw the creature again, and no one else in the group reported seeing it either. But the experience left its mark. I can imagine her wondering if that creature still lurks near that garden in central Maine, standing perfectly still, waiting for the next unwitting visitor to cross its path. That was creepy. Let's move on to another peculiar phenomenon that we actually don't have very many modern encounters of. In the summer of 2019, Sean and his girlfriend Brittany were camping along the banks of the Kentuskeg River in Bangor, Maine. After a day of fishing, they settled in for the night. But around 2:30 a.m., something woke Sean. Quote, "I noticed a faint shimmery oval on the tent wall, about the size of a dinner plate. Thinking my eyes must be playing tricks on me because it was so late, I rubbed my eyes a couple of times to get a clear view. To my surprise, it was still there." End quote. The light had a blue hue and hovered near the tent before slowly moving backward and vanishing. Brittany remained asleep, and Sean, not wanting to disturb her, didn't mention the strange sight. Then it returned, and it wasn't alone. Quote, "I know how unbelievable this sounds, and I probably would have my doubts believing this too if I hadn't seen it for myself. The blue one came back with a green one and a red one, and at least 2 white ones that I noticed." End quote. Sean was scared and unsure of what to do. He tried to convince himself that the orbs were just reflections from nearby homes, but he knew that wasn't possible. He watched as the orbs aligned in a row and hovered eerily close to the tent. The colored ones moved slowly forward, while the white ones rose and danced high above the tent in an almost ethereal display. To Sean's disbelief, the orbs passed through the tent wall and hung in the air above Brittany. They lingered silently in front of him. Desperate to prove he wasn't imagining things, he shook his girlfriend awake. He needed her to see what was happening. When she opened her eyes, she saw the strange lights above her and screamed. Quote, "She was so shocked and scared that all she could do or say was, yeah, hell no," and threw her head under the covers and curled up to me as tight as she could, trembling with fear. End quote. The green orb floated closer to him. Then a thought, not his own, entered his mind. Quote, "Don't be afraid. We are not here to harm you." End quote. Instead of offering reassurance, it only deepened his fear. Quote, "It's hard to describe exactly the fear and panic and helplessness I was going through. This was really happening, and these things clearly had a consciousness, because not only did they have deliberate and organized movement, they could sense my fear and were trying to calm me down." End quote. He could no longer ignore that the orbs were sentient. As if to confirm his thought, the red orb responded when he offered his hand toward it. Quote, I got a childlike sense from it, and it slowly came closer to my hand, kind of like a kitten would approach, with curiosity and caution, end quote. As it got closer, the orb began to change shape. Sean's eyes struggled to process the transformation, but eventually it became clear. Quote, by the time it got to my hand, it looked like what I could only describe as a little pixie or fairy. A tiny humanoid figure with slender wings like a dragonfly, still made of red light, but a defined figure, end quote. Sean tried to tell Brittany what was happening, urging her to look at the being, but she refused. Instead, she kept her head firmly buried beneath the covers, too afraid to face the unfolding strangeness. In what felt like an unexpected act of understanding, the tiny figure retreated, backing away from Sean's outstretched hand. It shifted back into its previous orb-like shape and rejoined the others. Together, they moved out of the tent, hovered briefly alongside the white orbs, and then disappeared completely. Despite the fear he felt at the time, Sean now reflects on the encounter with deep appreciation. Quote, it is by far the most amazing and unbelievable thing I've ever witnessed and encountered in my life. So I can tell you firsthand there was definitely something supernatural and spiritual along the Kanduska extreme, end quote. That actually turned out to be a really nice and lovely encounter. But things take a turn on this next story. Around 7 p.m. in October of 1988, a truck driver was making his way down I-95. As he drove, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit him. The last thing he wanted was to drive while drowsy, so he pulled into a rest area just south of Medway, Maine. The parking lot was empty, but he always made sure to scan his surroundings for safety. Satisfied, he climbed into his bunk and settled in for a rest. During the night, something woke him. He was aware of being conscious, yet he was enveloped in absolute darkness. There was no sound or movement, just an unsettling stillness. Then, he could feel himself begin to ascend, lifted by an unseen force. He was positioned horizontally, and he could sense himself rising through the black void. When the darkness finally gave way, he found himself in a circular domed room. Wisps of black mist curled around him before dissipating. Fully awake, he could no longer feel his body. He knew he was lying down, yet there was no sensation of pressure or touch beneath him. It was as if he existed only as a pair of eyes, a consciousness adrift in a space that defied all logic. Above him, a gray ceiling curved seamlessly into the walls, and the entire room was bathed in a light with no detectable source. To his left, a section of the wall seemed lighter in shade, a contrast that drew his attention. There was no fear, only an intense curiosity. Suddenly, there was movement. 3 figures emerged from that lighter section, stepping into the room in a way that defied physical barriers. The first was closely followed by the other 2, all identical in their strange, otherworldly appearance. He described them as the classic tall grays, thin with elongated limbs and oversized black, almond-shaped eyes. The first one leaned in close, staring at him with a cold intensity. He met its gaze, and in that moment, a voice spoke directly into his mind. Quote, "You are a byproduct of a botched abortion." End quote. The words sent a shock through him. He didn't respond. He just stared back as the entity stood and rejoined the others. Then, that same entity produced a metallic circular device, holding it up for him to see before pressing it against the left side of his face. A searing electrical heat spread through his jaw, down his neck, and into his arm and leg. It wasn't pain in the traditional sense. It was worse. It felt like his very essence was being drained. The intensity increased. It sent waves of unbearable energy through his left side. His heart pounded and panic took hold. He had to get out of there, had to escape the horror. Just when he thought he couldn't endure another second, everything faded. He was now drifting downward through the same black void. Then, he was back in his truck, awake, but the nightmare hadn't fully ended. His left side still buzzed with that weird electric sensation. He sat in the cab of his truck and stared solemnly into the night. He needed fresh air. Stepping outside, he could feel something above him. His skin crawled. He couldn't turn around. All that mattered was leaving, and he did just that. He drove 54 miles straight to Bangor, Maine, and checked into a truck stop. The next day, he replayed the experience over and over, trying to make sense of what happened and what those words could have meant. But deep down, he knew things had been strange for him since childhood. In that moment, he understood. Something had been taking him since the day he was born. This is the last one, and we're going aquatic for it. This is the frog people of Maine. Duff Baker, an old Maine guide familiar with the rugged Piscataquis County area, found himself employed by Belmont Ellis, a New Yorker who hired him for the summer to, quote, cook, guide, and look after his camps and property, end quote. The two hit it off pretty quickly, though they didn't always see eye to eye, especially when it came to the paranormal. Belmont, the New Yorker, was a believer, while Duff was as practical as they came. One evening after a day of fishing, their discussion turned to the Silas Remick case. It was a well-known mystery in the area. Silas had disappeared 5 years earlier, leaving behind nothing but a worried mother and unanswered questions. Remick was 25 years old the year he went missing. Locals described him as, quote, possessed of not one bad habit. He was a faithful worker, early and late. He had acquired a good common school education and was credited with being the most well-read man in the neighborhood, end quote. When he wasn't working, he liked to fish, but he didn't go as often as he would have liked. There was an area he favored, a wild mountain stream not far from his home. Quote, its source was Devil's Lake, one of those peculiar mountain lakes often found set in a pocket high up in the hills of Maine, end quote. Locals often warned outsiders to steer clear of the lake, and Silas's father warned him of it too. Quote, there were strange, uncanny stories about this lake. It was a strange, unnatural looking place. It was 4 or 5 acres in extent and said to be unfathomable in depth. It was rumored that gnomes and genies haunted the area, and they would lure visitors back day after day until one day they'd never return home, end quote. Silas never took much stock in these stories, and after his father passed away, curiosity got the better of him, and he ventured to Devil's Lake for some fishing. He quite enjoyed the area and caught plenty of trout, so he kept going back. His mother began to notice how often he was gone, sometimes neglecting his work around the homestead. She spoke to him and the frequency of his trips. He apologized and promised to do better. But he didn't. He kept returning to Devil's Lake. Quote, "It was a terrible source of trouble to his mother, who did the best she could and said nothing about it to the neighbors." End quote. Then, one day, Silas didn't come home. Night fell and his mother grew worried. She went to the neighbors, then to the ones beyond them. They put together a search party and began retracing his steps. Quote, "They went to the stream and followed up the well-beaten path to the falls of the gorge, but found no trace of him." End quote. Eventually, they followed the path leading up to Devil's Lake and found his hat, rod, and what was left of his trout. Quote, "There was no evidence of a struggle and no tracks of any large animal enough to molest him. A further search of the entire gorge failed to reveal any trace of him." End quote. Defeated, the search party returned to deliver the news to Silas's mother. She cried and feared the worst. She knew the rumors of the lake and hoped the haunters hadn't claimed her son. Searchers went out day after day, much like Silas's own outings, but after weeks of effort, no sign of the man was ever found. They even tried dragging the lake, but its depths made the task impossible. Months went by, and then his mother passed away. Friends and neighbors often spoke of the family and the tragedy that had befallen them. The legend of the lake only grew after this, and no one dared go near it again. Belmont said to Duff, quote, "What have you got to say about that? If there is nothing supernatural, then what become of Silas Remick?" End quote. Duff scoffed at the idea and offered, quote, "There is nothing to say because the boy was drowned and that is all there is to it." End quote. With a roll of his eyes, Belmont leaned forward and the two went back and forth, both fierce in their beliefs. Finally, Belmont sat back, a smile spreading across his face. Duff could almost read the thought forming on his lips before he spoke. Quote, "I've got a curiosity to see this place. Do you dare go?" End quote. Duff dared. The day began with rain, stifling their plans for an early start. By afternoon, the skies cleared and the pair set off on their journey. They hiked to Silas's stream, carrying their canoe, and followed the path that the young man had 5 years prior. Along the way, Duff pointed out the places where searchers had combed and where Silas's belongings had been found. The climb to the gorge was steep, but they took it bit by bit, pressing on until they finally arrived. Quote, "Belmont was startled at the uncanny wilderness of it. As he looked it over, it appeared to him to be the crater of a long-extinct volcano. The mountain wall rose straight up on one side of it, but on the other there was a narrow shelf-like passageway overgrown with low scrub." End quote. They walked along the lake's edge until they found a suitable area for launching the canoe. They paddled out in silence, a heaviness between them, knowing the lake was most likely Silas's final resting place. It was warm and the air was still. Quote, "There was a sharp break in the water, a few feet in front of the canoe, and out shot something several feet in the air. It glinted for a moment in the sun and fell, hurtling back, slap on the water, almost within a hand reach of Belmont." End quote. After the commotion, the small waves slowed and an object floated in front of them. It looked like a bottle, and Duff reached out and fished it from the water. They paddled back to shore. The bottle turned out to be a cloudy old pickle jar. Once on land, Belmont popped the cork top and reached in, pulling out what looked like papers. They were wet and covered in handwriting. He spread them out to dry, and after a while, Duff picked them up and flipped through them, pausing in some places to read more closely. Then he jumped to the end to see if it had been signed by its author. It had. It was a letter from Silas Remick. The following is a portion of Silas's letter. It has been edited for clarity and readability. Quote, "I know not the place, the hour, day, month, or year. I only know that I live and think. I will set forth as clearly as I can what has been my terrible fate. The first time I went up through the gorge to the Devil's Lake, I went to satisfy a long-time curiosity. I saw nothing remarkable other than the place itself. A day or two later, I had a strange desire to go to the lake again. I shook it off for a day or two, but on the fourth day, I had to go back. I had been going there a month before I saw the frogmen. They were standing on a shelf of rock, not far from the side. At first, I thought they were men. And when I got a clear view, I saw that they were some strange creatures, all body and head with arms and legs. There were two of them, and they stood as tall as a good-sized man. They were naked and looked like giant frogs that walked erect. They seemed to beckon me, and I was terribly frightened. I never meant to go near the place again, or to even fish the brook, but that is where I did not know the terrible power of that awful place. I saw the frogmen often, but always on the far side. I soon got not to mind them. One day, I had been to the lake. I got halfway along the gorge when I was almost paralyzed to see two of the great frogmen rise up in the path before me. There was no way of escape, and then they were upon me in an instant. I tried to fight them, but they pinned my arms, one on each side, and rushed me over to the bank of the outlet. They had great strength. Instantly, we were under the water, and that is all I remember. The next thing I knew, I seemed to wake up in a strange place. I breathed in a peculiar, gasping manner. There was a dense feeling of pressure all around me. It was dim at first, then it got clearer. I realized then I was in the water, probably at great depth. My clothes were still on me. I felt no pain nor hunger. I never have since I have been here. I have been taken by the frogmen. When we go from place to place, there is a change in the light overhead. I believe it is the light of the world above. And it is this that led me to try and send up a message, so the world may know of my awful fate. I had in the pocket of my coat a pickle jar. I emptied it, rinsed it out, and corked it tight. I had an old diary and the stub of a lead pencil. I found I could write quite well in the water with the pencil, and in that way I had written this message. When I am in what I think is open water, I shall release it, and it will rise to the surface of the lake and be picked up by someone, and then the world will know. I do not ever expect to come back to the world again. If it were not for my mother, I would not so much care, but I know how she has suffered. Perhaps someday they will let me come back. If my mother is still alive, tell her this, and that I hope she will forgive me. Keep far away from the Devil's Lake. I wish I had. Goodbye to the world. God help me." End quote. The ending of the letter left a silence between the two friends. They sat in thought until Belmont finally broke it. Quote, "What have you got to say now? Anything supernatural about this?" End quote. Duff considered the question. Quote, "It is just about as I told you at the camp. Silas had gone clean crazy over the thing as many another good man has on much less provocation. And when nothing molested him, he imagined up the whole thing. The message. He probably wrote it sitting right where we are this minute." End quote. Belmont was flabbergasted, and the two argued over the merits of Silas's story. Eventually, they got back in the canoe and returned to camp. The next day, Belmont packed up the property and moved to another one of his sites, 25 miles away. It didn't matter to him if Duff wasn't going to heed the warnings about the frogmen of Devil's Lake. Belmont did, and he never returned to the area. Thank you so much for watching my presentation for ANOMACON 2025. Shout out to Ryan Sprague, shout out to all the other presenters. Wildly fascinating stuff. Again, my name is Nomar Slevik, and I've got a new book out called Humanoid Encounters, and I'm sure the link will be below.
folks. My name is Paul Kimball. I am recording this on my iPad, which means I'm naturally going to look slightly to, I think you're right or my left, whatever. I can't do it. Camera's up there and it's just force of habit. Because ace film and video professional that I am, I can't figure out how to get my camera synced up with my Yeti mic. So I am totally going to fix this in post. I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to use my iPad to record it with the audio stream, and then I'm going to sync up with my Yeti mic in Adobe Premiere Pro, which is way more work than I should have to do, but I'm kind of smart enough to do it, but dumb enough not to figure out how to do it properly, if that makes any sense. You know, given the world that we're living in, sure, why not? First of all, I want to thank my good, dear friend, Ryan Sprague, or as I like to call him, Ryan, for inviting me to present again at the ANOMACON. I was one of the original presenters in year 1. Somehow Ryan has made it to year 3, despite his best efforts and his consistent promises while we've been out filming a television show called Haunted to never do this again. And yet, somehow, he always manages to do it again, which is good, maybe not for Ryan's mental and physical health, but for you folks watching at home or wherever you're watching, I suppose it's good for you because there's always lots of good content and 1 or 2 speakers that I can't stand. Maybe I'm one of them. I don't know. Anyway, tonight or today, it's tonight for me. You can see it's dark out there. I'm going to be serious, sadly. Usually I'm a bit of a goofball. The last time I was here, I was talking about, if I look over there, I can almost look straight at you folks. If you guys go sit over here, I'll actually be looking at you. So if you're home, just orientate yourself over there. This is very weird. The last time I was here, I was talking about ghosts because at the time I was directing and co-hosting a television series called Haunted. I have since been fired from that show by myself. I fired myself from the show and turned it over to other people because I just didn't want to do it anymore. So you'd think, well, okay, Paul's not going to be talking about ghosts. I'm going to be talking about UFOs, sort of. I did do early in my career, from about 2000 to 2008, a series of documentaries about the UFO subject, or as we call it now, the UAP subject, or as my Uncle Stan Friedman called it, flying saucers. I much prefer flying saucers. And what I talked about in those documentaries were a biography of Stan and Majestic 12 and the Aztec UFO case, or hoax as it really was. And then a best evidence list of top 10 UFO cases as voted by UFO researchers. And I'm not going to talk about any of that tonight because, as I consistently remind Ryan, I'm out, baby. I checked out of the UFO subject years and years ago. I saw Jim Moseley famously called me the future of ufology, which I think he meant as a compliment, but I was never actually sure. Knowing Jim, could have gone either way. I think it was a bit of both. And I said, no, thanks. Don't want to do that. I have a life to live. So no. But I am going to talk about, all kidding aside, and mostly all kidding aside, I'll probably still make a few jokes, something that is darker, more serious, but does touch upon the UFO subject, touches upon pretty much all paranormal research in a sense, certainly on conspiracies. I mean, it's all tied in together. And if you are here, you've probably read the title in the ANOMACON website or whatever Ryan put up, which I think is ufology, fascism, the far right, racism, and how it all mixes together. That is not the actual title, but it's kind of what the talk is about. So I'm not going to be talking tonight about UFO cases or witnesses or whether they're space aliens from Zeta Reticuli or what UFOs are. Don't care. You can make up your mind. I'll make up my mind. We all have our own opinions. I'm not talking about ghosts. I'm not talking about Bigfoot or anything. I'm talking about, well, Nazis, sort of. And the history, to be more precise, of how the far right has used and infiltrated the subject of UFOs in particular over the years for its own purposes, and how it's gotten a lot worse. But I'm going to go even a little bit further and not just talk about Nazis or neo-Nazis or anti-Semites, but also just in general racism, some of it overt, some of it more subtle, that has infected, if you will, or cloaked the UFO subject from the beginning of time to today. And all of this is only getting worse. That should come as no surprise in the era of Trump and of what I call a transnational, I'm not the only one, but what I refer to my friends as a transnational far-right movement that is consistently and has been for many years trying to undermine Western liberal democracy around the world, wherever you'd see it. So I'm going to, it's going to be hard to find any jokes here, but I might try one or two, because I find humor is a useful thing, especially when you're dealing with something such a fraught subject and such a dark and, frankly, for me, distressing and disturbing subject, because I take it all very seriously. So a very brief bit about me. It's like, hey, we get that Kimball makes films, and he did some stuff on UFOs and ghosts, and by the way, museums and jazz music and pro wrestling. I've done a lot of films about a lot of things. What qualifies him to talk about what he's going to be talking about tonight? What makes his opinion any more valid than anyone else's? The answer to that is probably nothing. Our opinions, at least at a base level, are all equal. But if you want to judge whether I know what I'm talking about or not, here's my actual background, long before I became a filmmaker. So I have an honors degree in history from Acadia University here in Canada. Also spent a year studying at the University of Dundee in Scotland, where Ryan is now. I won the University Medal at the University of Dundee. So take that, Scots. I went over and stole it from you. And then I came home and I won the University Medal when I graduated here from Acadia University. Wrote my thesis, my honors thesis, on the origins of the Second World War in Europe. So, hey, Nazis and fascists and appeasers, not talking about them tonight. Although, weirdly enough, as I'm recording this, Russia was apparently sending drones across the border into Poland tonight, and NATO was responding. Hopefully I'm still here in the morning and not a nuclear wasteland or something. But one could learn a lot about the appeasement going on with Russia right now by studying the appeasement that I studied that happened in the 1930s. Not what I'm here to talk about tonight. But so then I went to law school. Yay. And look at me, patting myself on the back. And my major paper in law school, because we all had to write one, was in legal history, which, by the way, pro tip for any of you kids out there that are thinking of going to law school and you're going to make a lot of money and everything. Legal history, that is not a lot of money in there. So try corporate law instead. A lot of money in corporate law. So anyway, I didn't want to do corporate law. I wrote my paper in legal history. And what was it about? Say it with me. Nazis. So it was about the Nuremberg trials, international law, war crimes trials, the Nuremberg trials. In particular, the subject, although I had to do a deep dive into the Nuremberg trials, was Fritz Sauckel, who was the Nazi plenipotentiary, I think was his actual title. It's been a long time, but basically the Minister of Labor. So he was the one who would go around and get the slave labor from all the various countries that the Germans occupied. And Albert Speer, who was the armaments minister under Hitler from about 1942 on. And comparing their two cases, Speer they were both convicted, but Speer was convicted and sentenced to 20 years, and he served them at Spandau prison, survived, and then went on to a reasonably lucrative and successful career afterwards as sort of the good Nazi, is what they called him. Hey, I didn't know about the Holocaust. But let me tell you about what it was like inside. And by the way, I tried to assassinate Hitler, which is not true. And Sauckel, so Speer was an architect, came from an upper class background or middle upper class background, was articulate and handsome and relatively young. And Sauckel was not. He was pudgy and he had a little Hitler mustache. Pro tip again for defense attorneys. If you're being tried as a Nazi war criminal, you might want to have your client shave off the Hitler mustache when Hitler's dead and they're looking for someone to stand in his place. Sauckel didn't do that. Que sera, sera. They hanged him. Now, I would have hanged both of them. But the judges gave 20 years to Speer and a death sentence to Sauckel. And so my paper was delving into why that happened and some of the inequities behind that and sort of a socioeconomic analysis, a class analysis of why the better looking, younger, more articulate person who evinced some small degree of regret, even though, oh, I didn't do it, but it was terrible what was done, was more successful in sort of convincing the largely Western judges. I think the Soviets wanted to hang him, but they were outvoted, that he shouldn't be hanged, whereas Sokol, who came from a working class background and was not articulate and, again, looked like Hitler, at least mustache-wise, was hanged. And I always thought that was unfair. I would have hanged them both. So that was my analysis. None of that has anything to do with UFOs. Sorry about that, folks. But I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Nazis because I've studied them for the last 35 years. And then as my career went on, both as it didn't last long as a young lawyer, but as an historian, as a filmmaker, and just as a citizen, I continued to be interested in what I saw as an ever creeping rise in far right thought, going all the way back to the late 1980s, and it probably goes back even further. But it was started to really, around the end of the Reagan era, started to really kind of get its grasp in a way that it hadn't. I mean, these were kooks. Everybody looked at these far right people as kooks in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, dangerous kooks. If they had enough guns, but not a real threat. And some of it started, though, to work its way, and I think it did happen in the Reagan years, into the general political conversation in the United States. Less so in other places, although it caught up to them later. And take a look at the far-right parties that have risen up in Europe or the United Kingdom, or to some degree, even here in Canada. So anyway, I continued to look into that, and then I sort of wandered into ufology because I was making films about it in 2000 and for about the next 10 or 11 years. And as part of the filmmaking process, I'm a huckster. Like, my job is to make a film and then go sell the film, which is to say to convince you folks to watch the film. So I made myself aware of the UFO subculture and the people that were in it who were researchers. So Stan I knew because he was my uncle. But guys like Kevin Randall, the late Carl Flock, I could go down the list, Bruce McAdee, those guys. I got to know them, and that's what I was focused on. So I made a terrible, terrible error, little known to me. I wasn't as discriminating about what shows I would go on as I should have been, largely because all of these guys, who all seemed, most of them, relatively sensible and sane to me, would go on those shows. So they would say, oh yeah, sure, you want to go on this show? Yeah, they're fine. I've been on that show like 8 times, or in Stan's case, 5,000 times. I don't know. So there was a show that I went on. I think it was 2004. Pretty sure I was in Vegas at a UFO conference. In fact, I know I was. I was being interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe, ace UFO researcher, legend in the field. Never really liked her myself, but que sera, sera, she was there. And she was doing the interview, though, for a show called The Jeff Rense Show. Now, if you've never listened to The Jeff Rense Show, good for you. You never should. And nobody should ever appear on it. And I did. And it just seemed like another radio show. They'd set up a studio at this UFO conference that I was speaking at in Vegas. It was Ryan Wood's MJ12 conference or whatever it was, because I was making a film about MJ12. It's where I met Peter Robbins. I met some people there. Stan was there. I think Stan did the Wrench show too. And so I didn't think anything about it. And then I just got a little hinky. I sort of had met enough people over the UFO, the 4 or 5 years I'd been in ufology, to start going, not all of these people are sane. And not all of these people seem like they have good intentions. So I'm just going to do a little looking. And I looked into the Rense show. That's one of the stops I made. And look, I'll just say, Jeff Rense is an anti-Semite. He's a supporter of neo-Nazis. He is a bad dude. And I immediately regretted going on Rense's show, which was quite a popular show. I don't know what it does now. I don't even know if Rense is still alive. I think he is. So there was Coast to Coast with George Norrie. That was the big enchilada. And then there was the Jeff Rense show, which was kind of like the junior Coast to Coast. It was the AEW to Coast WWE for you wrestling fans. And then there were all the other shows, and podcasting was just starting to really come online. But there were some other radio shows that were less popular, didn't have as far reach. But the Renz show had a reasonably good reach. And he had unbeknownst to me, he had a website and everything. So I went to the website. And the stuff I saw on the website compelled me to do two things. One, to take all of that old history knowledge and research into the Nazis and to the far right and anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial that I had done for many years and say, cool, I'm going to use that because I have to look at this subculture, this group through a different prism now, given what I'm seeing on the Renz website. And I created a blog called The Renz Watch. Let me tell you, I have never, ever had as much hate mail sent to me as I did when I was doing the Renz Watch. And I think I only made like 6 posts or 7 posts. People accusing me I showed some of them to my wife and she said, you have to stop doing this. Like somebody's going to shoot you. These people are serious. People accusing me of being a Zionist stooge, of being an Israeli agent, an agent of Mossad. All I was posting was saying, hey, look, here's this imagery on the Renz website. An octopus with its tentacles over the earth and a Star of David on it and looking mean, like not a happy octopus, but And so here it is on the Renz website, a modern version of it. And here it is in Der Stürmer, which was there's bad Nazism, and then there was Der Stürmer, which was instrumental in creating the mindset in the German people that the Jews were subhuman and could be eventually what they did to them during the Holocaust, killed. So, like I said, no haha in large parts of this talk, folks. So anyway, there you go. There's the octopus from Der Stürmer. There's the octopus that's on Renz's website. All sorts of images like that. And the clue, the real clue, was that he was publishing articles by a guy named Ernst Zundel. I kid you not, I'm not making it up. There was actually a human being once named Ernst Zundel. Sounds like something you get in a really bad spy novel from the 60s or something. But there he is, Ernst Zundel. Ernst Zundel was one of the worst Holocaust deniers that I've ever run across, certainly the worst one in Canadian history. And I was well aware of him because I had read a book, a very good book that I would recommend to everyone called Web of Hate, which by an author called Warren Kinsella, who's been a politician, a political consultant. He's a lawyer as well. And he has been a consistent exposer and campaigner against the far right here in Canada. And so Web of Hate, weirdly enough, is one of my favorite books because it dealt with the subject that I was interested in and really sort of dug deep into who these people were. So Zundel, who I was also aware, because he was all over the Canadian media, we were trying to deport him. We eventually did, back to Germany, where he was eventually died. Zundel was just beyond the pale, reprehensible character. And there he was on the Jeff Renz website as a political prisoner. He's writing like, I think this was during the time when we were deporting him and the Germans had him and were thinking of trying him for hate speech and denying the Holocaust and all that sort of stuff. And I thought, well, if I had any doubt that Renz was not only an anti-Semite, but promoting anti-Semitic thought and writings, here it is, Ernst Zundel. Now, Ernst Zundel is an interesting cat, though, because Ernst Zundel ties into the UFO subject. And you're thinking to yourself, wait, how does I get Renz? So Renz would have UFO people on and talk. And so I get Renz. And I get that Renz had guys like Zundel on his website. So that's bad. Trust me, it is. And the imagery. So maybe Paul's made his point, and we're going to go look this up ourselves, but there might be something to this Renz thing. But Ernst Zundel, he's a Holocaust denier. He's an anti-Semite. He's a neo-Nazi. What the heck does that have to do with UFOs? Well, fun story. Zundel published a UFO zine. And he didn't believe in the UFO stories, but he used it as a recruiting tool for his neo-Nazi movement. His belief being, if you could find people who were dumb/gullible enough to believe that the Nazis had survived the Second World War, relocated to Antarctica, built a base there, and had a secret super science UFO base in Antarctica. Well, you're dumb enough to buy that the Holocaust didn't happen. That was basically where he was coming from. So it was a recruitment tool largely to identify idiots. And look, no, I'm not going to make any apologies. Anybody who buys that stuff, idiots. And if you're watching this right now and you buy that stuff, I'm sorry. You're an idiot. And if you bought Zundel's stuff, you were also an anti-Semite as well. So you're a hateful idiot. I suspect none of those people are watching. And if they were, they're not watching anymore, which is good. So Ryan, occasionally it's worth losing a couple of viewers. I know you know that, but when they're neo-Nazis, here's the door. Don't let it hit you on the ass on the way out. So anyway, he actually at one point advertised that he was organizing an expedition to Antarctica. So besides being a neo-Nazi and anti-Semite, Zundel was also kind of a fraudster because the trip never happened. But it's like, we'd like you to sign up and here's what it's going to cost. And we'll go down and we're going to travel, hey, penguin, hey, Nazi penguin, can you tell us where Hitler is and the UFOs? Because clearly both of them are still down here, right? And penguins will be like, no. So Zundel, look him up if you really want to, because I'm trying to whiz through this, because I promised Ryan I'd try and keep this under 40 minutes, because I'm long-winded. So Zundel ties in to Rents. And, you could back then, like this was 20 years ago, Zundel further back, you could sort of shrug your shoulders maybe and go, well, Zundel was a kook. He was. There were other people. I tangled with a guy named Malcolm Ross, who's a teacher up here in Canada and an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier. And I got into it with him publicly when I was in college because I called him out on it. And, we were writing letters back and forth in the local paper. I think it was the Halifax Herald. So there were others, but Zundel was by far the worst and in Canadian history. And so you go, Zundel, fine, he had some UFO stuff. And there's probably 61 people who were dumb enough to buy into that. And yes, Rents then weaponized it, or at least used it, because Rents was an anti-Semite and is in promoting anti-Semitic conspiracy stuff and Holocaust denial. And hey, Zundel, put you here, we'll frame you as a political prisoner, a hero of the right, and we'll put you on our website a lot. And by the way, we'll also use neo-Nazi symbolism that literally you could pull right out of the 1930s Der Stürmer and other magazines. Terrible. So, okay, Paul, how, that's bad, but this penny ante stuff, there's nothing there. Well, maybe, except when you look at aspects of ufology that go beyond that, or at least aspects of ufology that tie into that and maybe touch upon other things, you see guys like Billy Meyer. Wait, is Paul about to say that Billy Meyer is a racist? Look, I don't know Billy Meyer. I know he's a huckster, so anything's possible. But it's his aliens I want to talk to you a little bit about. That would be the Pleiaren. That's kind of what they sound like. Now, the Pleiaren, if you were to look at pictures of them, they all seem to look like members of ABBA. Why were the Pleiaren and many of the contactees, this goes back to the 1950s, white and blondish, whitish, whatever hair, and really good looking too? Well, that sounds a lot like the master race. Think too about how UFO cases are often described. I've talked about cultural, back when I talked about stuff like this, cultural bias within ufology, particularly in reporting sightings and cases. And one of my favorite examples to trot out is the Father Gill case from the 1950s in Papua New Guinea, where a missionary, Father Gill, saw, as I recall, a UFO, that's my UFO sound, going by, and you could see the people in the UFO. There were like windows and people were looking out. And it wasn't just him. There were, as I recall, dozens, and hey, fact check me on that, if it was 21 or 18, I don't know, local people from Papua New Guinea who also witnessed this sighting. Now, ask yourself this question. the overwhelming majority of ufologists coming from the United States and Western Europe, even today, still true. Trust me on this one too, the overwhelming majority of them white, most of them were men. There are a few exceptions, but most ufologists have been men, certainly until recent times, and I think most still are. They refer to the case as the Father Gill sighting. I would refer to the case as the Papua New Guinea sighting, or whatever the particular community was. You can pick your term, like the RB-47 case from 1957. People call it the RB-47 case. It's quite accurate. It describes a plane, the RB-47. That's the case. Everybody knows what they're talking about. They don't name the pilots. They don't say it's the Lewis Chase case. He was the primary pilot. They, RB-47 case, Roswell. Nobody calls it the Glenn Dennis case or the Walter Hott case or the Mac Brazel case. They're witnesses, and there's a whole category of people there. It's the Roswell case, the Aztec case. I mean, just go down. But the Father Gill case, no, that's not the Papua New Guinea case. It's the Father Gill case. Read up on the Father Gill case. Pretty much everything that Western ufologists focused on was Father Gill. And, the sort of local yokels who, there's a video of me talking about this back, I think, 15 years ago at the Retro UFO Conference, when I was a little more persnickety. But, kind of looking, very colonial. I'll say a very colonialist way of looking at it. Well, Father Gill, good, upstanding missionary. These people are nice people, but perhaps, not the smartest, or we not sure we can trust them. But Father Gill, we can trust him. He's one of us. I don't think that way. Ufology does, or has for many, many years. And I'm not convinced that it doesn't still think that way, at least in some respects. So, if I made my case for the influence of the far right in the UFO subject, I'm just touching the surface. I could go on about rents for days. In fact, I did when I had the Rents watch, but my wife has made me promise not to talk at length about Jeff Rents and his show and anti-Semitism in ufology really ever again, other than this one, which she doesn't know I'm doing. So don't tell her, whatever you do. But that's not the end of it. And I'm sorry if I seem a little scattered, because all joking aside, what is happening in the liberal democratic world now is incredibly distressing to me. I ran for office 8 years ago. I always wanted to be prime minister up here in Canada, but I've been part of politics for all parties. I was part of a left-wing party here in Canada. I ran for a center-right party. I've been mostly a lifelong member of the Liberal Party, or supporter at least, which is largely Canada's centrist party. I call myself a pragmatic progressive. So I have progressive views, but I'm also, when it comes to foreign policy, I'm a bit of a realpolitik kind of guy, which I think Ryan, given our many conversations in the car, would probably agree with. So, but the one thing that I do believe in, and always have, is, I know it sounds corny, but liberal democracy, small l, liberal, not just democracy, liberal democracy, constitutional liberal democracy, which is what we have built. Peace and prosperity, relatively speaking, but there has never been a more peaceful and prosperous time in human history than now. Don't believe what Trump tells you. Don't believe what any of these politicians tell you. It's halting, and it's slow, and there's you fall back, 2 steps forward, and then you take 1 step back. But there is no better time for people to be alive than now, in terms of health and prosperity and wealth and freedom. And yet that's not what we're told. And there is an active project underway to undermine our faith in not just democracy, but the institutions that underpin democracy, that they rely upon. So an independent judiciary, free and fair democratic elections. I hesitate to say honesty and integrity amongst politicians, but such a thing does exist. There are good politicians. There are good civil servants. There are good people that step forward to serve the public. And ufology and UFOs have played a not insignificant part in that, because all of that stuff, Ernst Zundel, Jeff Rentz, the core mission of people like that, and there are more and more of them that have come into ufology over the last 15 years than I think were there ever before. The core mission of those people is to slowly but surely undermine the public's belief in those things I just mentioned, the pillars of the liberal democratic order. Some are big, like some are big efforts. Others are little things working at the fringes. Hey, we got 2 people here, got 4 people over here, we got 1 person here, whatever. It doesn't have, every little bit counts. I don't think it's some grand organized conspiracy, although I do. I just don't think the UFO guys are part of it. But they are part and parcel of what's going on. And so it frustrates me. No, it doesn't frustrate me. I suppose I don't care enough to be frustrated. It angers me when I see guys like John Ventre. So, hey, look, I brought it more into the modern era. So John Ventre, MUFON state director, whatever the heck he was in Pennsylvania. I mean, MUFON. There's a lost cause, if ever there was one. And any organization that would continue to associate itself with Ventre, after what he said, I think it was in 2018, does not deserve your support. They are irredeemable. And you know what I'm going to do? Hey, look, I'm going to post it. So here's me, handsome-ish, devilish, rakish 58-year-old guy. Oh, and here's the post that John Ventre made back in, I think it was 2018. And just take a moment. I'm going to hum here and provide you with a soundtrack for just read along. Holy, what the? Sorry, I can't. I'm interjecting as you're reading. My bad. Son of a bitch. Who the is this guy? Okay, we're back. I assume you've read it by now. That's all the humming that I can do. I can whistle too. My wife is jealous of me that I can actually whistle. That's the only thing she's jealous of too. So Ventre, beyond the pale, posted some sort of half-hearted, wasn't even an apology, just kind of I'm sorry I said it because now you know that I'm a racist. And you would think that a guy like that would just be drummed out of ufology or any normal organization or group of people. Like, never want to hear from this guy again. Go away. No, he's still around. So that brings me to Nick Pope, because the greatest threat to Western liberal democracy now is partly Trump, but what Trump represents. Trump's an idiot. He's a clever idiot. And he's a bad guy. But he's not a rocket scientist. If you were to list presidents by smart and dumb, Trump's down here. But he has a cunning. He sort of knows people and what buttons to push and stuff like that. So I can respect his evil weasel-like cunning. And he has tapped into something, the zeitgeist. Other politicians, populist politicians like Viktor Orban in Hungary have done this as well. And it's the same kind of thing that Hitler and Mussolini and others, Franco and the other fascists in the 1930s and 40s tapped into in Europe. And even in the United States with the German-American Bund, or Bund, as they say, and people like Francis Townsend and Father Charles Coughlin, it's always there, and they're always reaching in and tapping into it. But now social media and technology has allowed them to weaponize it in a way that has never been done before. So Fox News is the absolute exemplar. And all the spin-off sort of podcasts that have come out of it, and sort of news that have come out of it, and of that kind of propaganda machine, which is pushing that far-right message, not particularly subtly. There was a time, by the way, when Fox News, you could watch it, and they had a slightly right-wing bent to their news organization, much more right-wing bent to their opinionators, but that's what opinionators are. MSNBC has left-wingers. It's fine. Just choose not to watch them if you don't want to. But even the news reportage on Fox News, as the lawsuits that came out after the 2020 election have shown, is skewed now to undermining confidence in the elections and undermining confidence in liberal democracy. So why on God's name would you ever go on Fox News if you believe in those things? Well, because UFOs are the most important thing ever. No, they're not. Sorry. When the space aliens, if there are actually space aliens, make themselves clear to us and say, hey, how are you doing? Hey, we're the Federation. You're welcome to join. All right, then they maybe are the most important thing in human history. But they're not now. Now it's at best a mystery, and at worst explainable if you believe in space aliens. I'm not going to give you the answer because you find yours, I'll find mine. But it's not the most important thing. So you are presented as a UFO researcher with a choice. You can do your research and try and get your message out as best as possible and do it in an ethical way and in a way that is not aiding and abetting the destruction of democracy. Or you can go on Fox News and Tucker Carlson. Well, that would be Nick Pope because, hey, look, here's another screen capture for you. There's Nick Pope with Tucker Carlson, who, basically is, can I swear on this, Ryan? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to swear. He's Putin's bitch. And Tucker Carlson, I remember when he was on Crossfire, and I actually thought, well, he's young and seems foolish, but yeah, he's articulate and he's right of center, but he's against a left of center guy. And it's kind of interesting. No, Tucker Carlson has gone full on Putin apologist and to the point where he's now talking to Holocaust denying historians, which they're not actually historians. Like, hey, maybe Hitler wasn't as bad as we think he was. That's how it starts. So why would you go on the Tucker Carlson show? You wouldn't. Why would you go on Fox News? You don't. No serious person should be going on these programs. They shouldn't be dealing with any of this stuff. And yet there they are. Nick Pope's the one I pointed out, but there's lots of others. The current crop of ufologists, don't be a part of that. Make your case elsewhere. I know I'm not, I'm either preaching to the converted or I'm not going to convert you. But that's not my message, or it's not my mission here. And I'm wrapping up now. My mission is not to convert you or to convince you to man the barricades against ufology, because there's a lot of good people in ufology too, and well-meaning people. It's just, I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. And it's a small, relatively penny ante part of a much bigger picture, but it's a part nonetheless. And it's a part that I can actually talk about and give some concrete examples of, and then encourage you to go look at your own. One of the other ones I might give to you is one of the most popular shows, might be the most popular television show, and I know about television shows too, in the history of the History Channel in the United States, and that's Ancient Aliens. So back to the subtle sort of racism that underlies a lot of ufology. So Ancient Aliens posits, generally speaking, that, hey, look, a pyramid or, whatever, all these things. Well, they weren't smart enough to build that. They couldn't have built that. How could they build that? It must have been aliens, right? Well, it's funny, a lot of the things, and I am perfectly comfortable in saying this, if you were to do a sort of deep dive into Ancient Aliens and go, how many of the things that they've studied or talked about relate to cultures that are non-white, European? I would say the majority, the overwhelming majority. Hey, here's one in, Peru. And here's an Aboriginal culture in Peru. Here's one in Africa. Here's one in the Middle East. They weren't smart enough. They couldn't have done that on their own. Of course they could have. They did. So when I look at a show like Ancient Aliens, I have many thoughts that go through my head. One, it's shitty television. Two, it's bad history. It's not even history. If Aaron Gullius is watching this, I think he would agree with me. It's just bad history. I've never talked to an historian, like an actual historian, who thinks that Ancient Aliens is good history. Or, hey, I think these guys are onto something. They're raising valid questions. It's always just raising questions, isn't it? No, it's terrible. But it's also racist. It's not, like in your face, sitting at a bus stop, dropping the N-word at a guy sitting next to you racism. It's the societal racism it's the Fothergill racism, if you will. And it's terrible and wrong and bad. And there's nothing I'm ever going to be able to do to get Ancient Aliens canceled. And I'm never going to work for them. So there you go. But I wouldn't be on the show either. Not going to get asked. Certainly not getting asked now. But we all have to make choices. And this is a time, as I wrap it up here, of choosing. And so to the UFO researchers out there, to the podcasters, to the writers and authors, and to the people who organize conferences, and frankly, just to your average person who's interested in the subject, which is absolutely fair because it's an interesting subject. And frankly, if there are space aliens out there, and I think there probably are, don't know if they're coming here, but that is maybe the biggest story in human history, probably would be if we ever run into them. So an interest in the subject is fair. Making money off the subject is fair. Doing all sorts of things with the subject is fair. But aiding and abetting, being part of a culture that promotes racist thought, even if it's subliminal or subconscious, a culture that takes people like John Ventre and says, yeah, you're not banished forever. Welcome to another conference. Or you can speak here, or be on our radio show here. Also, they can sell some books or get some clicks on their podcast or get likes or views. Well, those people I don't have any use for. And it's, as I said, a time for choosing. Or as Billy Bragg would say, which side are you on? Boy, I think that's the actual lyric. Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on? And his was talking about unions and work and bosses, labor stuff. But it applies to anything. Which side are you on? And there is a war being waged between those forces in our world that have provided us with the most peaceful and prosperous societies that human history has ever known. Those people who would tear it all apart. And ufology is part of that too. It's right in a little corner down here. And it's time for everybody to make a choice. I hope they make the right one. And if you make the wrong one, well, I've had my Facebook page suspended for calling the President of the United States a fascist one too many times. So you're not going to be able to find me anyway. It's like, I'm on Twitter. So you can find me on Twitter or, send me hate mail or whatever, because water off a duck's back, mate. I've had it happen before. I'm perfectly happy to have it again. Although, speaking on behalf of my wife, I'd rather not. So just forget I was ever here. No, if you don't agree with what I've been saying. But hopefully I've given you something to think about, some threads to follow. It's a scatterbrain presentation. It's all over the place because that's who I am. But take a look. Follow some of these threads, give it some thought. I think on my old blog, redstarfilms.blogspot.com, there's a few things that I wrote about the influence of anti-Semitism and racism and neo-Nazism within ufology. I've appeared on a podcast called The Daily Grail, where I talked with Greg Taylor and Miguel Romero recently, I think it was a couple months ago, about the right wing and the rightward elements within ufology and paranormal research. So you might want to look that podcast up too. Anyway, thank you all for listening. Holy shoot, Ryan, I think I hit 50 minutes. My bad, buddy. Sorry. Thanks to Ryan for doing the ANOMACON and for being my good friend and for letting me just sort of pontificate about things that have interested me for many years and sadly are more relevant than ever. I will leave you. Hey, Ryan, I'm going to drag this out 4 extra minutes. I think I'll leave you with a song I wrote back when I was a musician in the 1990s. And it was a song called Turned. Little did I know it was like the Nostradamus of the Canadian music scene back then, because most people were writing songs like, I love her, she loves me, let's go to Wendy's. I don't know, whatever they were writing. And I wrote a few love songs too, but I was also writing songs about politics. And I was already then seeing the increase in the far right in Western society. So one of the songs I wrote was a song called Turned. And it's, well, anyway, listen to the lyrics. Just make sure that you're not one of the turned, to use a zombie reference. All right. Thanks, everybody. And from Halifax, Nova Scotia, well, actually Fall River, Ryan's room's just down the hall. Whenever he stays with my wife and I, he's just down around the corner. He's not here right now. He's in Scotland. But he'll be in here October because despite everything I said, I still find UFOs interesting. So we're going to go to the Shag Harbor UFO Expo to, as Captain, is it Evans from Firefly? I should know that. Raise a little ruckus, misbehave. We aim to misbehave. That's it. So until we see you next time, just shut up, Paul. Just, here we go. Look, goodbye. I'm leaving. Hey, look, I'm actually going to leave. damn it, the whole thing didn't get out. Thanks for listening, and keep your eyes on the skies. See, that one's for you, Ryan.
All right, guys. Woo, that was spicy, huh? I know things got a little heated in the chat, guys, but we are here to have discourse, debate, and everything in between. So a special thanks to Paul and also to Nomar for those presentations. We greatly appreciate both of them immensely. So thank you, guys. That was an awesome song, too. Paul, you got to get me the MP3 for that, man. We're going to be blasting that in the car in just a couple weeks in Shag Harbor. I cannot wait to go back there as well. I want to thank Paul Kimball, who also donated through Buy Me a Coffee to the event itself. So thank you, Paul. Thank you for that. And we have some new super chats and super stickers. So Moon at Noon, thank you. Thank you so much. Keep your eyes on the skies for Cristina Gomez. Awesome. Autumn, thank you so much as well. And to Maureen, thank you, Ryan, Suzanne, and all the speakers. This is awesome. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Truly do appreciate that. Let's move to our next speakers for the event. Next up, we have, I know you guys have been waiting a while for this one, the one and only host of Just Another Tinfoil Hat. That is Zelia Edgar. She's going to be talking about Haunted By. What does that mean? You will find out in just a few minutes, guys. You can also hear Zelia Edgar's incredible YouTube series, Just Another Tinfoil Hat. You can hear the audio version on the Somewhere in the Skies podcast feed. So if you want to go subscribe to the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, I will not say no to that. We would love to have you. But if you'd rather watch you head on over to the Just Another Tinfoil Hat YouTube channel. It's amazing. And she is joining us in the chat as well right now, so you can ask her questions. Guys, she is here. Zelia is here. Amazing. We got Tyler Roberts from Total Disclosure, who will be coming up right after Zelia as well. But let me get to the bios here. Zelia Edgar is a folklorist and anomalies researcher. She's a lifelong resident of Wisconsin, America's scary land. She is the creator and host of the YouTube channel Just Another Tinfoil Hat and has appeared on numerous podcasts, including Somewhere in the Skies, which releases audio versions of her episodes every other Friday. Her first book, Just Another Tinfoil Hat Presents, was published by Beyond the Fray Publishing in 2022, and her forthcoming book will be released later this year. Guys, you are definitely gonna want to read that forthcoming book. Hint, hint, wink, wink. I won't say anything more, Zelia. After that, guys, we have coming to you Tyler Roberts of the Total Disclosure podcast. Ty Roberts, at age 10, witnessed a classic disc-shaped UFO with 3 spheres beneath it, an experience that sparked his lifelong curiosity about the unknown. In 2021, while working on the Pop Culture Corner podcast, Ty faced the profound loss of his mother. This turning point inspired him to create Total Disclosure, a podcast honoring his mother's memory and his pursuit of truth. With global interest in UFOs and hidden phenomena rising, Tyler has dedicated his life to exploring the mysteries that shape human understanding, using Total Disclosure to spark open dialogue about revelations long concealed. And Ty today will be talking about deterrence or disclosure, UFOs, nuclear weapons, and the battle for secrecy. It is a very fascinating talk, alarming talk at that. So you guys are definitely going to want to watch Zelia and Ty. So let me go ahead and pull those up for you here, and we will keep moving with ANOMACON 2025. How you guys doing? Like, subscribe, do all that YouTube-y stuff. You know how it goes. Let me pull up our next presentations and get things going here for you guys. Next up, Zelia Edgar, Ty Roberts. Let's go.
Welcome to Beyond the Fray Publishing, where we take you beyond the ordinary to the extraordinary. We are a traditional publishing house that represents dozens of prestigious authors, researchers, content creators, and influencers, all of whom share one passion: exploring the unknown. From the mysteries of the paranormal, the legends of cryptids, the enigma of unidentified aerial phenomena, to gripping true crime stories and ancient mysteries. Our vast catalogue of non-fiction books dives deep into subjects that captivate the imagination. Our esteemed authors are not only storytellers, but researchers and experts in their fields, providing readers with fascinating insights and compelling investigations. With a dedicated community of readers, our books inspire, inform, and take you on journeys through the unexplained that will challenge what you know and expand what you believe. At Beyond the Fray, we believe that every mystery deserves to be explored. So whether you're fascinated by the paranormal, intrigued by ancient civilizations, or drawn to the mysteries of the universe, we have the book that will take you on that journey. Beyond the Fray Publishing. Our books take you beyond.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Just Another Tinfoil Hat. Welcome to my presentation, Haunted By. First of all, I want to say that I am very excited to be presenting here at ANOMACON for the second year in a row. So thanks to ANOMACON and Ryan Sprague for having me here. My name is Zelia Edgar, though I'm probably better known by my YouTube handle, Just Another Tinfoil Hat, especially if you are a devoted listener of the fantastic podcast Somewhere in the Skies, where you can catch episodes of Just Another Tinfoil Hat every other Friday. I am a lifelong resident of Wisconsin, America's scary land, and I call it that for some very good reasons. My home state is also home to 3 UFO capitals of the world, 2 cannibalistic serial killers, and more sightings of the dog man than you can shake a stick at. While growing up surrounded by such rich weirdness may have helped kick off my fascination with the unexplained, it was fellow researchers and fellow Wisconsinites Chad Lewis and Linda Godfrey that really helped solidify my early interest in the paranormal into a full-blown obsession. I have one book currently out entitled Just Another Tinfoil Hat Presents, and I do have a second book coming out later this year through Beyond the Fray Publishing, so keep an eye out. My specific interest in the paranormal is an interest in high strangeness. So what is high strangeness as opposed to your regular run-of-the-mill strangeness? I mean, it is the paranormal. It's all a little weird. High strangeness research kind of follows the concept that there are these patterns that exist between apparently different types of paranormal phenomenon, and that therefore the different branches of research in paranormal, we're talking spectrology, ufology, cryptozoology, are all interconnected. And it also seems to point to the notion, too, that the paranormal is not just interconnected among its different fields of research, but also deeply connected to us, to the human experience. So on that note, today we're going to be discussing hauntings, but not just any hauntings. Today we're going to discuss being haunted by Bigfoot, being haunted by UFOs, being haunted by werewolves, stories that are, honestly, just plain weird. But before we get into this kind of supernatural, let's start with a true classic of ghost research, a case which actually occurred mere minutes from the town that I grew up in, and was even featured on Unsolved Mysteries. If you can believe it, I grew up watching those reruns. This, of course, is the case of the Tallman haunted bunk beds. Now, to make a long and very strange story short, Alan and Deborah Tallman moved into a home in the small town of Horicon, Wisconsin in 1986 with their 2, at the time, soon-to-be 3 children. It was a new home built only 2 years before they moved in, and the property had no previous history that we know of odd occurrences or traumatic events, until about a year after they moved in, when they purchased the by now infamous haunted bunk beds. Now, these bunk beds were indeed secondhand, but again, there's no information as to why these bunk beds would be the nucleus of any sort of bizarre paranormal occurrences. Regardless of what started the phenomenon, it did. Items began moving around the house of their own accord. The family claimed to see a suitcase slide out from under the bed and then slide back in. They said that the clock radio switched stations. Not just electronically, they could actually see the knob moving as though being turned by unseen fingers. A paintbrush apparently submerged the handle, so kind of upside down, into a can of paint all by itself, and the family began having these recurring nightmares. However, the nightmares did not stay in dreamland. Apparitions began appearing in the Tallman home. Alan's mother, watching the kids one night, claimed to see red eyes looking in the window. Around Christmas, the 8-year-old Tallman boy claimed that a 3-foot-tall figure of an old woman was standing by his bedroom door watching him sleep. He began sleeping in the living room to escape the nightly occurrences, where she suddenly reappeared, and she continued to reappear time and time again. At one point, a pillar of mist rose from the floor, transformed into a humanoid shape, pointed at Alan, and said, "You're dead." The Horicon police were finally called in to investigate. They were looking at first for secret Scooby-Doo style projections, and even more terrifying, carbon monoxide poisoning. Local pastors came to bless the home on multiple occasions, but neither the authorities nor the higher authorities made any difference. The phenomenon continued. However, the final straw involved a nephew who was staying with the Tallmans. While Alan worked the night shift, this nephew apparently would lie on the floor of the children's room as they went to sleep to kind of keep an eye out for any odd disturbances. One evening, he heard one of the girls kind of jump up and call out, "Hi there." He looked up and saw a hovering, misty figure, which moved towards him and said ominously, "Now you're involved," before evaporating. This was the final straw for the Talmans. They moved out shortly thereafter, and the home was purchased by another family who experienced nothing out of the ordinary. Now, this case is emblematic of a common pattern for haunting phenomenon, which also, too, is the basis for a whole boatload of scary movies. The catalyst: the family moves into the home, or the family obtains or purchases a secondhand item. Then anomalous phenomenon begins, kind of slowly at first, but then it escalates into larger events. Usually they try to deal with the phenomenon either through the use of psychics or priests, sometimes even the police. Sometimes the phenomena kind of waxes and wanes, but usually it either just abruptly stops of its own accord, or it doesn't stop and continues escalating until the family moves out of the location. So we're going to go through several more cases of hauntings that follow this pattern, where the haunters, however, are a little bit stranger than the figure of a little old lady in a couple of mists. Much like the case of the haunted bunk beds, this story has to do with bringing an item into the home which seemed to kick up something spooky. This is the case of the Hexam heads. Before we really get into this one, there's actually a mystery behind this mystery, and that is the titular heads themselves. This case occurred in 1971, when two boys, Colin and Leslie Robson, were digging in the garden of their home in Hexham, Northumberland, UK. What they found in the garden were two small stone heads, hence the name Hexam heads. Now, they eventually gave these heads up to different archaeologists, professors. Finally, an expert on Celtic lore and artifacts, Dr. Anne Ross, received them. She will come up later in the story. Again, they moved through a whole parade of researchers and professors before, whoops, being lost. Now, the mystery behind the mystery of the Hexam heads is that at the time, a man local to that neighborhood who had lived there previously, a man named Desmond Craigie, came forward and claimed that not only did he know about the heads, he had made them for his daughter in the mid-50s. However, when he explained how he made them and even created a replica to show that he indeed was the one behind it, it didn't match the actual heads themselves. To complicate things even further, one of the boys that had dug up the Hexam heads also had been making clay heads in the weeks leading up to them being found. Again, though, these did not match the two stone heads that were dug out of this garden. Now, all this to say, and again, the heads today are lost. No one knows where they are. So as to the legitimacy of these creepy little heads, whether they were ancient or whether they were modern, nobody really knows. And to be honest, I'm not really sure either. However, it's kind of beside the point, because regardless of the legitimacy of these two artifacts, weird things began kicking up in the neighborhood. Shortly after the Robson boys dug up these little stone heads, poltergeist phenomenon broke out in their home. Objects moving of their own accord, things mysteriously breaking. One night, a shower of glass just appeared on one of the mattresses. However, it was their next-door neighbors, the Dodds, who began experiencing quite an escalation in the phenomenon. The children began complaining that something was moving around and up against them as they were trying, and I presume failing, to fall asleep. Eventually, their mother slept in one of the children's rooms, and she just thought the disturbances, of course, were just they don't want to go to bed, it's just their imagination. So when her son insisted that something was in the room, she sat up to show him that there was nothing there. She would be wrong. Instead of seeing the, well, nothing that she thought she would see, instead, Mrs. Dodd saw a shadow figure standing by the bed, which moved closer to her and touched her leg. What's very odd about this shadow, aside from the fact, of course, that it was a freestanding shadow that could physically touch someone, is that she said it appeared to be half man, half sheep. She said that it dropped to all fours and ran clear out of the room, clear out of the house. The door was left open behind it, making hoofbeats as it ran. Now, needless to say, upon hearing this, the Robsons shipped the heads off as soon as possible to Newcastle Museum, who sent them to Dr. Anne Ross, a Celtic scholar. As soon as the heads were in her possession, actually in her home, poltergeist activity kicked up there as well. And much like in the case of the Tallman bunk beds, this was just the beginning. Shortly after this weird phenomenon started, Dr. Ross woke up in the dead of night, feeling like someone was in the bedroom with her. And glancing towards the door, she saw a werewolf exiting her bedroom. She said that it was completely covered in dark fur and standing about 6 feet tall and looked like, well, a werewolf. Now, whether bravely or foolishly, she said that she felt compelled to follow it, so that's what she did. She jumped out of bed and ran after it into the brightly lit hallway, where she got an even better look at it as it went partway down the stairs, jumped over the banister, and then ran to the back of the house. Now, one werewolf sighting is weird enough, but hey, how about another one? A few days after Dr. Ann Ross's encounter, her teenage daughter arrived home from school. Now, she was going to watch her brother. He wasn't home from school just yet, so it was just her in the house, and both of her parents were in London. Now, it goes without saying that Dr. Ross hadn't told either of her children about her encounter. She didn't want to scare them. So she was probably pretty surprised when she finally came home and found her daughter in a state of terror. The girl said that as soon as she opened the door to come inside the house, she saw a, quote, dark werewolf jump over the stairway railing and land on the floor. She said that she could hear its paws patting down as it landed, and then even more as it hurried towards the back of the house, just like in her mother's encounter. Now, much like her mother too, the girl said that she felt compelled to follow the creature, watching it and following it as it went into the music room at the back of the house. So in this case, we have these items. Now, again, we don't really know if they're an authentic ancient artifact or not, but that seems beside the point because wherever they went, strange phenomena followed. Now, poltergeist activity, the moving of objects, strange noises, bangs, all of that stuff, it's so synonymous with hauntings as to be expected, although many researchers are very quick to distinguish genuine ghost activity from poltergeists. But again, these actions of things moving by themselves, breaking, the noises in empty rooms, these are perfectly at home in a haunted house. It's just that in this case, instead of any sort of human apparition, the witnesses saw decidedly non-human apparitions. In two of these cases, they described it as a werewolf, and one of them described it as a sheep man. Or maybe it was a wolf man in sheep man's clothing. Now, one thing to note, as we're talking about, phantasmic cryptids, or cryptids that appear to also be ghost-like or in conjunction with poltergeist activity, is that, in my opinion, with every branch of the paranormal, the one that still carries a lot of stigma with reporting has to do with cryptids. I feel like it's become a little bit more socially acceptable for people to say they've had UFO encounters, people to say that they've experienced haunting type phenomena, and for some reason cryptids are kind of the last holdout for that. And when you say then that you saw Bigfoot with a UFO, or that the poltergeist activity in your house wasn't accompanied by some little Victorian girl in a frilly dress, but a werewolf, it really compounds that stigma. But truthfully, what I found is that things like this happen a lot more than one might think. Another fantastic case of a spooky spectral canine comes from the work of a very dear friend of mine, the late, great Linda Godfrey. And although she was an expert on all sorts of spooky phenomenon, her main claim to fame really was the study of werewolf sightings, especially right here in Wisconsin. There are a lot of people who claim to see werewolves, dogman, the man-wolf, whatever you refer to this phenomenon as, of these part man, part wolf-like creatures. In Linda's book, The Beast of Bray Road, she discussed the case of Mark Shackleman, a man who had worked as a night watchman for St. Coletta's just outside of Jefferson, Wisconsin. Now, St. Coletta's is a very interesting location in its own right. Up until recently, it was a home and school for those with developmental and other disabilities, run by the Sisters of St. Francis of Assisi. Now it stands vacant and is purportedly haunted. I shouldn't say now it's purportedly haunted, because even when it was open, this huge sprawling lot of 19 buildings, people reported odd occurrences in many of those buildings, the earliest of which was built in 1864. So it was open for quite a while, and throughout that time, garnered a reputation as a haunted place. However, Shackleman's case occurred outside and across the road from St. Coletta's, where there was an effigy mound, supposedly one that was even said to contain a burial. The Midwest, Wisconsin especially, served as a nucleus for the mound builder culture in the late woodland period, with literally thousands of surviving effigy mounds today, and that's just a fraction of what once existed here. Again, some containing burials, some not. So there was an effigy mound located right across the road from St. Coletta's, and one night in 1936, Shackleman claimed to come across what he described as a werewolf, kneeling on the mound, clawing at it with three of its fingers. When it saw Shackleman, the beast apparently stood up and got the heck out of there, and obviously spooked, so did Mark Shackleman. But he did go back to check the effigy mound in the safety of the daylight, and he claimed to see these kind of like raking marks across it that came in sets of 3. The next night, Shackleman decided to go check the effigy mound again, this time armed with his flashlight. He reasoned that he could probably fight off this creature using his flashlight as a club or weapon of some sort, but he pretty quickly changed his mind. You see, when Shackleman came upon the effigy mound again, the same creature was there as it had been the previous night, kneeling in the earth and scratching at it. However, this time when the night watchman approached, the creature didn't flee. Instead, it simply stood up to its full height. Mark Shackleman said that it stood about 6 feet tall, with eyes that he described as feeling like they looked right through him. He also said that it gave off the odor of rotten meat, a smell very often associated with the kind of less pleasant of hauntings, and it growled at him in what he described as garbled speech. Coming to the swift conclusion that he had brought a flashlight to a werewolf fight, Shackleman then fell back on a different sort of defense and began praying to God to save him. He later told his son Joe that he believed the beast had come, quote, straight out of hell. It was at this point that the creature simply turned and walked away. This case is intriguing for several reasons. The first, because we have this location where we might anticipate a more traditional haunting. It's an ancient site, even a purported burial mound. And instead of, a ghost of a person that might be tied to that location, we have someone witnessing this effectively cryptid. In addition to that, it's something to note that it seems as though the favored haunts of hauntings, where people tend to associate ghosts, ancient sites, graveyards, empty homes, deserted places. These are not just the favored haunts of ghosts, but simply put, everything else as well. These areas tend to have more than their fair share, not just of traditional haunting activity, but also UFO sightings and even cryptid sightings. The other thing of note is that it was when Shackleman began praying that the beast turned and walked away. Regardless of religious belief, prayer, or perhaps more specifically psychic intention, is honestly a well-known defense in haunting type situations. It's just that in this case, it was not a shadow man that was banished, but a freaking werewolf. And we'll see a very similar thing in a later encounter that I'll detail here about Bigfoot. Now, Linda Godfrey's work just contains a wealth of incredibly weird cases. It's genuinely a classic for anyone interested in the paranormal, and also includes a lot of man-wolf encounters where these beings do appear more phantasmic and pop up in odd places, including inside people's homes. So this one is just one of my personal favorites. This next case also reads like a haunted house, but with the addition of UFOs and apparent UFOnauts in the mix. A quick note. Yes, I am aware, I know that UFO sounds silly. And I do agree. I think that UAP, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon, is the much better acronym than UFO, Unidentified Flying Object. The reason that I stick with UFO is that honestly, I love how kitschy it sounds, and it's so evocative of the time in which the term was created, and this phenomenon really became such a cultural power horse. I mean, I feel as though UFO now is its own thing. It's hardly an acronym anymore. It's more just the name for what people experience. So as far as it goes, UFO, UFO, or UAP, yes, I know better and I decide against it anyway. This case involves a family pseudonymously referred to as the Goulds of South Middleton, Massachusetts, and was investigated by David Webb of 1973, Year of the Humanoids fame, as well as Raymond Fowler. The family included 50-year-old Teresa, her husband, 52-year-old Thomas, and their 3 children, 21-year-old Alan, 20-year-old Nancy, and 14-year-old Douglas. Prior to being a self-employed carpenter, Thomas had worked as a medic for the Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, this case also moves through members of the Gould extended family and continues for many years. The first weird happenings reported by the Goulds were UFOs, strange objects, lights in the sky. As far back as 1962, the matriarchal grandmother said that she had spotted a brilliant round light with multicolored rays behind it, which she watched move around for about 5 minutes before it eventually split. However, the next disturbances would kick up in 1974 when the haunt began in earnest. Sometime in 1974, 21-year-old Alan claimed that he was awakened by a bright light coming in through the heavy curtains of his bedroom window around 11 o'clock at night. Upon looking out the window, he saw that this light was caused by this yellowish, orangish, reddish, vaguely cigar-shaped object hovering behind the outdoor pool. Almost as soon as he laid eyes on it, he said that the thing rose up and out of sight. Multiple cases of strange aerial objects in anomalous lights soon gave way to humanoid encounters. The first of these occurred in June of 1977 around 9 o'clock in the evening, when the grandmother was walking from her home to the Gould home. She anticipated seeing her grandson Douglas, the youngest, waiting for her on the porch, and as she approached, she could see him waiting there on the front porch of the house. She could also see a person standing just off to the right of the house, kind of just in the woods facing away from her. She said that it looked like a man about 5'7", with dark hair, wearing dark pants and a white shirt. She thought that it was her son-in-law Thomas, so she turned for a moment to say hello to Douglas, then she turned back to greet Thomas, and the being was gone. These sightings of what the Goulds began calling the Prowler became so constant that the Middleton police were called on several occasions, but they could never find any trace of this mysterious prowler. The family not only saw just one prowler on many occasions, often appearing among the trees and then walking back into the forest, but they also claimed to see several figures dancing on the nearby hill. All of these figures, they said, probably most creepily of all, never had faces and moved in this unbending, rigid way. However, these, I guess you could say very human-ish, kind of normal-ish looking phantoms, without faces, of course, but that's a constant trope across all the paranormal, including ghost lore, soon gave way to these small, white-suited humanoids that have countless counterparts in UFO lore. In mid-September of 1977, Douglas was playing outside when he heard footfalls nearby. He looked and saw a short being walking stiffly, dressed completely in a white helmeted suit. It went behind a shed. Douglas went to get his father Tom, who came back to the area and actually saw the strange little humanoid. He literally went up to it, went to touch it, and as soon as his hand would have made contact with the shoulder, the strange being simply vanished into thin air. Now, over the course of this very long case, Tom would claim to see the little white-suited entities about 7 times. On one such occasion, he was chopping wood when he saw this little 3-foot-tall white-suited entity standing off in the woods watching him. He called out to it in English, received no response, and then called out to it again in French. At this point, it moved slightly. Now, by this stage, in kind of the grand scheme of the occurrences, Tom had given chase to these little guys several times and found that it was simply no use. They would just always vanish into the trees. So this time, he just kind of kept watch on the thing, looking up every now and again to make sure that it was still there, see if it had gone away. So apparently it stayed there in the same position for about an hour and a half, at which point it just vanished. Tom continued at this point to his truck. He was done for the day when he came across a strange object in the woods. He said that he thought at first that it was a very large boulder that he hadn't recognized from that area before. As he approached, however, he saw that it was actually an egg-shaped object, about 40 by 13 feet, covered in little windows that he described as looking like frog's eyes. Nancy would later see this object, and she described them as bubbly. Apparently, this thing stuck around for about 2 days, until Alan claimed to see an object matching its description ascend from the property and vanish. When the Goulds checked where the thing had been, all they found were small holes. A definite escalation to the phenomenon, which already is pretty out there, occurred in January of 1978. Douglas, the youngest child, was staying with relatives while everyone else was at his home. 20-year-old Nancy and her mother Teresa were sitting in the living room around 7:30 in the evening when, through one of the windows, they saw a huge yellow-white light approaching the house. After seeing this thing, the phone line went dead, and remained so for 20 minutes because a relative, actually one of the same relatives that Douglas was staying with, tried to call him at this time because something odd was happening in the house. At pretty much the same exact time as the sighting of the light at the Gould residence when the phones went dead, one of the children of these relatives that Douglas was staying with called out from their bedroom to their father, saying that there was a man in their room trying to touch them. The dad came to the room, and the kid told him that there was this tall white figure that had just been standing at the foot of the bed. The dad assumed the kid had been dreaming, and as he found nothing in the room, no disturbance, no mysterious man, He told the kid just to go back to sleep. As he left the room, he suddenly heard a knock coming from the other side of a door to an unoccupied room, one that was totally empty. So now a little bit nervous, he went to go check it out, and he entered the room. It was still totally empty when he heard a knock on the window. Sure, I'll add this disclaimer. It was a windy night. I mean, you know how that goes. The wind kicks up and suddenly the house is making all sorts of weird noises. But the wind can't explain what happened next. See, when the dad pulled the curtain back and looked outside to see what was tapping on his window, he saw a figure standing on top of the back porch. It was wearing this seamless hooded suit, punctuated only by a pair of eyes. Now, immediately upon seeing this creepy thing, which confirmed what his son had been saying, the dad just ran down the steps and outside to confront it, but it had vanished. He didn't see it until he turned around to go back in the house, where he saw it standing right next to the door. This, of course, happened right around the time that the two Goulds witnessed the UFO at their home. Now, it seemed that this phenomenon really did spread to include the Goulds' extended family. In February of 1978, different relatives said that they now shared their home with a poltergeist. It manifested in different ways, but most particularly in the opening of doors. The family actually took to shoving knives in the door jambs to keep them from opening. This worked so well for a time, until one night when they were all gathered in one room, and several of the doors aggressively pushed open by an unseen force, sending the knives scattering across the floor. Amidst the sightings of little white-suited humanoids and strange, nearly robotic prowlers, Nancy was sitting on her bed one evening in April of 1978. She was sewing and listening to a record when she noticed someone standing outside of her room through the crack in her door. She said that it looked like a normal guy. She thought it was her dad, and didn't really pay any mind to it until she realized that he was still standing there. So she got up to see what he wanted, opened the door, and the figure vanished before her eyes. Now, there were even more strange beings that visited the Goulds, including little bug-eyed humanoids and tall entities in white suits. The Goulds actually eventually upped sticks and moved to Maine to escape the phenomenon, fleeing the location just as the Tallmans did in their bunk bed haunted home. Very often, witnesses to one type of paranormal phenomena will often find themselves witnessing other types of paranormal phenomena, and UFO witnesses are a classic where so many of these cases are accompanied by cases of hauntings or poltergeists. I will even point out that in Raymond Fowler's book, Casebook of a UFO Investigator, where he covered this case, which he was a hands-on investigator for, this chapter was entitled Haunted Witnesses. And it's a perfect title for that chapter because, again, it discussed how oftentimes witnesses to one sort of paranormal occurrence continue to go on throughout their lives experiencing many other different types of manifestations. For a personal example, my own mom grew up in a quote-unquote haunted house, sightings of apparitions, poltergeist effects, you name it. One thing really stands out, though, and that is when she was 12 years old, she and an older sister saw a UFO out the window of the house. Her sister was even standing in the room that was most paranormally active. They referred to it as the ghost room. And so here you have these people living in a house with classic haunting and poltergeist phenomena going on, also witnessing a UFO in that very same home. This next case is kind of a departure of this concept of UFOs and UFO-related humanoids pretty much haunting a home. And that concept that this one deals with is the concept of roadside apparitions. Now, some cases, it's kind of a common trope even in urban legends and folklore, the concept of ghosts haunting a stretch of road being tied to the anniversary of a death or accident on that road, and so are seen at a particular time of year. One such case of a repeat sighting occurred to a resident of Elmwood, Wisconsin, George Wheeler, who at the time of this incident was serving as a relief police officer for Pierce County. In the dark, very early morning hours of Monday, April 7th, 1975, Wheeler was in his squad car just outside of Elmwood at 1:45 when he saw a huge, fiery object in the sky. He told the papers that his first thought was that it was a plane that was going to, quote, crash and wipe out the town of Elmwood. So immediately, thinking this was a real, genuine threat, he dove for cover in a nearby ditch. However, after waiting for a moment and wondering what became of the earth-shattering kaboom, he finally looked up, and the fiery object was simply gone. Confused, Wheeler decided to drive to higher ground and see if he could get another glimpse of whatever this thing was. And, by now he was pretty sure that it wasn't a plane crash, which was a relief, but he was also pretty sure it was something weirder than a plane crash. And so as he went to higher ground, he did see, presumably, the same object. He saw that it was in fact this bright orange cigar-shaped object that seemed to have blue lights or flames coming from one end. It passed overhead and then disappeared in about 3 seconds. Wheeler drove to the very top of Tuttle Hill to get a better view, and there all he saw was this kind of terrible glare of this orangish color that was now about 5 miles away. By this point, Wheeler was so frightened he said that he felt paralyzed. He said that it hovered for about 15 seconds and then launched off in the direction of Ellsworth. Multiple people in the area also reported seeing this thing, including deputies who were sent to look for these things that people were then reporting. So you have multiple sightings of this bizarre thing in the sky. Interestingly enough, it was about a year later, in April of 1976, that George Wheeler was yet again on patrol around 11 in the evening when he saw a glow on Tuttle Hill. Believing that it was a fire, Officer Wheeler drove out to Tuttle Hill to investigate, and instead, he saw this silver object hovering between a limestone quarry and a farmhouse, which was about 500 feet away, and this thing, he surmised, was about 100 feet in the air. He said that the silver object had 6 bluish-white lights and portholes on the side of it, and that he could see shadows moving behind the portholes as though someone was moving inside of this object. Also, on one side of the object was what he described as a panel, which had this revolving kind of turbine-like apparatus. He also described legs coming from the object, as well as a hose-like thing on the bottom of the craft, which was kind of descending into some nearby trees. He also said that the top of the craft glowed this bright orange-white that was so brilliant he said that it was like trying to look at the sun. Wheeler radioed the sheriff's office and said, quote, "My God, it's one of those UFOs again," and began describing what he was seeing. He felt as though this part of the sighting lasted for about 45 seconds, when the object started to descend at a very high rate of speed, emitting this kind of whooshing noise and a blue flash. At this point, his car, lights, radio, everything went dead, and Wheeler remembered nothing else until someone was suddenly asking him if he needed help. That someone was David Moots, a local dairy farmer who had just dropped off the babysitter just mere minutes before when he spotted this dark squad car parked at the top of the hill, blocking the lane, with Officer Wheeler kind of struggling partially in and partially out of the car. Moots thought it looked like something was definitely wrong with him, like he was hurt and dazed, and so he asked what had happened. Wheeler responded that he'd been hit. Moots said, "By a car?" To which Wheeler responded, "No, by one of those UFOs." So this is an extremely dramatic encounter of what appears to be a pretty sentimental UFO. I mean, it appeared at the same place to the same person roughly a year, like pretty much exactly a year apart. On to one of the big names in the paranormal world, and that is Bigfoot. For quite a while now, researchers have noticed the spectral nature of the Bigfoot phenomenon, not to mention the inclusion of Bigfoot-like creatures under many different names as part of the spirit world in many different First Nations traditions. Though this concept was definitely popularized, this idea of a spectral Bigfoot was popularized by Kuchin and Renner's fantastic 2-part book, Where the Footprints End, which includes a lot of great cases that straddle the line between these physical and spectral encounters. Again, researchers such as John Keel have kind of propounded the concept of these kind of quasi-material, immaterial beings, Bigfoot, for quite some time now. So yeah, there are numerous Bigfoot encounters which showcase these spectral characteristics. And there are many that also really clearly embody the concept of haunting witnesses or a location, or both. Cases like the Rochdale creature occurring in August of 1972 in the farmland surrounding Rochdale, Indiana, in which this family was beset by sightings of a Bigfoot, which began first with a UFO sighting and then a disembodied voice. Over the course of that summer, the walls of their home resounded with pounding on the sidings and windows, and was permeated with the odor of rotten flesh. 2 classics of poltergeist phenomenon. When the creature was finally spotted, in sharp contrast to the very physically sounding pounding noises that accompanied it, the family said that the creature was often totally soundless and seemed to not touch its surroundings. In other words, it seemed to be a phantom that looked like Bigfoot. Another case of a spectral-seeming Sasquatch occurred in Point Isabel, Ohio, in the fall of 1967 or 68, when 3 men saw a 10-foot-tall ape-like monster rise from the brush and walk towards them. When fired upon with a rifle at fairly close range, the creature screamed but stood its ground. After 2 more shots, the witnesses claimed that it became covered in this white mist, which then dissipated, leaving nothing behind. When the witnesses ran over to check the area, there was absolutely no trace of the animal, no disturbance in the brush, no tracks, no blood. It had simply vanished. However, this case, which I'm about to share, has one of the most fascinating finales of any Bigfoot encounter I've come across. This case occurred near the town of Frankfort, Wisconsin. I am totally serious. I did not intend to have a Wisconsin case in each of these different sections. Just how it happened. What can I say? It's a very weird place. Anyway, this encounter occurred near Frankfort, Wisconsin in the summer of 1991. And although it is a Bigfoot case, it did actually, much like Rochdale and many other Bigfoot cases, start with a UFO report. This is pretty common with many Bigfoot flaps, these periods of time where, for whatever reason, people in certain areas experience more than that area's fair share or typical share of Sasquatch sightings. Again, Rochdale is one of these. So too is the classic case of Momo the Missouri Monster. Both of these were kicked off by UFO sightings. Now this case is no different. A teenager was cultivating corn on his parents' farm around 3 in the morning when he noticed what he thought was a large lighted helicopter. He shut the tractor engine off and realized that this was not a helicopter. The object was totally soundless, at which point it shot off into the sky. Now this was a neighbor of the family that the following story centers on, the Massmans. And it was shortly after that sighting, around the 9th or 10th of July, that 10-year-old Raymond Massman found what he referred to as a monkey's footprint. He asked his mother, Rita, to come outside and look. She didn't really take him seriously. Until the 11th, again, Raymond was the first to spot this strange creature. He said that he had seen this huge ape-like being standing by the family's shed. And although initially startled by the being, he actually ran after it. Apparently, he found a chunk of gray fur. Still, Rita wasn't really sure what to think. She wasn't taking it too seriously at that point until the very next day. Before heading into work, Rita was relaxing in the house when all of a sudden, all 5 of the family's dogs began going completely berserk. Raymond ran outside with one of his sisters, and they both claimed to have a close sighting of this huge ape-like creature, which scared them both so badly that they ran back into the house immediately. Noticing now how upset the children both were, Rita believed them. Also, in addition to the fact the dogs, she knew something was upsetting them, so she took it seriously. Her husband Klaus returned home shortly thereafter, and with a neighbor, he went looking for the strange creature, but unfortunately found nothing. Numerous sightings of this creature frightened the children so much that they didn't want to go outside. Klaus began roaming the marshy 80-acre property with a machete. Rita kept a small pistol nearby in case the thing came back. The family endured numerous encounters with this thing until someone came and helped them out. And that someone was a psychic. As in so many cases of hauntings where the family is just beset by phantoms until a psychic comes and cleanses the area, it was only after this psychic came and communicated with the creature on behalf of the family that the sightings stopped, and they just totally stopped. There were no more disturbances. In each of these cases that I've discussed, there are definite patterns that make them feel like a haunting. Spectral beings that vanish or are immaterial, accompanying poltergeist phenomenon, psychic intention affecting change, settings like ancient sites. It's just that the apparent manifestation in one case is a little old woman, in another it's Bigfoot, in another it's a UFOnaut. And I think that the term apparent manifestation is key here, that these different visions may be the mask for the truth and not the truth itself. I think that truly one of the biggest questions here is it the home that's haunted, the road that's haunted, the bunk beds that are haunted, or is it the witness that is haunted? And I firmly believe that there are some places, think big name haunts like Summerwind or Waverly Hills or the Tower of London, where there is this long-running history of ghostly events that remain relatively stable, which appear to be dependent more on the place and its history than the people, meaning that there's this long history of people who may not have experienced anomalies elsewhere, but they experience it there, and they tend to experience very similar things to what other people have experienced. So these to me seem like genuine haunts in the classic sense of the word. However, in the multitude of cases of anomalous contact, it seems to me that the anomalous event or events are tied far more to the witness, and that, as in Fowler's book, it may be the witness or witnesses that are haunted. As in our first case, the Tallman haunted bunk beds. As soon as the Tallmans moved out and another family moved in, all the activity stopped. Given that this field is literally called the unexplained, there are still no real answers as to why or how these experiences occur. Truly just questions and theories. Why the Tallmans at that time? Why Officer Wheeler at that place? However, the one constant, and the one thing that I think is really important, the one pattern that we see in every single paranormal occurrence is the witness. It is this human element. And it's amazing to recognize that, because we define the paranormal occurrences or entities as being this other, as being this separate phenomenon, as being unknown, unidentified, outside of the normal. But to me, I truly believe that paranormal events are an integral part of the human experience. If we even take a look at the meaning of the word haunt, the etymology of that word, it really is all about inhabiting. It literally has meant at different times to house, to bring home. And in that sense, I believe that it's one of the truest ways to look at paranormal phenomenon. Regardless of apparent manifestation, whether we're talking ghosts or cryptids or UFOs, because it feels like this recognition that there is this other, this unknown, which is cohabitating with us here in our existence, in the human experience. And truly, that might be a little bit terrifying, but in my opinion, I think it is a whole lot more terrific. So on that note, I just wanted to say thanks again to ANOMACON for having me here today, and thank you all for joining me. Stay spooky.
ANOMACON.
Hello, ANOMACON. My name is Ty Roberts. I host a podcast and show called Total Disclosure, which is produced by TDP Studios in Boston, Massachusetts, where I am right now. My presentation is something that is very close to home for me, as the UFOs and nuke connection is something that I've been working tirelessly with, not just Congress, but also the nuclear witnesses, in an attempt to get them on to a public hearing, in order to better tell the world what happened to them and what they experienced. It's been a harrowing journey. We've made so many leaps, so many bounds, and I am so grateful for everything that I have been able to do for these witnesses. So I wanted to start off with a couple of things before I get into the formal presentation. I don't usually do types of things like this. I'm more of a podcaster, journalist, but I am. I just did the Exeter UFO Festival, Contact in the Desert. So I'm getting more into the rhythm of doing these things in front of people, and it's just been such an amazing ride. I am really, really hoping that you guys get something out of this, because the phenomena being as complex as it is, we owe it to these men. We owe it to these men and women who served our country at the highest levels, to be involved in our nuclear program. You can't just be any, run-of-the-mill officer. You have to be vetted to a very high degree. So I wanted to start off with a couple things. So this is actually from Contact in the Desert, when I interviewed Bob Salas and Dave Shindley together. So I wanted to give you a quick look at that. Here we go.
Start it up again at a certain particular point in the manual. This is his description of his activity, all right?
Okay.
And he says, all of a sudden the missile shuts down for no reason. Goes down. Okay, so he starts over in his checklist, right? Gets to that same point in his checklist, and the missile goes down again. And he said during this period, he felt like there was a beam of static electricity. He could feel it coming down the tube, where he was.
Right. So
from apparently
the hair stand up.
Apparently from this object.
Wild. So I was interviewing Bob Salas and Dave Shindley from Minot Air Force Base and Malmstrom Air Force Base. And right now, as you can see, the timing was impeccable on this one. As Bob points up, referencing the story, I followed his finger up and I look up. The minute I looked up, the siren starts to wail and we have to exit the building. It's a huge thing. It was really, really a weird moment, but let's continue.
Attention.
That's so weird.
An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby.
Where does he go to this point?
Do not use the elevator.
And I looked up.
Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway.
Bob's like, let's get out of here, guys.
Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit.
Sorry, we just had a future Tyler. We just had that fire alarm. So edit that part out, obviously.
Yourself.
Okay. But keep that part where I look in, because that was kind of funny.
So again, it really goes. By the way, the telepathy tapes demonstration was also happening at that moment. So it was a very mirror of the experience that, Bob had in 1967 in the Malmstrom case. I've been able to facilitate 2 briefings now with Bob Salas, and I want to show you a clip from the first one. Again, I want to show these things before I start the presentation.
And they also exonerated me, if that's the right word, from my NDA, which I had signed.
Really?
Yes, they told me, don't worry about your NDA. Just tell us what you know. So, and I got a letter from them stating that my story that I gave them is now an official record, historical record. in the Aero archives. So I don't know if you can get access to that, but it's...
Was it in the report at all that they put together this year?
No.
So it's a big thing that they left out.
Oh yeah. Big thing they left out.
Okay, so it's truly just, that report can be totally discounted.
It's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, my last question to them after I gave my presentation was, are you going to check with the Air Force to verify any part of my story? And they said no. Because they had tried to verify a previous account that was Robert Jacobs. I don't know if you're familiar with that story. He was stationed at Vandenberg Air Force Base with a very advanced camera, video camera. And he shot a video of a test flight of a dummy warhead. It was on an Atlas missile out in the Pacific Test Range. And so the dummy warhead leaves the final stage and is flying towards its so-called target in the test area. And a UFO comes over and fires laser lights
Really?
at this dummy warhead. In fact, it flew a circle around this.
So I will stop that there. So that was a briefing that I facilitated after the November 2024 hearing that I was at. And then I just want to quickly show this one. This is the latest one because, again, working behind the scenes with Congress, with members of Congress, first with Mace, who chaired that November hearing. Now Burleson, after the September 9th hearing, I set up a briefing for Bob with Eric Burleson, congressman out of Missouri. So I want to show you a little bit of that. Part 2.
Congressman, thank you so much for sitting down with me and allowing me to tell my story, which has been a dream of mine for a long time to just speak to Congress about it.
Well, thank you for your courage and your love for this country.
Absolutely. On March 24th, 1967, I was part of a two-man crew assigned to what we called Oscar Flight. It was near Roy, Montana, about 100 miles to the east of Great Falls, Montana. And what we would do on these tour of duties, 24-hour period tour of duty, we would go out and monitor our missile systems, which we had at that time 10 Minuteman I ICBMs, all targeted, ready to go, if given the order, of course, by the president, and to make sure that they were in an operational mode and ready to go. We had 6 security people upstairs, security guards, and we were underground. So I wanted to show you a couple of diagrams just so we'll get the right reference. So this is a cutaway.
Okay.
Cutaway of the what we call launch control facility. And you see that capsule underground?
Yes.
That's where we were located as a crew. And that we had all the equipment down there that was needed.
So the buildings on top just look like simple buildings.
They were just for the security people we had upstairs. So there were rooms, bedrooms for them and their facilities. But we, as a crew, a launch crew, were located 60 feet underground.
So, okay, it is safe to say that I have a vested interest in the nuclear connection. And that's what I want to talk about today. I've done a lot to try to facilitate, meetings with nuclear witnesses and members of Congress. I've achieved a lot of those goals, but we need more help, more pressure from the people and writing to your members of Congress, demanding that these witnesses get to speak at an open hearing. So that is the point of what I am doing, and try to further that cause, because again, these men and these women, they're of the they're of the highest sanctity and highest of clearance levels, and for them to not be taken seriously, it's a shame. It really is. It's a shame. So to begin here, 79 years ago, on July 16th, 1945, a silent desert outside Alamogordo, New Mexico, erupted with the first human-made nuclear explosion, the Trinity test. In that blinding flash, humanity announced itself as a species capable of planetary-scale destruction. And if any intelligence, human or otherwise, was monitoring Earth, Trinity would have been a beacon brighter than anything we had ever sent skyward. In the years immediately following Trinity, strange aerial phenomena began clustering around the very places where nuclear secrets were guarded. From 1948 to 1951, brilliant green fireballs repeatedly streaked over Los Alamos and Sandia National Laboratories. The U.S. Air Force launched Project Twinkle to investigate, and physicist Lincoln LaPaz suspected these objects were artificial. Even skeptics admitted the concentration over top secret, atomic labs was alarming. Through the 1950s and the early 1960s, sightings continued near and around nuclear test ranges and weapons storage areas. Some of the most dramatic incidents were yet to come. In September 1966, Launch Control Officer Dave Schindele at Minot Air Force Base experienced an event he stayed silent about for years. A glowing object reportedly hovered near his missile silo. Then his nuclear missiles became disabled. 6 months later, on March 16, 1967, at Malmstrom Air Force Base, 10 Minuteman missiles in Echo flight suddenly went offline within seconds. Launch officer Bob Salas recalls a frantic call from security, a glowing disc hovering over the front gate. Moments later, every missile under his watch was rendered inoperable. The Air Force blamed an internal power fault, yet no one has been able to fully explain how multiple independent systems failed simultaneously. In October 1968, another major incident, the Minot B-52 radar case. A B-52 crew, ground radar, airborne radar, and ground observers all tracked an unknown object near Minot's nuclear complex. The documentation remains amongst the most detailed multi-sensor cases in history, and it has never been resolved. In the early 1970s, Mario Woods, a security policeman at Ellsworth Air Force Base, described a bright object hovering over the missile field, codename November 5. Ordered to intercept, Woods and his teammate could not approach. The object moved silently and it vanished. By 1975, Strategic Air Command bases across the U.S. and Canada, Loring, Wurtsmith, Malmstrom, Minot, all reported repeated intrusions by unknown lights or helicopters directly over weapons storage areas. NORAD and National Military Command Center logs show scrambles and alerts, yet no intruder was ever identified. Beyond U.S. borders, after the Soviet Union collapsed, journalist George Knapp learned of a 1982 incident in present-day Ukraine.
And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you. They did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over at ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
The missiles did not fire, but for 15 terrifying seconds, the possibility of an unintended nuclear launch and subsequent nuclear World War III became so real, all too real. Couldn't imagine being in that room. Just waiting for the world to essentially end, and there's nothing you can do about it. The pattern didn't stop with the Cold War. On October 23rd, 2010, F.E. Warren Air Force Base temporarily lost command and control of 50 Minuteman III missiles. Let me say that again. 50 Minuteman missiles. The Air Force blamed a hardware fault, yet multiple witnesses reported a UFO overhead. Meanwhile, between 2014 and 2015, dozens of coordinated drone overflights targeted French nuclear power plants, again prompting this to not be just a local United States issue, but a global targeted strategy. Operators were never caught, showing that unidentified incursions over nuclear sites remain a present-day security risk. Statistical studies add weight. A peer-reviewed analysis of France's national UAP database found sightings disproportionately clustered near nuclear sites, even after correcting for population density and geography. And again, even if there's a sensor bias, we do have more sensors, near our nuclear facilities. It doesn't really matter because at our most sensitive facilities, at our most dangerous facilities, something's happening, and we cannot ignore that or chalk it up to sensor bias. Air Force officer Bob Jacobs filmed a dummy nuclear warhead test. And according to Jacobs, the footage showed a disc-shaped object maneuvering around the dummy warhead, coming into the screen.
It flew into the frame like this, and it shot a beam of light at the warhead. Now, remember, all this stuff is flying at several thousand miles an hour. So this thing fires a beam of light at the warhead, hits it, fires another beam of light, and then flies out the way it came in. And the warhead tumbles out of space. Now, when the lights came on, Major Mansman turned around and looked at me and said, "Were you guys screwing around up there?" And I said, "No, sir." And he said, "What was that?" And I said, "It looks to me like we got a UFO."
Taken together, these incidents suggest a consistent theme. Whether humanity's nuclear capabilities are concentrated, unidentified objects sometimes appear behaving as if to observe or interfere. Skeptics argue this reflects that sensor bias. We watch nuclear sites most closely, so that's where anomalies tend to be noticed. The Pentagon's AARO has acknowledged this possibility, and as of its 2024 report, found no verified evidence of extraterrestrial craft. Note the word extraterrestrial. But even collection bias cannot easily explain multi-sensor cases like Minot 68 or simultaneous missile shutdowns like Malmstrom 67. The national security implications are enormous. Even if every case were foreign drones, electronic warfare tests, it would mean adversaries have penetrated the heart of nuclear deterrent from the NATO countries and maybe even the BRICS countries. So again, even if a fraction represents something beyond our known technology, the stakes rise drastically and exponentially from national security to planetary security. Now, imagine disclosure, a confirmation of a non-human intelligence arriving in the middle of a nuclear crisis. A radar anomaly over missile fields, a sudden missile glitch. Social media erupts with videos of strange lights. Leaders fearing sabotage, they go on high alert. Then comes the announcement, these objects are not ours. That is ontological shock under maximum stress. Civilians would face the twin terrors of nuclear war and at the same time proof that we are not alone and we never have been. Political systems could fracture under that panic. Adversaries might miscalculate. We might miscalculate, interpreting unknowns as attacks. Even if extraterrestrial visitors meant no harm, the timing could trigger catastrophe. This is why we must act. We must take the testimony of the men like Salas, like Schindler, like Woods, like Jacobs, and others very seriously. These were trained, cleared professionals, trusted with the world's most dangerous weapons. They reported what they saw because they believed it mattered. 79 years after Trinity, nuclear weapons remain humanity's brightest and most dangerous beacons. Whether the intruders are foreign drones, black projects, or something beyond our understanding, the pattern, it's undeniable. We need open data, rigorous investigation, and somber analysis before an unidentified object over a missile silo becomes the match that lights the nuclear fuse. Because if disclosure ever comes in the heart of a nuclear standoff, it will not feel like the wonder or triumph. It will feel like the world cracking open. Again, my name's Ty. I host the podcast and show Total Disclosure. I really hope that you can take something out of this. The nuclear connection is something that, I mean, it's so clear and present in a phenomena that not many conclusions can be drawn from. We tend to see the same things happening over and over. Not to mention the craft that are being described by Salas, by Schindler, by Mario Woods, by Bob Jacobs, by Bob Jameson. So many people, Jeffrey Nuccitelli, they're all describing these orange orb craft that are gaseous, don't have super form. You know, they look like like a gaseous material, like, consistently floating, like no solidarity to it. In the Mario Woods case, as they approached the missile site, codenamed November 5, the atmosphere in the car that they were approaching in became so thick that Mario and his teammate Michael, they were not able to breathe, and subsequently they passed out. after waking up, some hour or two after the event, where that caused them to go to sleep, if you will. And Mario tried to climb out of the car, but he was just too weak, and the atmosphere was so thick all of a sudden, and it seemed like it was purposefully done. They woke up, and Michael was in a catatonic state, right? And Mario gains a semblance of cognition and realizes that they are miles from where they were when the event took place, when they were approaching the missile silo. They woke up and their car had been transported, their truck had been transported over a mile away from the nuclear missile silo, and they were facing the opposite way towards this cliff or canyon. And Mario's story is unique in the sense that he was hypnotically regressed and subsequently remembered being brought aboard the ship. So I just want to say this. There is so much more going on that meets the eye, and maybe the world isn't ready for the abduction stuff, and maybe the Congress isn't ready for that. But there's a very clear and apparent, there's a very clear pattern to these types of things and these events happening near our most strategic, our most secure facilities. And generally, the craft that are being seen are all, resembling each other. So, this is something that I think the world needs to pay attention to. It really, really does, because we have the vantage point of someone who was in the capsule, 60 feet underground with Bob Salas. We have the vantage point of a topside guard in Dave Schindele. We have a military policeman's perspective about responding to a missile silo that had one of these crafts over it with Mario Woods. And then we have Bob Jacobs' testimony filming a dummy warhead being launched. So, we have a lot of ground and a lot of perspectives from the nuclear program covered. And we have people from all of these walks saying, hey, guys, something weird is going on, and we owe it to the public, to national security, to global security, to take a look, investigate with serious rigor and serious tone. The stigma of the aliens, needs to go away. And again, that word extraterrestrial, when Arrow says they have no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, well, there's a reason we call them UFOs. No one should be saying that a UFO equals alien. The U stands for unidentified. So, just because they're saying that they haven't found evidence of extraterrestrial craft, that could be a very carefully chosen statement, not per se lying, but omitting the general fact that these things, we don't know where they're coming from. Maybe they're ultra terrestrial. Maybe they, evolved alongside us or before us. And, this world isn't ours like we think it is. Maybe they're interdimensional. There are so many possibilities that limiting it to one, it's a very clear tactic by the Department of Defense. They don't want to look inept. They don't want people knowing that, these craft are basically sending a message. They're sending a message to humanity, and they're saying, these might be your most powerful weapons, but we can take control of them at any moment and shut them off or turn them on. Your move. All right, guys, make sure to thank Ryan Sprague, Somewhere in the Skies, and ANOMACON 2025. I want to say a special thank you to the crew for letting me spiel on about nukes and UFOs and nukes. It's a wonderful platform to be able to utilize and get this presentation out there, and for people to hear the views of, a plethora of different types of people and different views. This is what we need more of. We need more discourse, skeptics, believers. It shouldn't matter if you don't necessarily believe, right? What matters is that we have the conversation and we're humble when we're wrong. If we make mistakes, we need to be able to say we made that mistake and move on from it. Yet this community has a real issue with that. They think that if they make a mistake with one little aspect of one little story and that comes out, then everything they've ever said will cease to be true. And, that's not the right way to look at this, because we're dealing with something that is so far out of the realm of normal that we have to be able to be wrong. We have to be humble. We really, really do. And it's not going to, if you're defending your favorite UFO guru like it's your fantasy football team, there's probably an issue. It's not going to be one person that runs this across the field. It is going to take the full team, right? Offense, defense, special teams, right? Everybody down to the ball boys and, towel guy. It's going to take every single person to get disclosure. And it's going to take you. It's going to take you getting off X, getting out there, make a difference. My name's Ty Roberts. I hope you'll check out Total Disclosure. I interview a range of people, all the way from members of Congress to scientists like Avi Loeb, Rizwan Virk, I experiencers, researchers, you name it. I've probably had them on, and the show is everything for me, because I did have a sighting when I was younger, and I had another experience in 2021 in the room that my mother died in, like at the time of her death, and that birthed the show Total Disclosure, because at the time I was doing a different podcast about movies. I was in the Hollywood area. I worked in movies and film. And my mom was always that guiding light for me. And, I won't get into the story, but, I know what I saw. I know what I've seen. This is real, guys. Whether we can make jokes, right, about little green men and probing and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, this is real. Something's happening, and we can't just put our head in the sand and pretend it's not, because that's when a chaotic disclosure might occur. And that ontological shock that these people feel when they have these sightings, imagine the world goes through that together. That would be horrendous. That would be horrendous. So we need to come together. Guys, thank you so much. I will catch you on the flip side. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. UFOs and nukes, pattern or perception. Thank you again to Ryan Sprague, to Somewhere in the Skies, and to ANOMACON 2025. We'll catch you on the flip side. All right, man. Inspiring words by Ty Roberts, guys. Be sure to check out Total Disclosure. And a lot of that resonated with me. He lost his mother recently. I did as well. So I can definitely feel that. And I know a lot of feelings can evoke paranormal experiences at times. I've had plenty of those.
since my mother passed away recently. So I know that feeling well. Alarming, to say the least, when it comes to UFOs and nukes, but I'm so glad he laid it out in such a digestible way for us. There's clearly a link between UFOs and nukes, in my opinion, and I'm just happy that someone's talking about it for sure. And again, Zelia, Edgar, awesome story. So thank you to both of you. I want to give a thank you to Shaq Valet for the super chat, and also to Moon at Noon again. Thank you so much, guys, for those super chats. Truly do appreciate it. Once again, 50% of the donations tonight go to Doctors Without Borders. So help them if you can. Couple things. I have moved from coffee to Guinness. It's that time, guys. It's 12:45 a.m. here in the UK. So if anyone in Europe is watching this still, God bless you. Thank you for being here with me. I'm loving it. We are just getting started, baby. No, I'm just kidding. We've just got a few left, guys. I promise. What are you drinking? I want to know in the chat. Let me know in the live chat. What is everyone drinking right now? I want to know how you're celebrating ANOMACON. What are you eating? Do you have any special meals? I had Thai food earlier during one of the talks. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you're eating, what you're drinking. I'm so curious. I'm so curious about that. A couple other things before we get to the next presentations. This book has been behind me all night, and a couple people have asked me privately what it is. This is a brand new book that just came out from Andy McGrillen of That UFO Podcast. It is the Atlas of Unidentified Flying Objects. Look at this thing, guys. It is just beautiful. The images, the maps. You got to check it out. It's available on Amazon right now. It is once again called Atlas of Unidentified Flying Objects by Andy McGrillen. So be sure to check that out wherever you get your books. And Ty Roberts talked about Mario Woods and his encounter. I do want to let you guys know, little shameless plug here. Mario Woods' entire testimony is available in his own words in my latest book, Stories from Somewhere in the Skies, which you can get on Amazon. My other book is also available, Somewhere in the Skies, A Human Approach to the UFO Phenomenon. So you can catch both of these on Amazon or wherever you get your books. Check them out. Okay, promise I will not pimp out my own stuff anymore. I promise, guys. What else did I have here for you guys? Yeah, super chats, super stickers remain open. Help our speakers. You'll be helping to support them, and also Doctors Without Borders. Let's move to our next two speakers. I know a lot of people in the chat were super excited for this one. We have coming up next, Cristina Gomez. She's going to be talking about UFO cases from the Vietnam War. Wow, this is going to be pretty interesting. So a little about Cristina. She is a dedicated UFO researcher, podcaster, journalist, and content creator holding a degree in communications. Her work centers on bringing UFO news, case studies, interviews, and fringe science topics to light. Through shows like Shifting the Paradigm, Mysteries with a History, and her weekly UFO news updates, she engages audiences with fresh perspectives and in-depth discussion. Cristina also hosts guests such as former government officials, scientists, authors, and field investigators to seek truth behind ET and paranormal phenomena. And then right after Cristina, we have the legendary UFO historian himself, Richard Dolan, will be joining us, and he's going to be talking about Tic Tac UFOs throughout history. You think the only Tic Tac was in over Catalina Island, guys, off the Nimitz carrier? Mr. Dolan has done the work, and he has come up with a ton of Tic Tac UFO cases throughout history. So you're going to be hearing from him as well. Richard Dolan is one of the most recognized historians and researchers in the UFO field, active as an author, lecturer, and media commentator. In 2025, he authored a history of USOs, unidentified submerged objects, tracing centuries of mysterious underwater encounters. His 2-volume UFOs and the National Security State documents decades of military encounters and government secrecy, framing UFOs within Cold War geopolitics and defense policy. His book, AD After Disclosure, co-written with Bryce Zabel, explores how official acknowledgement of ET contact could reshape society, politics, and culture worldwide. Beyond writing, Dolan co-hosts Need to Know with Bryce Zabel, offering analysis of UAP disclosures, military reports, and cultural shifts. There we go, guys. Those are our next 2 speakers. Sound off in the chat. I know Cristina was hanging out. Maybe she'll be back in the chat with you guys in a little bit. But if not, enjoy her presentation. Enjoy Richard Dolan's. Thank you to all of you who are continuing to watch. Our numbers are just going up, so thank you. Thank you so much, guys, across all platforms. So really do appreciate that. Let me gear these up for you. We've got Cristina Gomez and Richard Dolan for you. All right, give me 1 sec. Here we go.
ANOMACON 2025 is sponsored by Based on a True Story, the podcast that compares your favorite Hollywood movies and TV shows with history. My name is Dan Lefebvre. I am the host of Based on a True Story. So let me take a couple moments just to introduce you to my podcast. Do you remember the History Channel's narrative series called Project Blue Book? Well, I had a chat with the creator and showrunner of that series to learn all about the true story behind their show. Or more recently, I had a chat with Emmy winner Mark B. Perry about the historical accuracy of that classic film, Titanic, the 1953 version, not the 1997 version, although I've covered the true story behind that one too. Or there was the time I talked with Vincent van Gogh's Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer about the movie called At Eternity's Gate, which has Willem Dafoe as Van Gogh telling the story of the world's most famous artist. Did it get it right? Or if you're a fan of World War II movies, I've talked to experts, historians, and historical consultants on movies like Dunkirk, Midway, Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers, The Bridge on the River Kwai, and on and on.
So you can see, say, British soldiers, look at this map. It gives you a true situation. Your troops are entirely surrounded. Stop fighting. Put down your arms. And what he turned it into, for the purposes of right at the top of the film, was this, which you can see. I mean, it filmically, it's great because it cuts out the need for a lot of clunky dialogue about where are we? We're, and why are we here?
So if you've ever watched a movie and then wondered how much of that really happened, I'd invite you to hop on over to basedonatruestorypodcast.com to find any of these episodes that I've talked about available for free right now, or simply search to find the true story behind whatever your favorite movie or TV show is. Once again, that's basedonatruestorypodcast.com.
When American fighter jets were chased by several UFOs over Vietnam and enemy weapons were mysteriously melted by unknown craft, the military had a choice: tell the truth or bury the most explosive secret during the war. And what you're about to discover will actually shatter everything you thought you knew about the Vietnam War. Because while soldiers were fighting each other, something else was watching from the skies. And this isn't the first time something like this has happened in human history. Why are UFOs watching over battles, wars, and over military conflict zones? Ask yourself this question, because time and time again, they just keep showing up. But today we are specifically focusing on UFO sightings during the Vietnam War. The US military was interested in UFOs because during this time, because they had capabilities far beyond anything that we had. And the rule of war is have technology that outdoes the enemy in order to win. So, of course, you're going to have an interest in these objects that have this type of technology that you can barely even fathom. And you think to yourself, if only if I had that tech, the war would be over by tomorrow. And they wanted to find out what the technology was and, frankly, who it belonged to, according to a former Air Force intelligence officer, Captain George Filer, who gave an interview to the Huffington Post. who also served in Vietnam with top secret clearance. And while he was there, Filer, according to him, gave daily briefings to General George S. Brown, who was the deputy commander for air operations in Vietnam. And these briefings frequently included reports of UFOs that defied conventional explanation. And frequently during the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese, they would be attacking on an outpost. And according to Filer, he mentioned that in the reports that he collected, they would see very strange things in the sky, but very specifically at night. And they tried shooting these things down. Let me just tell you, every single time they failed. Now, how many times, tell me, please, have we heard that? Where military officials around the world have attempted to shoot at UFOs, unknown objects, and 9 out of 10 times they fail. Now, that 1 out of 10 times, they come back injured. That's the scary part. We've seen it in reports from Brazil, Argentina, in Spain, and we're also seeing it in Vietnam as well. And I bet you can also name a few other countries in which we have covered here on this channel where people have attempted to shoot at UFOs and, well, it didn't really go well for them. Yeah. Well, regardless of this, one area where a lot of UFOs were reported were over the DMZ, also known as the demilitarized zone, which is right in between North and South Vietnam during the war. And the pattern of UFO encounters in Vietnam was not random or isolated. Reports consistently describe objects with extraordinary capabilities that surpassed anything in the known military arsenals of that era. Now, you have an aircraft flying along, doing around 500 knots, and then a UFO alongside does some barrel rolls around the aircraft and then disappear 3 times as fast as the fastest U.S. Air Force's fastest jet during the time frame, right? Pretty weird stuff. Now, I'm showing my ears over here to listen to you. How many times have we heard that? The most famous one was during World War II and the Foo Fighters, was it not? Yes, but they said, you guys, you are so silly. You're just chasing Venus. In this case, we didn't get those explanations, which we'll get into a little bit later. We got some other stuff that they tried to explain it away. But now we're going to get into some specifics, and that is some reported accounts. And this first one took place June 15th and June 16th back in 1968, and this is known as the DMZ incident. And it might have to be the most dramatic and well-documented series of UFO encounters that occurred during that night, again, between June 15th and June 16th. This incident, often referred to as the DMZ UFO encounter or the DMZ incident, it involved multiple military vessels and aircraft, resulting in casualties and raising questions that persist to this day, even though this encounter took place back in 1968. There are so many old cases that we're still contemplating here today. But in this one, there was this war between North and South Vietnam, and a patrol boat known as I can pull it up for you. I'll just pull up this one for now, known as the PCF-12, commanded by Lieutenant Pete Snyder, was on a route night patrol. And at around 12:30 a.m., this boat reportedly received a frantic distress call from another patrol boat in the vicinity, claiming that they were being attacked by an unidentified light that they were just calling enemy helicopters. Now, during this communication, they didn't say, "Oh my gosh, guys, it's a UFO. I'm freaking out. What the heck is going on?" Instead, they were going, "Oh my gosh, I'm being attacked by enemy helicopters," which seemed odd, because the North Vietnamese enemy were not known to utilize combat helicopters at the time. And what followed was a series of events that would challenge the official narrative of what happened that night. Snyder ordered that boat, the PCF, also known as the Patrol Craft Fast, to head over to the boat that was in distress. And as they were getting close to the other boat, they spotted in the sky two cylindrical bright lights immersed in this very strange glow. And the crew of the boat that was trying to save the other boat in distress watched in horror as the PCF 19 was allegedly destroyed in a flash of light, with only 2 survivors pulled from the water by the Coast Guard cutter Point Doom. But this encounter was far from over. Even though that took place in June of 1968, so many other things happened. And that PCF 12 continued its patrol up the river and were soon approached by the same 2 unidentified lights, which took up positions hovering on the port and starboard sides around 300 yards away and about 100 feet above the water. And when the PCF 12 called headquarters for identification of this aircraft, the answer from the beach was no friendly aircraft in the area. Well, that's helpful. Thank you so much for that information, which really meant, yeah, we don't really know what it is. So good luck figuring it out. And realizing that these were not friendly forces, Lieutenant Snyder ordered his crew to open fire. Already sounds bad. Open fire on the mysterious objects. And the crew's description of what they witnessed during this engagement provides some of the most detailed accounts of the UFO encounter during the Vietnam War. Jim Steffs says that he saw one halo in the moonlight and believed it had a rounded front like an observation halo, and it looked like 2 crewmen sitting side by side. What does that sound like to you? It sounds to me like the Papua New Guinea incident where Father Gill was minding his own business. He goes outside and he sees a dome-shaped craft, well, saucer-shaped with the dome, and 2 beings inside. Now, in that other case in Papua New Guinea, Father Gill waved at it and they waved back, and that was a great encounter for the both of them. But this one was not so much, because as I had mentioned, this ball of light, before these officers could see the shape of it, destroyed the other boat. And then the officials said, the military was like, you know what, it'd be a really good idea to shoot these down, wouldn't it? And so they did. And they failed. Now, Steffens, the second engineman, describes seeing 2 beings aboard the UFOs sitting in the observation area. And although they believed the aircraft was firing at them, so the military was shooting at the craft was shooting back at them, he never saw any weapons. And most remarkably, investigations revealed the bullets they fired at the UFOs were the same ones returning to their boat, according to, witness testimony, right? But can we think about that just for a minute? How strange, and also how merciful is that? The question that I posed at the very beginning is, why are UFOs watching over battles and war zones and all these things? We say today, oh, we are so ready for UFO disclosure. We are so ready for them to show ourselves, and they can be our space brothers, and it'll be like the best day ever. We'll have cups of tea, we'll laugh and joke. But if they are observing us over the millennia, time and time again, we have proven to ourselves and to them that we are dangerous, that we are violent, and that we are not willing to let go of our internal greed and ignorance, and this need to have and be in conflict. Now, in today's world, we have keyboard warriors. 20, 30 years ago, it was more of a fist fight. But regardless, many people have this fight or flight kind of mode. And we are showing that in the history books to our children and to those that are not part of the human civilization, that are observing us for the first time, for the 100th time, or maybe even for the last time. In today, right now, war is taking place. Tomorrow, it'll probably be the same. In 100 years' time, yeah, I can expect that as well. Are we really ready for contact with ET? Aren't we kind of dangerous? Aren't we in some ways a threat? The military says, they are a threat. We must classify the whole issue as a threat. But what if we are the ones that are dangerous? That shouldn't be trusted, right? And in this case, for this encounter, according to the witnesses, these bullets bounced back. Really interesting stuff. And the mystery deepened when an F-4 Phantom fighter jet arrived at the scene at approximately 3:20 a.m. to assist the patrol boats. However, the UFOs quickly left and headed out to the China Sea once more, where they encountered the HMAS Horowitz, a Royal Australian Navy destroyer, patrolling near Tiger Island. And I have an image of it. Here it is. The HMAS incident is a very unique one as well. And it was reported observing up to 30 unidentified slow-moving lights hovering in the night sky near their ship. And this is kind of where it gets a little controversial, because as the story goes, they exchanged a friendly fire. I mean, I'm really friendly about that, but, they try to make it sound nicer than it actually is. And at 3:30 a.m., the Hobart was patrolling, blacked out, and just maintaining radio silence near Tiger Island. And at approximately 20 kilometers off of the Cap Lay, when the boat's radar room detected a fast incoming aircraft, which in this case, they classified it as an IFF, identification of friend of foe system, indicated it was friendly, and the ship was attempting to establish further identity with a Sparrow air-to-air missile struck her in the starboard sidelines. They're trying to communicate with this unknown object in the sky. They think it's just another plane. It's all friendly. And then it shoots a missile at it. Ooh. Now, the attack continued with additional missiles, killing 2 sailors and wounded several others. The official investigation concluded that the HMS had been attacked by mistake by a U.S. Air Force F-4 Phantom that were responding to alleged UFO reports. So both ways is bad. Both ways. Ooh. However, this friendly fire explanation has been questioned by many who were present that night. Also during the incident, as I had mentioned, 2 sailors didn't make it, and the official reports attribute to error to misidentification, not UFOs. But because we have heard of so many UFO cover-ups throughout history, especially during wars, makes you scratch your head and you think, do I really believe that explanation? Is that actually true? Your eyebrows get scrunchy and you say, I don't really know what to believe. However, Jim Steffes concluded, quote, "We continue to monitor and track these lights for several weeks after this up until September. I know what the official story is, but this is mine and it's true, and I remember it completely." So he thinks, I don't believe the official story. It was UFOs. It wasn't some misidentification of another US jet. And there's a little bit of confusion. It doesn't really happen. Does it? Yes, but it's incredibly rare. You want to keep as much of your weapons as possible, as much as your men as possible, boats, planes, so on and so forth. To shoot one of your own, it's game over. Like, there is no coming back from that. It's pretty devastating stuff. And the significance of these events have not lost of the highest levels of military command. General George S. Brown, who I showed a picture of just a moment ago, but I can pull that up again. There he is. He was intimately familiar with the UFO reports from Vietnam. And during a 1973 press conference, 5 years after the patrol boat UFO encounters, Brown says, quote, "I don't know whether this story has ever been told or not. They weren't called UFOs. They were called enemy helicopters. And they were only seen at night, and they were only seen in certain places. They were seen up around the DMZ in the early summer of 1968. And this results in quite a little battle." Now, Brown's acknowledgement that these objects were labeled as enemy helicopters rather than UFOs reveals the military's reluctance to officially recognize the phenomenon for what many witnesses believed it to be. Then it was enemy helicopters. Today, it's mysterious drones. It doesn't change. The labels are changing, but the cover-up remains the same. We have to depend on the witness testimony, on the written reports, if there are any, and they weren't placed in the archives or burned. We have to take it at face value simultaneously. Who do you believe? Who do you not? And that's where your discernment has to come in, where your BS radar has to come in. You got to figure it out on your own, which is probably the toughest part about this phenomenon, because there's a handful of data. There's a lot of reports, but not necessarily enough for every single person to jump on the bandwagon and say, oh my gosh, yes, the UFO phenomenon is 100% real. We're still having the debate today of, oh no, I don't believe in aliens. Oh no, I've never seen anything. Like the Chilean astronomer about a month or two ago, he did a press conference about the observatories in Chile, some of the best in the world. A journalist asks, okay, well, I mean, aliens? Like, have you seen anything? You're looking at the sky all the time. And this astronomer was so offended. He's like, are you stupid? No, they're not a thing. They can't be trapped. The closest the closest planet to us outside of our solar system is Proxima Centauri. And that's it. And it would take way too long to get there and back with our conventional technology. And he just blew up in front of this poor journalist's face. And we're having that conversation today. We're behind. We really, really are. Let's get into our next case, because it just gets more intense as we move along. This one is referred to as the Da Nang F-4 Phantom Chase back in 1968. And the Da Nang is an air base. So what happened here was that 4 Marines sitting at the end of the runway witnessed a pretty dramatic UFO encounter that involved military aircraft. They were watching 2 F-4 Phantom jets preparing for takeoff when they spotted 2 strange lights flying over the base. The F-4 Phantom, described as a flying dump truck, was a massive 2-engine fighter bomber that could carry almost 2.5 times the bombs loaded on a B-17 Flying Fortress while flying twice the speed of sound. That's some pretty great stuff when it comes to war, isn't it? As the Marines watched the pair of F-4s take off and climb up into the sky, the strange lights began following the Phantoms, kind of like the Foo Fighters in World War II. Incredibly, the 2 lights were then joined by 6 more, creating a formation of 8 unidentified objects pursuing the military aircraft. The Marines initially thought the lights might be North Vietnamese planes, missiles, though it would be extremely unlikely since the Communist Air Force never ventured below the DMZ according to reports. And they called the base Air Traffic Control Tower, And they were told there were no unknown blimps on the radar screen, meaning that what these Marines were seeing with their naked eye was not caught on radar, confirming that the F4s were not being chased by anything. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? And yet, it's a common pattern that we have seen time and time again. The Marines watched as the F4s, apparently aware of their situation, quickly altered their flight plans and turned back to base. The lights stayed with the Phantoms almost right down to the runway itself, at which that point, the Marines could see the lights, that they were actually oval-shaped objects with multiple beams emitting from them, each beam giving off this kind of amber glow. The objects finally stopped following the F4s a few hundred feet below landing, hovering for a while, then turned skyward and left the area at high speed. I'd be a little nervous if I saw that. I think any pilot would. It's almost like when you're driving down the road and someone's been following you a little bit too long, you think to yourself, okay, do we just happen to be both going to the same grocery store at the exact same time, or this person is following me and they're a threat? In this case, for the pilots, anything that's following you a little too close is most definitely a threat, unless you're at an air show. And those are awesome if you haven't been to one. Really recommend. But of course, I have more cases for you. So much has happened in Vietnam. So many people have come forward. So many books have been written about these sightings and encounters that, of course, I have more for you. And this one is a pretty disturbing one that took place back in August of 1968. The team had successfully infiltrated North Vietnam, and they found their target and assassinated a high-ranking communist official. And during their withdrawal, they were detected by enemy forces, and a chase ensued as they made their way to a predetermined pickup point for helicopter extraction. With enemy forces still pursuing them by mid-morning, the team found themselves between two hills and chose to climb the one to their left for cover. And as they reached cover, they heard the distinctive chattering of AK-47 assault rifles firing from the adjacent hill, with enemy tracers going nearby, firing straight up into the sky. The assassination team initially thought the enemy was firing at their extraction helicopter, but here's a turn for the books. Instead, they saw a large semicircular object appear over the hill next to their position. The object was clearly not an aircraft belonging to either side, and one team member recalled that its color kept changing from light blue to bright red while making absolutely no noise. When enemy tracers got close to the object, it suddenly stopped in midair, just a few hundred feet from the American team's hiding position, and the Americans then witnessed a streak of light shoot out from the front of the object, followed by complete silence as the enemy group just kind of ceased. They went away. They stopped firing at this object. And according to the author, areas, Maloney, I think that's how you say his last name. After the UFO briefly lingered over the enemy position and headed out towards the sea, the team waited 30 minutes before investigating. And what they discovered was a UFO, number one, but there were no enemy bodies, just weapons that had been melted down to almost nothing, leaving a smell so terrible it stayed with the team members for hours. And while their extraction helicopter finally arrived, one team member immediately reported the incident to higher ups and was never seen again by his colleagues. You know what that also kind of sounds like? I love bringing up patterns with you. It sounds a little similar, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. I love to be corrected wrong. It sounds similar to the Vandenberg Air Force Base incident, where Robert Jacobs is filming a UFO during a missile test. By mistake, he didn't actually mean to capture the UFO. He gets called into the office. The men in black show up. They want the footage. And General Mansman, who was Robert Jacobs' higher up, said, look, if they ever torture you or anything, just say it was lasers. But during that time when that video was recorded, lasers weren't a thing just yet. They were still in the baby stages. But if Robert Jacobs had spoken out about it during that time frame, because it took him almost 2 decades before he finally told his story, he could have been silenced as well. And he could have never have been seen again. But he was lucky enough to tell a story nearly decades later. The same thing could have gone for Bob Lazar, where he had this need that if he was going to share the story of Area 51 and reverse engineering technology, he was going to do it in front of the world, in front of the media, in order to protect his life, right? As the story goes, at the very least. If you believe him or not, that's a totally different topic. Here, looking at the patterns of merely being silenced or not. And in this case, for this particular story, this person spoke up and he was never seen again. The surviving members of the special operations team chose not to mention the UFO incident during their post-mission debriefings, but soon after they were questioned directly about it, not by military personnel, but by civilians using extremely unusual interrogation methods. And if you've ever been in the military or a policeman or a detective of some kind, or even if you just like watch those kinds of TV shows, you kind of know how the interrogation process goes. So when things stand out, you think to yourself, this isn't really matching. This is not how it's supposed to go. And according to one team member, the civilians blindfolded each remaining member of the team, taping their mouths shut as well, and brought them individually to an undisclosed location. Each was placed in a small room with 3 men, one of whom wore a hood to keep his face hidden. What are we doing here? It sounds something out of like Eyes Wide Shut or something like that. It's pretty freaky. And then this hooded person just sitting in the corner and like listening in. Maybe it was an alien. That'd be pretty cool and freaky simultaneously. But the most disturbing aspect was what happened after the questioning. Each team member recalled seeing a bright flash of light, and the next thing they knew, they were back at their base, like in the Men in Black, where they have the pen and they go like, okay, forget everything, and like this little flash of light comes on, and the person forgets. What if that tech is real? Wow. That would be very dangerous for the general public to have, but very useful for these kinds of people. When the team members tried to discuss what had happened with his colleagues, none of them had any memory of either the interrogation or the UFO encounter that took place with it. Only he retained any recollection of the events, and fearing for his own safety, he decided to keep the story to himself. Years later, after leaving the army and moving to Alaska with his wife, the team member, name unknown, had another encounter while fishing from their boat with the exact same UFO appeared hovering above them, remaining for a few minutes before disappearing permanently. Something that we've seen a lot is when a person has a UFO sighting, there are usually many that follow it. And there are a lot of theories as to why that might be. And I'll let you fill in the blanks on why you think that is. I also want to hear it in the live chat and in the comments as to why a person that has their first UFO encounter, it just leads to so many more. I got more for you. I still got more because we're knee deep in this information now, and there's no turning back from it. I got another one. This one took place January 6th, 1969, and it was in one of the daily journals of the 23rd Infantry Division, the Chule Defense Command, recorded a very strange entry. The command's mission was to coordinate ground defense of the Chu Lai Defense Sector on the Vietnamese coast, around 40 miles southeast of Da Nang. And soldiers manned observation towers around the base, reported an egg-shaped object floating slowly to the ground, glowing with this internal light. The object was observed by multiple witnesses from different positions, making misidentification or shared hallucination unlikely. And the Chu Lai incident is particularly significant because during the Vietnam War, American Army commands maintained daily journals documenting assorted events, and their sites were recorded in official military records in real time, not reconstructed from memory years later. So tracer rounds and flares both create illumination, but tracer rounds don't float to the ground and certainly aren't shaped like an egg. These egg-shaped objects really hit the news recently with Jake Barber's interview with News Nation. And after doing some research, egg-shaped craft have been reported time and time again over the decades, probably jump it back by a century or so. Now that they're not as popular or common as orb-shaped or saucer-shaped, but egg-shaped, we've seen them on an international scale. I did a whole show on egg-shaped UFOs. This one was not added to that category, and it should have been, because this is a very interesting case. And the fact that this incident was documented in official records, and then the best part, actually the worst part, that was sarcasm. The records mysteriously disappeared. They just went missing. So all we have is witness testimony from this. Well, I got something for you. And that is when Edward Ruppelt was the director of Project Grudge, right before it changed to Project Blue Book, he jumped in on some meetings that were held by the Air Force and the Pentagon when they received UFO reports, and the meetings were with a tape recorder, and they were recorded as the meeting went along. According to Edward Ruppelt, decades after the incident, he wrote in his own book stating sometimes these paper reports and the audio recording were burned. Bye-bye, never to be seen again. Is it surprising? No. Is it devastating? Yes, absolutely. So to hear these records to just seemingly, where did it go? Oh, I don't know. It's not surprising, but it really doesn't help our case with following the story, right? Following the witness testimony, does it? No, but we've heard it too many times that you can only turn a blind eye so many times before you're like, hold up, no, this is getting really fishy. And in this case, it was. It really, really was. And during this time frame, during World War II and during the Vietnam War, it was always being brushed off as, oh, these UFO encounters, Venus. Oh, no, it was just the enemy. You know what? Actually, you know what it was? It was shell shock. That's the answer. And in this case, for a few of these explanations for these military officials seeing UFOs, it was explained away as shell shock. Now, this reminds me of the LA UFO sighting during World War II, when military officials were shooting, as many bullets as they could at a UFO at around 2 a.m., waking up the entire city of LA. And immediately it was brushed off as, oh, no, it was just shell shock. They were just scared. They didn't know what they were doing. And sorry to wake up everybody and ruin a handful of buildings with bullet holes in them. I said it was shell shock, but the pictures kind of said otherwise from what we saw in the newspapers during that time frame in and around World War II. This also with the Vietnam War, we're seeing that same pattern again. Luckily, we're not getting the explanation that it was Venus, but the biggest one was shell shock and exhaustion as well, because those that have ever been in war know how exhausting it can be. That is it for today. Be safe And remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Hi, I'm Richard Dolan, and I've been working with Pursuing X Marketing Agency for about 5 years now. They're the real deal.
This passage in time burns like a sin in your heart, a message sent down from the stars. I promise you I'll come back to you. The drone of machines fills my mind, the oceans of stars clear inside, and I hear your voice in a dream. I promise you I'll come back to you. Now what you did to me, now what you did to me, until you fall down to me and love falls on deaf ears in this place. I'd give up my world and I'd give up a lifetime if I knew that I'd see your face. And you'd watch me burn. Now what you did through, now what you did through, until you're falling down into me. They say there's no sense of the end, but they fought the burning of the darkness inside. And I kill the signal to be with you now, to be with you now, to be with you now, after now what you did through, now what you did through, until you're falling down into me. After all you did through, now what you did through, until you're falling down into me. After
Greetings. So lately, there's been a very strong claim that the famous 2004 Tic Tac UFO or UAP encountered by the U.S. Navy is actually man-made. specifically Lockheed Martin technology. That claim comes from Ross Coulthard. Ross is a journalist that I respect and know personally. But I do want to take a closer look at that claim. Ross said this in a recent interview on a podcast with Bryce Zabel. And he said, without qualification, he said, I now know categorically that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin technology. Now, he didn't provide any supporting documentation or evidence explaining how or why he reached that conclusion. It's a very firm claim, but so far it's been made without any accompanying technical details or corroboration. And we understand the need to protect one's sources. That's totally fair. But there are some issues here. So in this video, I'm going to walk through a number of, let's say, documented UAP cases that we can say are Tic Tac-like objects. Some of them are dead ringers for Tic Tacs. Not going back simply to the 1990s or 1980s, but many decades earlier. And also, I just want to raise the issue, if we do assume that the Tic Tac is ours, that is man-made, then we've got some serious questions to answer here. How is it deployed? Who authorized it? How could it breach encrypted military communications? How is it able to track aircraft in real time? Who authorized its incursion during U.S. military exercises? And there's more. I'm not saying this is impossible, but if it is Lockheed Martin, I'm not saying this is a slam dunk. And frankly, there are certain things that do not add up in my view. So now when we go through these earlier UFO cases, some of them seem very, very close to the Tic Tac. Some, it's hard to know because not all witnesses are very precise in their language when they describe something that's like a cigar-shaped or elongated. You can't always really know. There's some interpretive boundaries here. But all of the objects that we will look at share the same core design. So they're all elongated, smooth-bodied craft with no wings or visible control surfaces, what we would call the classic Tic Tac or cigar shape, again with variations. Some are described as having windows, very interesting, or things resembling windows, and others are completely featureless. Again, some are a little more stretched, some are a little more bunched together. But there's one feature of the 2004 Tic Tac that we don't really see in these older cases, and that's the presence of these small little protrusions or appendages. That's probably one of the main reasons some people will lean toward the man-made hypothesis. It just makes the craft feel just a little less exotic. But is that really the right conclusion? By the way, these were not seen by Commander David Fravor, who's the main pilot who had the visual encounter. They were first described by Chad Underwood. He was the WISO, the Weapons Systems Officer, who filmed what is now the very famous FLIR 1 video of the Tic Tac. And he gave an interview back in 2019 where he said he observed these small antenna-like protrusions on the underside of the craft. He said they were not visible in the footage that we've seen, but they were apparently clear on his cockpit sensor display at the time. And he emphasized these things looked like they didn't belong on such a smooth, wingless craft. They were not aerodynamic. They didn't make sense. So what were they? I'm no expert on this at all, but what people who seem like or talk like they're experts say, there's a couple of different possibilities. One is that they're sensors or probes of some sort, like some advanced sensory equipment for ISR, that's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. They could collect environmental data maybe, or scan electromagnetic or acoustic signals, or even maybe track telemetry in real time. If the craft was observing military activity, maybe it would provide some kind of multi-spectrum awareness well beyond conventional sensors. That's one theory. Another is propulsion control nodes. So they would help stabilize or steer the craft if it used some kind of exotic propulsion like field-based or inertial systems. Instead of fins or jets, they would give off directional forces or somehow manage the balance during extreme maneuvers. Another is energy emitters, or one person described them as coupling points. So these might channel or regulate energy fields used for propulsion or shielding if the craft uses field propulsion or some kind of directed energy system. Maybe these are like focal points for emission or some kind of interaction. And then finally, some have suggested that the whole idea of an appendage is probably not true, is a sensor anomaly or reflection or some kind of image processing artifact. Although Underwood seemed very confident that they were real and physically part of the craft. So I'll try to be as clear about this as I'm able to be. So if those appendages are real, then someone put them there for a reason. So we will ask, could this have been something that we made? Can electrogravitics explain this? The idea of electrogravitics goes back to T. Townsend Brown in the 1950s or even earlier, using high voltage capacitors to manipulate gravity or inertia. There's a lot of people who believe that this technology went black many decades ago. Maybe it did. Maybe used in projects, maybe like the rumored alien reproduction vehicle, the ARV, if you credit that. I've been open to that possibility for a long time. But the problem is, what we saw the Tic Tac do, that is instant acceleration, seamless control, no heat, no sound, transmedia movement. As far as what we have ever seen electrogravitics do, this goes beyond this. This is not just propulsion. We're talking some level of space-time level engineering. Now, if someone cracked that, okay, fair enough. You have to ask, why test it like this in front of Navy pilots with no coordination, no debrief? Why infiltrate a secure cap point transmitted over encrypted comms? Like, who authorized that? If that was Lockheed Martin acting alone, that's insane. If the Navy was involved, you want to ask, who signed off on that? This is why the whole explanation of it's just advanced tech doesn't really resolve anything, because if it is ours, we're looking, first of all, at a civilizational leap, and one that's being hidden in plain sight with no accountability. And maybe that is the case. I'm not saying this cannot be human, but if you're going to say that, let's show your homework, because right now that story that we did it is just about as extraordinary as the alien one, but which has very little, frankly, to support in terms of any evidence that we've been able to amass over these years. Now, I'm going to come back to this. I'm not done with this theme, but let's rewind the clock a little bit and look at some earlier cases that may also describe Tic Tac-like craft. First one I'm going to show you is from 1936. It's a good one. There are even earlier possibilities, although the data is a little too thin to be sure on some of those. But the basic design, smooth, elongated, rounded, I think does go back further than 1936. But let's just look at this one first. So number of years ago, about 20 years ago, I was visiting the Canadian National Archives in Ottawa, and I came across several extraordinary reports. These are sightings submitted by ordinary people to their government back in those days in the hope that someone might take notice. In truth, the Canadian government did nothing with these reports. They just sat there, but they were preserved, and today you can go back and read them. And a few events describe events going way, way far back. So this is probably my favorite report that I found there while I was looking. This was submitted in the early 1980s by an elderly man. He described his experience in the Northwest Territories in 1936. Now, if you're Canadian, you know this. It's a vast, remote region about the size of Alaska, very sparsely populated even today. He was at a specific place that it's indicated there called Islemer Lake. It's especially isolated. This is deep within a tundra area. It's known as the Barren Grounds. People do not live up there. Trees don't grow there. No one lives there. So at the time, this man was 25 years old. He was working for the Canadian government on aerial mapping operations. He had a pontoon aircraft. This is a cool job. So this is an image. By the way, these are all the images that I will show you are artificially created. I did my very best to make sure these were accurate. I think this is an accurate representation of what actually happened. So he just says, in trying to describe this vehicle, I can only say that it was the most magnificent configuration of an airship one could imagine. I would say it was very large, but this would depend on the height, which, as stated, could not be determined. He had a very long discourse on like the absolute perfect weather. He says, not a cloud in the sky, crystal clear. And he was doing some pre-flight checks on his craft, and he just happened to look up and he saw an object that looks very much like what you see here. He describes it as light aluminum color, but no reflection. He was very explicit about this. It was an elliptical shape, slightly elliptical. No portholes. It was stationary. He just looked up. It was just not moving there at first. And then he watched it rotate like this, and it took off at an amazing speed. No contrail, nothing like that. He even attached his service record originally to the document. That was not available to me when I found it in the archives, unfortunately. But he just stated from a north-south stationary position, it turned east in a moment. He said the turning was hardly detectable to the eye. After the turn, it took off at a fantastic speed going east. From the time of takeoff until it vanished was a matter of moments. By the way, if you're interested, I put the citation of the actual file in the Canadian Archives. Again, you could go there yourself and take a look. So it's a very interesting case, and other than the color, I mean, he described this as a kind of grayish, a dull gray color without any kind of significant reflection or shine from it. Other than that, it was, I could say, almost identical to the Tic Tac. He did not notice any protrusions on it. So there's that difference. Interesting case, though. Very, very close in my view. Now, there's another case I'm going to talk about, which a lot of UFO researchers are well familiar with. And you wouldn't ordinarily think of this as a Tic Tac, but there's a reason I want to include this. And this is the 1948 Childs Whitted Eastern Airlines sighting. Again, UFO geeks know this one, all the nerds. This was a major sighting at the time. And I will show you an image, which I think this is a pretty good image, except the windows should be double-rowed windows. Very strange. So you have a moonless night, July 1948, two men piloting a DC-3 over Alabama, Captain Clarence Childs and his first officer, John Whitted. They see this brilliant, fast approaching object. It comes from below the horizon. It was blazing, very fast, cigar-shaped. That's how they described it. They didn't use the word Tic Tac. About 100 feet long and maybe about 30 feet wide. And it had this orange flame behind it, nearly 50 feet long. It was very, very fast, it had a fiery appearance. No contrails, though, but had this appearance, and it made no sound. And it veered upward, and it very narrowly missed their aircraft. And as it crossed in front of them, they both said they clearly saw a smooth metallic fuselage, no wings, no fins, just two rows of square windows that gave off a soft orange glow. And now here's the one thing. If you see at the very front of the craft, and my image is almost blocking it, but not quite. Childs noted a short boom-like protrusion from the nose, possibly like an antenna. Is that what this thing was, or some kind of transmitter? Don't really know. Whitted did not see it. Childs did see it, but you could see why someone would miss it. I mean, this thing's moving very fast, and then it just pulled into a steep climb and vanished into the clouds above them. So the whole thing lasted, I think, about 10 or 15 seconds. Left a very strong impression on them, obviously. So I included this because it's got the windows, which are kind of a weird thing. Like, are there passengers in this? Like, you really wouldn't think so. Look out the window, get a good view of southern Alabama or northern Alabama. Don't think that's what that's for. But the boom in the front is some kind of an appendage. And I don't think anyone has any idea. If that's man-made, I have no idea who built that. I don't think anybody does. By the way, that case got the attention of the United States Air Force in a big way, and it led to a famous document called the Estimate of the Situation, which essentially concluded that UFOs were real and they appeared to be extraterrestrial. So that sighting was actually quite significant. Through the 1950s and 60s, you have many reports of cigar-shaped UFOs. No one said Tic Tac. Biggest problem, again, in getting clear descriptions of these craft is that they're often only described as cigar-shaped, so we don't usually get exact dimensions, unfortunately. Keep in mind, these are usually ground witnesses looking up at the sky. It's probably not easy. But in any case, we don't get many exact dimensions. Some of the UFOs in those years were described as egg-shaped. Famously, the Lonnie Zamora case of 1964, another one in France in Valençol in 1965, egg-shaped, very similar to Tic Tac, but not exactly the same. There are others. And again, that's the thing. We have many variations of this basic shape. So let's move ahead. And there's one more that has windows. This is another one that's weaker than the others, but not necessarily terrible. This was a case of, let me go. So the next case I'm going to discuss took place in 1965. This is a maritime case, a Norwegian oil tanker, July 6, 1965. They're called the TT Javesta. I think that's how you pronounce it. It was through open waters on the Atlantic, out in the middle of the ocean. The crew members see an extraordinary object approach their ship. We have all the names of everyone involved here. It was a seaman. He was the first one, named Hernandez Ambrosio. He believed it came from the ocean before it changed direction and started to head toward him. We don't know for a fact that it came out of the ocean, but he is the one witness who said that's what it looked like. It looked like it came from out of the ocean. Here's an illustration of it's not entirely exact. It's close. It's close enough. The chief mate of the ship was named Torgrim Lean. He soon comes up on the deck and he sees this. He's very, very detailed. He's looking at it. He describes it as a massive cigar-shaped craft flying low under the clouds, totally silent. It's got square windows, again, glowing orange. No wings, no rudders, and this bluish kind of flame or something coming from the rear of the craft. The blue lights on the bottom, I think, probably don't belong there. There should be more blue lights behind it. Anyway, it passed directly over the ship, low, maybe as low as 200 meters, 300 meters altitude. And everyone apparently was just amazed at watching its velocity and its size. It was very fast, very large. He later just said with certainty, he said this was not an aircraft, this is not a rocket, this is not any kind of natural phenomenon. This was reported to Norwegian authorities. It was very well documented, written up in newspapers and described quite a bit. So those two with what looked like windows, you could argue those are not quite a Tic Tac design, probably so, although they're close in my view. The ones that follow, I think, are generally going to be better. Here's another maritime case from 1967. This is an Argentine merchant ship called the Naviero. And this was traveling along the South American coast north toward Buenos Aires. It's about 120 miles off the coast of Santa Catarina, Brazil. It's just past the continental shelf. When the captain of the ship, his name was Julian Ardanza, and his first officer, Julio Montoya, they see a luminous object just below the ocean surface. And this, I think, is a pretty good rendition of what they saw. It was like a glowing Havana cigar, about 110 feet long, gave off a kind of bluish white light, and it's just pacing the ship 50 feet away. It's really close. It had absolutely no visible features. There's no periscope, no tower, no other structures that you would see with a submarine. It produced no wake and no noise. And for 15 minutes, this thing it's following them. It dives beneath the ship, passes under it, and it finally just vanished at an estimated speed of about 25 knots, which was faster than the ship's cruising speed. And there was a glow that remained in the water for some time after. The captain was asked about all the other possibilities. A submarine, is it a whale? He's like, absolutely no, not a submarine, not a whale. There's no sea creature or submersible that could match the size or speed or the luminosity of this object. So this is a very good case. And again, this did get a lot of attention at the time. So I've got some others that I think are even closer tic-tac descriptions. This one takes place in Norway at a place called the Sonja Fjord. This is in western Norway, and this went over a period of about 10 days in November of 1972, from November 12th to November 22nd. Again, I think this is very likely what this object looked like. So through a big part of November, you have this unidentified object. It was explicitly described as cylindrical or submarine-like object. This triggered a 10-day military operation in this fjord. It's a very deep fjord, by the way. Witnesses said it was very fast, had no visible means of propulsion. It was able to travel underwater at speeds that no submarine could match. There were also reports, in addition to this, of like weird lights and other strange aerial phenomena as well in the area. So it wasn't just an isolated water-based object that looked like a tic-tac. Anyway, explosives were dropped down there. A missile was deployed against this thing. Nothing, the object evaded capture the whole time. Electronic systems failed on aircraft and naval vessels when they got near this. No wreckage was ever recovered. So you have all these Cold War suspicions, like, is this the Soviets? There is actually no, to this day, it's more than 50 years later, we have no evidence whatsoever that this was a Soviet submarine. There's no reason to think that this was a Soviet sub. There were incursions. The Soviets and the U.S. played all kinds of shenanigans in the waters, in the Baltic and in the northern seas there, but this one doesn't look like it. This was well beyond conventional submarine capabilities of the time. The next one I think is, now we're getting into the last three, which I think are quite definite tic-tacs, I would say. This one I think is probably not known at all. I found this one in the course of my USO research. This will appear in my second volume of USO history. This took place at Saranac Lake in New York State on December 29th, 1972. I will set the scene and then show you an image here. So we're talking a very cold December evening, 1972. A woman is walking home from work along the, you've got a number of lakes that comprise Saranac Lake in that area, and I wasn't sure which exact one it was, but it was along the southern shore, probably lower Saranac Lake, is what I think. And so this is what happens. So the sun had just set, but there was still a lot of light coming from the moon and reflecting off the snow and ice. So it was very easy to see. So she's making her way along the shoreline, and she hears this like a low, muffled rumbling coming from beneath the ice. And then moments later, she's astonished. This thick lake of ice cracks open very violently, and this shiny metallic craft, it's described exactly as you see here. It's a featureless silver kind of submarine. It comes out vertically from the water. She did see what looked like a row of windows. That was the only marking on this object that she could see. She estimated it was about 25 feet long and 8 to 10 feet tall. So actually maybe not even as elongated as what's indicated here. Maybe a little more capsule-like. This case was investigated. I don't have her name, but we have the name of an investigator who looked into it. His name was John Lutz. He described her as highly credible. And she said that after it breached through the surface, it just launched straight into the sky at tremendous speed, entirely silent as well. The only sound you could hear was the ice breaking. Otherwise, it made no noise. So it was a single witness event, so that's unfortunate. But still, she had a lot of clarity and detail in her observation, as well as the physical disturbance to the ice, which Lutz, the investigator, was able to confirm. So gives you something to go on here. I think very much like a Tic Tac is what this seems like in 1972. Now, this next one that I'm going to show you is 1973, and this is also going to be in my next published book of USO history. This takes place off the northern coast of Venezuela, so in the lower portion of the Caribbean Sea there. This is during a very intense period of UFO and USO activity that many people were witnessing. This one I'm about to show you is from a married couple. They explicitly described a craft which they described as capsule-like, so very much like a Tic Tac. And I think this illustration is probably close. So this is during March and April of 1973, a big wave near the towns of La Guaira and Carayaca. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. This took place on the night of March 28th into the 29th, 1973. You have Armando Silva and his wife. We do not have her name. They lived in Carayaca, right on the coast. And it's 1 a.m. and they're both woken by an intense wave of heat. So Mrs. Silva goes out onto their balcony and she sees these two bluish capsule-like craft. They're hovering above the sea, and they approach the shoreline. And as they approach the shoreline, it becomes much, much brighter. So bright, she actually said it was almost as bright as the sun. So one of the objects drops into the water briefly, and then it resurfaces again. And then the second craft followed the same type of motion. This goes on for about 15 minutes. She's watching the two craft float together near the coast, and then they both rose into the sky and vanished, and they're gone. And once they left, then all the oppressive heat dissipated and the couple was able to sleep again. So meanwhile, during that, the husband, Armando Silva, goes outside to get a closer look. So she's watching from the balcony. He actually got to the shoreline where one of the craft had just come down a few meters, apparently, from the beach. And he sees through the craft had like a small window, which is kind of depicted here. And he claimed that he saw a small humanoid type of figure. He said it was like the size of a 5-year-old child wearing what he described as a kind of a helmet. And he just got terrified. So Silva ran back to the house. So yeah, it's his testimony and her testimony. It is what it is. It was during a wave of UFO and USO sightings that were being recorded along that whole area of Venezuela. So you've got that. And that will take me to the final Tic Tac-like case, another one that I think may well be exact. Everything from the description gives me reason to think so. This is from a teenage boy at a lake in South Carolina in 1981. I think this image is probably very, very close to what Carl Moore saw. He was a 14-year-old boy. This is July 15th, 1981. So he was alone. He was at a boat ramp at a small lake outside Newberry, South Carolina. It's a very calm night, very clear summer evening, and moments earlier, he and his friends had gone to sleep after a long, he said, mostly unsuccessful day of fishing. He goes back out to check his trout lines. It's about 10:30 p.m., and he sees this glowing silver white object. It's moving over the water surface. It's about 30 feet long, cigar-shaped. It's giving off small, little whitish blue lights that flicker on and off. And it's very slow. It's moving maybe 20, 25 miles per hour, and then it descends very gently and lands on the lake. And that's when he gets a sudden burst of steam that he sees coming out from the lake. It stays on the surface for about 3 minutes. Carl is watching this. He is 50 feet away. He is frozen in awe at watching this thing. And then it just rises slightly, hovers about a foot above the water, and then in a flash, it just accelerates vertically with incredible speed. It's gone, instantly gone, totally silent. He reported this to a local UFO investigative group, and despite knowing that other people were likely to dismiss this because of it just seemed too crazy to be true, but that's what he reported. So We cannot say that tic-tac style craft were ever common, but they were not unique to 2004 either, not by a long shot. The 1936 Almer case, Lake Almer, that's a tic-tac. I think so is the object that was seen coming out of Lower Saranac Lake in 1972. The Venezuelan coast sightings and the South Carolina case, I think they're all very similar. And even some of the other ones, the earlier ones, a little borderline, but they're relevant. And I'm sure there are others that didn't make it into this video that I just didn't know about. So it raises a simple but important point. If the 2004 Tic Tac is man-made, then when did we start making them? Because that changes the whole conversation here. You can't just pick an arbitrary date and then declare everything before that is alien, everything after that is ours. If we're claiming this is Lockheed or some other black project, fine, but then someone has got to start showing the physics, the energy systems, the command chain, because there are real problems with that explanation. Again, those little tiny appendages that Chad Underwood described. Some people like to take that as proof that it's human built. Why? Because they seem less exotic? Because they're not smooth enough? It's kind of a weird assumption. If you believe this craft can cancel inertia or traverse air and sea without resistance and move in ways that break our current understanding of motion, then the presence of a couple of antenna-like protrusions shouldn't suddenly make you think, oh, it's ours. If anything, it just deepens the mystery. And if you're going to call it human-made, then I think it would be nice to have someone explain how those components fit into a system that we're not supposed to have to begin with. But which really leads me to the biggest red flag of all. The Tic Tac arrived at the Navy's Combat Air Patrol, that's the cap point, before the jets did. That location was encrypted. That location was shared only via classified military comms between aircraft and ships. So how did it get there? If it was man-made, you've got really one of three possibilities, as it seems to me. One, the program had real-time access to encrypted U.S. comms, which would suggest some kind of insider control. Okay. Two, a foreign nation, some foreign actor cracked U.S. encryption. That would be an intelligence catastrophe, and there's no evidence that anyone has uncovered that indicates that. Or third, the object had some form of non-local intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, some kind of quantum level awareness of U.S. military planes in some way. None of those explanations are all that satisfying, frankly. All of them point to something extraordinary. And if this was a U.S. test, you've got to ask, who authorized it? Who risked spoofing Navy pilots during active operations? And why hasn't a single person come forward with any sort of information of schematics or materials, or even deeply classified special access programs can leave behind budget footprints or whistleblower chatter or some kind of technical lineage. But here we have nothing. So I would like to ask the obvious. Where is the evidence that we made this thing? If it is man-made, why has no one ever explained how it works? Why are we still waving our hands and saying Lockheed without demanding any specifics? If someone has leaked that it was ours, why hasn't anyone leaked any outlines of the technology itself? The answer always is like, just trust us, it's magic. And that's not good enough. If someone wants to argue that Americans have been making these things since the 1930s or 1940s, then they have a lot of explaining to do, because that means thousands of UFO encounters over the last 80 plus years were just one part of a secret domestic test program, and somehow not a shred of any concrete evidence has ever leaked out toward that. That stretches belief past the breaking point. So I'm not saying it's impossible that this is man-made, but I am saying if you're going to make that claim, you better show your work. And I just don't see it. There's a lot of important questions to be asked here. Well, we are surely in an interesting time. I hope you're sufficiently buckled up, because we're already on a bumpy ride. Keep fighting the good fight.
All right, guys. There we go. Richard Dolan coming in hot with Tic Tacs throughout history. Love it. Love it. Cristina Gomez as well. UFOs over Vietnam. So fascinating. So fascinating. Guys, we have 3 speakers left. We are in the home stretch of ANOMACON 2025. We are currently at 802 people watching across all of our platforms. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we reach 900 by the next batch of speakers? We need your help. Tweet this out right now. Hashtag Anomacon. Tag celebrities, tag musicians. I don't care. Get it out there. Go on Blue Sky. Do it. Share here on YouTube, Facebook, whatever. Let's try to get to 900. Sound good? Sound good? I want to give a special thanks to a few new super chatters as well. Moon at Noon again. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hides in Long Grass. Gomez's new daily updates are pretty cool. No fluff, just facts. Love it. Thank you, Hides in Long Grass. Moon at Noon again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tyler Partridge. This Anomacon has been awesome. Thank you, Ryan and Suzanne. Massive shout out to Cristina Gomez's channel, and her work is phenomenal. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all of your support of Anomacon. All of your donations will go 50% to our speakers and 50% to Doctors Without Borders. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. What else do I got? That's it. That's it. Let's get to our next 2 speakers. I cannot wait for this one, guys. The Spirit Box, a device that was created to speak to spirits. But is that what came through when this device was first originated? We're going to find out from Alex LeMay, paranormal investigator. And then after that, we have astronomer Dr. Beatriz Villarroel. So let's get to these speakers. Alex LeMay, Ghosts and Aliens, The Strange History of the Spirit Box. A little about Alex. Alex has been a paranormal investigator for over 20 years, having had her television debut in 2018 on the show Ghost Adventures. In 2024, she was a co-host on Hulu's Emmy-nominated series Living for the Dead. Today, she spends her time creating paranormal equipment and pursuing her own paranormal investigations via her YouTube channel, It's Alex LeMay. We will tag her channel in the show notes as well, guys. Go subscribe to it. Cannot wait for that. And then after that, we have Beatriz Villarroel. And excuse me while I cough for just a minute, guys. Had to mute my mic, sorry. Still getting over COVID over here. But yes, next up, Beatriz Villarroel. Are there alien artifacts in the solar system? Dr. Beatriz Villarroel is an astronomer at the Nordic Institute for Theoretical Physics in Stockholm, leading the VASCO project and ExoProbe projects. VASCO uses automated methods and citizen science to search for vanishing stars, uncovering intriguing multiple transients of unknown origin. Sorry, guys. Her ExoProbe initiative seeks evidence of extraterrestrial probes within our solar system. Villarroel's work has earned international recognition, the 2012 Crawford Scholarship from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, the 2021 L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science Prize in Sweden, and a selection as a 2022 International Rising Talent. In 2023, she delivered a TED Talk on alien artifacts and received Heterodox Academy's Open Inquiry Award for Courage. She currently has 2 pre-published papers in review on incredible anomalous findings in near-Earth's orbit, which she will be talking about with you guys today. All right. Alex LeMay up first, Beatriz Villarroel up second. Let me get those videos going for you guys here. And we're going to keep moving along. Anomacon 2025 in the home stretch. All right. Pulling that up for you guys now. Here we go.
Humans have always been curious. Death and what lies beyond the stars have eluded us for centuries. How is it our bodies hold so much magic only to succumb to sickness or old age? Then again, maybe that's what makes us so magical to begin with. When we look to the stars, how could the universe be so vast, so expansive, yet we're the only ones here? My name is Alexandre LeMay, and I've been a paranormal investigator for over 20 years. I've always been able to see spirit, and in my teens I became deeply curious in discovering ways to document and understand it. Many people continue to have experiences with their loved ones after they've passed on. Some see their beloved dog running through the kitchen, they hear their mother's voice as they're getting ready for bed, their father's necklace appears in an unusual place. I truly believe a piece of them stays with us forever. I lost my father in 2006. We had a typical eldest daughter, absent father relationship. It felt as though his death took all possibilities with him, all the chances for repair, for more love, or to simply see each other again. But as it turns out, that love never leaves us. It settles into the curves of our heart, resting in the corners of our being, subtly reminding us of the love they have for us, and continuing to guide us through our lives. 15 years after my father's death, he started to say hello to me not only in my dreams, but through my spirit box. People believe these devices connect us to spirit, energy, and even extraterrestrials. To those of us who seek out these experiences, it can change our views on death, on form, and energy altogether, regardless of solid scientific backing. Some things cannot be explained. Not yet anyways. This is a big reason why the spirit box has been my favorite device. When I finally purchased one in 2016, I dove into its history with a desire to understand how it came to be. Who experimented with it, and how does it actually work? So today I'm going to give you a brief, easy to understand overview of the spirit box and its history, so you too can understand this miraculous yet simple device. Spirit communication through an electronic device has been documented as early as the 1900s. For example, Edison and his device mentioned here in this 1920s article, Communicating with the Dead. Communication with other dimensions or spirits has been piquing our interests for over 100 years. Tesla built a crystal radio in the early 1900s that was said to pick up voices of the dead, or possibly from other dimensions or solar systems. There is this article from 1901 where Nikola Tesla said, "My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural, and I was alone in my laboratory at night." There are schematics online if you're interested in building your own crystal radio. It's fairly easy and inexpensive. Lots of people have these videos of them experimenting with it and how it reacts to different conditions, and I definitely suggest looking it up if that's something you're interested in. They're called ghost boxes, spirit boxes, radio sweeps, and occasionally broken radios. Thomas Edison had his spirit phone in 1899. Konstantin Radiv and his Radiv voices. In 1965, Frederick Jurgensen, George Meek, and William O'Neill, their Spiritcom device around 1980, Frank's box, which was created around 2002 by EVP enthusiast Frank Sumption, carried on today by Steve Holte, Bill Chappell, and Gary Galka. These experimental ideas and devices led us to today's widely used version of the spirit box. While Frederick Jurgensen was officially credited with the 1959 discovery of the electronic voice phenomenon, there were other individuals prior to 1959 who had attempted to communicate with the dead by mechanical means. Mr. Jurgensen retains this title because he was the first researcher to be recognized on an international basis. In 1959, Jurgensen, a Swedish painter and film producer, was out recording bird songs. Upon playing the tape later, he heard what he interpreted to be his dead father's voice, and then the spirit of his deceased wife calling his name. In spring of 1960, after a seance, Jurgensen claims the scientist from the other side gave him the information to build his device. He then began using radio in his experiments. Dr. Radiv, a writer and a parapsychologist, contacted Jurgensen after reading his book, Voices from Space. They arranged a meeting in April 1965 where the two men conducted microphone-only recordings, until summer of 1965 when Jurgensen added radio static to their recording sessions. Jurgensen realized that he could obtain louder and clearer EVPs by using interfrequency static from a radio that was tuned between two stations at 1480 to 1485 kilohertz, which became known as the Jurgensen wave. Now, Frank's box is a breakthrough he invented around 2002. His original boxes are coveted today, as you've seen in the hands of notable investigators like Amy Bruni, Dana, and Greg Newkirk. These radios were modified AM/FM radios that sweep stations at a certain changeable rate. In theory, voices would come through these carrier waves or frequencies. This helped pave the way for the spirit boxes we use today by engineers like Gary Galka and his SB7. Frank Sumption stated that in 1995, this popular mechanics magazine is what first got him interested in EVP. He took old radios apart and built himself a radio device that would sweep stations at certain rates. He also experimented with German, French, and other language stations during his experiments. Frank was given the nickname Purple Princess from one of his communication sessions, where he wrote, "One of the first voices trying to convince me I came from somewhere else. You are the woman that comes from stars." This is a clip from his website, and I'll slow it down so you can hear it. He also heard from his device, "Frank is our princess. This is good. Purple Princess." Since then, Steve Holte built Steve's box. Early 2010, Bill Chappell came up with a very similar radio that would be purchased at Radio Shack and with a simple modification could sweep the AM and FM band. Thanks to Gary Galka, the Ghost Box today have come a long way. He has engineered unique frequency hotspots, enabling spirits to communicate frequently and with less noise from sweeping channels. Gary is very dedicated to his work, spending hours testing and experimenting, constantly reinventing and furthering his own devices. I highly recommend checking out his YouTube. It's full of video experiments. Frank was quoted in an interview from Taps magazine, June 2007, when he was asked, "How do you envision the boxes be used and by whom?" Frank's response was, "And at first, it was mostly for my own use, and I seemed to have a group that claimed to be ET that talked. They used to tell me this stuff was secret, which I kind of ignored. The system was meant to be used as a ham radio, where you would sit at home and the spirit entities come to you. I have never used the boxes as my system has come to be called for investigations, and I did not intend to it to be used this way. There are some using the boxes for investigation, and it seems to work, although I don't support that use. The system was supposed to be for ITC work. It's my belief that using it to try to contact specific spirits or entities biases the result. As I think with EVP work, people tend to hear what they are looking for and can at times create these voices or other evidence being sought. When I run a session, I don't ask questions, nor ask for anyone in particular. I announce out loud that I'm doing an EVP recording and start the tape deck. When I first started using EVP Maker, asking questions wouldn't result in them calling me names and cussing at me, so I would ask if there were any messages. I think it was training, so I would do a session with no expectations or any biases. I was too intrigued and fascinated to stop. I think anyone should be able to use the system, just like it seems anyone can do EVP recordings. It does seem to require a certain amount of training or practice for the ears to be able to pick up the messages, and they tend to be distorted, mixed in with raw radio or raw audio. Here are the audio files and the descriptions posted on Frank's website. I was able to find these hidden within the code of his website. His website is quite old and most of it doesn't work today, but hopefully this will make sure that it doesn't become lost media. We all can appreciate the work that he's done to bring the spirit box into what it is today. Radio has been a conduit for spirit, interdimensional, and extraterrestrial communication for quite some time. If you're unsure how radios work, here's a brief explanation to help you understand exactly what's happening behind the plastic casing of your device. There are two major forms of radio modulation, AM and FM. An AM, or amplitude modulation, describes how the data is carried or the form that it takes. The space between waves are relatively static or stay the same. The height of the waves is what changes, which carries the data. Each wave height carries a tone and changes height with the tone change. Data is encoded in the height of those waves and oscillating between positive and negative, as shown here in this picture. FM uses frequency modulation to carry data. The wavelength is different, but the height stays the same. So it's different from AM, where the AM is amplitude, as in it's going higher and lower. It has a longer or shorter wavelength, but the height stays the same. The definition of frequency is the rate at which a vibration occurs that constitutes a wave, either in a material, as in sound waves, or in an electromagnetic field, as in radio waves and light. Light and radio are both electromagnetic spectrum and travel the same way. These radio waves travel at the speed of light. Another way to understand how radio works, a light bulb transmits light, electromagnetic waves, and our eyes are receiving that signal information, converting it into data, so we're able to see it with our brain. Our eye is like the antenna, and our brain demodulates that signal to make you see the light.
I hope that helps, because I know it can be kind of confusing to explain. I hope I did a good job. Anyways, if you made it this far without falling asleep, I congratulate you. We should probably be friends because this stuff fascinates me too. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your week.
ANOMACON 2025 is sponsored by my podcast, Jim Harold's Campfire, and I thought I would share a little with you because it is that time of the year. It's spooky season, and I'm sure that many of you who are watching this love to hear from authors and experts, and that's great, but you also like to hear from regular folks. Maybe regular folks who have seen a ghost. Maybe they've seen a UFO. Maybe they've seen a cryptic creature. Well, we've been doing this podcast for the last 16 years, and that's exactly what you get. We don't gin it up. We don't exaggerate the stories or have people add anything to it. We don't have to. The real stories are amazing enough. It's Jim Harold's Campfire, and you can find it for free on your favorite podcast platform, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. 90 minutes every week of real stories from real people. I hope you'll check out Jim Harold's Campfire.
Inside a dream, whisper from a mind other than mine. It felt warm like the morning sun. Then she returned to the silence. A fading vision.
everyone. Thank you a lot for inviting me here. I'm so happy that I have a chance to talk to you even virtually. So I'm going to present my research. And as some of you may know, my research area is SETI, Searches for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and in particular, the near-Earth SETI, where I look for alien artifacts in the solar system. So why should we care about looking for life in the Milky Way? Well, the Milky Way is big. You have 200 to 300 billions of stars just in our own galaxy. And many of our sun-like stars do actually have an Earth-sized planet. Like 22% of all stars that look like the sun in the Milky Way have a planet that is kind of Earth-sized and in the habitable zone. You can estimate that there's something between 20 to 40 billion of Earth-like planets just in our own galaxy, so it's quite many. Also, amino acids have been found on asteroids and meteorites, and the basic nucleotides have also been found on meteorites. There's great chance that there's lots of life in our galaxy. Taking it to the other topic, the topic of UAPs, astronomers have observed UAPs for hundreds of years. Take Charles Messier. He actually saw large dark objects during a lunar eclipse that didn't look like meteors, and they looked like they had organized movement. I can't promise he didn't see birds. Anyway, also a survey done in 1992 among the astronomers in the American Astronomical Society showed that 62 out of 1,356 astronomers had seen a UFO. There's a wonderful book by Jacques Vallée that discusses observations done by scientists. One more recent thing that many of you have heard about, I'm sure, is the detection of the biosignature DMS in a water world not far away from us. And this is a good detection. I know there has been a lot in the media trying to debunk it, but I still say, give it a chance, give it a few years. I think these guys are going to prove that there is life there. But that is my personal bet. Some people ask, of course, but how can it even be possible that someone sends a probe to the solar system? And then I say, of course it is possible, because we humans can send probes. We humans have already sent some probes that have left the solar system. Why wouldn't another civilization be able to do the same with us? So one of the ways how we can explore all this is by ourselves look for probes. And we can use images from the sky before Sputnik, before the first human satellites, when there were no space trash in orbit. And we can use these images to search for probes or other kind of artificial objects. And there are wonderful photographic plate archives that we can use for this purpose. They act like a time machine. So, in order to do so, and to distinguish them from all kind of unusual plate defects, some people think that there are plate defects that look like stars and by coincidence just have a star-like brightness profiles. And in order to kind of separate these cases, one might choose to look for certain features. For example, one might choose to look for those that are like these short light flashes that fall on a line, like you see here. That's one of the ways of looking for ET probes. One can also look for just multiple flashes, or one can look for like triple flashes. And there are different kind of signatures that we can expect. And how would we look for these things? How would we look for these kind of signatures? Well, one can use images from the Palomar survey that use these 6 by 6 degrees large heavy glass plates in the early 1950s, before the first human satellite was launched. And one can compare these images to the sky as it looks in Pan-STARRS in the 2015. And taking these two giant data sets, one can search for everything that existed in the Palomar that no longer can be found in the Pan-stars. And of course, then I don't talk about you going there and looking at the glass plates, but luckily, these plates have been digitized. So we can use the digital scans to search for these transients. And what I'm mostly interested in is to look for reflections or emissions from non-human satellites. If you especially have these kind of artificial objects that have a very flat surface that is extremely reflective and in a high altitude, you can actually expect to see fast flashes that last shorter than a second or just a second. And these fast flashes will look like a little star on the plate and never be seen again because they are so short-lived. And that is what I'm interested to look for. Here are some examples of what we actually have found. You can see here a triple transient. It was found by my colleague Enrique Solano at the Spanish Virtual Observatory. And it's a beautiful, it's a beautiful image of 3 stars, very bright, that are seen there on the 19th of July, 1952, and never seen again. You compare to images half an hour before, years after, and months after, and you never see it otherwise. It's there very shortly. It was published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society in 2023. Another such example is this one, where you can see 4 transients along a line and 2 more there. It's seen there on the 5th of August 1954. It has a probability of 0.003, and you never see it again, but there are the 4 along a line. Here's my favorite. You can see 5 that are aligned along a narrow band. Not exactly like you expect satellites, maybe more like a formation. The probability for this alignment in this image is 1 in 10,000, and it happens on 27th of July, 1952. Now, the funny thing that you might not have noticed is that one of this example was from 19th of July, 1952, and the other example is from the 27th of July, 1952. And we actually first wrote the papers, posted one on the archive, got the other submitted when we noticed that the 2 examples are happening, each one from 2 consecutive weekends of the most famous UFO mass sighting through history, the Washington, D.C. 1952 UFO flap. And this was a date when there were lots of flying saucers seen. There were a lot of high quality testimonies about UFO sightings. Radar operators saw a lot of weird objects on their radars when they were at the national airport. Pilots saw a lot of objects. There was even fighter jets sent out to hunt for these weird objects. And by chance, our most interesting candidates are from each of these 2 weekends when there were so many UFO flyovers. Of course, this led my colleague Steve and myself to ask the question, is there actually a correlation? Maybe it's not just a coincidence, maybe there's a correlation in time between our transients and UFO reports. So we took images from or transients, a list of transients from 1949 to 1957 that are all before Sputnik 1. It's 110,000 Vasco transients. And he took data sets of nuclear test dates from Soviet, UK, British tests, and he took UFOs from the UFO catalog database. And he tried to see, is there any correlation? Well, actually, he did find correlations. Statistically significant correlation between the nuclear test and our transients, between the UFO report and our transients, and between the UFO report and the nuclear test. This totally defies any idea of that these transients are some kind of dirty plate defects that are on the photographic plates, because there are many astronomers that they will not even want to look at the photographic plates because they will say, oh, it has to be plate defects because these things contain lots of plate defects. No, this defies that. It says that a part of the population are likely something else, something physical. And it's also independent confirmation of the suspected correlations between transient and UFOs. Of course, correlation doesn't mean causation. We still don't know what it means. But I do suspect that the connection between UFOs, transients, and nukes points towards that the vascular transients are optical astronomical counterparts of UFO events. We just don't know about it yet. We have to test this. The correlations are anyway statistically significant and highly interesting. Another thing we did is that we did a test using the Earth's shadow, because again, we have the people who want to believe that maybe these transients are just plate defects, but then they will be anywhere on a photographic plate, it doesn't matter. However, if you think that these transients are due to sunlight reflection on something flat and highly artificial at 42,000 kilometers, then you expect that they will not be seen in the Earth's shadow. Because if you have no sunlight, you cannot cause that solar reflection. So we actually tested this. You can calculate for each transient whether it's inside the Earth's shadow or not. And the Earth's shadow casts this cone, and at 42,000 kilometers, it's something like 8-9 degrees in radius. And you can calculate the number of transients inside the Earth's shadow. And what you actually do find is a really strong, very strongly significant deficit in the Earth's shadow. There are 30% fewer of transients inside the Earth's shadow, which should suggest that a significant part of our sample of the transients are actually reflective objects in orbit around the Earth. And it totally defies, of course, the idea of that you have some kind of plate defects. Yes, so I'm coming to an end of my talk. So where do we want to go from now? Well, first we need to confirm and replicate these findings with other plate archives. We need to see that this really can be seen also in other photographic plate archives like those from the Vatican. But also, what we are going to do is try to see if we can find something in the modern sky. And to do that, we have a project called ExoPro, where we try to build a network of telescopes to search for, detect, validate, localize such a transient where from it comes, and eventually get a spectra of it. And this is where I'm now. I want to use this system. I want to build it up. I want to have more telescopes. Currently, we have one telescope, and we need at least 2 or 3. And I want to search the modern sky for UFOs and trying to get rid of all the space trash while we do that. It's not going to be easy, but I think it's really important that we do this because we need answers. Are we alone? Thank you.
Are we alone? The question for the ages, the question of ANOMACON. Thank you so much, Dr. Beatriz Villarroel, for sharing your research with us, and to Alex LeMay as well. That was fascinating. We've done it, guys. We have made it to the final presentation of ANOMACON 2025. And, oh, hold on. There it is again. I can't believe it. Do you hear that, Suzanne? Yeah, again. All right, fine. Casper site, take over yet again. I'm sure you son of a...
We fear that you may have not followed our previous instructions. Most of you followed our instructions to subscribe to Casper site on YouTube. Therefore, we will allow all broadcasts to continue uninterrupted. However, Casper site has one final request.
Maybe next year, I will be a speaker on there. Maybe. Hey, let me.
You want to be a speaker at ANOMACON, huh, Casper site? You got it, buddy. This is my official invitation to Casper Site, who I hope will heed that invitation and be a speaker at ANOMACON 2026. I want to thank Casper Site for being such a good sport throughout the night, guys. He's been one of our biggest supporters of ANOMACON. I want to thank all of his Casper Site family members and supporters who came over to join us today at ANOMACON. He has just been promoting us like crazy. So again, huge thank you to Casper Site, to Vetted Podcast, Psychoactivo Podcast, Astonishing Legends Podcast. Who else did we have who sent us some stuff? Jim Harold, obviously. So yes, guys, thank you so much for helping to spread the word about ANOMACON 2025. Before I forget, I want to give a huge thank you to Marco B for another super chat. Thank you so much, guys. We are on our last talk, guys. So this is kind of your last opportunity if you want to help support ANOMACON 2025. 50% of that will go and be split amongst our speakers, and the other 50% will go to Doctors Without Borders. So thank you. QR codes up on the screen for you. Buy me a coffee, PayPal. There's links in the show notes to get to those as well, or you can do it right in the super chat and super stickers as well. This is, again, basically your last chance for that. But we got to end ANOMACON on a light note, right? A fun note. And what better way than with stand-up comedians and actors, right? This is so cool. This is so cool. It is almost 3 a.m. here in the UK, but I am wide awake and ready for this fascinating conversation with these three lovely gentlemen. We have, closing out ANOMACON 2025, the one, the only Michael Ian Black, Dan St. Germain, and Sean Donnelly. I'm going to speed through their bios here, guys. Michael Ian Black is a comedian, author, actor, and podcaster. He was a founding member of the sketch comedy troupe The State, which gained a cult following in the 90s through their MTV series of the same name. His book, A Better Man, a mostly serious letter to my son, was selected as the BuzzFeed most anticipated book of the year. Michael Ian Black most recently played a small role in the new Superman 2025 movie, portraying Clevis Thornweight. What a name. Black remains active in television and film, having reprised his role in Wet Hot American Summer 10 years later. Oh my God, Wet Hot American Summer, the original, is one of my favorite movies of all time, guys. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. And he was also featured prominently on CNN's Have I Got News for You series. Next, Dan St. Germain. His comedy special, Dance Fatty Dance, is free on YouTube, along with his Comedy Central half-hour special. You may also have seen him on Conan, Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, This Week at the Comedy Cellar, Adam Ruins Everything, Best Week Ever, John Oliver's New York stand-up show, The Roast of Ric Flair, The Roast of Bruce Pritchard. He's written for the White House Correspondents' Dinner, WWE's Monday Night Raw, hell yeah, that's incredible, and The Roast of Tom Brady. His comedy album, No Real Winners Here, was listed as one of the year's best by the Interrobang, while his debut album, Bad at the Good Times, was listed as one of the year's best by Paste Magazine. He's developed his own shows for Fox, Adult Swim, Comedy Central, and Peacock. He currently is writing a new cartoon for Fox and co-hosts a UAP podcast called Burbs Bros with Sean Donnelly. And that leads to our last speaker, guys. Sean Donnelly is a comedian who has appeared on The Late Show with David Letterman, Conan, and NBC's Last Comic Standing. Sean co-hosts the podcast, My Dumb Friends, with his fellow comedian friend Dan St. Germain. Previously, they hosted that. They now host Burbs Bros. He has released his debut comedy album, Manual Labor Force, in 2015 on Comedy Central Records. Sean has been featured on the True TV series World's Dumbest and Almost Genius, as well as Adam Devine's House Party, The Half Hour, Broad City, and Inside Amy Schumer on Comedy Central. All right, guys. There are the bios for our final three speakers of ANOMACON 2025. This is a hilarious, awesome conversation. It'll challenge your mind and it'll challenge your laughing skills. How long can you go without laughing? I'm going to see with you guys. So, without further ado, let's get to We Want to Believe with Michael Ian Black, Sean Donnelly, and Dan St. Germain. And I believe Sean Donnelly sent you guys a little message to set this thing up for you. So what we're going to do now is close things out. We're going to hear from our master of ceremonies one last time, Jim Harold, in just a few seconds here. And then I think, no, that comes after. I apologize. We're going to jump right into the final presentation. It's 3 a.m., guys. Give me a freaking break. All right. Sean Donnelly, Michael Ian Black, Dan St. Germain. Here we go.
My name's Callum. I'm the lead developer and currently the only developer behind Strange Skies. So what is Strange Skies? It's a new platform for documenting UAP sightings. You can report something quickly in the moment or upload full details with photos, video, and everything you noticed. Every case is stored, mapped, and easy to explore. Now I know what you're probably thinking. Another UAP tracking app. Fair point. So what makes Strange Skies different? The answer's simple. Strange Skies isn't just about collecting reports. It's about helping you understand them. Every sighting is cross-checked against airports, satellites, weather, and astronomy data with AI-supported analysis to highlight what could be explained and what might be truly anomalous. The aim is to bring together credible reports, structured evidence, and community input all in one place. The beta web app launches in late September, with iOS and Android following in October. If you'd like early access, you can sign up right now at strangeskies.app.
Just like that, it was gone. Were we crazy? Did this thing really exist? Or was it all just a bad dream? It wasn't until later that we would confirm the terrifying truth. They were here. And they were watching.
ANOMACON, how are you? Sean Donnelly here. We want to thank you so much for having us as part of the event. What you're going to see is me, my podcast partner, Dan St. Germain from the Burbs Bros podcast. So check that out if you haven't yet. It's our discussion with the amazing Michael Ian Black. You may know him from The State, Stella, and very recently he was in Superman. So he's very versed in anything NHI related because Superman is NHI. We had such a blast talking to Mike. He knows so much about the topic. And yeah, we're just really thrilled to be part of this. And we hope you enjoy the talk. And yeah, follow us on everything and check out the podcast and check out the rest of the amazing lineup here at ANOMACON. Thanks so much. Have a blast.
Superman's great, by the way. If nobody's seen Superman, it's great. And big surprise, Michael's in the movie. Michael, how much Billy Bush did you study to get that role right? It had to. I loved it, by the way, because like before that, it was like J.K. Simmons, where he was like angry at everything, and your whole character is like, maybe. Sounds pretty good. Like it's amazing.
James Gunn contacted me and said, "Do you want to be in Superman?" And I said, do I play Superman? He said, you do not, but you will be playing Tucker Carlson. And I said, I'm in. So that's what I'm playing. It's more Tucker Carlson than Billy Bush.
Oh, I mean, like, look, we're not done with the Superman questions because Mr. Terrific used drones as weapons, look like boogospheres. Are you James Gunn or Margot Kidder CIA? What's going on? This seems like a lot of UAP stuff was dropped in this movie to get us ready for disclosure. Am I off base here?
I hadn't really considered that. But now that I'm replaying the film in my head, yeah. And I think the message is clearly of the film, if you haven't seen it, extraterrestrial life is real and it's benevolent. That was the message of the film. They're coming, and they're going to be your friends. That was the message, and I applaud it.
I'm dying
It was
to see
awesome. It's the first time I really did feel like with Sin City, I felt like I was reading the comic book, and this one I felt like I was reading the comic book. It's the only other.
Yeah, it's very true to the comics, which I liked. I thought it was a really smart movie, a smart superhero movie, because I thought that James Gunn, I thought did a lot of like really sort of clever things to set up this world and anchor Superman in it, and you can see how he's building out the universe through this film. I just thought it was really smart. I thought, like, when I saw the trailer and I saw that crypto was in it, I was like, I don't know. But it turns out,
killed it, man.
Goddamn dog steals the film. That goddamn ET dog. Oh, tremendous performance by the dog.
It's probably not good for actors long term, but it's great in the movie.
Yeah. Terrible for once the dogs start taking over all the actors' jobs. It's just game over.
It's just game over. Well, Michael, we were talking about this, and we'd love to get your opinion on this. Did they tell us all this Kennedy info so we didn't ask who killed Epstein? And follow up, will we get disclosure just so Trump can take the scent off Epstein and be like, look, plebeians?
There's been
go back, because what's the RFK news that
JFK? It's the assassination.
JFK. What was that news? That the CIA was monitoring. What's his face, Lee Harvey Oswald, and they're just admitting to it now, and blah, blah, blah.
We kind of it's just that they have more hard facts, that where a key player came into focus, where they were like, oh yeah, this is the guy, and what was happening was he was kind of from afar was manipulating like the actions of Oswald. So this guy started this teens against Cuba type scenario, whatever it was, and then he had that's the ones that got into the fight with Oswald on the street in New Orleans, and this guy was behind the group. Like he started it. Like he started the group, and his name was something I forget. It was something with a B, his actual name, but in the inner workings of this back and forth, he went by Howard. So when he started the group, he just went by Howard. They knew him as Howard. And then when they're investigating all the Oswald stuff, they're like, this guy Howard keeps popping up. And they're like, do you know anything about him? And he was like, nah, we couldn't find anything on a Howard. And he was Howard. So the fact being is like, it just gives more credible evidence to be like, yeah, they knew way more than they let on for 60, 70 years. You know, they just knew more.
So is the thought that they manipulated Oswald, or is the thought that and that the CIA is ultimately culpable, or is the thought that Oswald was still acting independently? He just happened to be associated with this group.
So, like I said to Dan, because I was into this in high school, because JFK came out when I was in high school. My theory on this, from this news story, is telling you.
By the way, I thought it was so brave when he came out. I mean, in that day and age, you know what I mean? People weren't doing that. I thought it was so brave. Good for him.
So I think what it showed, because my theory, after reading everything and watching everything, and my theory, not that I know anything, but my theory was that the FBI and the CIA knew about Oswald, and they were just kind of like, and we'll just let it happens. It happens. It doesn't because you know Oswald's brother wanting to smash to break up the CIA and heavily decimate the FBI, and he had really a lot of plans for that kind of stuff. So I think that based off this new news, I think they were kind of manipulating his actions somewhat, but it shows that the monitoring was probably way more intense than you'd assume if they're having him involved with this Teens Against Cuba group. And so they're going to know. I was just telling Dan, he ordered that rifle. I think he did all the stuff, but I think they were like, hey, I think they knew he ordered the rifle. I think they had guys on him. I think they had guys interacting with him like 2 and 3 deep. You know what I'm saying? So not that I'm saying they told him, hey, do this, and he did it like the Patsy, like he said, but I think that he was being played from afar and being watched way more stringently than we were to assume over the years, or being told over the years.
And it was CIA officer.
That makes me feel kind of.
Joe.
What's his name?
CIA officer George Joanides.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I think Cuban.
Whose name does pop up if you read enough books. It does pop up in JFK lore. Yeah.
See, the JFK thing has never interested me in the same way that this other conspiratorial stuff does. I don't know why. Maybe just because I didn't have any. I mean, I didn't know the guy. Maybe that's it. I just didn't know the guy. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Before
think
my time.
for me, it's either because it's nothing or it's so depressing. Like, those are the two options. There's no like, oh, well, the U.S. government turns out great, because either they like had the worst Secret Service protection plan ever, or they were behind it.
Well, you know what they have going for them with things like this that happen in history is there's a phenomenon that happens on a hive mind type scenario that happens where something random happens to the human race, and people go, well, it must be something, right? You've heard that before. It must be a conspiracy because this just couldn't happen. Like, it was uncalled for that this guy would have been shot in the middle of Dallas. But at the same time, doesn't mean both are true. That this guy was being played, and this guy is sadly, like, the CIA was involved, and also there's millions of parts of this that are just happenstance, like the Jack Ruby thing. Jack Ruby thing was completely random. Him shooting Oswald, he had his dogs with him. They were in the car. He was getting a Western Union thing for one of his dancers at the strip club that he owned. So it's like, that was random, but then you also have this guy, that was Johannes, whatever his name is. I think so. You have enough random stuff plus purposeful stuff. That's where you get your giant conspiracy, your batshit conspiracy from.
Now, have you guys talked about the alleged UFO link to all of this?
Yes, I've heard. We haven't talked about it yet, but I've heard of this.
We haven't talked about it, but we would love to hear about it.
What are you thinking?
So I don't know that much about it because it just seems so absurd on its face. But in UFO circles, there is some speculation that part of the reason, if not the reason, that he was killed, and in this case it would be by the CIA or elements within the CIA, was that JFK had been read in on the program and was all about disclosure and was going to disclose, and the powers that be said, "Not so fast, kid," and they took him out. Now, I don't subscribe to that. I haven't seen any evidence to support that. I know that there is some sort of circumstantial evidence, but it just seems so crazy to me. And that's the thing with this field. It's like everything in it is so crazy that I don't know how anybody is able to sort of pick and choose which is the crazy stuff they choose to believe.
Yeah.
It's all insane.
Yeah.
So you can go, well, of course, aliens have nothing to do with JFK being assassinated. But by saying that, you're saying, well, yeah, but obviously aliens are real. Obviously, there's these extraterrestrial species that come down to Earth, and it didn't have anything to do with JFK being killed. But we could, or there's, I don't believe that JFK was assassinated because of aliens, but I believe in mantis beings. Yeah. So it's like, what do you? I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line.
It's like it's a smorgasbord of what you're going to believe in regards to UFOs.
But my question, I mean, do you guys, in my mind, like, the only thing crazier than this Epstein story would be aliens, or barring like a major terrorist attack that would take the news, which, by the way, I really hope that's not what they do or someone does. But I think that the second, I do think that this Epstein thing is a huge problem for Trump, and I think this is the only thing that would get away. I'm begging you, Trump. But okay, we'll forget about Epstein. Just let us know about aliens.
Right. So your current theory, and I want to believe this theory, is that Trump will be forced into disclosure as a distraction from the Epstein stuff.
Yes, as a don't look at me being a look at the Pleiadians.
and you can, I was telling Dave,
I think it could happen. I know that's crazy, but I think
you can see him melting down from it on his Twitter and stuff like that. And one thing I'll say is that if he doesn't do it, and we all believe that disclosure is kind of happening, is trickling out, whatever it is, the fact that he didn't do it shows you how ironclad this cabal that goes on above the Congress is, and how much. So he's like, they might have talked to him to a point where he's like, it's not an option. Like, I can kind of hum and haw when I'm asked about it and go, people see weird stuff. Yep. But to come out and be like, because that would do it for a lot of people, because he's so the news all the time, 24 hours a day. And if he was like, hey, it's true, they told me it's true, they would just believe him, because it'd be so much news him saying it, then that would force like legitimate disclosure, I think you're right.
The problem with that is that you're right. His people would believe it, and everybody else would be like, this guy's out of his mind. Like, he's the last messenger you want delivering this news.
Yes.
Because by virtue of it being from him, everybody's it's gonna become politicized in a way that it need not be.
Yes.
And Incidentally, I disagree. I don't think disclosure is ever coming, not from an official channel anyway. That doesn't seem likely at all to me, probable in any way, shape, or form.
Here's my only other reason it could happen, and it's very tiny, and it's kind of based on another conspiracy theory. But Pasulka, Gary Nolan, top names in this field, have kind of hinted that when Elon Musk has denied the existence of NHI, that he's full of shit and he has a craft. That's an unspoken conspiracy theory. And the reason, let me just finish.
Go ahead.
And that the reason that that we haven't seen this is because it's like Lockheed Martin possibly having the Tic Tac, like he wants to get all the financial gain from it. This could be a way for Trump to be like, all right, I'm gonna this guy's revenue stream and give everybody this. That's it. That was my big thought.
Sure. Sure. It's a thought. And
I think it's so.
Yeah,
for it to be like for it to be so at the tip of their tongue to come out with this. I think that, like you said, about no disclosure ever. I think they probably convinced him in some sort of way, like this just doesn't get out. Like, because obviously if he had the chance already, he might have done it when they were going back and forth and been like, well, he's got a craft. And that would be an even worse way for it to come out. Like when they were name calling back and forth after they broke up. And he goes, well, he's got a UFO. And it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then actually what that would do would be the opposite effect at that point. What it would do is make this thing fantastical again and make it go away in the public eye. And they'd be like, all right, this is just this lunatic doing this and none of it's real. And then a blanketed thing would go out and then you'd be back in the dark ages with disclosure.
That's kind of what I think would happen too. I agree with that. I don't know. I guess the further into this I get, the more I'm convinced that the government itself doesn't know what this is. Whether they have recovered crafts or not, I don't know. I do believe Grush in the sense that I believe Grush was reporting back exactly what he was told, but we haven't yet to hear from him any firsthand accounts, even though obviously, there's a lot of rumors to the effect that he has those firsthand accounts. I'm not convinced that there's any successful reverse engineering, although I guess the Lockheed Martin thing makes it, I guess it's possible, and it's certainly not the first time I've heard that rumor. Yeah, the more I learn about it, the more I get into it, the less interested I am in the thing that I think is so compelling to a lot of people, which is the nuts and bolts aspect of it, the craft aspect of it. To me, while that's interesting, and I'm interested in exotic technology, it's less interesting to me than the consciousness component and like the psionics component, if that's true. And the remote viewing component and the overlap with near-death experiences and the overlap with astral projection and like all of these like weird sort of fringy things of which I'm convinced are real in the sense that people are having these experiences or believe that they're having these experiences. Like I'm convinced that all that is subjectively real. And there seems to be a very direct tie-in in some capacity to UFOs, to angels and poltergeists and all of this shit. That's where my interest is. My interest is in the sort of the phenomenological part of it rather than the physics part of it, rather than the craft part of it.
The basis
so
of
that's
reality.
that's where I've landed.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why whether the government discloses or not to me has become less and less interesting. Obviously, it would cause all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects that would be global, and I'd be fascinated to see how that plays out. But it's less interesting to me than the kind of weird woo-woo shit that the more I look into it, the more I'm convinced is real.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's the most interesting part because it's coming from the more and more it's discussed, it's coming from these really believable places. The Surviving Death did it for me on Netflix, pretty hardcore. I think you've seen. I think we talked about it. I think you saw it, Michael. And I think you're exactly right. I think it's all tied together. And I think what ends up happening, it gets built up to a point where it kind of takes its human form. So if it gets to Lockheed, it's Lockheed using elements of this psionic and this consciousness aspect of this thing to turn it into something that we can use for war and just dominating as we've been dominating. And the fact that Coulthard came back out and said that these Tic Tacs possibly are, or he said they're psionically driven, that's when you're like, holy shit. And if we're at that point, then once again, it's like these third-party companies, and they've even trumped the, for lack of a better phrase, trumped the Congress on these things. They are just you're getting subsidized, and you're just lapping what the government even knows about what you're doing. So obviously, it's like you have all these legitimate government sources saying we don't have anything close to that, and then in 2004, you have something that's 1,000 years ahead of what the government knows that you have. That's even that's another arm of this bullshit conspiracy. Besides the military side, you have the companies hiding from this guy, hiding from that, whatever it is. So I agree. The interesting part is people are like, no, I saw this thing and it's true, and they're sober sources and they're for real, or they do this thing. It wasn't a dream. I was totally awake. This happened. I saw this. You add up all anecdotal, and I think it battles Majestic 12 documents and everything like that. I think if you have thousands and thousands of things that you're like, give me 1% of these being true, and then the whole thing's true. That's it. And I think that's very possible. And I think, like you said, subjective is the perfect word, because you have to be in that realm, that frequency, in order to experience this stuff. So that's why somebody like me or like Dan, even though how much we want something like this to happen, it hasn't for either of us really. So you're still behind that. You're trying to get into that VIP room of consciousness. You're trying to get into that thing where I know what you mean, because I had my own version of this, and I'm past that point of believing. And it becomes, it's not faith anymore. It's like, no, this is a fact.
I'm almost positive that there's an afterlife and that our energy keeps going. Michael, have you landed on anything yet as far as the afterlife and as far as what you think happens next?
No, I'm just excited to die.
It's kind of like, even though you just said like the afterlife, it's like, it's not even afterlife if you really pay attention to this consciousness stuff. It's just, it's kind of like you ever look up what people see when they're on, they have the DMT effects, what happens. I've never done it, but they have what happens to people on that, and they're like, there's people that are convinced, they're like, I went to a place, this place is there when I wasn't there, and I knew it, and it felt more real than reality. So that's not an afterlife. That's not some magical, you're in heaven. That's like a thing you're realizing is that, oh, our science is not even where it should be, and the true nature of reality involves whatever this next thing happens. Especially, that's why Surviving Death is so great, when they talk about all the different effects that happens to a human that are unexplainable, but it happens time and time again. Like the visions people have right before they die, and the nurses, it's just matter of fact for these people when they, hey, well, she talked to her grandma last night, so she's done. And the doctor goes, well, I want to try a couple of treatments. And they go, you didn't hear me. She talked to her grandma last night. She's done. She had an hour-long conversation with her grandma. It's like stuff like that. Or the woman who was the doctor, and she went somewhere. It wasn't DMT. She was dead for a half hour. And she, at the end of the whole thing, they make it, she tells this really great story about visiting a place, and there was these beings, and they tell her stuff. She wasn't necessarily religious. She kind of got like a pretty straightforward vibe. And at the end, she tells you, by the way, I'm a doctor. It's stuff like that to me that really, really drives it home. It's stuff like that that's like, or the reincarnation episode, which I was like, I believe it's not reincarnation. I just think it's these radio station things. I just think the consciousness is bouncing around and then hopping in a tuning fork and then getting out and then going in and getting. It's like, it's just a free for all. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, I think that's sort of where my views are also. I think, consciousness is a free for all. Yeah, the idea of reincarnation, it seems to be pretty well established, although I think the distinction that you made is really interesting, and one that I think I've come to sort of come around on, which is that whatever this is, and by this I mean capital T this.
Yeah.
It seems like that one explanation for reincarnation, as you just said, is that consciousness. It's that when it's typically children who remember these things. Yeah. When they're remembering them, it's conceivable that they're not remembering essentially their own past life so much as they're tuning into a pre-existing frequency that for whatever reason is still trying to communicate something.
So it's
That's
not them
sort of
actually. It's the signal. It's them picking up the signal of the dead.
Yes, except that if you take it far enough, what all faiths, or I think most faiths, say is that there's no you, there's no me. So there is that sort of universal consciousness, and me as a manifestation of that universal consciousness can tap back into that sort of larger universal consciousness and say, oh yeah, there was this guy and he was a Hollywood agent in the 30s and that was me and I remember everything about it. But it's not you in the sense that you're individuated. It's that you're tapping into this sort of universal consciousness of which that was also a part. And you and that you're just an aspect of that larger consciousness. And
it's like
when
the
we
wrist
manifest,
becoming aware of like the arm or the body, essentially.
or maybe a better way to say it is I'm a finger here and you're a finger here and you're a finger here, but we're all the same hand. We're all the same hand, and that hand is attached to the same arm, attached to the same body, which is, and you can extrapolate that as far as you want to go into all of life. And when I say life, I don't necessarily mean organisms the way that we think about them. I mean there could be categories and strata of life that we're utterly unaware of.
Well, guys, there is some literal phenomenon though. This isn't like a different. There was an F-16 collision with a UAP, I guess, leaving in 2023.
Yeah.
This has been all over the news, but the F-16 was completely unharmed, and it looks like one of the small Mr. Terrific drone balls. Does this? My question is, I think this. There's not one article I've looked around that's like dispelling this. Like it's one of the first ones I've seen where they're like there's not a lot of skeptics for it, which I think says a lot about it. But like the fact that it didn't like impact this thing, and it did. You would think that a projectile going this fast that would be metallic hitting an F-16 jet would create some damage, but it didn't.
So they're both traveling. They're both in midair. They collide.
Yeah.
And the F-16 is fine.
F-16 is fine. No damage.
And
that's what they said. Now, I don't know if that's a lie, but that's what they said.
And they say that there was an impact felt by the pilot of the F-16?
Yeah, it's I'm reading it now from lovely Fox News, but it was January 2023, an unidentified object collided with the left side of an F-16 Viper jet. Struck the clear canopy at the top of the aircraft and was first. Well, the canopy is that the window? Because if that's the window, I could see how that would have bounced off, I guess. But there was no.
If you're traveling at jet speeds, there wouldn't be cracking. There wouldn't be splintering.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, what? This is so weird, right?
Maybe it's a case where it's a collision to us is a little misstep to them. So maybe because of how fast they go and how quickly they can respond, they were able to kind of hit the brakes a little bit before, like their collision. It was way less of a collision because of how
hit the mid-air brakes. You're saying hit the mid-air brakes. Slow the jet down to 5 or 6 miles an hour.
No, I'm saying that the object, like whatever it was.
The object.
Yeah. Not the F-16. No, that's going full force. That's Top Gun at that point. That's Mach 7.
Very weird. There is not one. There's nothing. There's nothing on this thing. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So how are they describing the UAP, and who's describing it?
It was tiny, right?
How is this story coming out?
The fighter pilots coming out. Declassified documents came out. So
I see.
Declassified it. But
has the pilot gone on record?
I mean, he goes on him in the documents. I don't know if he hasn't corroborated this since it's come out, but yeah, it was Jesus Christ, man. I mean, everything about these things blows my mind. Every new fact, I think that's why I love the topic so much, because now I've got to be like, well, I mean, do they have some sort of protective membrane? It opens up a bunch of different areas for me.
Well,
but more interestingly, in that story, are they deliberately protecting us? Because presumably, if something's moving that fast or moving through midair and it's not impacting another object, well, that's deliberate. There's a reason for that. right? I mean, because if you're just if it didn't care, it would just go right through the thing.
I mean, unless some of these NHI aren't as all knowing as we think, and they fuck up, right? I mean, like
Yeah, but
but if they fuck up, then it seems like the F-16 would have crashed.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Or not, because even when you hear about there's other cases you hear about, like there's in that one book, that Leslie Kane book, which is anecdotal, but it's all military based anecdotal evidence, and they talk about the Iranian pilot that she talked to who was chasing it down, and his instruments, when he was trying to fire at the thing, and then it did that thing that it comes up time and time again where his instruments, his weapons malfunctioned, but he was getting orders. They thought it was like some, us or whoever, and the orders were keep going, and he got to the point where the plane was getting to the point where it couldn't operate anymore because he was getting out of the realm of where he could fly. Like that's how high he was getting, and he was like, and everything was, and then his instruments getting fucked up. But they don't know if it was the craft itself or if it was because of it was going exceeding the limitations of the jet itself. But then this guy, I think, almost crashed or whatever, got hurt. But it wasn't the UAP. It was evading them. It was leaving.
That Iranian guy died.
Did he die? No.
Wait.
No, I think she interviewed him for the book. So
No,
I don't
the
think-
general.
Yeah,
No, he wrote his own chapter for that book.
Yeah, okay.
So if he died, it was from beyond the grave that he wrote that.
Proof another element of the phenomenon. The phenomenon keeps tricking us, guys. It keeps tricking us each time.
So besides,
So I just
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I just read that Fox News story, and what it implies is that it hit a drone, and in 2023, conceivably, yeah, you could hit some sort of commercial drone and not have it impact the F-16. I would imagine, if that's what it was, entirely possible. But it seems like they would have ruled that out. They would have said no. It was just a
Crack, though,
hobbyist
to your
drone.
point, like if it's going that fast,
I don't know. I mean, those things are so light, though, right? Those drones are so light.
I haven't held one. We should buy a drone for the show, though.
Yeah, well, I tell you, if one of them, if drones go from everything from what you get at a sharper image up until a Tic Tac, it's like how many levels of these things do they have? Like so the operable ones that they're using, I would guess maybe not that big, but they're probably heavier duty than you'd think.
I can imagine the drone me and Sean are going to buy will not have these capabilities. At most, it'll maybe like things up at the tap ante. That's as high as it's going to go. This is actually near me and Sean, but the Great Bigfoot Chase starts in Cortland County, New York. What unintended nightmares could this lead to? I know why Cortland County is doing this, because they don't have the Catskills. So they're like
we need something.
What else are we going to do?
Yeah.
We can only sell so many different honeys from mason jars to make rent here. But my whole thing is what we've discovered, Michael, with the Bigfoot explorations, Bigfoot searches, usually an excuse for guys to just go into the woods and have sex with each other.
Usually or always?
Every single time.
Every single time.
Well, we've been talking about that where it's like the Bigfoot videos, it's never like UFO videos, even though they're blurry. The Bigfoot videos are like, look at this fur on this tree that we found, like this little piece of fur that could have been from a cat or whatever it is. Or they'll be like, what's that animal screaming in the fun? It's like, come on, dude. But the one thing I will say, and not to legitimize anything, because I'm not a Bigfoot person, but that the fact that it showed the Skinwalker, that it showed up in accounts, that it showed up, they think that Skinwalker might be a portal and that these things were showing up there. They had sightings of Bigfoots at the area of Skinwalker Ranch, if not on the ranch itself. So I'm like, that's weird that it would show up that in reports from there, because it seems so the opposite of that.
Hey, go where you're celebrated. My wife
Yeah, the whole thing about cryptids to me.
Yeah.
Do I believe in them?
Do you have any cryptids?
I mean, no, I don't. It's weird because I kind of don't believe in anything, and I simultaneously believe in everything. So cryptids to me, it's like, yeah, Bigfoot it seems to me if Bigfoot were a thing living out in the Pacific Northwest and in the East Coast and wherever, like we'd have a Bigfoot. Like we would just have a Bigfoot. However, once you introduce the idea of interdimensional big feet, I'm like, okay, that might explain some things.
You get the Jacques Vallée.
Again, using Occam's razor. Again, using Occam's razor, what's more likely, that Bigfoot doesn't exist or that he's an interdimensional traveler?
Space Bigfoot.
I know where I'm leaning.
Space Bigfoot.
I'm leaning towards space Bigfoot.
Yeah.
To Michael's point, if Bigfoot did exist, he would be in a general commercial with Shaq. You know what I mean? There's no way that he wouldn't be he would be with Shaq all the time. They would be inseparable.
They'd be in a convertible together. Yeah. They just be it's just like, man, it's the General and Shaq and the Bigfoot just in a convertible, just speeding around a corner.
I love it, man. Well, Michael, thank you so much for doing this, dude. Where can people see you, Mike?
And Superman is where they can see him.
Go and see Superman.
Superman's doing okay, but do you have any live dates that we can?
I'm taping my special on
special?
the 20. I mean, special. It's not Netflix. Netflix didn't come knocking on my door. You know what I mean? Special.
Where are you taping the special?
Bell House, Brooklyn.
Nice.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh,
Man.
we'll,
I wanna come see
we'll
it.
come by. Yeah, that'd be great.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Man, thank you so much.
I knew I was going to get shit for that the minute I stopped. Like, come on. No, you're good. Fuck you.
It's okay. It's okay.
Michael, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
That was awesome.
I know.
My
Hopefully
pleasure.
to see you soon,
Always
man.
fun talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll see you
That was
soon.
class, man.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate you doing
Thanks,
that.
Ian.
Thank you.
There you have it, folks. Anomacon 2025. Special thanks to Michael Ian Black, Sean Donnelly, and Dan St. Germain for closing things out for us in such a fun, informative, and strange way. I wouldn't have it any other way at Anomacon 2025. Wow, we did it. We did it, guys. This has been incredible. I'm going to bring Suzanne in one more time. We're going to debrief with you guys a little bit about the second half of speakers. You saw tonight what we thought. We want to know what you thought. Put it in the live chat right now, what you thought of our second half of speakers. What you thought of all of our speakers throughout tonight? What were your favorite talks? What did you learn? Put it in the super chat, super stickers. This is your last chance to do that and help out Anomacon 2025 as well. But we want to know what you thought. But let's bring her back in for one last little chat here. The one, the only, Suzanne. Welcome back.
Hi, everybody's still rolling.
We're still rolling. We've had people here since 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, I'm guessing. So that's incredible. I can't thank you guys enough for that. I want to take just a moment, Suzanne, to thank our most current super chatters as well. We got Hotel Trauma, Chrissy coming in. We got Shay Explorers. Thank you for Anomacon. Thank you for being a speaker this year. Sheanna, we truly, truly appreciate it. Ah, amazing, amazing. All right. So what did you think? Our second half of speakers, I believe it started with Nomar.
It did start with Nomar. I love him. He's so good.
God.
I loved his story about in Bangor, Maine, where the blue lights are reflecting on the tent. And then all of a sudden he's ascending and talking about consciousness. I love that.
Awesome. Yeah, those mini docs were just so freaking
Yes.
cool. I don't know how he does it. Like how he puts these things together. It's in the way he tells stories, just amazing. Jeff Knox saying, sorry for being a party pooper. You're not, buddy. We love you. We need people like you in this field desperately. So we appreciate all of the work you do, Jeff. Don't say that, my man.
Absolutely.
The rabble rouser of the hour, Paul Kimball. What'd you think of this talk?
I thought he
got
did
the
great
chat
on-
pretty heated.
Yeah, I got the chat going, but I'm so proud of that chat. 99% of them willing to sit there, think it through, leave the political stuff out of the way, even though it had a political tone to it. So well done, chat, and well done, Paul. Hard topic.
Really hard topic, and he
Hard
handled
topic.
it so well, and I couldn't think of anyone better to handle a topic like that. Next up, we had Zelia Edgar, tinfoil hat. She's back.
She's always so good. I can tell you, I don't want any haunted bunk beds in my life.
No, thank you. I'm good.
No,
I'm
I
good.
don't need them.
Wanted bunk beds scare me alone. I've stayed in
Yeah.
quite a few, and I always funny story in college. I had bunk beds in my dorm room, and my roommate had his girlfriend over one night. I'm sure he doesn't mind me sharing this, and they were up top in middle of the night. We'd all been drinking that night, so we were like, in crazy moods. But I'm trying to sleep, and then I just see this blur fall. His girlfriend fell off the top bunk and, like, fell onto the floor unconscious, and she's just like, "Ah," and my roommate, I'm not kidding you, just goes, "Shh, be quiet, Ryan's trying to sleep."
Another haunted bunk bed.
Oh my god. Yeah, those bunk beds were definitely haunted in
Oh
many
my
ways.
gosh. Yeah. All the things we lived through
Yeah.
in college, right?
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, Zelia is just a wealth of stories. I can't wait for her new book to come out again. Wink, wink. You guys will definitely want to read that new book for various reasons. I will say nothing more, but loved it. Loved her talk for sure.
Yeah, I also like her UFO terminology. She is not going UAP.
UFO.
You can't make her.
You can't even make her say UFO. It's UFO.
UFO. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Ty Roberts coming in with the UFOs and nukes. What a presentation.
Great presentation. Anything around Robert Salas, I love to hear. And I loved hearing about the green orbs over Los Alamos. Most of the regular chat knows I live part-time here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I face Los Alamos. And I too have had an orb experience over Los Alamos looking from here in the backyard in Santa Fe. So I loved hearing that. He did a great job.
Wow. Yeah. In the way he's really advocating for these people to get in front of, I mean, he set up those meetings with,
Yeah.
some varying degrees of credibility of the representatives, but still representatives nonetheless, and got Robert Salas in front of them, and
That's right.
and Eric Burlinson even, which was
Right.
amazing. So well done,
I
Ty.
thought
Keep
so
up
too.
the incredible work. I think it's fascinating. It's so cool.
Absolutely. And Cristina came next. Of course, she's always so good, so articulate, so well researched. I loved her comment about shooting at UFOs, and 9 out of 10 times they missed, and that 1 out of 10 time they come back injured or damaged. That spoke to me in terms of the last governmental hearing, the House hearing last week, or excuse me, a week
Yeah.
before, about Russia, that had an initial command to its air fleet to shoot these things down, until these things shot back and took down, I think, 2 planes and 2 pilots.
Yeah.
And then they reversed course on what the standing order was. So I thought that was an interesting tie-in.
Yeah, yeah, so interesting. The Vietnam War itself is just so like so depressing and
Yeah.
tragic. And then to put this whole UFO thing on top of it, it's
Yeah.
just and she brought up Mac Maloney, who is a wonderful military UFO historian who's written books about UFOs in wartime. And it's just like UFOs and nukes. Like, they seem to really show up in war-torn areas, war zones. And, nowadays you could blame that maybe on drones and whatnot. But we're talking back during World War
Right.
II, Foo
No
Fighters,
drones.
things. Yeah, Vietnam even. So it's, yeah,
And it's
crazy,
always
crazy
interesting to
stuff.
think about why they don't intervene, and they never intervene.
Nope. Just there
Never.
to watch us destroy ourselves.
Watch us make big mess.
Yeah, yeah. Cristina was amazing
Yeah.
as always. Next up, we had Richard Dolan talking about Tic Tacs throughout history. What'd you think?
Yeah, I love anything that's a USO. We don't get a whole lot of stuff about USOs. In the chat during Mr. Dolan's presentation, there was a lot of chatter about Tim Gallaudet, and maybe Tim's pressure in the various capacities he's able to wield that pressure might get us a little more information on USOs, and I hope so. And Dolan's examples in his presentation tonight are really good reasons of why we need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. Yeah, Dolan's he's been in my corner since I started in this topic, and I'll always support his work. I don't agree with him on, geopolitics and whatnot, but again, that's why we can have the civil discourse when it comes to UFOs.
Exactly.
So
And that's part of
yeah.
what we were doing here tonight at ANOMACON, be able to talk about these things without everybody getting mad and storming off. And there's always a little bit of that, but it's really important to learn how to disagree respectfully.
100%.
Takes
100%.
practice to do it.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Hotel
Yeah.
Trauma in the chat says, cannot forget to thank Suzanne. Suzanne, I
Aw.
want to personally
Aw.
thank you for being with me this entire time, to you and your husband.
Did you see him coming in and out with
I
food and
did.
water?
Yeah, my partner was doing the same. So thank you, Jane, if
So
you
sweet, and
happen to
same
be
to
watching
Jane.
this.
Right,
Yes.
right. And thank
But
you,
thank
Hotel Trauma.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much it means to me to have you with
Oh,
us this
happy to
entire
help.
time. Thank you.
Happy to help. Well,
Alex LeMay.
yeah, who had a swearing spirit box on their bingo card tonight.
What did it say? The earth is gay. The earth
The
is
earth is
doomed.
gay, yeah, and then I saw her say, and someone else had this similar experience about, you have to be careful how you respond or you just get diatribes of it. I've never heard this.
I have had some not nice stuff come through
Really?
on the spirit box for me and on a Ouija board. I've been called names I cannot
Really?
repeat here, or we will get flagged. But it
Oh my
happens.
gosh.
It
Oh my gosh,
happens.
I had no idea.
It was so interesting, though, to learn the origins of the spirit box, this device I've been using
Yes.
personally for almost 4 years now on my ghost hunting show, Haunted and Haunted Heart and Soul. And I never truly knew like the history of the object I was using. So that was fascinating. And now I can take that knowledge into using the device moving forward. So yeah, I
Perspective's
thought
an
that was
amazing
awesome.
thing, isn't it?
It really
Yeah.
is. So
Yeah, when
thank
you get
you.
those little tidbits of information. You know, she
Yep.
was great. And
She's awesome.
Beatriz, my takeaway on Beatriz is just wow on this research. Just wow that it was found. I hope at some point we can hear from her on how it was found. That'd be wonderful to know. I haven't heard anybody talking about that with her. But 200 to 300 billion stars in the Milky Way alone. You know, and then you
Crazy.
apply, you know, Fermi's paradox or whatever that, you know, there's the odds of life not being out there are 0. So I thought she did a good job putting all of that in perspective as well.
Absolutely. Yes. I want to thank her for taking the time to
Yeah.
do that. I unfortunately didn't get the chance to meet her. She was supposed to speak in Hexham, UK with me about a month ago, but she was sick. And now I'm the one
And
who's
now you're
sick.
sick. We've all been passing it around, right?
Yep. That
Yeah.
I was not acting, guys. I've been holding in a cough this entire event.
Oh
So,
my gosh.
oh
Oh
gosh.
my gosh.
Yeah,
Well,
but I
and
can't
how
wait
great
to
were the
see
funny
it.
guys to finish up with humor, I think is a great thing. I love watching them interact with each other. Those are some good friends talking very seriously, but I also love the analogy around consciousness where we're all a finger on a hand attached to a single body. I thought that was a good way to think about what's likely happening out there in the consciousness world.
Yeah,
And you know
that was
who else agrees with that are the near-death experiencers. Experience after experience after experience, they come back with one of a couple of message. The other side is home, and the other side is pure love, and that we are all one piece of the same whole.
I
So
love
I thought
that.
interesting.
That's
Yeah.
comforting to say the least. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, death never is like an end. It's just the next chapter.
Next
in
step.
something. I love it. I love it.
Right.
Yeah, the consciousness part of their conversation really resonated with me too. The other stuff was fun, but I
Yeah.
loved that whole part of it. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank
They
you
did
to
a
the
great job.
boys over at Burbs
Everybody did a
Bros.
great job. Yeah.
Everyone. Yes. Like guys, we should mention this will be online. You guys can go back and watch any of the talks tonight. We will be releasing each presentation individually right here on this YouTube channel as well. So look for those in the very near future. But this live stream will remain up, so you can go back, watch stuff, and all of that if you didn't happen to catch us live here tonight. But I think that's it, Suzanne. Unless there's anything I missed, I'm gonna do some closing stuff with the
right.
audience here. But any last words before we let you go at
Huge
Anomacon
thank you to the
2025?
chat. You did so well. Thank you for all the donations you made tonight, 50% to Doctors Without Borders, the other 50% to our split among our speakers. So you did a fine job contributing, and we appreciate and thank you.
Certainly, absolutely, guys. And if you can't donate monetarily, simply like the video, subscribe to the
Share it.
Somewhere in the Skies podcast, like share this across social media. That's all we could ever truly ask of you
Yeah.
guys. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome, Suzanne. Thank you. I'll let you go back in the chat
All right.
and
Have a
close
good
things out
night.
here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, guys. So I've got just a little bit more for you before we officially close out ANOMACON here. And here for the last time from our Master of Ceremonies, Jim Harold. And we got a song to play you out, of course, as well. But before we do that, let's get to our closing stuff here. I've got my script. So please bear with me for just a moment. All right, here we go. Special thanks to all of our speakers, the bands who allowed us to play the music tonight. That was incredible. Our Master of Ceremonies, Jim Harold, our incredible moderator, Suzanne Landers, and to all of you for watching. This live stream will remain up, like I said, forever at this point. A huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Again, you can find the links to them in the show notes. Please go visit them. They were so incredible for ANOMACON as well. Excuse me. I knew it was going to creep in. I want to give a special thanks to our creative team behind ANOMACON. We have our art direction by Polaris Castillo. He created this incredible ANOMACON logo you see behind me, and on all of our merch and the graphics you've seen tonight. He created that. So special thanks to Polaris Castillo. You can check him out online. Just type in the name. We'll put a link in the show notes retroactively as well. Our video design, our opening animation was a exclusive animation created by the one and only Jason McClellan. So special thanks to Jason for that. Our music for ANOMACON was composed by Septembrio, who you heard from several times tonight. So huge thanks to Septembrio. And of course, to Suzanne Landers once again. If you enjoyed ANOMACON, please be sure to like, subscribe to this channel for more anomalous content. Let us know what you thought of ANOMACON in the comments below. Once this goes off and the live chat's gone, post your comments in the actual YouTube comments section. We want to know what your favorite parts were, what you learned, and continue the conversation in the comments below. We would truly appreciate that. We want to know your feedback too. What can we do better here at ANOMACON, and how can we continue to grow this community? This is your last chance